001. The Frozen Soul in the Courtyard. February 11th, 1958. Lunar New Year's Eve. Beijing, Nanluoguxiang, a traditional courtyard, the central courtyard. Within the ancient, rustic room, a curled-up youth lay upon the frigid wooden bed. Draped in a blue cotton jacket and gray cotton trousers, the edges were patched, and the cuffs had worn to a dull gray. One arm lay beneath him, while the other dangled off the side of the bed, the rolled-up sleeve revealing dark crimson marks upon his arm. At that moment, the youth's complexion was ashen. He lay there in quietude, resembling a lifeless corpse. The frigid air seeped through the dilapidated doors and windows, adding an air of eerie gloom to the somber room. In the next instant, the still body suddenly jolted, as if infused with a surge of vitality, and began to tremble. Gradually, warmth returned to his body, and the pallor of his face began to fade. His eyes fluttered open, still stinging, and with great effort, Yang Xiaodao pushed himself up from his aching form. Ah! Hiss! The pain radiating through him compelled a cry to escape his lips. Yet within moments, he stifled his cries, fixating his gaze upon his hands. This is not my hand. No, this is indeed my hand. But how has it come to look thus? The youth, engulfed in self-doubt, had yet to ponder further when a torrent of memories surged into his mind, compelling him back onto the bed. Before long, he tilted his head, feeling the biting wind, his eyes now clear and resolute. At this juncture, he had begun to piece together the fragments of his understanding and realize the truth of his situation. He had traversed realms, and indeed, it was a soul transmigration. In an instant, I have shed over a decade from my age. One must admit that the duration of life has, in an intangible manner, been a longitida, most fortunate occurrence. However, the temporal realm in which I now exist has metamorphosed into one imbued with the warmth of familial bonds, which can be regarded, albeit reluctantly, as a positive development. After all, it is a world with which I am somewhat acquainted. A Love-Filled Seiyuan was once a television series I held in high esteem, although I prefer to refer to it as a poultry-filled Seiyuan. Yet, the timeline of this reality diverges somewhat from that depicted in the series. Qin Huai-Ru remains youthful, Jia Dong-Su is still alive, and, more significantly, the two have yet to marry. Moreover, in this realm, Yin Jiedi from the third uncle's household has not yet been born. Lu Guangqi from the second uncle's family is still at home. He Yushui has begun her schooling, and Xia Zhu has yet to achieve fame. The proprietor of this body is also named Yang Xiaotao, aged 18, and is currently embarking on his third year of high school. He is a mere 2 months into his apprenticeship as a fitter at the Hongqing steel rolling mill. This world's Yang Xiaotao was raised in a single-parent household, having lost his mother at a tender age, while his father chose not to remarry. Since he gained awareness, he has lived alongside his father, the two of them relying on one another. From tumultuous times to stability, he has witnessed the establishment of the new China and subsequently devoted himself to the nation's development during these fervent years. Nonetheless, in this era of material scarcity, his sustenance and warmth are solely dependent on his father's employment at the steel mill. Yang's father is a third-level machinist at the Hongqing steel rolling mill, earning a monthly salary of 42.5 yuan. Coupled with the provisions of grain tickets and other necessities, in a world where a rooster costs 2 yuan, cabbage 3 fun per gene, and eggs 5 fun, this income sufficiently supports a comfortable life for the father and son, even allowing Yang Xiaotao to marry and start a family. However, fate can be unpredictable. Just as every traveler in this realm inevitably triggers the parent's sacrifice to the heavens' quest, Yang Xiaodao, too, has been beset by his own tragedy. 2 months prior, an operational error at the steel mill led to a fire, and in a valiant effort to save the factory's equipment, Yang's father and his colleagues suffered severe burns, leaving him in a precarious state. In this era of rudimentary medical practices, treating burns poses a formidable challenge. Even in later times, it remains a daunting issue. Yang's father, unwilling to be a burden, urged his son to let go, yet the obstinate Yang Xiaodao refused to heed his father's pleas. He scoured for remedies, purchasing various tonics in a desperate bid to save him. Ultimately, he exhausted the family's years of savings, depleted the compensation from the factory, and borrowed extensively, only for his father to pass away, leaving behind a profound sense of loss. Thus, Yang Xiaodao found himself alone in this cold winter, completing the narrative of a 21st century traveler. Since I have arrived, I must find peace, he consoled himself, acknowledging his predicament. He then began to assess his surroundings. As he surveyed the room, he noticed cobwebs swaying from the wooden ceiling, a sight reminiscent of his childhood home. The small wooden windows were adorned with fragmented panes of glass, a testament to the age of the dwelling. The black and white quilt on the wooden bed exudes a musty odor, while patched clothing lies discarded nearby. Portraits of great figures adorn the walls of the empty room, leaving Yang Xiaotao's mind in a state of confusion. Lying on the bed, the pain coursing through his body prevents him from recalling his memories with composure. He manages to rise and shuffle to the low 8 Immortals table, gazing at the large white ceramic jar emblazoned with the words "Outstanding Worker of the Steel Mill." His eyes then wander to the reddened white wash basin perched on the shelf. Grasping a thermos wrapped in tin, he pours out some still warm water. Yang Xiaotao lifts the jar to his lips, feeling warmth spread within him, gradually enveloping his entire being and granting him a fleeting sense of vitality. With his hands resting on the table, he closes his eyes to sift through his fragmented memories. Upon realizing he has found himself in the television series set in the infamous Qin family courtyard, he begins to suspect that his own demise may be intertwined with the denizens of this place. After all, this is indeed the notorious Qin family courtyard. As he delves deeper into his recollections, Yang Xiaotao confirms his suspicions and feels a sense of resignation regarding his forthcoming life in the courtyard. The thought of constantly navigating the treacherous intrigues of these cunning individuals while remaining vigilant against unseen attacks fills him with dread. Before his unexpected journey, he was not a figure of any significant prowess. Rather, he was merely a humble worker, toiling from 9 to 5, returning home to his phone and computer. His skills were modest, and his capabilities barely sufficient for making ends meet. The prospect of contributing noteworthy achievements to the nation in this new world seemed far-fetched, as his abilities likely paled in comparison to the elites of this realm. Nevertheless, he clung to the hope of simply living a stable life. Yet, in this courtyard teeming with beasts, the notion of stability is, for him, a mere luxury. Much akin to the depictions in television dramas, the courtyard he inhabits is an expansive 3-section compound. Originally the residence of a Qing dynasty official, it was later reclaimed by the state after the liberation and subsequently refurbished into a communal dwelling for the people. The entire courtyard is oriented north to south, adhering to a central axis layout. The first section comprises a front yard featuring a flower gate, flanked by the reverse house and the gatekeeper's quarters, housing the family of the third uncle and 5 other households. The second section serves as the central courtyard, accommodating his family, the Jia family, the Shaju family, and several others. The third section consists of the rear house beyond the main building, or the back courtyard, where the elderly Donglong, the Su family, the Lu family, and 3 other households reside. Yang Xiaotao's family occupies the central courtyard, their ear room originally serving as a study, spacious and well-lit, with a small open area in front that was once a garden. After tidying up the ear room, they partitioned it into 4 rooms, with his family and the elderly Chun couple each occupying 2. Adjacent to them reside the Shaju siblings, who occupy 2 main rooms. The entire courtyard comprises 22 households, with a total population exceeding 100 spanning all ages. In Yang Xiaotao's perspective, it would be somewhat unjust to claim that there are no good people in the courtyard. However, if one were to line them up and apprehend every other individual, there would undoubtedly be some who escape capture. Particularly among the main characters, he perceives none as virtuous. The male protagonist from the dramas, known as Sha Zhu, or He Yuzhu, strikes him as an obsequious fool, a mindless sycophant, and a lecherous one at that. As for the protagonist, Qin Huairu, there is no need to elaborate. She is a sophisticated tea artist, the quintessential white lotus, embodying selfishness and self-interest to an astonishing degree. In addition, there is the morally superior uncle Yi Zhonghai, adept at moral coercion, and the second uncle, Lu Haizhong, who possesses no real abilities yet harbors a voracious ambition for power. The third uncle, Yin Fugue, is meticulous and calculating, always seeking personal gain. Moreover, there is the notorious old shrew, infamous for her raucous outbursts, along with the treacherous white-eyed wolves and the parasitic vampire family that will emerge later. The fact that such a diverse group can coexist harmoniously within the courtyard is nothing short of a miracle. As for the circumstances surrounding the original owner's demise, and why Yang Xiaodao has traversed into this narrative, a surge of unwilling anger welled up within him after sifting through the final memories of the original owner. Clenching his fists until the veins bulged, he struck the wooden table with force. The reason for his death was entirely due to being beaten up, tossed onto the bed, and left unattended, ultimately freezing to death. Feeling the remnants of the original owner's sorrow and indignation, Yang Xiaodao took a deep breath to regain his composure. It turned out that 2 months prior, after sustaining an injury, Yang's father yearned to witness Yang Xiaodao carry on the family lineage, thus honoring their ancestors. Consequently, he entrusted relatives from their hometown of Yangjiazhuang with the task of finding a suitable match for Yang Xiaodao. Aware of the difficulties in securing a city woman, Yang's father understood that women from the countryside would eagerly seek opportunities in the city. Under such conditions, men who consumed commercial grain seldom lacked for wives, while women who relied on commercial grain sought partners of similar status. Initially, Yang's father sought a woman who could provide for his son Yang Xiaodao, but with the recent turn of events suggesting his life was nearing its end, he did not wish for anything extravagant, merely a swift marriage to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Thus, Qin Huairu from the neighboring Qin family village was soon introduced to the city and took residence in a courtyard. The matchmaking proceeded seamlessly in that era. Marriages were uncomplicated. From their first meeting to obtaining their marriage certificate, the process could be completed in as little as 2 days, albeit owing to the Civil Affairs Bureau's evening closure. Qin Huairu was eager to move to the city, and the Qin family consented to the union. However, just as the two families were preparing to formalize the engagement, the Qin family had a change of heart. The situation took a dramatic turn. They were beleaguered by illness and dwindling savings, with no one to care for them. The prospect of Qin Huairu marrying into their family, only to tend to a paralyzed father-in-law, appeared to be a veritable pit of fire. Consequently, Qin Huairu was intercepted by the Jia family and wed to Jia Dongshu. At that time, Jia Dongshu was not only a skilled mechanic, but also a formal employee at the steel mill, enjoying the benefits of a stable livelihood, and had a mother-in-law who could assist with childcare in the future. Furthermore, he had taken on a master, Zhonghai, a highly skilled mechanic, which made him appear a far more suitable match than Yang Xiaodao. Thus, when the Jia family extended their olive branch, Qin Huairu unhesitatingly departed from the Yang family. Upon learning of her choice, Yang's father was overcome with sorrow and passed away that very night. Yang Xiaodao, consumed by anger, sought to confront the Jia family that evening, only to find himself met with accusations. The 3 elder men in the courtyard would not allow him to speak, forcing him to return home to attend to his father's funeral. Subsequently, after assuming his father's responsibilities, Jia's family, along with the 3 uncles, treated him with disdain. Until last night, when the Jia family was preparing for a wedding, Yang Xiaodao, upon hearing the news, was overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation. He consumed half a bottle of liquor and confronted them, leading to a conflict with the people in the courtyard. Ultimately, he was beaten by Jia Dongshu, Su Damao, Shaju, Lu Guangtian, and Yin Jieqing, and was unceremoniously thrown back home. In the frigid night, left unattended, he perished in desolation. As he felt the surge of grief within, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding, greetings, host. The joyful learning system has been successfully installed. Please activate it. In the alleyway, 1.65 meters in height, Jia Dongshu, adorned in a borrowed Mao suit with a large red flower pinned to his chest, propelled an aged bicycle. Perched on the rear was a beautiful bride. Observing the welcoming crowd on either side, his small eyes narrowed into slits with delight. Who wouldn't envy him for marrying such a stunning woman? With his head held high and chest puffed out, this day marked the most joyous and blissful moment of his life. Following behind the bicycle were a few individuals, creating a lively atmosphere with their music. The bride was exceptionally radiant on this day. Her delicate face was adorned with smiling, almond-shaped eyes, displaying a hint of shyness as she greeted the crowd. Both warm and reserved. She wore a newly tailored floral padded jacket, accentuating her curvaceous figure, a fusion of youthfulness and allure. Drawing envious glances from the surrounding young men who couldn't help but swallow hard. Amidst the crowd, a long-faced youth, stroking the newly grown fuzz on his chin. Gazed in astonishment, his eyes lingering over the bride's figure, occasionally making smacking sounds. What a pity, what a pity. Damao, what's a pity? Someone jested from the side. Su Damao sneered. It's a pity that such a flower is planted in cow dung. Well, it's just a wildflower from the countryside. It's more than enough for a good-for-nothing like Jia Dongshu. Upon hearing this, Su Damao twisted his lips and conceded, true. With Jia Dongshu's worth, would any city girl take a fancy to him? Only a country girl would want to climb the social ladder, otherwise. Why would he only be getting married at this age? That's right. Without that grain ration book, the Jia family will suffer in the future. The crowd murmured. Their words tinged with envy. Su Damao turned his head. He had seen Qin Huairu back when she was at the Yang family, and to claim that he remained unmoved would be disingenuous. Throughout his years of experience, in terms of Qin Huairu's beauty, one could not find anyone comparable. Not just in the courtyard, but throughout the entire alley and street. The only lament was her background. Yet, with such a figure and grace, even in death, she would exude charm. In the courtyard, through the flowering gate, he observed the newcomer entering. A robust young man was tending to a pot, stirring continuously with a ladle while stealing glances at the figure approaching, a fervent emotion igniting within him. Shaju, let me tell you. Just as he was admiring the splendid sight, a sudden shrill voice pierced the air. Shaju's body jolted, akin to a miscreant caught in the act, his ears flushing with heat. Were it not for his steadfast position by the scalding stove, he might have been discovered. The speaker was an elderly woman, her triangular eyes gleaming, her round form nearly overshadowing half the stove. She stared at the meat in the pot, licking her lips before raising her head to force a smile. Shaju, this time my family Dongshu is getting married, so you must showcase your true skills. We cannot afford to lose face. Upon hearing this, Shaju chuckled, weighing the iron spatula in his hand, and proudly proclaimed, Aunt Jia, just you wait and see. I once he boast about other things, but when it comes to culinary prowess in the entire 4th and 9th city, how many can surpass me? This is our family's treasured skill. Since my grandfather's time, we've been cooking for the gentry in the city, and who hasn't he praised our food? Today, rest assured, I will make you proud. As he spoke, Jia Zhangshi also broke into a smile, her heart blossoming with joy. Using Shaju to cook is not only delicious, but also cost-free. Even the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar are provided by him, saving a considerable sum. After all, he is a chef. Moreover, the ingredients are readily available, so there is no regret in using them. Jia Zhangshi nodded in satisfaction, his gaze fixed on the golden, crispy pork in the pot, the enticing aroma instantly filling his mouth with saliva. Swallowing hard, he reiterated, Shaju, you mustn't sneak a bite while cooking. Our Jia family values its reputation. This time, purchasing a pound of meat is to bring honor to everyone, and entrusting the kitchen to you is a sign of Auntie's trust. Shaju paused, ultimately nodding and returning to his cooking, pondering that with over 100 people in the courtyard, a pound of meat would yield only a morsel per person. Such stinginess is unprecedented. Perhaps third uncle is even more miserly. As Shaju silently grumbled, Su Damao, who had arrived unnoticed, suddenly chimed in, Aunt Jia is right. A chef sneaking a taste is an ever-present concern. Even in lean years, chefs never go hungry. You must keep a close eye to ensure not even half a pound makes it to the table. With a clang, the spatula struck the edge of the pot, and Shaju rolled up his sleeves, calling out to Su Damao, Are you really pushing your luck? Su Damao, having already bolted, was well aware of their long history of skirmishes, often emerging victorious, but having developed a keen sense for retreat. Nevertheless, he retorted defiantly, Today is a joyous occasion for Brother Jia. I shan't stoop to your level. I'm off to see the bride. With that, he vanished without a trace. Shaju snorted in annoyance and resumed stirring the radishes and pork with his spatula. Unbeknownst to them, Jia Zhangshi was observing intently from the side. In the courtyard, Qin Huairu, accompanied by several aunts, stepped over the fire basin and officially entered the quadrangle, thus becoming a daughter-in-law of the Jia family. Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu entered together, traversing the central courtyard to reach the Jia residence. Nearby, Shaju gazed longingly at their retreating figures, as if something precious had slipped away, leaving him in discomfort. The newlyweds, under the witness of Elder Jia and Director Wang from the neighborhood committee, were united in matrimony. Subsequently, amidst the resounding slogans from Director Sun in the workshop, they embraced their roles as proud members of the working class, dedicated to the construction of their homeland and the advancement of socialism. Following this, they presented tea to Jia Zhangshi and set up 3 tables in the central courtyard. The tables were sparsely adorned with dishes, the highlight being stir-fried pork with radish, alongside steamed buns and cornmeal dumplings, considered a luxury in this world. The guests consisted of heads of households, while the women and children would have to settle for leftovers, contingent upon Jia family's generosity in allowing them to take home remnants. Just as Jia Dongxiu, with Qin Huairu by his side, was toasting at the table, Yang Xiaodao activated the Joyful Learning System. Ding. Joyful Learning System initiated. Detecting host's primary occupation as a fitter, activating system task. Ding. Task activated. Earn 100 credits within 5 days to advance to level 1 fitter. Task reward. A system initiation gift. Failure to complete the task will result in system termination. Yang Xiaodao paused momentarily, then suppressed his excitement, realizing he had finally found a foothold in this world. 5 days? It seems that the factory is organizing a unified assessment in 5 days. Could it be related to reality? The memories of the original occupant conveyed to him that this timing must have been chosen by the system for the assessment. Given his 2 months of prior experience at the job, coupled with frequent absences to care for his father, passing this assessment would indeed be quite challenging. However, the circumstances have changed. Endowed with a learning system, Yang Xiaodao now only needs to accumulate 100 credit points through study to enhance his skills as a machinist, thereby ensuring his success in the upcoming evaluation. Nevertheless, this matter must be set aside for now. His immediate concern is to vent the frustrations of his predecessor. Although I believe marrying Qin Huairu to be a grave mistake that brings no benefit to us, I shall act on your behalf to alleviate your grievances, thus fulfilling your final wish. Yang Xiaodao muttered to himself, rose from his seat, and opened the door, his body battered and bruised as he staggered into the biting wind. Limping out of the courtyard. In the central courtyard, several tables were filled with individuals enjoying their feast. After several rounds of drinks, many were already intoxicated. The protagonist, Jia Dongxiu, swayed his head, expressing his gratitude to an elder beside him and director's son from the workshop. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi were laughing together, with Director Wang from the street office beaming at their side, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. At that moment, someone casually glanced up and noticed a figure approaching. Gradually, more and more people took notice, and the scene grew quiet. Both Director Sun and Director Wang, seated at the head of the table, spotted Yang Xiaodao, exchanging glances filled with suspicion. When they arrived, they inquired about Yang Xiaodao, for the remarkable deeds of his father were well known, and it had been expressly instructed to take good care of the martyr's children. During their inquiries, the elder Yi Zhonghai claimed that Yang Xiaodao was ill and resting at home. However, upon observing his current demeanor, it was evident that Yi Zhonghai's words were far from the truth. Both individuals turned their gazes toward Yi Zhonghai, who now appeared restless, perspiring profusely on his back despite the frigid weather. His eyes darted to the side, signaling to the simple-minded Zhu. Initially focused on Qin Huairu, Zhu, upon receiving the cue, immediately redirected his attention to Yang Xiaodao, a surge of indignation igniting within his eyes. He then rose, and before he had even approached, his voice rang out. "Oh, my dear brother, what brings you up? You should be resting in bed if you're unwell. It's so cold outside." As his words fell, he had already rushed to Yang Xiaodao's side. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the courtyard began to murmur, echoing sentiments of concern. Indeed, he should be resting. Exactly. He probably came out just to grab a bite. I reckon he couldn't lie down any longer due to his anger. TSK. The whispers persisted, and Yang Xiaodao, witnessing the crowd's true nature, felt a cold amusement within himself. Addressing the approaching Zhu, who feigned concern yet whom he secretly wished would perish, he exclaimed, "It's none of your business." Zhu was momentarily taken aback, for Yang Xiaodao typically would not speak so assertively to him. Unfazed, Yang Xiaodao limped forward. Qin Huairu felt a wave of panic. The actions she had taken earlier were all too clear to those present, though the matter was not disseminated. It was out of a reluctance to offend the Jia family, not a lack of discernment. Their sense of right and wrong remained clear. As Yang Xiaodao approached, Jia Zhangshi, with her triangular eyes, glanced at Qin Huairu's countenance, the former amity instantly dissolving. It was well known that Qin Huairu was the first to be considered for marriage with Yang Xiaodao, even betrothed, and having lived in the same courtyard for so long, it was improbable that nothing transpired between them. Had her son, Jia Dongxiu, not been infatuated, insisting on marrying her, she would never have consented to a rustic village girl. With a disdainful snort, Jia Zhangshi caused Qin Huairu to tremble, who promptly lowered her head. Yang Xiaotao staggered to the table, followed by Sha Zhu, Su Dama, and others. Drawing a crowd, he cast a cold smile at Jia Dongxiu, whose drunken rage was evident, provoking him to leap up, only to be restrained by the first elder and forced back into his seat. Subsequently, his gaze swept over the deaf old lady, the first elder, Director's son, Director Wang, the second elder, the third elder, and finally settled upon Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu appeared beautiful today, and at this moment, even more so with her downcast eyes, appearing touchingly vulnerable. However, to Yang Xiaotao, well-versed in the narrative and human nature, all of this was merely a facade. With a shift in his expression, Yang Xiaotao fixed his gaze on Qin Huairu, declaring harshly, Qin Huairu, repay the money. Chapter 3. Never to associate again. Qin Huairu, repay the money. The voice was frigid, colder than the winter of 49. The downcast Qin Huairu immediately looked up, her eyes brimming with grievance, tears already flowing, stirring pity. Bang! Before Qin Huairu could utter a word, the imposing figure of Lu Haizhong, the second elder, abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Yang Xiaotao, do you not recognize the significance of today? Whatever matters you have, we shall discuss them later. Your presence here is clearly intended to stir trouble and disrupt the harmony of our courtyard. Lu Haizhong declared with an air of authority, his voice resonating with indignation. He felt deeply offended that Yang Xiaotao had the audacity to disregard him, the second elder, which raised questions about his future leadership within the courtyard. With a scornful glare directed at Yang Xiaotao, he simmered with anger. Lu Haizhong, I have indeed come here seeking trouble. However, my quarrel is not with you, but with her. Yang Xiaotao retorted, showing no regard for Lu Haizhong's status. The elder's anger flared as he stood up abruptly, his substantial belly causing the table to shake. You, he began, but Yang Xiaotao cut him off sharply. What of it? Are you her guardian? Can you speak on her behalf? Lu Haizhong found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless, merely standing there in disbelief. The other elders, observing Yang Xiaotao's audacious demeanor, were taken aback. He appeared a stark contrast to the timid persona they were accustomed to. They hesitated to intervene, and an uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Meanwhile, Jia Zhangshi prepared to speak, but Yang Xiaotao silenced her with a commanding voice. Qin Huairu, return the money that belongs to my family. Qin Huairu's face reflected a pitiable innocence, her internal turmoil evident as her vulnerable appearance stirred emotions in the simple-minded Sha Zhu, who felt an overwhelming urge to strike Yang Xiaotao down. Yet, amidst the crowd, he could only clench his fists, contemplating that if Yang Xiaotao continued his reckless behavior, he might have to take matters into his own hands for the greater good. Yang Xiaotao, I am at a loss for your words. I understand your discomfort. Yet this is my own decision. Dongxiu is a person worthy of trust, and I hope you can comprehend my perspective. Today marks my joyous occasion. If you wish to raise a glass in celebration, you are most welcome. However, should your intent be to disrupt, it need not be stated that the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters present would not tolerate it. Soft yet firm, gentle yet pointed, placing oneself above morality, such as Qin Huairu. It is indeed rare for a country girl to possess such insight. No wonder she has entered my home. Yang Xiaotao chuckled mockingly. Yet his words sent a chill through Qin Huairu, particularly the last remark, as the nearby Jia Zhangshi shifted uncomfortably. Nonetheless, while today is indeed your auspicious day, it also marks the occasion for my debt collection. Repaying debts is a matter of principle, Yang Xiaotao asserted decisively. Jia Dongxiu could no longer contain himself, his expression fierce, his slanted eyes ablaze with anger. Repayment? Very well, state your amount. Provide a figure. Jia Zhangxi's countenance darkened. This daughter-in-law had just entered the family and had yet to enjoy the benefits of her mother-in-law's care, and now she was expected to spend? She glared at Yang Xiaotao, her eyes sharp as daggers, as if wishing to see him flayed alive. It was common knowledge. Unfazed by Jia Zhangxi's predatory gaze, Yang Xiaotao turned to the assembled crowd and declared, Our family's dealings with Qin Huairu are known throughout the courtyard. Even those beyond the alley are aware. My family was the first to seek a marriage proposal from the Qin family, and we even paid the betrothal gifts. As the wedding loomed, the woman, witnessing my family's destitution and my father's paralysis, found herself unable to endure a life of hardship, and ulterior motives began to surface. The true nature of the Jia family was well known, and Jia Dongxiu seized the opportunity to undermine me, offering a mere 5 yuan more in betrothal money, which swayed the woman's resolve, leading her to renege on our marriage agreement and marry Jia Dongxiu instead. What dignity or honor does such a woman and such a Jia family leave for my Yang family? Our Yang family may be impoverished compared to the Jia family's affluence. And I, Yang Xiaotao, accept my misfortune. However, the betrothal money was derived from my father's pension. Shouldn't it be returned? Upon hearing this, the surrounding people understood the situation, and a flurry of discussions erupted. So, Qin Huairu is like that, is she? Isn't this just a case of disdain for poverty and admiration for wealth? The Jia family's actions are truly unscrupulous. Indeed, don't they know what kind of people they are? They have such audacity. Exactly, if the marriage falls through, the betrothal money should naturally be returned. Yes, these days, no one's money comes easily. If she's not marrying, she should return the betrothal money. Absolutely. Amidst the clamor, only silly Zhu and a few others remained silent, even attempting to say some kind words for Qin Huairu, but their voices were drowned out by the multitude. Wang and Sun were also on edge, never imagining that attending a wedding could lead to such a predicament. How much? Jia Dongshu asked, his face clouded with gloom, as he gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. The betrothal money was 10 yuan. The eggs, flour, pork, and cooking oil delivered before and after amounted to over 3 yuan. Yang Xiaodao recounted this meticulously as Jia Dongshu inhaled deeply, stating, "Fine, I shall give you 15. Thus, the matter was settled. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi squirmed uncomfortably, like one seated upon a hot stove, yearning to speak yet unable to utter a word, feeling utterly distressed. Qin Huairu remained silent, fully aware that the Yang family had contributed far beyond 15 yuan for this marriage arrangement. "Mother," Jia Dongshu called out, signifying for Jia Zhangshi to retrieve the money. The family finances had always been under her control. Wait. Before Jia Zhangshi could respond, Yang Xiaodao continued, "I have yet to finish my calculations." Under the scornful gazes of Jia Dongshu and Jia Zhangshi, he pressed on. "Qin Huairu, you have resided in our Yang family for over 2 months now, haven't you?" At this, Qin Huairu trembled, her eyes fixed on Yang Xiaodao, as if pleading for him to cease his words. However, Yang Xiaodao paid no heed. He intended to make the so-called pure flower aware that certain actions, once taken, cannot be erased. Whether good or bad, the facts must be clarified. What belongs to whom must be acknowledged, and no one shall bear the blame unjustly. Let us calculate for 2 months. During this time, my family procured you an entire outfit, not to mention the fabric coupons. The clothing from the supply and marketing cooperative comes with a receipt, totaling 5 yuan and 8 cents. You cannot dispute this. Moreover, factoring in meals, it would amount to at least 5 yuan per month. Of course, during this period, you also took care of my father and me. So, the money for food and accommodation will be waived. I'll deduct another month for you. But the money for buying clothes must be included. Don't feel wronged. I won't ask for much. It's 20 yuan in total. Yang Xiaodao meticulously calculated the account. Across from him, Jia Dongshu clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. His face flushed crimson by the phrase taking care of daily life. The Yang family had only 2 rooms in total. Yang's father occupied one. So the remaining one naturally belonged to Qin Huairu and Yang Xiaodao. Thinking of his bride, he felt a verdant hue upon his head. Behind the crowd, Su Damao glanced at Qin Huairu, then at Yang Xiaodao, finally fixating on Qin Huairu's voluptuous figure, emitting a lewd smile. Others around also discerned the meaning in the words, and many looked at Jia Dongshu with pity. As for Shashu, his mind was a blank, with only one thought: why wasn't it me? Director Wang and Director Sun frowned. After hearing Yang Xiaodao's words, they realized that Yang Xiaodao was deliberately provoking the Jia family. This was a declaration of rupture. Smack. Suddenly, Jia Zhangshi turned around and delivered a solid slap to Qin Huairu's face. Instantly, a red palm print appeared on her fair face, and her entire cheek swelled up. Seeing this, those around were shocked. Yang Xiaodao sneered. In reality, during the month Qin Huairu had moved in, Yang Xiaodao had been staying in the same room as his father to take care of him, while Qin Huairu had her own room. Although they were engaged, they had not yet performed the wedding ceremony and had maintained their propriety. In the realm of relationships, the final bastion remains unbreached. Initially, Yang Xiaodao believed he would achieve a breakthrough during the pinnacle of his life, but it has become evident that Qin Huairu is merely seeking an escape route. At this moment, Yang Xiaodao refrains from exposing the truth, allowing the onlookers to indulge in their speculations. Such self-delusion can prove to be the most perilous. Indeed, it was Jia Zhangshi who first succumbed to impatience. "Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. We have nothing." "Mom, you must believe me." Qin Huairu, disregarding her swollen visage, let tears cascade down her cheeks, her demeanor pitiful. Don't you? We are innocent. Enough. Observing Qin Huairu in such a state, Jia Dongshu regained his composure. The marriage certificate has been acquired, and the nuptials conducted. Qin Huairu is now his wife. Moreover, was it not her beauty that initially captivated him when he intercepted her? Betrayal? A green hat? Gazing upon the enchanting woman, he gritted his teeth, dismissing it all. 20? Fine. Just 20. Yet, having bestowed the money upon you, henceforth. Qin Huairu belongs to the Jia family. You shall have no ties with us. Jia Dongshu nearly shouted this declaration. Yang Xiaodao, however, merely chuckled derisively. How laughable. A good horse does not turn back to graze where it is fed. This worn-out shoe is yours, and I would not even touch it. I have no desire to be entangled with her. Your reasoning is truly extraordinary. Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd, infuriating Jia Dongshu, who raised his fist but was restrained by Yi Zhonghai beside him. Since we are all present today, I shall make a statement to avoid any misunderstandings. From this day forth, Yang Xiaodao's voice rose 3 degrees, resonating clearly throughout the courtyard. The Yang family and the Jia family hereby sever all ties, vowing to have no further interaction. With the neighbors and the 3 esteemed elders as witnesses, let it be known that henceforth, the Yang family shall not be implicated in any affairs of the Jia family. Failure to respect this will result in consequences. Furthermore, from this day forward, should any member of the Jia family dare to set foot on my property, they shall be regarded as intruders and dealt with accordingly. I mean what I say. Jia Dongshu was incensed. Qin Huairu was provoked by the accusation. Jia Zhangshi even rose, ready to resort to violence. Enough. Following those words, another thunderous shout erupted. This time, it was the first elder, who, witnessing the situation firsthand, could no longer contain his fury and stood up. As Jia Dongshu's mentor and the first elder of this courtyard, he felt compelled to assert his authority and halt this farce. At this moment, the first elder and the second elder stood together, glaring at Yang Xiaotao, the debt collector. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Disrupting good deeds is unconscionable. Does your conscience not prick you? If you persist in this manner, who in the courtyard will dare to associate with you in the future? One must possess a conscience and avoid excessive selfishness. Yang Xiaodao was well aware of Yi Zhonghai's true nature, a renowned hypocrite in the courtyard, even more detestable than the genuine scoundrel, Su Damao. Faced with Yi Zhonghai's moral offensive, the entire courtyard seemed united in their condemnation, the weight of morality pressing down. However, they were dealing with a transmigrator, someone who had long seen through this group of beasts. If it were not for the property situated here, in this challenging era of habitation, Yang Xiaodao would have long vacated this furnace of a place. Nevertheless, when the day arrives marked by the gentle caress of spring breezes, he shall depart without hesitation. Distancing himself from this pack of beasts, having long prepared himself mentally, he harbors no illusions about unity and harmony. Aligning himself with such individuals would be akin to seeking trouble in a latrine. It is best to maintain a significant distance from these people, for engaging with them only leads to deeper entanglements, ultimately reducing one to mere fodder. Thus, the moralistic constraints imposed upon him hold no weight. In fact, amidst the murmurs of those around him, Yang Xiaodao feels an odd sense of comfort. In the face of Yi Zhonghai's piercing gaze, he merely smirks and shakes his head. Raising his hand, he unbuttons his coat at the chest. The onlookers are left bewildered. Soon, he sheds his tattered cotton coat, laying it on the ground. Under the astonished stares of the crowd, Yang Xiaodao proceeds to remove his inner shirt. Even though the winter sun shines warmly at noon, the act of undressing outdoors sends shivers down the spines of the onlookers. So much so that the stunned crowd does not intervene as he reveals his upper body. Some young girls hastily cover their eyes, while others shout accusations of indecency. Shaju clenches his fists, ready to charge forward, and beside him, Su Damao, eyes darting, prepares to seize the moment for a kick. However, it is Director Wang from the street office who reacts most swiftly, rising quickly from his seat to confront Yang Xiaodao. Xiaodao, what are you doing? He exclaims. Director Wang, look. Young Xiaodao trembled, his voice choked with grievance. Confronted with Director Wang's concern, Xiaodao turned, revealing the extent of his suffering. At this juncture, the assembly focused their gaze upon Xiaodao's torso, beholding a landscape of contusions upon his fair back, a constellation of bruises, numbering over a dozen, both large and small. His arms mirrored this disfigurement, a tapestry of purple and cyan, evoking empathy in the observer. A collective gasp arose, and the room was consumed by a wave of astonishment. Director Wang felt a surge of indignation and sorrow. Who could be so merciless as to subject this youth to such brutality? Judging by the injuries, how much abuse had he endured? She found it inconceivable that such depravity could be concealed within this courtyard, a place that purportedly championed moral exemplars. And she, alas, had been oblivious. Director's son of the workshop, unable to remain seated, swiftly approached and gingerly touched the wounds on Xiaotao's back, causing him to recoil in pain. "Child, put on your clothes." Director's son draped the garment over Xiaotao and snugly fastened his cotton-padded coat. Only then did Xiaotao begin to regain warmth, though he had already been severely chilled. His lips pallid. Director Wang presented him with a glass of warm water, which he accepted and sipped slowly. At the head table, Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong experienced a sense of foreboding upon witnessing Xiaotao's injuries, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, under the scrutiny of Directors Wang and Sun, they were paralyzed, unable to either sit or stand, their words trapped within, left only to observe the unfolding events. "Aunt Wang, thank you." With tears welling in his eyes, Xiaotao, having consumed some warm water, attempted to bow to Director Wang, but was promptly restrained by Director Sunday. "Aunt Wang, when my father was alive, he often said that you had helped our family immensely. Initially, I had no intention of troubling you. However, given my current state of health, I must hasten to the hospital, for I cannot guarantee that I will see the sun rise tomorrow. Today, I find myself here out of sheer desperation, as I lack the funds for medical treatment. Were it not for my dire circumstances, I would not wish to disturb your good deeds at this moment." As I spoke, tears cascaded down my cheeks, and those around me, unable to bear the sight, bowed their heads in silence. "I understand, truly. You are a kind soul." Aunt Wang's heart ached further upon hearing this. Such a good child, left motherless and abandoned by a father, living in solitude is no easy plight. After uttering these words, she cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at Yi Zhonghai and the others, her expression frosty and fearsome. "Yi Zhonghai, Master Yi, is this what you refer to as illness? Such a severe incident of assault. Why has it not been reported to the street office? Why are the perpetrators not facing stringent punishment? Are you all shielding and condoning their actions, or is this your method of handling affairs? Is this your conduct? It seems you have lost your clarity and no longer wish to fulfill your duties." The atmosphere was charged, akin to a thunderclap. As both Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong trembled at the director's fury, the scene fell into a profound silence. With even the scheming Jia Zhangshi and the irate Jia Dongshu subdued, sitting quietly on their benches, too intimidated to retaliate. In the background, foolish Zhu and Su Damao cautiously withdrew, wary of becoming collateral damage. The three elderly gentlemen in the courtyard were, in fact, mediators dispatched by the street office, tasked with resolving trivial neighborhood disputes and fostering harmonious relations among residents. He held no official position, merely an honorary title within the subdistrict office, which afforded him familiarity with local affairs. Such appointments were at the sole discretion of the subdistrict office director. "Director, we acknowledge our oversight. We have been preoccupied with Dongshu's wedding arrangements of late, which has indeed led to some negligence. We offer our sincerest apologies and vow to prevent any recurrence of such errors." The second elder, Lu Haizhong, immediately offered a humble apology, adopting a most contrite demeanor. At present, his position as the second elder was his most significant distinction. Though he served as a team leader in the workshop, his authority was limited, with some even defying his directives. This left the official enthusiast to seek fulfillment and exercise his authority within the confines of the courtyard. "Indeed, Director, our courtyard has maintained an impeccable record over the years, consistently earning recognition as an exemplary courtyard," the third elder interjected, rising to his feet as his personal interests were implicated. The designation of exemplary courtyard brought with it an additional pound of white flour for each household at the year's end. Wang, the director, cast a gaze upon the two men, ultimately fixing her attention on Yi Zhonghai. Through years of interaction, she had gained a clear understanding of Yi Zhonghai's character, suspecting that he had condoned the incident. However, in the presence of so many individuals and considering his expertise as an 8th-grade fitter, she deemed it necessary to extend him some courtesy. "Xiaotao," she inquired, "how did this injury occur? Who inflicted it? Uncover the perpetrator." Such brutal actions are indicative of a complete disregard for the law and basic human decency. Before Yang Xiaotao could respond, Jia Zhangshi, who had been seething over the 20 yuan fine, observed Director Wang's intimidating demeanor. Realizing that her family was likely to incur a financial penalty, her eyes darted about before she erupted into a piercing wail. "Old Jia, open your eyes and take a look. We, The orphans and widows are being bullied right in our own home? This is utterly outrageous. A group of people harassing an elderly woman as if we are not entitled to live. Jia Zhangshi forcefully pushed away her chair and collapsed onto the ground, wailing uncontrollably. The sudden upheaval caught not only Yang Xiaotao and Director Wang off guard, but even Qin Huairu beside her was startled, nearly joining her on the floor. You heartless bunch. Today is my son's joyous occasion, and yet you come to disrupt it. What wicked intentions do you harbor? You simply cannot bear to see our family prosper. Old Jia, please come out and take away these miscreants who torment us. Jia Zhangshi continued to wail, while Jia Dongxu hurried to help her up. However, given Jia Zhangshi's robust physique, Jia Dongxu found it nearly impossible to lift her. Qin Huairu, with her swollen face, stepped in to assist, and together they managed to hoist her back onto the chair. Having witnessed Jia Zhangshi's theatrics on television, Yang Xiaotao was not unfamiliar with her antics. Yet, while the television showcased actors, in reality, Jia Zhangshi's performance was raw and genuine. Her expressions vividly conveying the essence of a shrew, with her voice fluctuating as she howled. Nevertheless, no matter how much she wailed, threw a tantrum, or hurled insults, Yang Xiaotao remained unfazed. There was no sense of guilt regarding the so-called bullying of an elder. What a farce. In these trying times, being over 40 and carrying such excess weight hardly qualifies one as an elder. Director Wang, seasoned and composed, stood by with a cold smirk. Having encountered numerous instances of rural elderly women creating disturbances, the director of the street office had long since grown accustomed to such antics. However, before she could utter a word, the sight of Yang Xiaotao's sardonic smile ignited the ire of Jia Zhangshi, who, fixating on her target, unleashed a torrent of invective. Pointing a finger directly at him. You little beast, a wretched orphan born of a mother who abandoned you. Do not expect a life of ease in this world. Nearby, an elderly man flinched at the term orphan, a word that struck a sensitive chord within him. Even though it was not directed at him, he felt a pang of discomfort. Do you think our family is easy to bully? You are a cursed child who has brought ruin upon your parents. May you suffer a miserable fate. The harsh words poured forth relentlessly, yet Yang Xiaotao stood with blurred vision, fists clenched, and body trembling. Suddenly, he turned to Director Sun and asked, Director, did I really bring misfortune upon my parents? This unexpected inquiry landed like a heavy blow on the hearts of all present. Even Jia Zhangshi, who had been reveling in her tirade, found herself momentarily speechless, glancing around at the assembled crowd, uncertain whether to continue her verbal assault. The onlookers turned their gaze towards her, while Director Sun, face flushed with indignation, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Although Yang's father worked in the third workshop and he himself was the head of the first, he understood the circumstances surrounding Yang's father's injury and eventual demise. The factory had already classified this incident, leaving no room for disparagement. Gazing at the boy before him, whose tear-filled eyes reflected a poignant sense of injustice, Director Sun's heart softened. The fury that had once consumed him now struggled to contain itself. Child, your father is a hero. He sacrificed himself to protect the people's property and the factory. He is a paragon for us to emulate. Anyone who slanders a revolutionary hero shall be met with disdain. Director Sun, fueled by his inner fire, cast a piercing glance at Jia Zhang, the chill in his eyes sending shivers down Yi Zhonghai's spine. Do not be deceived by his rank as an 8th-level machinist. Even in the factory, a semblance of respect must be afforded. Yet, at his core, he remains a laborer. Historically, the common people have never battled against authority, and even now, while the working class is paramount and laborers are glorified, certain realities must still be taken into account. As a direct superior, there are always means to make life difficult for others. Moreover, they themselves have no justification for today's events. Yi Zhonghai turned his gaze toward Yang Xiaotao. This once inconspicuous boy had suddenly become unfamiliar, so alien that he felt a loss of control over the situation. What could have transpired to transform him so? The cunning and strategy displayed were beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. While he contemplated this, Jia Zhang paused momentarily upon hearing Director Sun's words, sensing a shift in public opinion. Resolutely, she raised her head and continued her tirade, even as Qin Huairu, who had noticed the troubling signs, tugged at her sleeve in vain. Silence, you uncouth old crone. My father is a hero who has contributed to the people and the factory. How dare you twist his legacy into something sinister? What ulterior motive drives you to distort the truth and cast shadows upon his honor? Is it permissible for those who safeguard national property and contribute to the country to be vilified in such a manner? Yang Xiaotao erupted with an unprecedented force, his voice resonating like a grand bell echoing throughout the courtyard. The dazed Yi Zhonghai was jolted back to reality. Upon reflection, a sense of foreboding gripped him, prompting an instinctive urge to intervene. However, just as he attempted to articulate his thoughts, Yang Xiaotao's fervent voice surged forth once more, leaving him with a stifled sense of frustration. Aunt Wang, director, you witnessed and heard her slander against you. I believe there are severe issues with this individual. Yang Xiaotao declared, his words laced with gritted teeth, causing cold sweat to trickle down the brows of those surrounding him. In the biting cold, shivers were palpable among the crowd. Even the dim-witted Xiazhu instinctively shifted backward. The moment those words escaped his lips, not only did Jia Zhang's family falter, but even Yi Zhonghai's countenance shifted dramatically, while Lu Haizhong, nearby, found himself swaying unsteadily, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a thud, his previously protruding belly now sagging. The chair behind him had shifted during his rise, leaving him to plummet into empty space. Such upheaval elicited no response from the onlookers. They were rendered speechless, captivated by the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the third uncle discreetly edged away, creating distance from the Jia family. Had he not been seated at the table, he would have fled at once. The others around him mirrored this sentiment, their apprehension palpable. The arrangement of three uncles within the courtyard was a strategic measure for personnel management, enabling timely reporting of any issues. The street office possessed the authority to conduct inspections and was always open to reports from the populace. Thus, the atmosphere was charged with sensitivity, and the community maintained a respectful distance, wary of entanglements. Jia Zhang, with his mouth agape, was taken aback, and as his mind finally returned to him, he glanced at the surrounding individuals, a surge of fear rising in his slanted eyes. No, it's not me. I am not, Jia Zhang stammered in a fluster. Yet the words escaped his lips, and his profanities were heard clearly by all present, leaving him with no means of denial. Beside him, Jia Dongxu was equally startled, his mouth opening to speak, but no sound emerging. Yi Zhonghai endeavored to maintain his composure, wishing to explain, yet he was met with a cold, piercing glare from Director Wang, which silenced him. It was evident to him that today's events would not end amicably. Observing Yang Xiaotao, whose expression was one of deep animosity, only heightened his anxiety about the unforeseen complications that lay ahead. At that moment, Director Wang of the street office wore a grave expression. Upon Yang Xiaotao's entrance, her heart sank. She had heard of the Yang family's circumstances, and there had been directives from above to provide them with special consideration. She had hoped that the three elders in the courtyard would alleviate her concerns, particularly with Yi Zhonghai's assurances, but she had not anticipated the turn of events that would unfold today. Casting a glance at Yi Zhonghai, her anger ignited. Yi Zhonghai, sensing the tension, averted his gaze and turned his head aside. The second elder, regaining a semblance of his former vigor, felt the previous scene was too embarrassing, and thus he stood tall again, seeking to restore his authority. Xiaotao, your Aunt Jia is merely speaking thoughtlessly. Her words bear no malice. Today is a joyous occasion, and with so many outsiders present, let us refrain from such discussions. Please, take your seat and join us for a drink. Yang Xiaotao cast a disdainful glance at Lu Haizhong, a cold smile gracing his lips. I have stated before, the Jia family's wine holds no allure for me. Moreover, I have just stated that our two families shall remain forever estranged. Lu Haizhong, have you lost your hearing, or are you simply forgetful? If you are unwell, seek treatment promptly. If you cannot be cured, at least vacate the position of the second master to prevent your careless words from endangering your own life. Furthermore, do not presume to be a paragon of virtue. The injuries I bear today also bear the mark of your Lu Guanqi. As these words were spoken, a burly youth in the crowd, his face twisted with menace, revealed himself to be Lu Guanqi. You, humph. The second master's expression darkened, his arm raised. Yet upon seeing Director's son, he ultimately relented, letting out a cold snort before sinking back into his chair. This time, he suffered an even greater loss of face. The third master at the periphery remained silent, continuing to munch on the peanuts laid out before him. Young Xiaotao, have you not yet had your fill of chaos? Suddenly, Qin Huairu spoke up from the front, her face a portrait of grievance, tears brimming in her eyes, evoking a sense of pity and an instinctive urge to protect. With the situation as it stands today, how can my wedding proceed? My mother-in-law is in a foul mood. What harm is there in her speaking a few words to you? How can you be so devoid of conscience? In the crowd, Shaj immediately chimed in, affirming her words. Indeed, you scoundrel, are ruining the good fortune of the Jia family, and yet you cannot bear to be reprimanded. Were it up to me, I would have already given you a couple of punches. As Shaju spoke, he raised his fist, gesturing towards Yang Xiaotao's back. Gradually, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, clearly stirred by Qin Huairu's words, which had stripped Yang Xiaotao of his facade and revealed the true nature of this so-called White Lotus. In the courtyard, the ability to conceal one's true nature while managing the responsibilities of caring for the elderly and nurturing children is not a trivial endeavor. Aunt Wang. In response to the murmurs around him, Yang Xiaotao remained silent, merely casting a glance towards Aunt Wang. The director, well acquainted with the intricacies of this courtyard, was fully aware of the character of Jia Zhangshi. It was true that she was indolent and prone to unruly behavior, yet there were things she would not believe. If everyone were like that, it would be a different story, but such thoughts were merely fanciful. However, she held no regard for such useless individuals. Upon hearing Yang Xiaotao's inquiry, Director Wang nodded and then surveyed the crowd, silencing the chatter with a mere glance. In these times, the authority of the street office was considerable, overseeing not only the security of the alleys but also the distribution of rations to every household, along with matters concerning marriages, introductions, and various civil affairs. To offend them would be to invite unnecessary trouble upon oneself. Zhang Erniu. Without addressing anyone else, Director Wang called out directly. As a woman of the new era, she must treat such matters with the utmost seriousness. Xiao Lu, escort her to the street office for further action. As her words echoed, Lu, an official from the street office who had accompanied her, promptly moved behind the table, pushing aside Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu, and swiftly twisting Jia Zhangshi's right arm behind her back. Yi Zhonghai, standing nearby, contemplated interjecting, but upon witnessing Jia Zhangshi's arrest, he refrained from speaking further. Realizing what was happening, Jia Zhangshi attempted to resist, yet under Lu's firm grip, any chance of rebellion was futile, though she wished to scream and act defiant. Lu had encountered countless scenes in his years of service and remained unfazed. With a forceful twist of her hand, Jia Zhangshi immediately felt excruciating pain, rendering her helpless as she was escorted outside. Dongshu, save me. I do not wish to go. Let me go. I do not want to go. Uncle, Zhonghai, help. Help. The anguished cries of Jia Zhangshi echoed through the courtyard, yet no one dared to step forward. Yi Zhonghai observed Jia Dongshu, who, with his head lowered, could not even raise it in response to his mother's pleas, his heart filled with a deep-seated irritation. Is this truly the elderly caretaker he had chosen? If he treated his own mother in such a manner, could he genuinely care for them both in their old age? At that moment, Yi Zhonghai was engulfed in profound doubt. Director, my mother-in-law truly made an unintentional mistake. She merely speaks too freely. After all these years, she is just an old woman. Please, have mercy on her. With a thud, Qin Huairu rushed forward and knelt upon the ground, her expression one of profound sorrow and worry. The scene before Yi Zhonghai suddenly jolted him back to reality, as if he had grasped a glimmer of hope. Observing Qin Huairu prostrated on the ground, the onlookers felt a wave of emotions, praising the Jia family for having such a virtuous daughter-in-law. Shaju felt a surge of excitement, thinking to himself, Sister Qin has such a kind heart. Then he glanced at Yang Xiaotao, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. At that moment, witnessing Qin Huairu's earnest performance, Director Wang was also moved. However, in front of so many witnesses, to retract his previous stance would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Moreover, Jia Zhangshi was Jia Zhangshi, and Qin Huairu was Qin Huairu. As a public servant, one must maintain a clear distinction between public and private matters and be strict with oneself. Gazing at Qin Huairu, Director Wang remained calm but delivered his message with gravity. A nation has its laws, and a family has its rules. To err is to invite punishment. This is not a matter of leveraging connections or fostering relationships. Upon hearing Director Wang's words, Jia Zhangshi's face turned ashen. Initially, when Qin Huairu knelt down to plead for her, she felt a flicker of gratitude and hoped to overcome this tribulation. However, she was now resigned to the harsh reality. Reluctantly, her body was dragged away. Vanishing beyond the threshold, a kind-hearted woman approached and helped Qin Huairu to her feet. Her once charming demeanor now appeared even more haggard, evoking sympathy from those present. Yet, only Yang Xiaotao understood the true nature of Qin Huairu. Despite her seemingly harmless facade, she was brimming with cunning. Given her inherent potential, she could soar to great heights and transform into a predatory White Lotus should the opportunity arise. Much like the conclusion of the television drama, where she, with her beauty and guile, manipulated Uncle Da to keep the simpleton, Shaju, firmly under her control. Ultimately, she married Shaju. Yet how could a woman who has already wed bear children? It was evident that she harbored no intention of providing Shaju with offspring, aiming to sever the roots of the Laohe family. Later, when Shaju returned with the son of Liu Shaoyi, he too was ensnared by her deceit, leaving him utterly destitute and ultimately leading to his lonely demise. Meanwhile, she, riding on the wave of a protagonist's fortune, squandered Shaju's wealth, property, and youth. Furthermore, under the guise of establishing a nursing home, she secured the ownership of the entire courtyard. It is not difficult to foresee that the ultimate owner of this courtyard would be the ungrateful Viper. Though the courtyard may appear worthless now, in a few decades, with the astronomical property prices in the capital, it would undoubtedly transform her into a billionaire. In summary, within the narrative of the television drama, through the relentless efforts of Qin Huairu, her family thrives and ultimately emerges as the victors. As for the others, they merely serve as background figures, stepping stones in the journey. However, the individual who once played the role of a mere backdrop, Yang Xiaotao, has transformed into someone else entirely. Regardless of the protagonists, he turns a blind eye as long as he is not personally affected. Yet, should someone trespass his taboos and provoke him, he will not hesitate to repay grievances with vengeance. Yang Xiaotao observes the performance of the White Lotus with a cold smirk, thinking, is it merely acting? As if anyone cannot do the same. Suddenly, his swaying body lurched forward, teetering on the brink of collapse. Be careful. Director's son, quick on his feet, reached out to steady Yang Xiaotao, feeling the frailness of his form and becoming anxious. Xiaotao, what is wrong? Are you all right? Director Wang inquired with concern. Yang Xiaotao grimaced and pointed towards his right leg. Upon seeing this, Director Sun promptly rolled up his pant leg, revealing the calf. A collective gasp of shock emanated from the onlookers. In the crowd, Su Dumao staggered, acutely aware that the injury on his leg was a result of his own dramatic display the previous day. Who could be so malicious? Director Sun, examining the swollen calf, wore a frostbitten expression, exuding an authoritative presence that silenced the crowd, some even recoiling in fear. Yi Zhonghai, tell me, who is responsible? Director Sun pointed at Yi Zhonghai, shouting furiously, he is but a child, yet you resort to such brutal measures. This endangers lives. As a member of the steel mill, harming the workers is tantamount to committing a crime. A crime. If you remain silent, I will summon the security department to investigate thoroughly. As Director Sun yelled, Yi Zhonghai lowered his head, while Lu Haizhong panted heavily. It was he who had instigated the beating of Yang Xiaotao the previous day. At that moment, he had felt a sense of power, but now it seemed he was courting disaster. Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, Yin Fuguwei, you must provide me with an explanation. Director Wang's demeanor was indifferent, yet those familiar with him understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Whenever Director Wang exhibited such an expression, it foreshadowed misfortune for someone. Yi Zhonghai was well aware of this, but how could he provide an explanation now? Among the assailants were Jia Dongxiu and Shaju. Losing either of them would be a painful sacrifice. Lu Haizhong, on the other hand, would never surrender himself. If he could throw Lu Guangqi under the bus without care, that would be different, but it could not involve him personally. Meanwhile, Yin Fuguwei remained aloof, as yesterday, his only involvement was that Yin Jieqing had lent a small hand, leaving him unscathed. Observing the three remained silent and the bystanders timidly offering no opinions, Director Wang's expression turned icy as he addressed Director Sun in the workshop. Old Sun, one of your factory's employees has been assaulted. Please have your security department handle it. Director Sun nodded. His disappointment in these individuals was palpable, particularly towards Yi Zhonghai. While everyone within the factory sang praises, the absurdity of the situation unfolding in this courtyard was truly staggering, challenging his understanding. Upon hearing that the security department would be involved, Yi Zhonghai could no longer remain a passive observer. He hastily exclaimed, Director Sun, this minor issue can be resolved internally within our compound. After all, yesterday's events were provoked, and both parties were somewhat heated. There is no need to escalate this to the security department. As he spoke, he nudged Lu Haizhong subtly. Indeed, Director, our misunderstanding yesterday was genuine. Xiaotao overreacted. But we all comprehend the emotions involved. After all, it is only natural to feel distressed when one's spouse is taken away. However, we did not anticipate things escalating to this extent, especially with Uncle De and the Jia family in such a state of agitation. Lu Haizhong concluded, only to find Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongxiu casting him furious glares, as if to suggest he was attempting to shift the blame onto them while clearing himself of any culpability. Yes, Director, we were merely lending assistance. Look where that assistance has led us, sighed Yin Fugui, hastily positioning himself as a mere bystander in the unfolding drama. All of them were astute manipulators. Yang Xiaodao, upon hearing their exchanges, could not help but chuckle inwardly, recognizing the opportunistic nature of their intentions. Nevertheless, he remained silent, embodying the role of the tragic figure, patiently awaiting Director Wang's decision. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu, who had just risen, observed the scene before her, her gaze fixated on Yang Xiaodao, harboring resentment within her heart. His actions shattered the melancholic atmosphere that she had painstakingly cultivated, leaving no room for remedy. How infuriating, this wretched scoundrel, even in her plight. He would not allow her a moment of peace. How cruel can one be? Qin Huairu's fingers intertwined, her eyes harboring resentment. At that moment, Jia Dongshu turned to Yang Xiaotao with bloodshot eyes, his expression so fierce that it seemed he wished to strike him down. Yang Xiaodao, you caused a ruckus yesterday. Why didn't you speak up? The roar was akin to that of hell itself directed at Yang Xiaotao. Yin Fugui observed the director in silence before shifting his gaze to Yang Xiaodao. Xiaodao, it's evident that everyone acted without malice. You are aware of what transpired yesterday. And we must strive for harmony in the courtyard moving forward, mustn't we? We are old acquaintances. During your father's lifetime, we often interacted. If this escalates to the security department, it would reflect poorly on us all. Yin Fugui spoke earnestly, his aim clear, to downplay the situation. Director Wang, standing alongside him, contemplated the matter more deeply. Those residing here were Yang Xiaotao, and, should he be dealt with harshly, it would ultimately be Yang Xiaodao who would suffer. She could support him, but she could not live his life for him. Yang Xiaodao perceived the sentiments of those around him. Having succeeded in capturing the old hypocrite Jia Zhashi, he had already achieved his goal. After all, this old crone had spoken ill of his family both in public and private, ultimately becoming the excuse for Qin Huairu's broken engagement. It could be said that Qin Huairu bore 70% of the blame, while Jia Zhashi accounted for the remaining 30%. As for the remaining individuals, Yang Xiaodao understood that it was impossible to eradicate the issue entirely in one fell swoop. Therefore, maximizing benefits and securing advantages was the course of action to pursue at present. Third uncle, I too was infuriated by the shamelessness of that family yesterday. However, my injuries are certainly not fabricated. Upon hearing Yang Xiaotao's words, third uncle exhaled deeply, while the elder uncle raised his head and said, Xiaotao, what do you suggest we do? Yang Xiaotao made an effort to rise, surveying his surroundings. Behind him, Shaju glared coldly. And Su Damao attempted to retreat but found himself unable to escape Yang Xiaotao's gaze. Aunt Wang, escalating this matter is not beneficial for our courtyard either. The Jiazhong family has already faced appropriate consequences. My injuries will heal with time, yet I currently find myself lacking funds. As he spoke, Yang Xiaodao lowered his head, revealing a look of shame. Director Wang stepped forward, linking her arm with Yang Xiaodao's, expressing her concern. Xiaodao, you have endured an injustice. She then turned her attention to Yi Zhonghai and others, stating, since compensation is to be discussed, let us clarify it face to face, to avoid future grievances. Although I am merely a street office director, I still hold some influence above. Let anyone who dares to challenge me step forward. In that moment, Director Wang displayed her formidable presence, causing those present to retreat. Even Shaju, who was somewhat dim-witted, recognized the weight of her words and dared not act recklessly. Xiaodao, speak up, who is involved? At this juncture, Director Sun also emerged to support Yang Xiaodao, asserting that he must uphold justice in this matter. Otherwise, he would be subject to ridicule within the workshop. Yang Xiaodao surveyed his surroundings and finally spoke with determination. Aunt Wang, Uncle Sun. Apart from Jia Dongshu from the Jia family, there are also Su Damao, He Yuzhu, Lu Guangqi, and Yin Zheqing. These five have been the most ruthless, especially Su Damao. It was he who struck my leg. Unfazed by the hostile glares directed at him, Yang Xiaotao resolved to stand his ground. For he was a systematic traveler and had no fear of these indigenous characters from the television dramas. Jia Dongshu, since Qin Huairu is a member of your Jia family, the betrothal money must be provided by your family. Now, tell me how much compensation you are willing to offer. Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu opened his mouth to respond but hesitated, worried that offering too much would earn him a scolding from his mother. Furthermore, all the family funds were managed by Jia Zhashi, who had recently been taken away, leaving him unable to provide a greater sum. Observing the situation, Yi Zhonghai interjected on his behalf. Director Wang, consider this. Yang Xiaodao is also partially responsible for provoking the issue. and my apprentice may have been a bit heavy-handed. How about we settle for 5 yuan? 5 yuan was sufficient for Yang Xiaodao's medical expenses, and Yi Zhonghai suggested this to prevent further complications. Director Wang nodded in agreement. Yi Zhonghai then took out 25 yuan from his pocket and personally handed it to Yang Xiaodao, his eyes glimmering with an inexplicable light. Xiaodao, take good care of your injuries. We are all part of the same courtyard, and we must support each other moving forward. Yang Xiaodao nodded and replied quietly, Thank you, Uncle Yi. Although Uncle Yi paid the compensation on behalf of Jia Dongxiu, he showed no concern for the others involved. Thus, Lu Guangqi, the valuable eldest son of Lu Haizhong, reluctantly took out 5 yuan and handed it over to Yang Xiaodao. As for Yin Fuguwei, despite his desire to refuse and let Yin Jieqing find his own way, he found himself compelled to contribute funds under the piercing gazes of Director Wang and Director Sunday. This was a sum of 5 yuan, a significant amount considering his family's total monthly income of merely 5 yuan. It represented 1/5 of their earnings, causing him considerable distress. He resolved that once Yin Jieqing secured employment, he would contribute an additional 2 yuan each month. On the other hand, the simple-minded Zhu pursed his lips. For a level 9 cook like him, 5 yuan was not a considerable amount. In addition to his monthly salary of 5 yuan, he also earned some extra income by assisting with red and white affairs. With only himself and his younger sister He Yushui at home, parting with 5 yuan was not burdensome. However, the act of giving it to someone else did not sit well with him. Sensing the collective gaze upon him, Zhu reluctantly approached Yang Xiaodao and tossed the 5 yuan into his hand, though the fierce glint in his eyes was unmistakable. Finally, only Su Dama remained. As the individual specifically named by Yang Xiaodao, Su's long face flushed with embarrassment. Currently learning the trade of film projection from his father, he was short on funds. Yet, he understood that if this matter were not handled properly today, being apprehended by the security department would mean the end of his career as a projectionist. At that moment, a gaunt old man stepped in from the side. It was Su Damao's father. The elder, with a face full of entreaty, approached Yang Xiaodao, greeting both directors Wang and Sun, with whom he appeared to be quite familiar. This was not surprising, as being a film projectionist in this era was a coveted position, akin to gold in an iron rice bowl, not only due to the favorable work conditions, but also the opportunities to build rapport with leadership and the added benefit of bringing back local specialties from rural film screenings. It may be said that Su Damao's family, residing within this courtyard, possesses a fortune not inferior to that of Yi Zhonghai. Xiaotao, my dear Dama is somewhat reckless. Allow me to extend my sincere apologies on his behalf. Here is 10 yuan. Intended for the purchase of a chicken to fortify your health. Consider it a token of my goodwill. Su's father, with unwavering authority, placed the 10 yuan into Yang Xiaodao's hands, displaying a seasoned acumen in handling matters. This action effectively quelled the incident involving Su Damao's aggression, preventing any disruption to the projectionist's duties. Su's uncle was merely being courteous. Yang Xiaodao was well aware of the Su family's true nature. A family capable of raising a mischievous Su Damao could hardly be deemed virtuous. Receiving the money with indifference, he deemed the matter resolved. Directors Wang and Sun offered further admonitions before escorting Yang Xiaodao to the hospital for an examination, leaving the remaining guests to continue with the wedding festivities. However, for the Jia family, this wedding had become an utter humiliation, a scene of utter disarray. Supported by Director Sun, Yang Xiaodao seated himself upon a borrowed bicycle, which conveyed him to the 6th People's Hospital. Just as they exited the main gate, the sharp sound of a slap echoed behind them, followed by wails and cries, alongside Jia Doxiu's piercing invectives. Yet, these disturbances were of no concern to him. Since Qin Huairu had chosen this path, it signified a definitive severance between the two parties, a complete cessation of relations that was not merely rhetorical. More crucially, it represented an irrevocable break with the Jia family, safeguarding against future entanglements that could render him a target. Though Yang Xiaodao's resolve remained steadfast, it was indeed preferable to remain unperturbed. By laying the groundwork in advance, he could act judiciously when the time came to address the situation. This breath of relief could finally be exhaled. Go forth with peace of mind. Not marrying Qin Huairu turned out to be my greatest fortune. Had I truly wed such a woman, the weight of the green hat upon my head would have surely crushed me. Seated in the back seat, Yang Xiaodao mused to himself, and with that final vestige of obsession dissipated amidst his thoughts. From this day forth, I shall be known as Yang Xiaodao, the Yang Xiaodao of the courtyard. Slap. What a shameless creature. How was I blind enough to marry someone of your ilk? You have utterly tarnished my reputation. Upon returning home, fueled by the effects of alcohol, Jia Dongxiu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Qin Huairu collapsed onto the bed, too fearful to resist, her eyes brimming with indignation. Outside the room, the simple-minded Zhu, filled with righteous anger while packing his belongings, yearned to check on Sister Qin, but found himself thwarted by the harsh reality. Qin Huairu was the daughter-in-law of the Jia family. He was merely an outsider. Elder Yi Zhonghai returned home after a lengthy discussion with the three elders, all astonished by Yang Xiaodao's unexpected behavior that day. None had anticipated such a turn of events from him. Old Yi, Yang Xiaodao was rather unusual today, remarked one elder. Typically a reserved soul, today he transformed into a fierce warrior. What could have prompted such a change? And Yi, holding 2 steamed buns, inquired curiously. Although Elder Yi had paid 25 yuan for Jia Dongxiu, it was not burdensome for a skilled 8th-level technician like him. The elderly couple had diligently saved for their future, ensuring there was enough left for their expenses. Moreover, Jia Dongxiu was the support they had nurtured, and they relied on him for their later years. In this era, the relationship between master and apprentice is exceedingly intimate, with the master being both a mentor and a paternal figure. The master imparts skills, while the apprentice not only inherits them, but also assumes the responsibility of caring for the master. The saying, once a teacher, always a father, encapsulates this sentiment. Thus, taking on an apprentice is a matter of great seriousness and solemnity. Acquiring a dutiful and respectful apprentice allows the master to impart knowledge freely, alleviating any concerns for the future. However, there are always ungrateful apprentices, the proverbial wolves in sheep's clothing, who may lead their masters to ruin. Regardless, once the bond between master and apprentice is established, they become akin to family. This explains why Yi Zhonghai's financial support for Jia Dongxiu did not surprise anyone. As for Shazhu, although he has caught Yi Zhonghai's attention, it is merely a precautionary measure. Who can say for certain? Yi Zhonghai mused, drawing out a cigarette and inhaling deeply. The events of the day had been utterly unexpected, catching him off guard, particularly the audacious maneuver executed by Yang Xiaodao. Reflecting on Yang Xiaodao's conduct, it is evident that he initially accused Qin Huairu of breaking off her engagement due to her avarice, claiming she had betrayed the Yang family, thus positioning himself on moral high ground. His subsequent actions were a counterattack against the injustices faced by the Jia family, unlikely to provoke disdain from the residents of the courtyard. Following this, the examination of injuries served as a devastating blow, no matter how eloquent the words. The visible wounds spoke volumes. Directors Sun and Wang were quick to comprehend the situation. This confrontation not only embarrassed the Jia family, but also tarnished the reputations of the 3 officials overseeing the matter. Furthermore, he exploited the loopholes in Jia Zhang's statements to ensnare her, branding her with the label of an enemy agent, effectively dismantling any possibility of resistance. Ultimately, what instilled the greatest apprehension in him was that Yang Xiaodao chose not to confront directly. Instead, he opted to seize the opportunity and maximize his benefits by assessing the situation astutely. This approach to handling affairs, marked by a blend of emotional intelligence and practicality, proved to be exceedingly formidable. It was as if this individual had undergone a transformation. Yi Zhonghai reflected on the emergence of such uncontrollable elements within the courtyard, which posed a significant threat to his future plans. Yet, the intellect and tactics displayed by Yang Xiaodao rendered the situation quite troublesome. This matter necessitated a gradual approach. After finishing her steamed bun, an elderly woman approached and inquired, "What shall we do about the Jia family? With the new year approaching and Dongxiu just married, this incident is quite inauspicious." Yi Zhonghai finished his cigarette, crushed it on the ground, and replied, "I shall visit the street office." With that, he stood and made his way outside. In the middle courtyard, at the home of second uncle Lu Haizhong, chaos ensued. "Damn that little rascal, does he dare to hide? Dad, it was my elder brother's mistake. Why do you hit me? How dare you talk back? I'll teach you a lesson." Inside the house, Lu Haizhong brandished a feather duster, chasing after the dodging Lu Guangtian, delivering a flurry of strikes. Meanwhile, second aunt chuckled to herself, picking up the remaining half of an egg and heading outside. As for Lu Guangfu, he had long retreated into the house, too frightened to make a sound for fear of inciting further trouble. "Guangxi, it's time to eat." Second aunt placed the egg and steamed bun before her eldest son, gazing at him fondly as she remarked, "Today's events were all caused by that little rascal. And you, eldest uncle, should have handled it better instead of making things worse for us. Don't be angry, come eat. After a while, mother will arrange a matchmaker for you." and you shall establish a family of your own. We are no less than the Jia family." Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Lu Guangqi raised his gaze towards the father and son in the room, casually picked up a steamed bun, wedged an egg within it, and silently made his way outside. In such a household, what difference does it make even if one were to marry? Would one have to witness the beating of children daily? What? Father, do you still need 2 more coins? In the courtyard, the family of the third uncle gathered around the table for a family meeting. The eldest son, Yin Jiaqing, immediately erupted upon hearing the discussion, standing up indignantly and exclaiming, "I just took a temporary job at the thermos factory, earning a mere 16 yuan and 50 cents a month. After handing you 13 yuan, if I give you 2 more, I will be left with only 1 yuan and 50 cents. Yin Jiaqing spoke with a demeanor of deep grievance. "If you prefer, I can return 5 yuan once I save enough." Yin Fugui adjusted his glasses and remarked with a knowing tone, "But there is interest to consider." Yin Jiaqing curled his lip in response. Meanwhile, third aunt, cradling Yin Jiequang with a slightly rounded belly, offered her counsel. "Jiaqing, heed your father's words. One cannot be impoverished by food or clothing. It is the lack of calculation that leads to poverty. With our large family, we must rely on this very calculation to get by. Furthermore, the money you provide for the family is spent on your sustenance, and once you save enough, Mother will help you find a suitable match." Yin Jiaqing surveyed his surroundings and ultimately acquiesced in silence. "Very well, but I insist on finding someone more beautiful than Qin Huairu." Yin Jiaqing still envied Jia Dongxiu, who, despite his unremarkable appearance, managed to find a lovely wife. Naturally, he also felt a pang of jealousy towards Yang Xiaodao, who had secured the first choice. "Mother, when the time comes, you must find someone even more beautiful than Qin Huairu." "Foolishness, what use is beauty?" Yin Fugui scoffed, asserting that if one were to seek a partner, they should at least be someone who consumes market grain. Do not be fooled by Jia Dongxiu's joy. As their family grows, he alone will bear the burden of providing for all, and that is a heavy load to carry. Yin Jiaqing pondered this carefully and nodded in agreement. In these times, consuming market grain is indeed the way to prosperity. "Father, today Yang Xiaodao was truly impressive. With just a few words, he managed to send Jia's old woman to jail, which was quite unexpected." Yin Jiaqing reflected on the day's events, and beside him, Yin Jiefeng and others wore smiles. Life at this moment was monotonous, so witnessing such a dramatic turn of events certainly added some flavor to their dull existence. "Ah, this young man is indeed surprising. But it ends there." "Old man, what do you mean by that?" Third aunt inquired curiously. Yin Fugui lifted his enamel mug to take a sip, moistening his throat before coldly stating, "Do you think offending the Jia family and angering the first and second elders will allow Yang Xiaodao to live comfortably? He has antagonized most of the courtyard. Just wait and see. Without our intervention, he will surely suffer. Let us not even mention the factory evaluations. As long as Yi Zhonghai exerts a little pressure, he will have to face the consequences. If things escalate further, they might find a reason to expel him from the factory, and he can prepare to roll up his bedding and return home. If he is not careful, he might even be driven out of the courtyard and forced to return to the countryside to dig pits." "What? That cannot be. The first elder is not that kind of person." "Ah, it is no wonder that you are easily deceived. Yi Zhonghai is indeed a remarkable individual." Yin Fugui, opting for discretion, recognizes that this is his own child, and had it been someone else, he would hardly have bothered to elaborate. "Do you truly believe that the individuals in this courtyard are simpletons? Even Shaju has the backing of Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady. Otherwise, how could he stir up trouble without ever facing the consequences?" Yin Jieping nodded in agreement, noting that despite Shaju's reckless antics and his tendency to bully others, no one seems to intervene. "Father, did that deaf old lady really deliver shoes to the Red Army?" Yin Jieping asked with curiosity, drawing the attention of the family nearby. However, Yin Fugui simply scoffed. "When we moved here, you weren't even born yet. Your mother and I certainly never heard of such a thing. Moreover, anyone with a modicum of education knows that the Red Army, in those days, was far from the city. How could a frail old woman possibly walk that distance? She has hardly left the city throughout her life. Claiming to have delivered shoes to the Red Army is merely a ruse to deceive you youngsters. After all, she has merely lived in the city for a long time, becoming acquainted with a few individuals. Think about it. Who in the neighborhood has ever mentioned such a story?" Aunt Sin nodded, recalling that in her daily conversations with the women of the alley, this tale had indeed never surfaced. In retrospect, it does seem rather implausible. So, what is the truth behind this matter? What could it be? aside from Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family, which local residents could possibly be involved. This is a precaution against outsiders, casting a spell upon us. Observing the others exchanging glances, Yin Fugui chose not to elaborate further on the matter. It was sufficient to voice it for mere acknowledgement. As long as it did not infringe upon him, he cared little whether the old woman was human or specter. Well then, let today's revelations remain closely guarded, especially concerning liberation. No loose tongues. Understood, father. Furthermore, I found Yang Xiao rather peculiar today. Henceforth, do not engage with him. Nor should you deliberately distance yourselves. But we spent 5 yuan, shall we simply let it go? Yin Drepping expressed his discontent. Let it go? Humph, how could that be? Yin Fugui mocked. How could one expect to take advantage of Yin Laoshi without incurring a cost? At this moment, Yang Xiaotao lay upon a hospital bed. His injuries thoroughly examined, and 4 drip gently administering a solution to his weakened body. It was not medication, but rather glucose, as the nurse had deemed it necessary for his frailty. Once Yang Xiaotao was stabilized, Director Wang and others took their leave, reminding the nurse to provide attentive care and paying the 3 yuan for his hospitalization. In truth, Yang Xiaotao had a compensation of 50 yuan in his possession, a considerable sum in this era. However, as Director Wang insisted on settling the bill, Yang Xiaotao did not object, as it conveniently provided a reason for future visits. Lying on the hospital bed, surrounded by stark white lime walls and tightly shut wooden windows, it would surely be frigid inside were it not for the daylight streaming in. In this era, there were no radiators, and the hospitalized patients were merely afforded an additional layer of stiff cotton bedding. Observing the surrounding vacant beds, one quickly realizes that hospitalization at this moment is not only a hardship but also a luxury. Unless absolutely necessary, no one desires to be admitted, after all. Wouldn't it be far better to return home and stoke the stove with the remaining funds? Yet, at present, Yang Xiaotao intends to remain for a few more days. Not only is his body genuinely weak, but returning to confront the hostile inhabitants of the courtyard would yield no comfort. Moreover, being hospitalized means the hospital provides meals. And for a fee, one can even indulge in meat. After lying down for a while, Yang Xiaotao felt drowsy as the glucose coursed through his veins, gradually drifting into slumber. During dinner time, the attending nurse made a point to inquire about his meal preferences. Yang Xiaotao, feeling no hesitation, asked about the offerings and requested a serving of braised pork, a portion of shredded potatoes, and 3 steamed buns. This meal cost merely 1 yuan, without the need for food coupons, serving as an unadvertised benefit of the hospital. After all, patients require nutritional replenishment. Yang Xiaotao consumed his meal thoroughly, finally experiencing a sense of satiety. He recalled that since his father had fallen ill, he had not enjoyed a full meal. Even during the month spent living with Qin Huairu, the situation had been no different. The original occupant believed Qin Huairu to be frugal, yet he was acutely aware of her white lotus disposition, which often disguised her true intentions. Reflecting upon it now, the household supplies had indeed been consumed rather rapidly. After finishing his meal, Yang Xiaotao pressed his cotton coat against the quilt, resting his head on the cold pillow, and continued to sleep. As night fell, the families in the courtyard began their dinner preparations. In this era devoid of entertainment, the dim glow of kerosene lamps only urged people to retire to sleep sooner. In the backyard of the deaf old lady's home, Silly Zhu prepared a bowl of fine-grained noodles, topped with a poached egg, and placed it on the table. Today, she merely attended the wedding of the Jia family, returning home only to overhear discussions from next door at Su Damao's house. Upon hearing the chatter, she was taken aback by Yang Xiaotao's sudden transformation, realizing that she had misjudged him. Yet, what did it matter? In her heart, there was only a half-formed notion of love. At this moment, the deaf old lady wore a benevolent expression, akin to that of a grandmother gazing upon her grandchild, and cheerfully remarked to Silly Zhu, "Ah, Zhuzi, you are no longer young. It is time for you to settle down." Silly Zhu replied with a grin, his mind conjuring the image of a wrong little figure. The old lady, sensing his thoughts, felt a surge of joy, believing her foolish grandson had finally awakened to the desire for companionship. Unbeknownst to her, however, the enchanting figure in Silly Zhu's mind was already a married woman, soon to become a well-known widow. Meanwhile, in the adjacent Su household, Su Dama gripped a steamed bun, contemplating Qin Huairu's alluring figure. His thoughts veered towards the fact that she had been experienced by 2 other men, yet he had not been among them, which stirred a tempest of frustration within him, casting a shadow over his countenance. Beside him, Su's father puffed away at his cigarette, tendrils of smoke swirling into the air, lost in his own thoughts. "Dama, have you remembered the tasks entrusted to you?" A cold voice interrupted, jolting the resentful Su Damao, who quickly turned to face his father. Well, I've only remembered half of them, he replied, fully aware of what his father meant. The elderly couple had fretted endlessly over his employment situation, even resorting to connections for assistance. Yet, it was imperative for him to master the projection techniques and obtain a projectionist certificate. Otherwise, even with the strongest connections, it would not be his turn. Well, let us refrain from gallivanting these days and immerse ourselves in literature instead. I'm on holiday for the next few days, and it would be a perfect opportunity to guide you. Su Damao felt somewhat taken aback, unable to comprehend why his father was so anxious. After dining, he returned home and lay down. At that moment, Su's mother approached Su's father with a query. The daughter of the Liu family is no longer a child. We must hastily secure a respectable livelihood for Damao, or how can we propose? Su's mother had once served as a maid for the Liu family and maintained a good rapport with Liu's mother. Furthermore, Su's father had visited the Liu household several times for film screenings. Thus, he possessed some knowledge of the once prominent Liu Banqing. In the past, they would never have aspired to associate with the Liu family. However, we now live in an era where the people hold power, a time when poverty is deemed honorable, and capitalists can easily be discarded. This presented an opportunity. By forging connections, Damao's future could be secured. Currently, their family's status is acceptable, yet they are in dire need of a respectable occupation. Once Damao becomes a projectionist, it is essential to maintain frequent contact with the Liu family and extol Damao's virtues. Upon hearing this, Su's mother reflected on the Liu family's circumstances and promptly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I understand this matter well. Indeed, the Liu family is still associated with the steel mill as directors. Securing a connection with them would ensure that the 10 yuan lost today would surely be repaid tenfold in due course. Well, tenfold is insufficient. It must be 100-fold to satisfy this grievance. In the Jia family courtyard, a central figure in this farcical wedding, the Jia household, which should have been filled with joy, now appeared ominous amidst the swirling smoke. No one came to disrupt the wedding festivities. As if everyone had chosen to forget this significant ritual, leaving the newlyweds in solitude. Qin Huairu sat on the bed, her fingers clutching the hem of her garment, her expression oscillating between struggle and indignation. As for Jia Dongshu, ever since Jia Zhangshi was taken away, he harbored resentment towards Yang Xiaodao, extending his discontent towards Qin Huairu as well. Today marked his momentous occasion, a day of grandeur that would only occur once in a lifetime. Yet he found himself subjected to humiliation. How could he endure such a slight? However, the scene unfolding today was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Even his master, Yi Zhonghai, was subdued. Such a spectacle had never graced his life since he became aware of his surroundings in the courtyard. The fact that his mother was taken away left him momentarily stunned. As he listened to the whispers around him and felt the weight of their gazes, he was consumed by shame. This time, Jia Dongshu had suffered a significant loss of face. Damn it, you little beast. Jia Dongshu's sharp voice shattered the eerie stillness. At that moment, Qin Huairu, seated on the bed, shuddered before turning to Jia Dongshu as a realization dawned upon her, rising slowly, with tears glistening in her eyes. She approached him. Dongshu, do you believe me? My heart belongs only to you. Yes, I was with him before, but I swear I am innocent. Dongshu. Her soft, tender voice carried a hint of shyness as she gently wrapped her arms around his somewhat frail form, resting her head against his chest. As night deepened, it was time to rest. A conflagration ignited within Jia Dongshu's chest, soon to blaze fiercely. In the bridal chamber, a springtime atmosphere enveloped them. 5 minutes later, Qin Huairu felt a semblance of calm within her heart. Dongshu, you must believe me. My heart holds only you. Yes, Huairu, I understand. I realize it was my overthinking. I do not blame you. It is all about Yang Xiaodao. If it were not for my adherence to marital fidelity, oh, tears streamed down, each drop landing upon the chest of a man, in this cold winter night, melting even a man's heart. My dear wife, do not cry. Aren't we well? Everything is due to that scoundrel. Rest assured, I shall not let him off easily. Jia Dongshu's eyes glimmered with hatred, though he had shed the shame of betrayal. To outsiders, he still wore a crown of green. Who would listen to explanations? To explain is to conceal, and concealment invariably harbors truth. Dongshu, what do you plan to do? What to do? Humph. Jia Dongshu articulated his thoughts, prompting Qin Huairu to contemplate. Dongshu, we cannot merely discuss this in the yard. That would be too lenient towards him. We should also speak at the factory, and not divulge everything, for revealing too much could be detrimental to us. Qin Huairu swiftly identified the flaw in the plan and offered her counsel. Upon hearing her, Jia Dongxiu immediately embraced the woman in his arms, planting a kiss upon her delicate cheek. Huairu, you are truly wonderful. I shall heed your advice. This time, I will ensure that the scoundrel meets a most unfortunate fate. Yes, let him falter in the courtyard. Let the elder drive him out. Indeed, well said, drive him away, freeing up 2 rooms, just right for our son to occupy. Haha, what son? We have yet to see the first signs of that. There was not a hint of it, my wife. Come, for the sake of our son. How annoying. The next day, early risers greeted one another, inevitably engaging in idle chatter. As they traversed the streets, news of Yang Xiaotao spread like a contagion. What? Causing a scene at a wedding? How shameless. Just because the girl rejected him? What a twisted mentality. No, such a person should be kept at a distance. Indeed, indeed. I had even contemplated introducing my cousin's daughter to him. You were fortunate you didn't. Otherwise, wouldn't it have jeopardized your own child? Truly. One can know a person's face but not their heart. Upon hearing the murmurs at the alley's entrance, Yi Zhonghai smirked and hastened toward the street office. By the time he returned to the courtyard, the gossip had intensified, with many children being warned by their parents to steer clear of Yang Xiaotao. This outcome exceeded their expectations. As to who was spreading the rumors, Yi Zhonghai had his suspicions. Aside from his disciple Jia Dongxiu, Lu Haizhong, and Su Damao's families were undoubtedly involved. Yin Fuguwei might refrain from speaking out, but he would never step forward to dispel the rumors. Let's see how you handle this. If you are wise, you will come to me for help. Otherwise, Yi Zhonghai entered the courtyard, assuming a righteous demeanor. 009 system initiated. The sun shone brightly overhead, flowers smiled at me, and the birds chirped. Early, early, early. Why do you carry a bundle of explosives? The monotonous melody resonated in the empty hospital room, eliciting a chuckle from the nurse holding a food container. Nursely, how joyful you are. Yang Xiaotao quipped upon seeing the visitor, who, unperturbed, approached the bedside and set down the lunchbox. My dear child, what nonsense are you singing? In this day and age, is it necessary for you to carry a bundle of explosives? What are you thinking all day? Hurry and eat. Once you finish, you can be discharged. Nursely chattered on, and Yang Xiaotao did not mind. He picked up the lunchbox, which contained corn porridge, alongside some pickled radishes. He began to eat without concern, gulping down the food noisily. Nursely, I have food and drink here. How wonderful it is. Back home, it's cold and uncomfortable. What nonsense are you spouting? It costs over $1 a day here. Who would squander money like that? Listen to your sister. Recover quickly and return home to live your life, save some money, and find a wife for a stable future. Yang Xiaotao smiled wryly, clearly aware that she was ignorant of the courtyard's matters, and he had no intention of divulging them. He would return home after his health improved in a couple of days. I understand, Nursely. Noticing the sudden change in Yang Xiaotao's expression, Nursely realized she had perhaps spoken too much. Yet, in this era, people are straightforward. Certain truths should never be hidden, especially for young women of the new age who must be bold and decisive. By the way, Nursely, it feels quite dull here. Could you find me a couple of books to read? Books? Yes, any kind would do. However, the system's task initiation sounded, and to activate the system, one must complete a Level 1 machinist assessment to become a formal worker. Given his current capabilities, he could not pass. The only way to succeed would be through the system. As for how to earn credits, he had no idea. Time was of the essence, and he could only seek a book to see if he might obtain some credits. I happen to have no books, but Mr. Wong, the gatekeeper, possesses a few. I shall fetch one for you shortly. Thank you very much. Nursely tidied up, encouraged Yang Xiaotao to get out of bed and move around, and then departed. After a while, a young nurse entered, holding a thick, old edition of Water Margin, with characters written in traditional script. Although one could apply traditional Chinese literacy techniques, it still appeared less convenient than simplified characters. Nevertheless, having a book to read was a blessing, especially since he needed to familiarize himself with traditional characters. After all, simplified characters were only just beginning to gain popularity, and most library books remained in traditional script. To utilize the learning system effectively, the library would be an essential venue in the future. To his recollection, the nearest library to the steel mill and the courtyard was the Zizeman Library. However, reaching it by bus required 3 transfers, and aside from the bus, the only other means of transport was by bicycle. In this era, owning a bicycle was akin to possessing a Lamborghini in later times. Acquiring a bicycle demanded not only a significant sum of money but also a bicycle voucher. Most people were unable to purchase a bicycle, hindered by this voucher. Yet, While he could not afford a Lamborghini in his previous life, in this courtyard world, young Xiao might just have a chance. Of course, this was contingent upon successfully activating the system and using it to lead a prosperous life. Additionally, one needed a recommendation letter to apply for a library card, which posed yet another challenge. Without becoming a formal employee, progress seems exceedingly difficult, Yang Xiaotao lamented, then focused his mind and began to peruse water margin. It was evident that the gatekeeper, Old Wang, was a person of discernment. The book, though well-thumbed, was meticulously cared for, with no dog-eared pages or scratches. Naturally, Yang Xiaotao felt compelled to treat it with respect, for it was a borrowed treasure. Drawing upon his past life as understanding of the narrative, coupled with the legacy of the text, he managed to reach the final page before noon. As he closed the last page, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has roughly completed water margin, earning 5 credits. Yang Xiaotao scrutinized each word, his face alight with surprise. 5 credits? It truly yields credits. But just 5? Is that all the 4 great classics are worth? Such disrespect towards our ancestors. Yang Xiaotao calculated the time. The system required him to complete the task within 5 days, meaning he had until the 5th day to pass the assessment, leaving him with only 4 days. Discounting the current morning, he had 3.5 days remaining. At this rate, even without sleep, he could only amass 80 points. While leveling up required 100 points, an impossible feat failure of the task would signify the system's departure. Wait, roughly completed? Could it be? A suspicion stirred within Yang Xiaotao, prompting him to begin reading anew. This time, he read every word and analyzed the plot, progressing at a painstaking pace. Even when the nurse arrived with lunch, he remained oblivious, setting the meal aside, nibbling absent-mindedly before returning to his book. On this occasion, I immersed myself in the narrative until nightfall, only concluding my journey through the classic water margin when the corridor lights of the hospital flickered to life. As I felt the strain in my eyes, I gently massaged my temples and closed my eyes, replaying the stories from water margin in my mind. At last, I once again heard the mechanical voice. Ding! The host has thoroughly read water margin, earning 38 credits. Huzzah! That is more like it. In an instant, I had garnered 43 points, nearly half of what I needed. If I were to repeat this feat, I would be on the verge of completing my task. Suppressing my excitement, I opened the chili meal box, revealing a modest serving of stir-fried cabbage and 2 cornbread buns. Though lacking in richness, it sufficed to satiate my hunger. I hastily finished my meal. Glancing at the dimming light outside, the room had grown increasingly shadowy. After donning my clothing, I ventured into the corridor, planning to read once more by the glow of the corridor lights. At this moment, I paid no mind to the eerie emptiness of the hospital hallway. Sitting on a bench, I opened the book and embarked on a new round of study. In this era, few were hospitalized, so the attending nurses remained at their station, only emerging to check on patients when necessary, thereby sparing me any disturbances. Thus, I sat on the bench, turning page after page. However, perhaps due to my haste or the cold, dim environment, I found myself finishing the book in the dead of night. Returning to my bed, I curled up within the covers, waiting patiently until I could no longer resist the pull of slumber. At last, I heard the mechanical voice again, jolting me awake. Yet, upon receiving the system's message, my spirits plummeted. Ding! The host has merely skimmed water margin, failing to achieve thorough comprehension and thus cannot earn credits. Yang Xiaotao pondered for a moment and finally understood that merely finishing a book would not earn him any credits. In other words, he could not continuously extract knowledge from a single book. To truly benefit, he needed to enhance his reading and learning abilities. Initially, he skimmed through, but now he aimed for a deeper comprehension. To continue obtaining credits through water margin, he would have to reach a level of understanding beyond mere familiarity. However, given his current capabilities, he felt he had nearly reached his limit. Instead of striving for further improvement, perhaps it would be wiser to select a different book. As he lay in bed, Yang Xiaotao resolved to change books the following day and soon drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, he assessed his body. The pain in most areas had subsided, leaving only a slight discomfort in his leg, which did not hinder his movement. Rising from bed and stretching, he recalled that today marked the 3rd day, with half of his task still incomplete, causing him a sense of inexplicable urgency. The door swung open, and Nurse Lee entered, bringing breakfast as usual. Nurse Lee, I finished reading water margin. Could you possibly lend me a couple more books? He inquired, hoping the gatekeeper, Old Wang, had other titles available. Nurse Lee took the book from him without glancing at it, tucking it under her arm. You really think this is a vacation spot? Are you planning to check out or what? Yang Xiaotao chuckled. Nurse Li, there is nothing else to read. But my leg. He pointed to his slightly bruised calf. I believe in another day. I'll be ready to go. Nurse Li examined his leg and nodded. All right, but take care to rest. And as for your eyes, if it's like this, perhaps you should refrain from reading for a while. No, it's nothing. I was merely indulging in some idle moments. Nurse Li, rest assured. I will take good care of myself and strive for an early discharge to continue contributing to society. I believe you not at all, Nurse Li remarked as she departed, though she kept Yang Xiaodao's request in mind. Shortly thereafter, the same young nurse from yesterday entered, smiling as she placed a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms on the bedside before playfully exiting. Is it truly Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Yang Xiaodao mused, somewhat astonished by the serendipitous appearance of this literary classic. In this day and age, although the notion of the four great classic novels exists, gathering all four is no trifling task. Old Wang possesses quite the ability. Without further contemplation, Yang Xiaodao immediately immersed himself in reading, determined to fulfill his task. Drawing from his prior experience with Watermargin, he resolved to thoroughly familiarize himself with this text. The edition of Romance of the Three Kingdoms presented classical Chinese at the beginning, followed by vernacular Chinese. Given his limited time and energy and the complexity of traditional characters, he opted to focus solely on the vernacular. As he read, Yang Xiaodao reflected on scenes from his previous life as adaptations, deepening his understanding of the civil and military figures within the Three Kingdoms and probing the events that unfolded. Although the word count was less than that of Watermargin, the actual reading time proved even longer. As time gradually slipped away, the young nurse returned with meals and, noticing Yang Xiaotao's concentration, chose not to disturb him. Merely reporting the situation to Nurse Li, Nurse Li, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged that it was indeed rare for a patient to be so engrossed in reading during hospitalization. She pondered intervening but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that a single day was inconsequential. He merely instructed the nurse to keep a vigilant eye. As this was a specific request from the director of the street office, the sun continually shifted its position in the sky, and it was not until it began its descent in the west that Yang Xiaodao finally closed the book. In a single day, he had traversed over 700,000 words, which not only demanded a grand narrative of war's tumult but also a myriad of cunning stratagems interwoven throughout. Alongside an understanding of various circumstances, Yang Xiaodao felt a drowsy heaviness in his head, a sensation akin to swelling. Ding! The host has engaged in an nth reading of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, earning 60 credits. Ding! The host has acquired credits, fulfilling the activation task of the system. Ding! The host's current level is that of an apprentice machinist. Do you wish to utilize 100 credits to elevate your machinist level? A series of notifications chimed, and Yang Xiaodao stifled a long-forgotten excitement. Yes, it was a gratifying decision, and in the blink of an eye, his 103 credits dwindled to a mere 3. Subsequently, a wealth of machinist knowledge flooded his mind, and the persistent dilemma regarding his prior position dissipated in that moment. At that instant, he fully grasped the capabilities of a first-level machinist. Furthermore, due to the system's provision of skills at a perfect tier, he possessed expertise comparable to that of a seasoned machinist with over a decade of experience, rendering him not just proficient, but a standout among first-level machinists. Ding! The host has completed the activation task. The joyous learning system is now initializing. Please wait. Immediately following, a mechanical voice resonated, and Yang Xiaodao felt an immense sense of relief. Lying on the cool bed, the soft glow of the setting sun bathed his face in warmth and gentleness. With closed eyes, he lay there, tears of warmth streaming down his cheeks. Whether it was fatigue from reading or elation from excitement, he alone understood the depth of his emotions. 010 newbie gift pack. This fellow. Have they truly settled in the hospital? Lu Haizhong muttered with frustration, his gaze fixed on the ear room. Beside him, Su Damao, clutching a bottle of liquor, glanced over at the Jia family but, finding no familiar face, expressed his disappointment. Isn't that the truth? However, this fellow is wealthy. Even a short stay suffices. Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong recalled the 5 yuan he had lost, and his belly tightened in distress. When he returns, he shall witness my triumph. Indeed, the unfolding events around them were not lost on him. He had heard whispers in the factory. If it weren't for the holiday, I dare say there would be even more aware of it. Su Damao, who was to assist his father with the projector at the factory, was well informed about the situation at the steel mill. Leaning closer, he whispered to Lu Haizhong. Word has it that Section Chief Zhao from the security office is quite enraged. Zhao? He is not one to tolerate insolence, Lu Haizhong exclaimed. He is a seasoned veteran, unflinching in battle, and harbors no affection for those lacking integrity. Excitement surged within Lu Haizhong. If he could forge a connection with Section Chief Zhao, a future in governance would certainly be within reach. At this moment, the pursuit of power had become his life's ambition. Despite merely serving as a team leader in the forging workshop, overseeing a handful of individuals, how could that compare to the authority of the security office? If he could ascend to a position there, or even as a mere team leader, he could wield influence, and with his years of experience in the art of governance, soaring to great heights would be but a matter of time. As he pondered, Lu Haizhong's gaze remained fixed on the 2 rooms of the Ear House. If that fellow returned soon, he would be the perfect target for his ambitions, propelling him towards the clouds of success. With a smile playing on Sudama's lips, he was well aware of the nature of the individual concealed within the bangs. His father had a profound understanding of human nature. This fellow was merely a sycophant, lacking in capability, yet insatiable in ambition. If granted a modicum of power, he would undoubtedly become a foolish official, wreaking havoc upon the common folk. However, such individuals would go to great lengths for authority, and this flaw could be exploited to his advantage, providing a much-needed outlet for his frustrations. Yang Xiaodao, let us see if you escape unscathed this time. In the adjacent room, Yang Xiaodao found himself in a transformed space, now divided into 4 separate quarters. The Yang family occupied the 2 western rooms, while the remaining 2 were home to an elderly couple. The husband bore the surname Chun, and the 2 families shared a cordial relationship. Yang Xiaodao affectionately referred to them as Grandpa and Grandma Chen. The elderly couple had a solitary son who worked in Shanghai, rarely returning home over the years, leaving the residents of the courtyard with only faint memories of him. During his father's lifetime, Yang's family had extended considerable care to the Chens, and their bond remained strong. When Yang's father fell ill, the elderly couple provided additional support, often preparing meals and inviting Yang Xiaodao to dine with them. During the last altercation, Grandpa Chun attempted to intervene, but faced with a courtyard full of brutes and the relentless meddling of the Jia family, the elderly couple found themselves powerless to assist. Ultimately, Yang Xiaodao's outburst at the wedding left a profound impression on them, although they were unable to see him afterward as he was taken to the hospital. Old man, do you still have the leisure to smoke? Grandma Chen was efficient and organized, managing both the interior and exterior of their home, and during these times, she often lent a hand in overseeing the affairs of the Yang family. Grandfather Chun, squatting by the stove and smoking, wore a troubled expression. He was acutely aware of the situation in the courtyard, where whispers of ill regard for Yang Xiaodao echoed throughout the alley. Everyone knew who was behind the mischief. Yet such rumors were unstoppable. At this juncture, we can only navigate the waters cautiously, taking each step as it comes. Grandmother Chen's heart softened. What a good child Xiaodao was. These people were utterly unjust. As Grandfather Chun took a deep drag from his cigarette, a glimmer of resolve seemed to spark in his murky eyes. Life in the courtyard continued as usual, but amidst the monotony, certain events served as spices to the bland existence. First, Jia Dongshu took Qin Huairu to visit Yi Zhonghai's home at noon, their spirited demeanor piquing the curiosity of the residents, as if the prior day's events were entirely disconnected from him. As for Qin Huairu, she had braided her hair into a single ponytail, exuding tranquility, her figure more rounded, leaning affectionately against Jia Dongshu. Silly Zhu's heart raced with excitement, oblivious even to He Yushui calling out to him. Upon arriving at Yi Zhonghai's residence, they were warmly welcomed by an elder aunt, who had Silly Zhu prepare a meat dish for lunch. Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongshu, and Silly Zhu then indulged in drinks. Meanwhile, He Yushui chatted merrily with the elder aunt and Qin Huairu, their laughter filling the air. At the dining table, Yi Zhonghai inquired about the punishment of the Jia Zhang family. Learning that the street office had opted not to involve the police but instead fined them with 7 days of street cleaning. They had already begun their duties and were expected to return home by nightfall. This news was a relief for the Jia family, sparing them from monetary penalties and allowing them to return home before the new year. As they continued drinking, the conversation inevitably shifted back to Yang Xiaodao. Although Yi Zhonghai maintained the image of a dignified elder, the effects of alcohol loosened his tongue. Upon hearing that Jia Dongshu had instigated some local rascals to speak ill of Yang Xiaodao, he merely offered a mild admonition, cautioning him to be wary of potential repercussions. As for Shazhu, he was filled with righteous indignation, having been swindled out of 5 yuan. To him, the notion of being cheated was absurd. He believed he had only dealt with those deserving of it. Take Sudamao, for instance. Was he not subjected to beatings from childhood? When had he ever compensated him? Elder, look at this fellow who dares to disregard you and even speaks back. What does he take our courtyard for? I say, when he returns. We should convene a meeting to expel him from our compound. Indeed, let him go and toil in the countryside for his points. Jia Dongshu chimed in, his tongue slightly impaired. Yi Zhonghai felt a twinge of concern. The emergence of such uncontrollable behavior within the courtyard was not favorable for him. Yet, expelling Yang Xiaodao, being a martyr's family member, would not be an easy task. However, there were ways to maneuver. As long as his work could not be solidified, there would be opportunities to undermine him. It seemed he needed to engage more actively at the factory. Contemplating this, Shaj tossed a peanut into his mouth and disdainfully remarked, if he dares to refuse, I shall give him a good beating to vent my frustration. Jia Dongshu nodded in agreement, having long respected Shaju's prowess, evidenced by his formidable reputation over the years. Yi Zhonghai did not oppose the idea either. Organizing a meeting alongside Shaju was a dual approach that had always served as his method of governance. The entire courtyard awaited the day of Yang Xiaodao's return, for it would herald the onset of a tempest. At this moment, Yang Xiaodao, who had just awakened from slumber, found that it was already the dead of night. On the table lay a meal box, presumably placed there by the delivery person who, out of compassion, chose not to disturb him. Yang Xiaodao did not partake in the food. The cold steamed bun felt like a lump of ice, unpleasantly hard against his teeth. With a fleeting thought, he immediately checked the system. During his brief respite, the system had completed its initialization. Before him appeared a simple interface. Host, Yang Xiaodao credits, 3 primary skill, machinist level, 1 activation task completed, task reward, beginner's gift pack. Yang Xiaodao observed as an object resembling an ancient parcel materialized before him, and he promptly chose to open it. As the beginner's gift pack was unveiled, 3 items emerged. Congratulations, host, you have received 50 yuan. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Pokemon with sprite. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked storage space. Upon the conclusion of these announcements, a stack of cash appeared beside Yang Xiaodao, totaling a neat 50 yuan, a sum not to be disregarded, albeit the most modest of rewards. Subsequently, a thumb-sized wooden doll sprang into view from the darkness, its limbs crafted from wood and its entire form radiating a verdant hue, resembling a green gem in the night. Fortunately, no one was around. Otherwise, it might have been mistaken for a will-o'-the-wisp. Swoosh! The wood sprite climbed onto Yang Xiaodao's abdomen, emitting a series of chirping sounds. Yang Xiaodao quickly scrutinized it. Wood sprite level, 1 skills, plant manipulation, photosynthesis. Plant manipulation. As a sprite of flora, a natural offspring of nature, it possesses an innate ability to control plants. Photosynthesis. The wood sprite can absorb energy from light, fulfilling its growth requirements while also nurturing its host, enhancing their vitality. Observing the clumsy wooden sprite scuttling across the blanket, Yang Xiaodao felt an inexplicable sense of affection. He reached out to tease the wooden sprite, producing a series of playful sounds. Little one, you are so tiny and yet a wooden sprite. Since my surname is also Yang, I shall call you Yang Wei from now on. The sprite, imbued with a lively spirit, seemed to comprehend Yang Xiaodao's words, its face lighting up with a smile and emitting cheerful chirps. Yang Wei, little Wei, haha. You must take good care of me from now on, Yang Xiaodao said, watching the little creature with delight. The wooden sprite, Yang Wei, appeared to understand him, its large, expressive eyes adorably occupying half its face. And its chirps grew even more exuberant. Yang Xiaodao then turned his attention to the final reward, the storage space. As he focused his consciousness, he found himself in the vast emptiness of the space, which measured approximately 100 cubic meters. His gaze fell upon a lunchbox at the head of the bed, and with a mere thought, the lunchbox vanished without a sound. Shortly thereafter, it reappeared within Yang Xiaodao's storage space. He experimented further by attempting to retrieve the lunchbox multiple times, discovering that he could freely collect and release inanimate objects within a 10-meter radius. However, Yang Wei could not be included in this collection. This process of retrieval and release was uninterrupted, much like the steamed bun within the lunchbox, which could not be extracted through the container. It was entirely impossible to do so through a wall. In summary, this storage space functioned as a mobile repository, allowing for the secure storage of items in an era where material resources were strictly monitored and any speculative behavior could lead to denunciation. Thus, possessing such a mobile warehouse could prevent numerous complications. From now on, as long as one exercises a bit of caution, a life of comfort is entirely attainable. As Yang Xiaodao was browsing through his space, Yang Wei swayed from side to side, her petite legs propelling her upward, and to the astonishment of onlookers, She leapt nearly 1 to 2 meters, landing deftly on the windowsill beside her. In the cold December sky, a full moon hung majestically, casting its ethereal light upon the world below. The silvery beams filtered through the window, illuminating little way, only to vanish in an instant. Moments later, a faint, shadowy membrane emerged upon Yang Wei's verdant exterior, concealed beneath the emerald glow. As the night wore on, those waiting in the courtyard were met with disappointment. Yang Xiao had yet to return. This left many harboring various ulterior motives to stifle their frustrations, compelled to endure the prolonged wait. Such pent-up tension would only accumulate, intensifying the moment it inevitably erupted. Awakening from slumber, Yang Xiao stretched languidly, feeling invigorated. After activating the system the previous night, he had gleaned its benefits, thus establishing a foothold in this world. His spirits lifted, his quality of sleep naturally improved. Rising from the bed, he examined his right leg. The exterior appeared unscathed, yet a slight sting lingered when he placed weight upon it. Indeed, recovery would not be swift. However, remaining here any longer was not a viable option. The challenges that lay ahead must be confronted, moreover, with the system at his disposal. To refrain from engaging in the bustling life outside and savoring the warmth of the courtyard would render this journey a squandered opportunity. Reflecting on the circumstances he would soon face upon returning to the courtyard, a phrase from his past unexpectedly surfaced. To contend with heaven is a boundless delight. To contend with earth is a boundless delight. To contend with humanity is a boundless delight. To contend with beasts is a boundless delight indeed. With a spirit brimming with vitality, Yang Xiao prepared to handle his discharge procedures. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he had fallen asleep the previous night. Seemingly forgetting about the little creature, Yang Mu. Xiaowei, he softly called, only to feel a small bump forming in his chest, as if a tiny insect was burrowing within. Finally, it popped out from his collar with a sprightly leap, landing deftly upon his shoulder. You little rascal, you certainly know how to hide. Shoo shoo. All right, enough mischief. It's time for us to depart. Shoo. Xiaowei, not quite understanding, suddenly nestled back into the collar just as the door swung open. Xiaodao, you're awake. It was Nursely. Good morning, Nursely. I felt much better and decided to get up. Nursely surveyed him carefully, then instructed him to walk a bit. After observing for a moment and noting no issues, she guided him to complete the discharge formalities. The hospital was not as cumbersome as it would be in later times. The discharge process was straightforward, simply settle the bill and leave. Ultimately, the total expenses for the 3-day stay, including meals, amounted to a mere 4 yuan and 20 cents. A sum that reflected Yang Xiaotao's decision to indulge in a few meat dishes. Most people would hardly dare to spend so extravagantly. However, in this hospital, one could enjoy meat without a ticket, quite a delightful arrangement. In the warm embrace of sunlight, Yang Xiaotao stepped out of the hospital doors, taking a moment to gaze upon the world before him. Although he had been in this realm for 4 days, he had yet to truly appreciate his surroundings. In this bustling metropolis, devoid of the incessant clamor of traffic, towering skyscrapers, or the cacophony of urban life, one can solely perceive a vibrant spirit of resilience and unwavering self-improvement. The faces of passers-by are adorned with smiles, engaging in laughter while envisioning a promising future. This is the era my grandfather spoke of. Even amidst meager sustenance and tattered garments, patched upon patches, they walked unburdened by theft and left their doors unlocked at night. Neighbors coexisted harmoniously, traveling 10 or more miles together simply to enjoy a film, returning home with joy. They endured hunger and poverty on this barren land, yet nourished a spirit that transcended common understanding, laying the groundwork for the next emergence. This is a generation deserving of our utmost respect. Yang Xiaotao strolled along the road, flanked by mottled trees. Though the elderly trees stood bare, they exuded a profound sense of history, prompting him to wander aimlessly, lost in thought. In a past life, he had become accustomed to insincerity, surrounded by colleagues wearing deceitful masks, only to betray him with a dagger after feigning camaraderie. Yet, in this era, the inhabitants of this land seem imbued with hope for tomorrow, their gaunt faces radiating vitality, akin to the sun rising in the morning, warm yet not blinding. Each individual is fervently dedicated to contributing to this nascent nation. Such genuine hope cannot be feigned, even with a mask. Now that I am here, what can I do? Reflecting on the hardships recounted by my grandfather, I ponder whether I can lend a hand, alleviating the burdens of the elder generation, preserving a fragment of vitality for this nation reborn from its cocoon. What can I do? Yang Xiaodao queried with a hint of skepticism. Before his journey through time, he had merely been a humble office worker, possessing a modicum of experience in trade. Here, however, engaging in commerce could easily be misconstrued as speculative profiteering, a grave accusation that could lead to severe repercussions. Beyond this, although he had studied the sciences during his academic years, his primary focus had been on biological sciences. While he possessed theoretical knowledge for the future, when it came to practical application and achieving results, he might be outperformed by contemporary university graduates. After all, they had genuine talents and skills, unlike himself, a mere product of a lesser-known institution merely seeking a diploma. Was he truly expected to delve into books? Reflecting on the system he had acquired, Yang Xiaodao felt a sense of resignation. Gaining knowledge through reading, only to become a machinist, was this the path he was destined to tread? Nevertheless, he consoled himself, recognizing that being a machinist was commendable. Skilled workers were indeed a national treasure. With a renewed sense of purpose, he walked with greater vigor. After a prolonged stroll, he placed a hand on his stomach and glanced at the several eateries lining the roadside. He then felt his pockets. He had a decent amount of money, and with the additional 50 yuan awarded by the system, he had nearly 90 yuan in total, sufficient for a hearty meal. However, in this era, most restaurants operated under a cooperative model, meaning that dining there required not only money but also ration tickets. For instance, purchasing steamed buns necessitated grain tickets. Meat required meat tickets, and alcoholic beverages demanded liquor tickets. To procure pork, one had to present meat tickets, which were strictly rationed. It seemed that an individual could only buy 2 taels per day, reflecting a persistent scarcity. Of course, not everything required tickets. Much like the vegetables cultivated by certain farmers, the eggs laid by chickens, the fish caught, and the poultry raised, these individuals, in their quest to repay debts and supplement their household income, often resort to selling their produce to restaurants, thus eliminating the necessity for tickets. Naturally, this practice is restricted to personal production and trade. Should anyone engage in organized reselling, they should brace themselves for the repercussions of being reported. Consequently, upon entering a restaurant and yearning for a delightful meal, one must possess a ticket. As for the poultry, fish, and meat, that largely hinges on fortune. Should one be fortunate, they may indulge. Otherwise, they might have to settle for a simple cornbread. Yang Xiaodao contemplated the ticket in his hand, which represented the last remnants of his family's stock. Fortunately, only a few days remained until payday. Prior to the Lunar New Year, the factory not only organizes skills assessments for its employees, but also dispenses wages, which are contingent upon the outcome of these evaluations. In essence, after successfully completing the first-level machinist assessment, Yang Xiaodao would be entitled to a salary of 27.5 yuan. Moreover, regular employees are afforded grain tickets and supplementary food tickets, bestowing upon them a significantly enhanced status compared to apprentices. In urban areas, the supply of grain refers to those who possess a registered urban household and hold a grain book, a residence grain purchase certificate. Each month, based on age and the intensity of their labor, they can collect their rations from the grain shop. For instance, in his family, his father, who worked as a machinist in the workshop, received a monthly allocation of 32 jin of grain, while Yang Xiaodao, a graduating senior before joining the factory, was entitled to 28 jin. Therefore, their household's total grain ration amounted to 60 jin, which, at first glance, seems substantial. However, within that allocation, only 20 jin consisted of fine white flour, 10 jin of rice, 3 jin of soybean oil, and 5 jin of millet, while the remainder comprised coarse grains, including cornmeal, sorghum, and sweet potato flour. Thus, when averaged out over the month, consuming 2 pounds a day is scarcely sufficient for 2 robust laborers. Moreover, many households are burdened by the weight of non-agricultural household registrations. In such circumstances, the ration tickets for grain and supplementary food distributed by factories and institutions become a vital source of sustenance for families. As his thoughts meandered, Yang Xiaodao gazed at the surrounding eateries yet found himself hesitating. The reason was simple. His ration tickets were limited, and the surplus grains at home were dwindling. Comrade? Comrade? Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from a nearby corner. Yang Xiaodao turned to see an individual crouched against the wall. Had it not been for the voice, he might not have noticed at all. "Were you calling me?" he inquired, glancing around at the sparse foot traffic, uncertainly pointing to himself. "Yes." The stranger stood up, clad in a worn military coat, a cap obscuring much of his face, his gaunt figure revealing a hint of a smile. This attire was quite fashionable in those times. One could not acquire such garments without connections. "Comrade, do you need tickets?" he asked quickly and quietly, casting furtive glances to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Yang Xiaotao understood the significance of these tickets. Their value was comparable to gold, and even with money, one might not be able to procure meat and grain. Yet, possessing tickets guaranteed access to these essentials. In those years, the scarcity of national resources necessitated the use of tickets to maintain market equilibrium, ensuring that limited goods circulated adequately and preventing a disparity wherein some areas prospered while others languished in poverty. In the current societal context, the emergence of tickets has resolved certain issues, yet simultaneously, new problems have arisen. For instance, while grain produced in rural areas is submitted, urban workers can obtain food without engaging in cultivation. Consequently, when rural individuals travel to the city for affairs, they require sustenance, which necessitates the use of food tickets. But where do these tickets originate? Naturally, they must be purchased. However, rural areas do not distribute food tickets. Therefore, at times, people resort to various means to acquire such tickets. Typically, this procurement can be conducted collectively by local teams or officials under the guise of the community. It is only when individuals find themselves in need that they seek someone to facilitate their purchase. This scenario is not exclusive to rural areas. Urban dwellers, too, enrich their supplies by purchasing supplementary food tickets or even exchanging grain tickets. Moreover, in these times, the rations dispensed by grain stores are minimal, leading many households to deplete their monthly provisions within a fortnight. Consequently, they are left with no choice but to seek additional grain, giving rise to markets for such exchanges. Where there are buyers for grain tickets, sellers inevitably emerge. Of course, these transactions occur discreetly, away from the prying eyes of nosy individuals. As for entrapment by law enforcement, such practices are currently frowned upon. "Do you possess tickets?" Yang Xiaotao inquired in a hushed tone. "Comrade, this is your first visit, isn't it? Fear not. I have been trading in these alleys for several years," the newcomer explained, discerning Yang Xiaotao's skepticism. "I understand your concerns. However, this trade relies on long-standing relationships. Once reputation is tarnished, who would dare to return? Rest assured, as long as your intentions to purchase are sincere, we shall sell with confidence." Yang Xiao nodded, giving it little thought, for the sale of tickets was not an unusual occurrence. In television dramas, the deaf elderly would exchange food coupons for cash, while the family of Uncle Yin Fuguo would trade fine grains for coarse ones, thereby acquiring a greater quantity to barely sustain themselves. "How much do you possess? Follow me." The man glanced around before making his way toward an alley, with Yang Xiaotao closely trailing behind. Upon reaching a doorway, he pushed it open and stepped inside, whereupon someone promptly shut the door behind them. "Comrade, do not worry. We are merely taking precautions." The man removed his hat, revealing a beaming face. Not much older than 20. "I am Shenlin. Greetings." After the exchange of pleasantries, Shenlin produced a stack of bills from his pocket, while the individual behind him also revealed some, placing them upon a nearby cart. "Let us be clear. The price of these tickets will exceed the normal rate. I wonder if you are amenable to this." "I have no objections," Yang Xiaotao replied decisively. The two exchanged a knowing glance, each recognizing the other as a person of means. "Here are the food coupons, the meat tickets, the sugar tickets, and the oil tickets." In a short span, the tickets on the cart were organized into several groups, with Shenlin announcing the prices. "For 20 pounds of white flour, I will take the meat tickets, sugar tickets, and oil tickets as well." Yang Xiaotao made a rough estimate. These tickets totaled merely 30 yuan, a modest sum for him. Upon hearing this, Shenlin immediately chuckled. "Brother, how generous." With that, the other began to arrange the tickets, selecting those that Yang Xiaotao required and presenting them to Shenlin. "There are a total of 20 pounds of flour, 7 pounds of meat, 1.5 pounds of sugar, and 1 pound of oil, all for the sum of $29.50. Without hesitation, Yang Xiaotao tucked the money into his pocket and then discreetly retrieved $30 from his space, handing it to Shenlin. "Brother, please wait a moment. I will break this for you." Seeing Yang Xiaotao's straightforwardness, Shenlin was exceedingly polite. "No need. We will come often in the future. You can keep the money for now, and we will settle it next time." "All right, brother, that is very generous of you. Shenlin appreciated. Shenlin assured him that next time they would still meet here and encouraged Yang Xiaotao to voice any needs in advance. Yang Xiaotao nodded, requesting more meat tickets, as well as alcohol and cigarette tickets. Acquiring them would be most advantageous. Upon hearing this, Shenlin's eyes nearly narrowed in delight. After all, This was a significant client, and few in their courtyard were so extravagant. All right, I will keep an eye out for you. Shinlin patted his chest in assurance. And Yang Xiaotao did not linger, turning to leave. Observing Yang Xiaotao's retreating figure, another individual approached and remarked, "Brother Lin, this fellow seems quite formidable. With such wealth, could he be from another prominent courtyard?" Lin Shin shook his head, choosing not to ponder further. In their line of work, it was most taboo to inquire too deeply. The unspoken rule was to neither ask nor divulge. "Here is $10 for you. By the way, Shaoli, doesn't your father often procure alcohol tickets? See if he can spare a couple. This is a major client." "Brother Lin, you know my father is a wine aficionado. Those alcohol tickets are his lifeblood." "You foolish one, simply inform Annie where he hides the alcohol tickets, and that should suffice." "You are indeed correct. My mother is quite strict. Thus, it shall be arranged." Yang Xiaotao, unaware of the intentions behind him to deceive his father, felt a natural inclination to reward his own body with sustenance. The Yongjun restaurant displayed a name that distinctly echoed the characteristics of the era. Approaching the establishment before noon, when the mealtime had not yet commenced, he found himself alone. "Comrade, are you here to dine?" Emerged a robust woman clad in an apron, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Good sister, I'm quite famished. I came here to have a bite." "Very well, what would you like to eat?" "I'm not sure what delicacies we have. Do you have any signature dishes?" "Oh, we have plenty of signature dishes. Do not let the modest size of our restaurant deceive you. My husband has been a chef since childhood. While we may not compare to a state banquet, I assure you, you will be well fed. Your words only intensify my hunger." "Haha, this young lad drains my purse. My eldest son is about your age and can devour 3 steamed buns in one sitting." The sister was quite the conversationalist, swiftly divulging the restaurant's offerings. "We only serve 2 main dishes each day, braised pork and twice-cooked pork, with a maximum of 5 portions available. Additionally, we have a delectable Kung Pao chicken." She added in a hushed tone, "The chicken is sourced from our own farm." In an instant, Yang Xiaotao grasped her implication. "Sister, please pack 1 portion each of the braised pork and twice-cooked pork, 1 portion of the Kung Pao chicken, and roast chicken as well. Also, I would like 20 steamed buns. The 2-flour blend will suffice." Yang Xiaotao recited a string of numbers, leaving the sister somewhat astonished. "Comrade, are you certain about this?" It is not merely her fussing over trivialities. In these times, engaging in the speculation of grain could lead to severe repercussions if one were to be caught. "Sister, please do not overthink it. I am on my way to visit an elder and intend to procure some provisions from you, thus sparing myself the trouble of cooking." Yang Xiao said little more, producing a stack of bills. "You may tally the amount, sister." "Very well." The sister pondered for a moment. There had been few customers throughout the day, and encountering one now was an opportunity not to be missed. With this thought, she dashed to the side, took up a pen, and began to meticulously jot down the details in her ledger. This was the restaurant's protocol, established to prepare for inspections, ensuring clarity in what had been sold, the amount received, and the corresponding receipts. "Greetings, the total comes to 8 yuan and 60 cents, along with 2 pounds of grain tickets and 1 pound of meat tickets. The meat tickets are primarily for braised pork and twice-cooked pork. As for chicken, payment in cash suffices." After Yang Xiao settled the bill, the sister promptly poured a bowl of tea and returned to the kitchen to commence her preparations. Approximately 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man emerged from the back, carrying several brown paper packages, held in a net bag. "Young brother, your meal is ready." "Thank you." "Elder brother, no need for such formality. Call me Zhang Lianjiang, or simply Zhang Ge." "Very well, Zhang Ge, you may address me as Xiaotao. I reside in the courtyard at the end of the alley." Yang Xiaotao accepted the packages, expressing his gratitude once more before exiting. After walking for a while, he found a secluded spot and placed the net bag into a storage space. This time, he did not head home, but ventured into the neighboring courtyard. Upon arriving at the courtyard, I beheld children frolicking at the entrance. With a swift turn, I retrieved the twice-cooked pork, Kung Pao chicken, and roasted chicken, then extracted 10 steamed buns, covering them with a cotton jacket. In the distance, I spotted a girl, and a name surfaced in my memory. "Shaoli, is your mother at home?" The little girl, Zhou Li, aged 5, is the youngest daughter of Zhou Taizhu, a dear friend of my late father. Zhou Taizhu perished in a fire while rescuing equipment, becoming a martyr of the steel mill. When my father was gravely ill, the Zhou family lent us a sum of money. This bond is one I cannot overlook. Furthermore, the current circumstances of the Zhou family are far from optimistic. Zhou Taizhu had 2 sons and 2 daughters. His eldest son, Zhou Kuei, 18 years old, is tall and robust, but struggles with stuttering. He is typically reticent yet possesses a commendable honesty. His second son, Zhou Ping, 16, is a high school student with a spark of cleverness. Following Zhou Tieju's sacrifice, the factory bestowed his position upon his children. After careful consideration, Zhou Wangshe ultimately allocated the role to the younger son. The eldest daughter, Zhou Yun, is 10 years old and attends primary school. The five-member family now relies on the meager salary of the second son, and with Zhou Wangshe holding a rural household registration. The numerous children consume a considerable amount, resulting in a precarious existence. Yanggu, my mother is inside. What about your elder brother? Elder brother went fishing. The second brother is home, and the elder sister is also here. Zhou Li quickly responded, eager to continue playing outside. I held no objections. At such an age, play is a rightful pursuit. As Yang Xiaodao approached the courtyard, he greeted several individuals within, only to find that many responded with mere indifference, continuing their way towards the backyard. The Zhou family, much like the Yangs, possessed 2 rooms. However, unlike the Yangs, their household was larger, with 5 members residing in the 2 modest rooms, which felt rather cramped. Yet, there was little recourse. Despite homes being allocated, buying and selling them was no simple feat. One had to first purchase the property before being able to sell it. With allocated housing, who would expend money to buy? In the courtyard, Yang Xiaodao was aware that only his family, Uncle Da, and the Shaju family had purchased their homes. The rest could only be considered as rented, possessing usage rights but lacking the right of disposal. Aunt Zhou, are you home? Yang Xiaodao called out, his voice resonating at the entrance. Shortly, a modestly dressed woman, her wrinkles prominent, emerged from within the house, her face breaking into a warm smile upon seeing him. Xiaodao, what brings you here today? Just passing by, and it happened to be mealtime, so I thought I'd stop by for something to eat. You child, just come for a meal. What do you need to buy? As she spoke, she ushered Yang Xiaotao inside. The interior was as simple as that of the Yang household, featuring a well-worn table bearing more stains than Aunt Zhou had wrinkles. Yang Xiaodao placed his net bag on the table, at which point a young man emerged from the room, not particularly tall, with a thin visage. Brother Tao. The young man was Zhou Ping, who had been lounging at home during the factory's recent break. What is up? Bored at home? Not at all. Assessments are coming up, and I want to give it a try. What about you, Brother Tao? Do you want to give it a shot? Zhou Peng and Yang Xiaodao, both apprentices in the 3rd workshop, ventured forth together. Although they were assigned to different groups, their learning experiences were quite similar. Naturally, they were eager to take the examination. Passing would secure them formal employment, a stable job, and a promotion in salary. Yang Xiaodao remarked with a smile, and Zhou Ping, upon hearing about the salary, exhibited a glimmer of joy. The burden of familial financial strain weighed heavily upon him, almost suffocating him. Brother Tao, a faint voice broke through, and upon glancing up, Zhou Ping beheld Zhou Yun, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, who was studying at school and performing commendably. Shaoan, school is out. How are your studies? Not too bad. The young girl responded somewhat shyly, her demeanor still delicate. After a brief exchange, a tall figure entered the room, blocking the doorway. It was undoubtedly Zhou Kuei, the eldest son of the Zhou family. Tao, Brother Tao. Despite Zhou Kuei's towering stature, he was, in fact, a few months younger than Yang Xiaodao, and due to his stutter, he preferred brevity in speech. He held a sizable grass carp, its lifeless eyes staring blankly, while icicles clung to his clothing in the chill of winter. Did you go to Shihai? Zhou Kuei stepped further into the room, followed closely by Zhou Li, who bounded in with glee at the sight of the fish. We're having fish. In the house, Aunt Zhou took the fish to prepare it, though such a small catch would barely suffice for a soup for everyone. Aunt Zhou, take this as well. Yang Xiaotao began to open the net bag, but Zhou Peng interjected, Brother Tao, you only need to come for the meal. Take your things back. What are you saying? Do you look down on me? Let go. Yang Xiaodao pulled apart Zhou Ping, while Zhou Kuei, wanting to step forward, was halted by a mere glance from Yang Xiaodao. Brother Tao. Zhou Ping hesitated, words hovering on the brink of utterance, but failing to escape his lips. Zhou Kuei, shut the door. With a subtle wave of his hand, Yang Xiaotao signaled Zhou Kuei, who promptly closed the door. In these times, one must truly avoid others when indulging in fine food, lest they invite idle gossip. Once the door was shut, the crinkling of paper revealed an enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air. Meat. It was indeed meat. Pork and chicken. The sounds of swallowed saliva echoed in unison. And Zhou Kuei, patting his belly, lamented how he had subsisted on little more than a third of a meal these past few days, followed by mere water to fill the void. Upon sighting the meat, the eyes of the Zhou family gleamed with envy, yet none dared to approach. Xiao Tao, why did you buy so much meat? Is it really necessary? Zhou auntie was equally astonished. The sheer quantity of meat before her was more than even during the New Year celebrations when her husband was alive. Yang Xiaotao smiled, responding, Aunt, if I eat my fill, the whole family won't go hungry. Besides, one must eat well to live well. With that, he tore off 2 chicken legs and handed them to Zhou Yun and Zhou Li. Zhou Yun glanced at her mother with hesitation, while Zhou Li could no longer resist and took a hearty bite. Eat up, Yang Xiaotao encouraged, pulling out steamed buns. Aunt, let us heat these up and enjoy together. Faced with this, Zhou auntie found herself without an argument, so she brought out the roast chicken to prepare a stew. Before long, the dining table was laden with an array of bowls and plates, featuring Yang Xiaotao's twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, a chicken and potato stew, and braised grass carp. The staple food consists of a bowl of cornbread steamed buns, accompanied by 10 fluffy manta brought along. Several individuals gather around the table, relishing a rare feast of succulent pork, savoring each bite to the point of greasiness. The particularly delectable twice-cooked pork and kung pao chicken are laden with oil, their flavors so pure that one is reluctant to swallow hastily. Nearby, Zhou Kuei and Zhou Peng also indulge heartily. With such richness, they can stave off hunger, thus invigorating their labor. Ultimately, every dish is cleared, with Zhou Kuei even using his bun to wipe the plate of kung pao chicken repeatedly, ensuring not a trace of oil remains before he sets it down. After the meal, the 2 girls venture out to play, prompting Aunt Zhou to share the recent gossip circulating in the neighborhood. Zhou Peng, unable to contain his emotions, had been itching to speak ever since Yang Xiaotao entered the room, and now his fury was evident on his face. Tao Gu, you won't believe it. Those scoundrels have been slandering you everywhere lately, especially Jia Dongxiu. This rascal, along with a few street ruffians, has been spreading rumors. I've encountered them several times, and if they hadn't fled, I would have surely given them a good beating. It's infuriating. And that Qin Huairu, who seemed like a decent girl at your home, how could she possess such a malicious heart? Zhou Peng rambled on incessantly, and upon hearing this, Yang Xiaotao inquired about the matter. Aunt Zhou then recounted the hearsay she had gathered from visiting neighbors, claims that Yang Xiaotao was narrow-minded, unable to tolerate others marrying, that he had spoken disrespectfully at a wedding, ruining the joy for others, and further accusations of having a wicked heart, asserting that if a girl did not wish to marry, he would maliciously interfere with her prospects. In summary, the whispers have spread through every corner of the streets. And in this neighborhood, Yang Xiaotao's reputation has become notorious. Alas, he has resorted to despicable tactics, which suggest he is out of options. Yang Xiaotao remains unfazed. He is well acquainted with the scoundrels of the courtyard, and such methods do not surprise him. Noticing Aunt Zhou's worried expression, Yang Xiaotao quickly reassured her, Aunt, do not fret. The situation is as follows. He then recounted the events that had transpired in the courtyard. Upon learning that Yang Xiaotao had been residing in the hospital for the past few days, Aunt Zhou and the others raised their voices in alarm. Zhou Kuei even prepared to stand and clench his fists in anger on Yang Xiaotao's behalf. After much effort, Yang Xiaotao managed to calm them down, saying, Aunt, don't worry. I am well aware of the caliber of these individuals. If anything were to happen, I would not hold back. For now, it's better they leave me be. Should they provoke me, none of them will enjoy a moment of peace. Upon hearing these words, Aunt Zhou's gaze towards Yang Xiaotao shifted. The Yang Xiaotao of old would never have uttered such statements. It seemed he had matured during this period of silence. After a while, Yang Xiaotao rose and retrieved 20 yuan from his pocket, placing it in Aunt Zhou's hands. Aunt, this is the money I borrowed from your family last time. Please, do not say a word. Debts should be repaid, and borrowing again should not be a bother. The extra 150 is merely an advance for meals. When I come over for dinner in the future, do not leave me standing at the door. Aunt Zhou, holding the money, exclaimed, Oh, you dear child. All right then, Aunt. Please rest. I must be going. He added, De Kuei, do not linger by the West Sea. What if you fall in? Pursue your own livelihood. If that fails, take on temporary work. One can always earn a little money. Farewell. The Zhou brothers escorted Yang Xiaotao to the door and then returned inside. Mother, should we not intervene? Shall we allow those individuals to slander Tao? Zhou Peng inquired. Indeed, yes, mother. I shall go and teach them a lesson. Zhou Kuei exclaimed, his fists raised. as he firmly believed that Tao was not the sort of person they painted him to be. You two should not get involved. Did you not hear Xiaotao say he will handle it himself? And Shou replied calmly, adding to Zhou Kuei, besides, you have little to do. Just keep an eye out for him on your way to and from work. Understood, mother. Yang Xiaotao departed from the Zhou residence, his heart calling out for Xiaowei. Along the way, he comprehended Xiaowei's abilities thoroughly. Although she could not speak, she could grasp his words. Moreover, they did not require verbal communication. As if they shared a telepathic connection, whenever Yang Xiaotao called her name, Xiaowei could hear him. As for the distance, Yang Xiaotao was uncertain. But it likely was not too far. Indeed, upon hearing his call, he witnessed a branch at the top of the persimmon tree in the yard suddenly bend down, from which a small piece of wood emerged. Subsequently, the wood fell, and the branch swiftly recoiled. Before the wood could touch the ground, it took flight, clearly visible. And with a whoosh, it landed on Yang Xiaotao's right shoulder. Prior to entering the Zhou household, Xiaowei had flown up to the persimmon tree in the yard, utilizing it to absorb solar energy. As he gazed at the little fellow, he noticed that the vibrant green aura surrounding him had subdued. Yet his form felt remarkably more rounded to the touch. Let us depart. Homeward we go, he declared, eager to witness the antics of these rascals. At the entrance of the alley, a solitary figure approached. With the festive season approaching, every household was engaged in preparations for the new year. Some diligently tidied their homes, scrubbing every corner to dispel ill fortune, while others busily procured supplies, be it food or other necessities. Despite the scarcity of resources, the cherished traditions demanded a semblance of celebration. The elders basked in the sunlight, exchanging pleasantries, playing chess, and engaging in light-hearted banter, seizing this opportunity to relax after a year of toil. Meanwhile, the children congregated, immersed in various games, regardless of gender, with no supervision to be found. When mealtime arrived, they would return home, unbothered by the absence of watchful eyes. Yang Xiaotao strolled along the street, absorbing the unique cultural ambience of the era while sensing the peculiar glances directed at him, some filled with anger, others with pity, regret, or disdain. He understood that these looks were undoubtedly linked to the rumors circulating about him. However, he chose not to explain himself, as he had no ties to the townsfolk and saw no reason to waste his breath. After all, engaging in such discourse would only prolong the gossip. Moreover, falsehoods remained falsehoods. Wisdom curtails rumors, and those with the intent to uncover the truth would inevitably do so. Yang Xiaotao remained confident that the ruffians would not dare escalate matters too far, for should Director Wang catch wind of their mischief, it would lead to their own undoing. Indifferent to the whispers, Yang Xiaotao continued his path straight into the courtyard. As I approached the entrance, a tall, slender figure emerged from around the corner, his distinctly equine visage revealing a unique character. With sparse facial hair adorning his lips, it was none other than Su Damao. Today, Su Damao radiated vitality. Having garnered his father's approval for his handling of the projector at the factory that morning, he treated the publicity director to lunch. His position as a projectionist at the steel mill seemed all but secured. Once he passed the assessment the day after tomorrow, he would earn a monthly salary of 42.5 yuan, a significant improvement over the 9th-level chef, Sha Zhu. He eagerly anticipated the opportunity to flaunt his success before Sha Zhu. In high spirits, buoyed by a few drinks, he greeted everyone he encountered. It was then that he fortuitously ran into Yang Xiaotao, whose eyes lit up mischievously as he approached with a grin. Yang Xiaotao, however, harbored no fondness for Su Damao, a true scoundrel in the courtyard. While he begrudgingly acknowledged that Sha Zhu's exploitation was voluntary, it still left a sour taste in his mouth. But when it came to Su Damao, Yang Xiaotao couldn't suppress his desire to deliver a couple of kicks to that hideous face. Su Damao's treachery knew no bounds. He had exposed his own wife and reported his father-in-law, cloaking his actions as class struggle. No one could argue against that. Yet, he reveled in the benefits his wife provided while simultaneously stabbing her in the back. Su Damao approached and entered through the gate alongside Yang Xiaotao, then called out from behind, "Xiaotao, my dear brother." Yang Xiaotao halted and glanced at the approaching figure with a donkey-like face, discreetly stepping back a half-pace. "Brother Xiaotao, has your injury healed?" Su Damao exclaimed. "I truly did not mean to cause you distress. You see, I have been troubled by this matter for days. Hardly sleeping at all. Just look at these dark circles under my eyes," he added, gesturing towards his own face. "I've been burning the midnight oil, poring over books and memorizing notes. How could I possibly avoid such fatigue? Su Damao, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm not cold. I'm simply exhausted." Yang Xiaotao retorted with irritation, while Su Damao chuckled awkwardly. Xiaotao, I'm not chastising you. Isn't it just a trivial matter? Why dwell on it so? Young Xiaotao scoffed. Perhaps I should give you a good whack and see how you feel? Su Damao was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly changed his tone. Oh, that wouldn't he do? That would be a grave mistake. All right then. Speak your mind swiftly. Observing the curious gazes of several onlookers, particularly the significant expression on the face of the third uncle, young Xiaotao felt as if he had swallowed something bitter and wished to flee. Su Damao, now abandoning any pretense, leaned in closer, the pungent odor of garlic causing young Xiaotao to grimace. You must be cautious this time. You have no idea what has been happening in our courtyard these past few days. It's been like a tempest, with a constant howling overhead. Especially with the Jiazhong family, they've been punished by the street office to sweep the streets, and they curse you daily, wishing they could devour you whole. In addition, there is that foolish Zhu, who is always itching for a fight, just waiting to cripple you. You must exercise caution. As for me, I would say that we are acquainted through our shared experiences, having grown up together in the same courtyard, wearing open-crotch pants. You are well aware of my character. If you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Su Damao pounded his chest, his sincerity evident, his eyes filled with genuine emotion. I can do without you, Yang Xiaotao retorted. Disdain etched across his face, leaving Su Damao momentarily stunned before striding towards the central courtyard. Su Damao's expression twitched. He spat in frustration, cursing the ignorance of those who do not recognize a good heart. You uncouth scoundrel, there will come a time when you will regret your actions. However, he merely indulged in venting his frustrations, for his father had strictly instructed him to avoid trouble. As Yang Xiaotao traversed the front courtyard and entered the central courtyard, he spotted a woman crouched by the water basin, diligently scrubbing clothes. A mere glance revealed her to be Qin Huairu. Without hesitation, he approached her directly. To declare a complete severance of ties is to do just that. Even a glance feels excessive. Qin Huairu looked up, her eyes filled with resentment as she watched Yang Xiaotao walk away. Who could blame her for feeling this way, considering he nearly ruined her prospects? If it weren't for that unfortunate incident on her wedding night, how would she survive? How could she establish herself within the Jia family? Her life was nearly shattered. Damn that scoundrel. He deserves a lifetime of misfortune, she cursed inwardly, just as she noticed He Yushui emerging from the house, her expression instantly transforming. Yushui, are you going out? Qin Huairu inquired. He Yushui approached warmly, saying, I have plans to go out with my classmates, and my brother will be back shortly. Please greet him when you see him. Ah, you young people should indeed venture out more often, nurture your relationships, and broaden your horizons. Do not worry. I shall inform Juzi, she replied. By the way, do you have any clothes that need washing? I can take care of them for you to save you the trouble. Qin Huairu casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she spoke. In truth, when Qin Huairu first arrived at the courtyard to live with the Yang family, she had already discerned the dynamics among the residents. Back then, while washing clothes for the Yang family, she would also lend a hand to He Yushui. Now, as a daughter-in-law of the Jia family, her demeanor was even more affable. No, that's quite unnecessary. I can manage on my own. He Yushui quickly declined. Oh, Sister Qin, you are so diligent. I happen to have some laundry at home too. Would you mind assisting me? Su Damao, who had been trailing behind, happened to enter the courtyard and overheard their conversation, pausing to stand nearby, his eyes surveying the young woman's ample figure, particularly her fair complexion. And his tone carried a hint of frivolity. Go on. You have hands and feet. Watch it yourself. Su Damao's character was well understood by someone as perceptive as Qin Huairu. Moreover, her current objective was to cultivate a good relationship with the elder, who had shown particular kindness to both her family and the Shaju family, suggesting they were of the same social circle. As for Su Damao, well, he held no significance in this context. Sister Qin, I do indeed have hands and feet, but there is no one who can wash clothes as thoroughly as you. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Damao stepped forward and watched as Yang Xiaotao entered the courtyard before saying, Sister Qin, that fellow has returned. When he came in, I specifically advised him to apologize to you and Brother Dongshu. Qin Huairu glanced at him and, not wishing to create an awkward silence, responded, What did he say? Surely he didn't scold you. My dear sister, you have indeed guessed correctly. This fellow is utterly oblivious to kindness. Not only does he fail to recognize his mistakes, but he asserts that he is blameless. Just listen, the entire courtyard is aware of his outrageous deeds, and yet he still believes himself justified. Su Damao spoke passionately, clearly having forgotten the events of that day at the wedding. It is hardly surprising. given that the narratives circulating these days are one-sided, leading many to selectively believe in this distorted reality. As for the painful memories, they have long been erased from his mind. Su Damao is precisely that sort of person. He remembers what serves him and forgets what does not. A quintessential example of someone who remembers the pleasures but forgets the pains. Glancing around, he noticed several women engaged in casual conversation nearby, which made Su Damao hesitant to approach too closely. Instead, he maintained a lofty position, peering intently through the collar of his shirt. Eventually, he crouched down slowly, his eyes nearly crossing from the effort. "Sister Qin, would you like me to help you regain your dignity? I may not be able to promise much, but if you give me a word, I will be the first to charge forward." Qin Huairu paused her actions, lifted her gaze, and cast a glance his way, exuding a charm that nearly caused Su Damao to lose himself. What a statement! In our courtyard, there are 3 esteemed elders in charge. How could it possibly be my place as a mere woman to take the lead? Moreover, isn't there still you, Brother Jia? Su Damao fell silent, acknowledging, indeed, Sister Qin is right. However, this young man is not easy to deal with. Having more hands on deck would certainly be advantageous. Dama appreciated his sister's goodwill, yet she sincerely wished to avoid unnecessary disputes, yearning instead for a peaceful existence. After speaking, Qin Huairu disregarded Su Damao and turned to He Yushui. "Yushui, why are you being so polite? In your household, there is only your brother, who seems oblivious to the feelings of a young lady. Don't worry, I will go to your room shortly." "Thank you, Sister Qin. No need for thanks, just hurry along. We wouldn't want your classmates to be kept waiting." "All right." He Yushui smiled as she dashed out the door, while Qin Huairu resumed her laundry. The other women in the courtyard observed and commended Qin Huairu for her kind heart. Seeing no one paying attention to him, Su Damao felt somewhat foolish and decided not to linger, striding toward the backyard while muttering to himself. In the future, he must find a more beautiful wife, preferably one who consumes better rations. Otherwise, wouldn't that put the Jia family at a disadvantage? Moreover, he must find someone superior to Shaju to infuriate his mother. At that moment, Su Damao's desire for a beautiful bride intensified significantly. As the conversation in the courtyard concluded, Yang Xiaotao, standing in the yard, overheard everything clearly and couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Su Damao is truly wicked. This time, it is irrefutably evident. Moving forward, it seems he must be properly dealt with to ensure he understands that there are some individuals he cannot afford to offend. As for He Yushui, Yang Xiaodao has come to understand why she continually seeks to undermine Shaju on television. Initially, he believed it was due to Shaju's contributions to the Jia family, including bringing back lunchboxes and providing financial support, which inadvertently disregarded He Yushui's feelings. However, Shaju's act of purchasing a bicycle for He Yushui reveals that he indeed harbors affection for his sister. Their bond is one of mutual reliance. It is difficult to dismiss the depth of their connection. Yet, within the narrative, one cannot help but question why He Yushui persistently encourages Shaju to be with Qin Huairu, even allowing the ungrateful Jia family to refer to her as aunt. To an outsider, this seems like a betrayal of Shaju, leading him to the brink of despair and ultimately to a dismal departure. Moreover, it indirectly harmed Lu Xiaoyi, who bore a child and continued to be exploited. Now, Yang Xiaodao comprehends that perhaps Shaju's favoritism and the strong backing of an elder play a role, but it is predominantly Qin Huairu's adeptness in social maneuvering that stands out. From this moment, she begins to forge connections. A young girl in the second year of junior high, subtly influencing her surroundings, cannot remain detached. With the loss of her mother and her father pursuing a widow, the paternal affection her brother offers is insufficient to fill the void of maternal love, which she seeks from Qin Huairu. Such dependence is beyond the grasp of outsiders. Alas, the pitiable He Yushui and the formidable Qin Huairu. In light of this, Yang Xiaodao can only lament, refraining from offering warnings, for as the saying goes, one cannot awaken those who feign slumber. To speak of White Lotus, vampires, or abject despair to encourage He Yushui to distance herself from Qin Huairu would likely yield not gratitude, but rather scorn and retribution. Such is the nature of humanity. Pushing open the weathered door, Yang Xiaodao gazed at the familiar scene. Before he could enter, the door next door suddenly swung open. An old mansion emerged. Addressing Yang Xiaodao, "Xiaodao, come here." Taken aback, Yang Xiaodao was reminded of memories. The Qin family next door represented one of the few good souls in his life. Despite their advanced age, the deaf elderly lady held a revered position in the yard, commanding respect that kept others at bay. Yet, They lived like an ordinary family, unobtrusive and unassuming, embodying the essence of many households. With a smile, young Xiaodao stepped inside, asking, "Old man Chen, what is the matter?" Meanwhile, old lady Chen approached with a plate of steamed corn buns, saying, "Xiaodao, have some food." "No, auntie, I've eaten at Aunt Shun's," he replied, though he still made his way to the table. Old man Chen handed him a bun, then sighed, "Xiaodao, there have been some matters in the yard these past few days. You must learn to let go. Some things, if unseen, are best left unthought. And do not become fixated. You are still young, with a long road ahead." "Indeed, Xiaodao," old lady Chen added, stepping forward to offer her guidance at our age. "What haven't we witnessed? Heed your grandfather's advice and don't take things too seriously." Yang Xiaodao found their concern both amusing and poignant. Aware that the elderly couple feared he might become disheartened and stray from his path, little did they know that within his 18-year-old frame resided a soul nearing 30. Fully aware of the unfolding narrative and the misdeeds of the creatures within the yard. Would he be afraid? Would he get caught up in trivialities? Absolutely not. His only intention was to make those vile creatures regret their actions, forcing them into a state of remorse amidst their suffering. However, in the face of the kind intentions of the elderly couple, Yang Xiaodao graciously accepted. Society is not a solitary existence. It is a collective one. Yang Xiaodao did not wish to become a lone wanderer, nor did he intend to detach himself from the human circle. Otherwise, he might as well retreat to a remote forest and lead a life of wilderness survival. In truth, Yang Xiaodao still yearned for recognition, desiring the warmth of concern when he was hurt, the thoughtfulness of others when he traveled afar, and companionship to share both joys and sorrows. This was the life he aspired to. "Grandpa Chun, I understand your and Grandma's intentions. I am also aware of the matters in the courtyard. The first uncle's actions often feel like moral coercion, while the second uncle, lacking ability, harbors lofty ambitions of authority. The third uncle is meticulous and calculating. I am not afraid of the people in the courtyard, nor will I take them to heart." Yang Xiaodao spoke with confidence, leaving the elderly couple astonished. If it were not for having watched him grow up, they would hardly believe he could utter such words. Suddenly, Grandpa Chun burst into laughter, his wrinkles spreading like blooming chrysanthemums. Well, young man, I did not expect you to see so clearly. It seems I have spoken too much. All right. I want to keep you for a meal. I can see from the corners of your mouth that you've certainly had a good meal. I want to trouble you with my humble corn cakes." Although Grandpa Chin was urging him to leave, there was an underlying warmth in his tone. Yang Xiaodao quickly replied with a grin, "Grandpa, please sit. Today, it was my oversight. Next time I come, I shall ensure there is good wine and fine meat." "Stop your chatter and hurry home to tidy up," the old man retorted. "All right, let's go." As Yang Xiaodao exited the room, Aunt Chun regained her senses, reflecting, "Old fellow, Xiaodao has indeed transformed. How could he not change? Such significant matters necessitate maturity. Well, this lad has acquired skills and has a clearer understanding of the world. We need not worry any longer. Time to eat, time to eat." Upon returning home, Yang Xiaodao closed the door, and Xiaowei appeared before him, her form swirling in the air as she flitted between the inner room and the living room, only to vanish moments later. Though the dwelling comprised merely 2 rooms, it was quite spacious. The living room and master bedroom were integrated, serving as a hospitable space for guests. Additionally, in the corner near the western mountain stood a 2-meter-tall cabinet and a stove, which constituted a rudimentary kitchen. After retrieving 2 pieces of coal from the yard, Yang Xiaodao kindled a fire in the living room to dispel the chill and began tidying up the house. Although he lived alone, maintaining a basic level of cleanliness was essential. It wasn't just a matter of being responsible for his health. A pleasant living environment also uplifted one's spirits. Moreover, considering his future aspirations of establishing a family, he certainly couldn't afford to let his home descend into chaos. Taking advantage of his solitude, he decided to engage in some self-improvement, avoiding the fate of foolish Zhu, who relied on others to wash his undergarments. It would be a wonder if he found success in matchmaking under those circumstances. After laboring for the better part of the afternoon, he sat at the table, cradling a cup of water. In the storage space lay his family's treasures. To put it plainly, it was a small box left by his father, containing several photographs and a few antiques. There was also a keepsake from his mother, a white jade pendant intricately carved with a dragon, adorned with some indistinct engravings that appeared to form half of a character, the meaning of which eluded Yang Xiaodao's understanding. Yang Xiaodao placed it in the storage space, deeming it the safest spot. Meanwhile, Xiaowei flitted about the 8 immortals table, having already traversed 2 rooms, the living room, and the kitchen in a mere moment. If it weren't for the lack of plants in the courtyard, she would have likely ventured outside by now. Xiaowei, this will be our home from now on. Swish. Should I plant something in the courtyard? Swish. All right, I'll plant a tree after the new year. Swish. Can't you use a different word? Swish. Well, swish does sound quite pleasant. Here's a task for you. Have you noticed the spiderweb above? Bring it down. Xiaowei understood his words. She lifted her little head and gazed at the spiderweb in the corner of the ceiling. With a swift motion, she soared up to the roof. And with a flick of her arm, a vine sprouted from the beam, instantly ensnaring the web and stopping there. Xiaowei chirped, looking at Yang Xiaodao, silently inquiring if she had done well. Yang Xiaodao remained focused on the beam that had sprouted a wooden branch, sensing Xiaowei's intent, and quickly directed her in his mind. Twist it a bit. Yes, just like that. Pull it down. Before long, a small wooden stick, entwined with the spider web, fell to the ground. Yang Xiaodao realized that Xiaowei's ability to manipulate plants was indeed invaluable. Thereafter, Xiaowei transformed into the household cleaner, flitting around the ceiling under Yang Xiaodao's guidance, diligently tending to the rooftop. In places that had not been cleaned for years, Xiaowei took charge, transforming both the interior and exterior with a deft touch, burying even the dust within. Before darkness fell, the entire ceiling had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, appearing utterly rejuvenated. Xiaowei truly demonstrated her competence. Meanwhile, someone concocted an excuse to indulge in laziness, resulting in Xiaowei's swift and gratifying accomplishments. However, Yang Xiaodao also discerned that her ability to manipulate plants was not boundless. After tidying up the ceiling, Xiaowei exhibited signs of fatigue, conveying a need for respite. He placed her on the windowsill, where the little creature melted into the wooden frame, absorbing the waning rays of the sunset. Observing the newfound cleanliness of the room, Yang Xiaodao commenced preparations for dinner. He unearthed a bag of potatoes from the kitchen. During these times, with greenhouses yet to flourish, winter's offerings were limited to cabbage, radishes, and potatoes. To be able to enjoy potatoes was quite a blessing, as he recalled the early mornings spent queuing at the grain store just to procure these vegetables. For otherwise, they would be entirely unattainable. As for venturing into the countryside to purchase them, there were no guarantees of success. One could easily fall victim to opportunistic schemes that left them with nothing. This was why many envied the film projectionists, who could leave the city without proof and return with local specialties to supplement their household income. Yang Xiaodao glanced at the remaining vegetables, which comprised only a few cabbages and a sack of radishes, while the potatoes amounted to a mere half bag. As for staples, there was a bag of cornmeal and some millet, but not much. It seemed they were rationing their supplies in anticipation of the grain store's distribution. Contemplating the myriad situations that may arise in the future, Yang Xiaodao decisively stored all the food in the storage space. After all, there was not much, and it would preserve the freshness of the vegetables, thereby preventing them from sprouting due to prolonged storage. He retrieved the kitchen knife from his home, though it was somewhat dull. Thus, he filled a bowl with water, ventured into the courtyard, and took out the whetstone to begin sharpening the knife. In the front courtyard, Shaju walked alongside an elder. As the year drew to a close, the number of celebratory events increased. As a chef, he was naturally in high demand. The elder, leveraging his connections, guided Shaju in securing various orders, gradually enhancing his reputation. Today, they had just departed from Director Yang's residence, where a sumptuous feast had delighted him, thereby ensuring future employment prospects. At this juncture, Shaju was not yet the commanding figure he would eventually become in the steel factory's kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, he was merely assisting the seasoned chefs. In this era, possessing culinary skills alone did not suffice to ascend to the rank of head chef. The workplace adhered to a strict hierarchy. Newcomers seeking to make their mark needed to endure and require mentorship. In the original narrative, Ma Hua apprenticed under Shaju for 3 years, under the guise of assessment, yet ultimately learned little. A significant factor in this was Shaju's situation, which also mirrored the societal dynamics of that time. Fortunately, Shaju was not a novice. He possessed certain skills, merely lacking an opportunity. With the support of Yi Zhonghai, he quickly established a connection with Director Yang. A modest elevation in rank would enable him to operate independently. Presently, Shaju held the lowest rank of a level 9 chef, eagerly awaiting the upcoming assessment to ascend to level 8. The future appears promising, and Shaju is undoubtedly brimming with enthusiasm. Moreover, he has gathered sufficient intelligence to understand that Su Demao is diligently preparing to inherit his father's position, aspiring to become the film projectionist at the factory. Should Su Dao succeed and Xia Zhu find himself sidelined, what dignity would he have left in this courtyard? However, he harbors little concern, for it is a family craft, and he believes the evaluation should pose no challenge. As the two entered, the ever-watchful third uncle immediately approached. "Oldie, that lad is back." "Who?" Xia Zhu inquired, momentarily taken aback. Who else could it be but Yang Xiaotao? "Ah, that rascal finally decided to return. I thought he had forsaken this family, but now there is room to assist the impoverished in the courtyard." Xia Zhu exclaimed, his thoughts laid bare without reservation. Of course, he harbored no personal attachment to this house. Although the courtyard had undergone renovations, the two main rooms of his family were undoubtedly the largest and finest, rendering the smaller side rooms insignificant in his eyes. Uncle Yi turned to Yan Fu Gui and asked, "When did he return?" "It's been a while now. This lad has changed. I sense it's been quite the awakening." "Oldie, I believe it's best to let it be for now. The new year is approaching. Let us postpone any matters until after the celebrations." This afternoon, Yan Fu Gui observed Yang Xiaotao and Su Dao drawing closer together. Although he didn't overhear their conversation, he was well aware of Su Dao's character. If these two were truly plotting something, wouldn't it send the entire courtyard into chaos? Meanwhile, Xia Zhu grew impatient, exclaiming, "What is this about waiting for New Year? In my household, 5 yuan holds significance. Yan Laoshi, your family surely does not lack that modest sum, does it? A beating could yield 15 yuan. I, too, wish to experience such fortune." However, Xia Zhu remains pained by that 5 yuan. In these times, even a single cent bears weight. One can survive a day on a single steamed bun. And just imagine how many buns 5 yuan could procure. As for the notion of 15 yuan, the 10 yuan from Su Dao is hardly worth his consideration. In fact, he perceives 10 yuan as insufficient. For a scoundrel like Su Dao, a compensation of 20 or 30 yuan seems more appropriate. Upon the mention of 5 yuan, Yan Fu Gui feels a pang of discomfort. That sum represents months of frugality, painstakingly saved, which has in turn placed additional burdens on his children. Each month, he must meticulously record extra expenses, hoping that when his children mature, they can repay him. Amidst their conversation, the door swings open once more, revealing Jia Dongshu, reeking of alcohol. "Master, what brings you here? Have you been drinking again?" Yi Zhonghai inquires, somewhat impatiently. Jia Dongshu chuckles. "I merely sought to express my gratitude to a few brothers for their assistance. Those brothers of yours are rather dubious. Why not engage in something productive?" Yi Zhonghai's rebuke prompts Jia Dongshu to bow his head in acquiescence. Such is the standing of the master. "Very well, old Yen, let us postpone this discussion." With that, Yi Zhonghai strides toward the courtyard, while Xia Zhu continues conversing with Yan Fu Gui. Meanwhile, Jia Dongshu hastens to catch up. "Master, a friend of mine wishes to join the steel mill. He has proposed a certain sum. Could you possibly lend a hand?" Jia Dongshu raises a finger, indicating the amount. Yi Zhonghai, well aware of the figure, acknowledges that he has dealt with such matters before. In today's world, every individual occupies their own niche, leaving no room for surplus. Yi Zhonghai also aspires to earn that elusive 100 yuan. Despite his monthly salary of 99 yuan, this amount has only recently been raised over the past 2 years. Previously, the income he earned from the factory was entirely expended, as the assessments were not as stringent back then. After considerable investment, he finally achieved the rank of a level 8 machinist. Furthermore, during those 2 years spent trying to conceive a child, he and his wife endured significant hardships. It was only after the health of his elder mother-in-law began to decline that they shifted their focus towards securing their own retirement. However, caring for his ailing mother-in-law also incurs expenses. In summary, Yi Zhonghai's household is far from the glamorous image perceived by outsiders. Every family grapples with its own challenges. 100 yuan is indeed a substantial sum. "Master, isn't there a suitable opportunity at hand?" Jia Dongshu cast a glance towards the courtyard, to which Yi Zhonghai understood the implication, yet maintained a facade of righteous indignation. "Let us discuss this during the new year." "Understood." Jia Dongshu, sensing potential, fixed his gaze on the ear room of the courtyard, revealing a hint of ferocity. His wife had been taken advantage of for over a month. Such a situation could not be overlooked. As Jia Dongshu stepped through the entrance, Sandage and Xia Zhu observed Jia Zhangshi laboriously making her way inside. Presently, Jia Zhangshi exhibited none of her usual authority. Fatigue was etched across her face, and her hair and clothing were covered in dust. As the year drew to a close, the local street office intensified its sanitation efforts, frequently patrolling the streets, leaving Jia Zhangshi with no opportunity to slack off. What is even more distressing is that the street office does not provide meals. One must bring their own lunch. The steamed buns, once warm, become hard and unpalatable in the cold. By the end of the day, one feels utterly famished and exhausted. I yearn to return home to devour a couple of warm buns. Upon reaching the entrance, I spot Yin Fuguwei and Shaju engaged in conversation. Just overhearing a few words invigorates my weary body with newfound energy, especially considering I have endured none of this disgrace over the years. The incessant gossip and pointing of fingers only adds to my humiliation. Enraged, I no longer feel fatigued. I push past the two men and let out a howl. Rushing towards Yang Zhongyuan, Shaju and Yin Fuguwei are startled by my outburst, exchanging glances before hastily following after me. That wretched creature, that despicable scoundrel, has finally returned. My cries echo through the courtyard, causing a throbbing pain in the forehead of Yi Zhonghai, who has just returned home. Day in and day out, there is always some commotion. Though grumbling about Jia Zhangshi's incessant antics, he knows he cannot ignore the ruckus and steps outside. My howl naturally attracts the attention of the onlookers. In these times, there is little entertainment. Witnessing others in a heated dispute serves as a form of diversion. Before long, people from both the front and backyards emerge, some even bringing stools, eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Yang Xiaotao is busy pouring water over a kitchen knife, preparing to sharpen it, when he hears a curse from the front yard. Shortly thereafter, he sees a gray old sow charging towards him, its momentum far surpassing that of Zhu Beiji in full charge. You shameless scoundrel, you heartless beast, born of a mother but neglected by all. What kind of misfortune has befallen you in this life that you have become so detestable, with a heart full of malice? It is no wonder that you suffer the consequences of your own actions. Upon the arrival of Jia Zhangshi, she immediately launched into a tirade against Yang Xiaotao, spewing forth a continuous stream of vile language without a moment's pause for breath. However, she was not entirely devoid of wit. She merely stood outside the courtyard, hurling curses. And having learned from past experiences, she refrained from invoking the death of his parents, opting instead to curse him with a barren fate. In the background, Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened upon hearing such words, stirring a painful discomfort within him, and he felt a swell of resentment towards Jia Zhangshi, causing him to slow his pace and fall silent. Yang Xiaotao observed Jia Zhangshi, who stood with her hands on her hips, and glanced back at his own courtyard. This Sihiyuan, or courtyard, was uniquely his, a remnant from the construction of the estate, originally intended as a flower garden. Yet, in these times, few cared for such endeavors, and it had simply been neglected. Nevertheless, this open yard was accessible to all, yet everyone knew that the Yang family had specifically purchased it when acquiring their home, and the surrounding neighbors were well aware of this fact. Therefore, both in terms of reason and legality, this courtyard belonged to the Yang family. As Jia Zhangshi stood outside, he chose to disregard her, but should she dare to enter, she would find no courtesy extended from him. The cacophony of insults persisted, drawing an increasing crowd, and even old Chun from next door emerged, bearing an unpleasant expression. Yang Xiaotao gestured dismissively, indicating that all was well, and then rose, his demeanor indifferent. He understood a fundamental truth. Engaging in debate with someone who is unreasonable and prone to tantrums would yield no fruitful outcome. In the face of such shameless individuals, the foremost task is to refrain from being drawn to their level, whether in intellect or mood. Engaging in a verbal altercation with an old crone would be a significant loss of dignity. Glancing around, I noticed an elderly gentleman. But it was the second elder who stepped forward, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Second elder, you are the esteemed authority of this courtyard. You must take charge of this matter. As the crowd gathered, Lu Haizhong, upon hearing this, instantly straightened his posture and nodded towards Yang Xiaotao, his expression revealing a sense of discernment. It was his moment to shine. However, just as he was about to emulate a leader and speak, he heard Yang Xiaotao continue. Second elder, do you think cursing at someone is against the law? This question shattered Lu Haizhong's carefully prepared thoughts, nearly suffocating him with frustration. Yet, upon hearing Yang Xiaotao's inquiry, he began to ponder. The legality of cursing at someone had never been addressed before. If it is not illegal, that would be quite fortunate. But what if it is? The realization struck him, and he turned to the side, where Jia Zhangshi stood, mouth agape yet silent. In recent days, Jia Zhangshi had been vociferously lambasting Yang Xiao while simultaneously regretting her own hasty words. Had she not been so quick to speak, She would not have had to endure the humiliation of sweeping the streets. Ultimately, however, the fault lay with Yang Xiaodao. She had lived in the courtyard for 2 or 3 decades, never ceasing her tirades. It had become a daily ritual. So much so that a day without venting her frustrations felt deeply unsettling. Yet, who has ever spoken of it? Why is it that when it comes to Yang Xiaodao, he becomes impervious to reason and so dismissive? What harm could my few words do? It's not as if I am consuming your flesh. Such stinginess is destined to result in a lifetime of isolation. Jia Zhangshi cursed silently within, yet dared not voice her thoughts. For many around her had turned their attention to this matter. Suddenly, a realization struck her. If cursing were a crime, then over the years, she would certainly be in trouble. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, she shivered and immediately turned to Lu Hai, beseeching him for a lawful response. Yang Xiaodao was well aware that verbal insults were not illegal, at least not in this era which lacked robust legal frameworks and effective regulations. In future generations, even reckless online remarks could land one in trouble, subject to the provisions of public order laws, sufficient to warrant a few days in confinement. Nonetheless, while Yang Xiaodao understood this, he refrained from articulating it, particularly since the inhabitants of this courtyard were largely ignorant of the law. Resolving disputes depended solely on the lectures of a few elders. Otherwise, how could Su Dumao have endured countless beatings from Shaju since childhood, returning each time with bruises? Did he ever seek the assistance of the police? Ultimately, it boiled down to a profound lack of legal awareness. It was Yang Xiaodao, having come from a later time, who possessed the instinct to call upon law enforcement for help. Such an awareness was akin to a dimensional shift for the denizens of the courtyard. Are you attempting to play the rogue with me? No matter, we have the law on our side. Are you threatening violence? No matter, we have the law. Are you adept at moral coercion? No matter, I shall not heed your words, and you are powerless to act against me. Should you provoke me, we shall invoke the law to settle our grievances. At this moment, all eyes in the crowd are fixed upon Lu Haizhong. In the past, such a scene of public attention would have compelled him to expound at length, proclaiming himself the most suitable candidate for an official position. Yet now, as countless gazes await his response, he finds himself in a state of uncertainty, pondering the legality of the situation. His mind is muddled, and he glances around, only to meet the piercing gaze of Jia Zhangshi, whose eyes seem to convey a silent threat. Dare to claim guilt, and I shall see to your demise. The surrounding crowd also bears expressions of eager anticipation. Resignedly, Lu Haizhong calls out to the assembly, in matters such as this, I believe that cursing may not be against the law. His voice lacks conviction, yet the words are unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi bursts into laughter, while the onlookers reveal their disappointment. Did you hear that? Did you hear? Second uncle has declared it is not illegal. A voice chimes in, you little beast. Take heed, it's not illegal. Yang Xiaodao, ignoring him, fixates on Lu Haizhong. Second uncle, are you certain? What a possibility. If it is so, then it is. If it is not, then it is not. Misinterpreting the nation's laws could lead to legal repercussions. Yang Xiaotao's tone is unwavering, having firmly concluded Lu Haizhong's ignorance of the law. A shiver runs through Lu Haizhong's body. How is he to articulate his thoughts on this matter? Murmurs of speculation arise among the crowd. Does second uncle genuinely possess knowledge of the law? His uncertainty suggests otherwise. After all, did he not attend junior school? Could he truly be unaware? What does it matter if he has attended primary school? Yang Xiaotao is still a high school student, and he is oblivious to the fact that the second uncle would know. The murmurs of the crowd buzzed around Lu Haizhong's face like a swarm of bees, leaving him in a precarious predicament. In the midst of the crowd, Su Dama shouted with a piercing voice, pointing out that the elderly gentleman in the courtyard seemed unaware of the law. I suggest that this gentleman refrain from sitting to avoid further embarrassment. Lu Haizhong glared at Su Damao, his body trembling with rage. Fortunately, he was not entirely inept, spotting the third uncle, Yin Fugui, in the crowd. He quickly shifted the blame to alleviate the pressure, exclaiming, Third uncle, being a teacher, surely knows about this matter. Upon hearing this, Yin Fugui felt a surge of frustration that made him wish he could strangle Lu Haizhong. The onlookers turned their gaze towards him, forcing Yin Fugui to step forward. Adjusting his glasses, he addressed the crowd with an air of authority, stating, This issue does not fall within my teaching scope. Therefore, I am uncertain. A cacophony erupted among the crowd, and Jia Zhangshi breathed a sigh of relief once more. At that moment, Elder Yi Zhonghai, internally cursing the two fools for their ineptitude, realized he had to take matters into his own hands. Pushing through the crowd, he approached the forefront. Whether cursing someone constitutes a crime is debatable, but it is undoubtedly inappropriate. As builders of the new era, we must unite, respecting our elders and caring for the young, fostering mutual love and assistance among one another. After delivering his remarks, Elder E exchanged glances with Jia Zhangshi, subtly indicating that it was time to wrap things up and return home. However, Jia Zhangshi interpreted this differently, perceiving it as a sign that someone was backing him up. In a sudden surge of energy, disregarding Yi Zhonghai's warning gaze, he turned to Yang Xiaodao, pointing and berating him. "You little beast, did you hear that? You forsaken wretch, may you meet a miserable end." Just then, a kitchen knife was slammed onto the ground, causing Jia Zhangshi to jump back in alarm. Fear flickered in her eyes as she regarded the knife embedded in the earth. "Come on, insult me. If I am a little beast, does that make my father one too? A hero safeguarding the nation's property, and you dare to label him as a beast? I deem you a menace to the peace of our country. To call you an enemy agent is hardly unjust. Someone, fetch a person from the street. I'll reward them with $1. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. A similar scene unfolded once more, with Jia Zhangshi as the focal point. Her arm hung suspended in the air, her voice rendered mute, trembling once again at the very mention of enemy agent. At that moment, a frail child from the crowd shouted, "Brother Yang, I'm going." It was Wang Xiaohu from the Wang family in the courtyard, who, while calling out, dashed toward the exit. Upon seeing Wang Xiaohu sprinting out of the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai snapped to attention and urgently called out, "Stop! Don't go!" Zhuzi quickly stopped him. Noticing Shaju, who was passing by to witness the commotion, Yi Zhonghai shouted. Shaju had been preoccupied at home, hastily preparing a meal for He Yushui, but had rushed over upon hearing Yang Xiaodao's call to fetch someone from the street, only to now hear the commotion and see the child racing towards the exit. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled Wang Xiaohu into his arms. The little rascal was in quite a state. Suspended in midair, Wang Xiaohu flailed and shouted, "Shaju, let me go? I need to go to the street office. Just 1 yuan. Please let me go." "What 1 yuan? Be sensible." Shaju firmly grasped him. At that moment, a man burst forth from the crowd, exclaiming, "Shaju, put my son down." Behind him followed 2 young men, who were none other than Wang Xiaohu's father, Wang Dashan, and his 2 brothers. The Wang family was thriving, with 3 boys and 1 girl, a rather common sight in those times, as families were generally similar. Wang Dashan worked at the meat processing plant. Although his monthly salary was less than 30, he often brought home scraps, ensuring his children were well fed and robust. Despite his upright nature, which kept him from bullying others in the neighborhood or getting involved in the mischief of the ruffians, the Wang family was not to be trifled with. Seeing this, Shaju quickly smiled and said, "Brother Wang, it's just a little fun. Please let my 3rd child go. How about this? I'll give you a yuan. Just hold off for a moment." With that, Shaju produced a crumpled banknote and placed it in Wang Xiaohu's hand. Clutching the money, Wang Xiaohu was uncertain whether to proceed. Observing Shaju's interference, Yi Zhonghai exhaled deeply, then turned to Yang Xiaodao with a serious expression, saying, "What's the big deal that necessitates going to the street office? Can't we, your 3 uncles, resolve this matter for you?" Yang Xiaodao curled his lips in disdain, remarking on the audacity of the 3 individuals who sat askew. Young people ought to approach criticism with humility, rather than hastily attributing it to adversarial forces. Our courtyard has already suffered embarrassment once. As the year draws to a close and evaluations for excellence loom, what further troubles might arise? What will become of this year's accolades? After Yi Zhonghai spoke, the surrounding residents nodded in agreement, for recognition indeed comes with rewards. "Indeed, Xiaodao, I'm not criticizing you." At that moment, as the tide of opinion shifted, Lu Haizhong re-emerged into the fray. "Jia Zhangshi is, after all, your elder. Heed her words. Get lost." Yang Xiaodao shouted. His face flushed, causing both Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong to instinctively take a step back. "What elder? What claim does she have to that title? My family name is Yang, not Jia. Furthermore, you speak of elders. Are they from your Lu family or yours, Yi Zhonghai? It's utterly laughable to consider her, a meddlesome old woman, as an elder. Let me ask everyone here, who desires an additional mother? Step forward, I wish to see." Yang Xiaodao unleashed his fervor. Addressing the crowd, "Su Damao, what do you say?" In the throng, Su Damao, with his neck stiffened, retorted, "Yang Xiaodao, cease your nonsense. I have a mother. As for that old hag, whoever wants her can take her. I certainly do not. However, for Shaju, he would surely be delighted." Su Damao concluded with a final shout. Sun Zai, I believe you are in need of a good thrashing. With that, Shaju brandished his fists and rushed forward, prompting Su Damao to flee. And the two began a playful chase around the courtyard. Yang Xiaodao continued to point at several individuals, and the crowd shook their heads in unison. What a farcical notion. Who would want to bear the burden of multiple mothers? Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai's expression twisted in discomfort. Yang Xiaodao remarked that having multiple mothers essentially meant having multiple elders. If this situation persisted, how could he, as an elder, maintain his dignity? This matter could not continue. Otherwise, his authority would be irrevocably diminished. He gestured to Lu Haizhong, who, at that moment, was increasingly anxious. If he lost this modicum of prestige, how would his second uncle command respect in the future? Clearing his throat, Lu Haizhong, catching Yi Zhonghai's glance, subdued the murmurs of the crowd, attempting to smooth things over. Enough of this discourse. This time, Jia Zhangshi spoke without due consideration. We are all part of the same courtyard. It is inevitable that we experience some friction. Isn't that the essence of our role as mediators? Everyone has toiled throughout the day and is likely feeling famished. Let us all return home. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand, signaling for the gathering to disperse. Yang Xiaodao had words to express but noticed that most had already departed, so he resolved to keep a mental note of this account for future reckoning. Otherwise, they might genuinely presume he could be trifled with, as if anyone could trample upon him. With two elders speaking, the crowd swiftly dissipated. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong exchanged glances with Yang Xiaodao before turning to leave. At this juncture, Yang Xiaodao disregarded the stationary Jia Zhangshi and called out to the departing Wang Xiaohu. Xiaohu, you did well. Next time, be swifter. Upon finishing, he pressed a 1 yuan note into Wang Xiaohu's hand and retreated into the house. Wang Xiaohu stared at the 2 yuan in his palm, his eyes gleaming. This was indeed 2 yuan, a sum greater than even the New Year's gift money. The prospect of another opportunity filled him with anticipation. With a smile, he exclaimed, Brother Tao, next time I shall certainly run over. As his words fell, both Yi Zhonghai and Yin Fugui in the distance staggered slightly. The crowd dispersed, and Yang Xiaodao returned to the house with a kitchen knife, leaving only Jia Zhangshi standing in place, finally realizing what had just occurred. What had transpired? How had everyone vanished in the blink of an eye? Were they indifferent to this elderly woman? Had the 3 uncles ceased to take her into account? A series of perplexing thoughts swirled in her mind like glue. A cold wind swept by, causing Jia Zhangshi to shiver, her stomach grumbling audibly. She spat a mouthful of phlegm towards the Yang family and turned to head home. Upon lifting the door curtain, she found Qin Huairu patting Jia Dongshu's back. The poor fellow had overindulged in drink and had vomited all over the place, leaving a nauseating odor lingering in the air. Hurry with the meal. I am famished. Initially irked that the two had not come out to support her, upon seeing Jia Dongshu's state, her irritation dissipated. Qin Huairu promptly responded, heating up the steamed buns and cornmeal porridge, and soon the mother-in-law pair began their meal. The coarse grains were difficult to chew and swallow, ultimately requiring the porridge to ease their way down. Jia Zhangshi's expression darkened. She set down the bun in her hand, her beady eyes darting as she spoke ungraciously. What sort of days are these? I toil and labor all day, and not a morsel of meat in sight. Perhaps I might as well starve to death. Mother, I have but 30 cents left. What? Just a few days ago, I gave you 10 yuan. Mother, we must eat, you know. Yesterday, Dongshu mentioned treating friends to a meal and spend it all. Jia Zhang, remaining silent, left Qin Huairu with a bitter heart. The wedding gifts she received had all been taken by Jia Zhang, and this year's New Year preparations required Jia Dongshu to receive his salary before they could purchase anything. However, she had come to understand the meaning of extreme stinginess. Resolutely, she decided that from now on, Dongshu's salary must be kept in her hands. Unaware of Qin Huairu's thoughts, Jia Zhang, who was also not eating, pondered for a moment before speaking. Huairu, let me tell you something. You see, our family has paid the bride price for your family's little beast. Shouldn't you return to Qin village to retrieve the money? Qin Huairu was taken aback. Why was this being brought up? Moreover, it was an advance from her uncle. Even if they were to get it back, it should rightfully go to him. Huairu, it's for the good of this family. Don't be misled by the little money we received this time. We will have to repay it regardless. In the future, when anyone in the family gets married or has children, we must return the favor. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Think about it. Dongshu is our only breadwinner, and I am not in good health. You'll have to manage the household. Rest assured, the money we retrieve can be split, 3 or 5 yuan for the family, and you can keep the remaining 10 yuan. Initially reluctant, Qin Huairu found herself tempted by the prospect of 10 yuan, which could buy a considerable amount of meat. Her eyes narrowed, and she quickly responded with a smile, "All right. Mother, I'll return home tomorrow." "Good, let us eat, let us eat." In the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai and Xia Zhu were drinking inside the house. Today's events once again served as a warning to Yi Zhonghai. Yang Xiaodao has now mastered the art of unjustly labeling others, particularly excelling at exploiting the flaws in their words to impose such labels. This ability surpasses his own moral coercion, proving consistently effective and leaving his adversaries utterly discredited. Yi Zhonghai contemplated the notion of retaliating in kind, yet such an action would starkly contradict the persona he has cultivated over the years. If he were to proceed down that path, would he not be undermining his reputation as a generous benefactor, a peacemaker? However, remaining passive is also untenable. Given Yang Xiaotao's demonstrated prowess, it is only a matter of time before he orchestrates a significant debacle that would ultimately jeopardize Yi Zhonghai's plans. After much deliberation, he found himself at an impasse. Across from him sat Xia Zhu, sulking over his drink, harboring a plethora of grievances against Yang Xiaodao. Their thoughts seemed misaligned, as if they were not operating on the same wavelength. As Yi Zhonghai observed Xia Zhu, an intriguing idea struck him. In the front courtyard, at Yan Fugui's residence, the opportunity was ripe for the taking. 2 pieces of silver awaited. Yan Fugui watched in anguish as Wang Xiaohu had effortlessly pocketed 2 pieces of silver, leading him to reprimand his 3 sons vehemently. "Father, did you not advise against interfering in the matters between Yang Xiaotao and the Jia family?" Yan Jiping interjected. Yet this only fueled Yan Fugui's ire further. "How could I have spawned 3 such dim-witted sons? Is this interference? This is a fair transaction, a just exchange, where he provides the funds and you offer your labor. Entirely reasonable. You 3 blockheads, if you cannot discern this, how will you ever establish families or manage your finances in the future?" Among the 3, Yan Jiefeng comprehended the situation immediately and addressed Yan Fugui, saying, "Father, I understand. If such matters arise again, I shall be the first to respond. In future gatherings, I will position myself at the outermost edge, ensuring I am the first to react." Yan Fugui nodded, turned away, his mind still preoccupied with the 2 yuan. As for Yang Xiaodao's transformation today, he had long ceased to concern himself with it. Whether there was change or not, it bore no relation to his household. Behind closed doors, each individual tended to their own affairs. "Old man, where are you off to?" "It's time for a meal." "Not in the mood. I'm going to prepare fish bait. I intend to fish tomorrow." Upon returning to his abode, Yang Xiaodao was poised to engage in a grand culinary endeavor, yet found himself ensnared in a dilemma. He had intended to prepare a sumptuous feast, but after chopping the vegetables, he discovered a lack of oil, soy sauce, and even salt. As for other seasonings, times were lean, and within this courtyard, it seemed only the chef Xia Zhu had an abundance. The other households possessed merely a few essentials for daily living. No salt? How to eat? Yang Xiao shook his head in resignation. He was not an adept cook. His knowledge of culinary arts extended only to adding more oil and salt. With neither available, what was he to do? Rubbing his head in thought, he reluctantly took out the braised pork intended for tomorrow, placing it in a pot with diced potatoes to stew, adding water to boil. As for oil and salt, he would borrow some from old Chen's house tomorrow. In these times, borrowing small items from neighbors, be it needles or cooking essentials, was commonplace. Of course, lending was a matter of goodwill, while refusing was one's prerogative. One should not harbor resentment if others decline, for no household's resources are simply bestowed by the winds. Those like the Jia family, who only sought to exploit others while hoarding for themselves, were but a rare exception. Having haphazardly concocted a stew of potatoes and braised pork, it was fortunate that the braised pork was exquisitely prepared and sufficiently succulent. Upon being heated, an enticing aroma immediately permeated the air. Shortly thereafter, the entire dwelling was suffused with the savory fragrance of meat. Yang Xiaodao then retrieved a couple of steamed buns, warmed them, and commenced his meal. At that very moment, Jia Zhangshi had just finished consuming a cornbread bun when her keen sense of smell detected the scent in the air. Who was consuming meat? Qin Huairu, upon hearing this, also raised her head. Eventually, she proceeded to the doorway, extended her head outside, and returned after a brief interval. It is emanating from the side room. Jia Zhangshi was taken aback, and subsequently slammed her cornbread bun onto the table with a thud. That wretched little beast. He is consuming meat in the house without considering the sentiments of others. He is truly an ill-mannered animal. Qin Huairu, overhearing Jia Zhangshi's lamentations, felt a sense of repressed resentment within her heart. In the few days since she had married into the family, She had discovered that it was entirely dissimilar to the affectionate love she had experienced prior to the marriage. Jia Zhangshi was no longer the caring old mother figure, and Jia Dongshu was not the good-tempered man she had believed him to be. On the contrary, Jia Zhangshi's boorishness and parsimony, as well as Jia Dongshu's domestic tyranny, caused her to harbor a secret sense of regret. However, upon observing the lives of the other families in the courtyard and considering the ceaseless toil in the countryside to earn work points, she concluded that her current existence was not so bad. Nevertheless, at this moment, as she inhaled the fragrant aroma of meat and reflected upon the various events of the past, she suddenly felt that it might have been agreeable to have aligned herself with Yang Xiaodao. Alas, she had already irrevocably sealed her fate. I shall undoubtedly lead a prosperous life, and you, by no means, shall be permitted to surpass me. A sense of resentment arose within her heart for no apparent reason, and she buried it deep within her soul, never to forget it. In the backyard, Su Damao lay on his bed, one hand pressed against his waist while the other caressed his sensitive area, waves of pain surging through him, involuntarily eliciting exclamations of discomfort. Inside the house, Su Damao's parents conversed in hushed tones, seemingly plotting something, indifferent to their son's cries. After years of living in this courtyard, Su Damao had long grown accustomed to the trivialities involving Shaja. The elderly couple paid little heed, as long as no serious harm was inflicted. Moreover, Su's father believed that boys should be a bit unruly. Without struggle, how could one become accomplished? Shaju, you wretched brat, if it weren't for uncle protecting you, I would have had you thrown in jail long ago. After groaning for a while, Su Damao realized that no matter how much they fought, the neighbors merely regarded it as a playful scuffle. Even if he wished to report Shaju to the street office, the light-hearted banter among neighbors would render his complaints futile. Such was the consequence of having been mischievous from a young age. When the wolf cries too often, no one responds. When fights become commonplace, no one pays attention. In the end, it only harms oneself. Cursing under his breath, Su Damao suddenly caught a whiff of a savory aroma. Upon reflection, it was winter, and the north wind often howled, but this scent was certainly not wafting from the back. Damn you, Yang Xiaotao. Finally confirming that the delightful fragrance was emanating from the front window, Su Damao grimaced and sat up. That's my family's money, spent on meat. I'll make you pay for this. The mere thought of the 10 yuan spent caused a pang of pain in his heart. Furthermore, the thrashing he received that night was also tied to Yang Xiaodao. Damn it, these two cannot simply get away with this. If I can't take on Shaju, can I not deal with you, Yang Xiaodao? I shall ensure you remain an apprentice for the rest of your life. Throughout my life, I have witnessed others savoring the pleasures of abundance, yet they shall never surpass me. Humph. With a malevolent glint in his eyes, Su Damao cast a glance towards the front room before turning away and covering himself with a quilt. After finishing his meal, Yang Xiaodao rinsed his bowl clean. The icy water nearly frozen, yet he was grateful to be indoors. The chill today could truly be fatal. In his past life, Yang Xiaodao resided in a coastal city where the coldest winters barely dipped below 3 or 4 degrees Celsius. However, here in the capital, even before the peak of winter, the temperature had plummeted to around -10 degrees. It was likely that exposure outdoors would be detrimental. Indeed, it was preferable to remain at home in the evening. He carried a wooden tub into the room, added 2 lumps of coal, and then nestled into the cotton quilt. Yang Wei's whereabouts were unknown, though he sensed she was still within the confines of the house. She had a knack for disappearing. One moment she was beneath the table, the next she emerged from the floorboards. Ultimately, Yang Xiaodao decided to disregard her antics, as long as she remained indoors and out of harm's way. Although the quilt was uncomfortably cold, possessing a chilling quality akin to iron, it still offered a degree of warmth when draped over him. He retrieved a book from the cabinet, a collection of textbooks from his previous life, and began to read by the light of a kerosene lamp. He promised himself that once he had the means, he would install electric wiring. As he brushed away the tears that the kerosene's fumes provoked, Yang Xiaodao longed for the comforts of electric lights, televisions, computers, and all things electric. A mathematics book lay open before him, its most challenging content being merely linear equations, which he finished in no time and carelessly set aside. A glance at the system revealed a mere 3 points of experience gained. Alas, the road ahead is long, and the journey is arduous. With that thought, he extinguished the lamp and surrendered to slumber. In the dead of night, the north wind grew increasingly fierce, and a series of creaks emanated from the back window. Chilly drafts seeped through the cracks, causing the slumbering Yang Xiaodao to instinctively huddle his neck. As the sounds intensified, Xiao Wei suddenly emerged, her petite hand waving, and to everyone's astonishment, the previously ajar window began to move. The wood creaked ominously for a moment, and soon, not a single gap remained. The whistling wind was abruptly silenced, and tranquility enveloped the room once more. With a swift motion, Xiaowei soared into the air, landing gracefully on the bedside before vanishing from sight. The following day, as Yang Xiaotao awoke, he followed his usual morning routine, washing up before heating a steamed bun to savor. After finishing his meal, he delved into his studies. The only solace he could cling to was this joyful learning system, fervently hoping he would not become a mere bookworm in the end. Outside, the cold was biting, making it far more appealing to remain indoors. The residents of the courtyard shared this sentiment. Apart from those with urgent matters, everyone else stayed home to avoid the chill. In the front yard, early in the morning, Uncle San from the third house had already ventured out, fishing rod in hand and a basket slung over his shoulder. Frustrated from the previous night and having been chilled to the bone, he had not slept well. Unable to find rest, he decided to rise early to secure a good spot, eager to break the ice and cast his line. In these times, fishing constituted a vital source of livelihood for many families, as the fish caught were highly sought after in the market, easily exchanged for goods without the need for tickets. Much like the eggs laid by hens in rural areas, which required tickets when entering the supply and marketing cooperative, those not going through that channel did not need tickets at all. Although slightly pricier, they were nonetheless attainable. The individuals at the street office are well aware of the situation. As long as things do not escalate too far, they choose to remain indifferent, for after all, people must make a living. Just as Yen Fugue stepped out, the door of the Jia family swung open. Last night, Jia Zhashir had mentioned the matter of money, and Qin Huairu naturally kept it in mind. Thus, early this morning, she set out with the intention of returning by nightfall. Of course, she would not return empty-handed. As a bride visiting her natal home for the first time, it was essential to bring along some gifts. Initially, she contemplated inviting Jia Dongshu to accompany her, but returning at this time would only impose a burden on her family. Moreover, she needed to purchase items. Buying too few would reflect poorly, and it would also incur expenses. After much contemplation, she decided to go alone, clutching a packet of white rabbit creamy candies, which were quite a coveted item at this time, beloved not only by children but also by adults. She knew these would serve as an appropriate gift. This particular packet had been gifted during her eldest uncle's wedding, and Jia Zhangshi had been reluctant to share it with the people in the courtyard. Now it would serve its purpose well. Additionally, she had a box of cigarettes in her pocket, intended as a tribute to her father. With her headscarf secured, Qin Huairu braved the northern winds as she made her way towards Qin family village. After Qin Huairu departed, a significant amount of time passed before the securely wrapped Su Damao dashed out from the back courtyard. As he passed through the central courtyard, he first cast a glance at the Shaju household, then spat towards Yang Xiaotao's direction. "You two wait for me," he exclaimed before racing out of the courtyard. At the eldest uncle's residence, observing Su Damao's departure, Yi Zhonghai, holding a cup, staggered towards the second uncle's home. He had a matter to discuss with Lu Haizhong. For tomorrow marked the day of the grading assessment, and those of dubious moral character must not be allowed to pass easily. The northern wind howled through the courtyard, growing increasingly fierce and frigid. Yang Xiaotao spent the day immersed in his studies, having perused all the materials left from middle school. The knowledge contained within was scant, limited to mathematics and Chinese. As for English, it was non-existent. However, he did stumble upon a Russian language book amidst the pile, which proved incomprehensible, thus extinguishing any interest he might have had. During dinner, Yang Xiaotao visited Old Man Chen's home for a meal. Although it consisted merely of steamed buns, cabbage stalks, and pickled vegetables, Chen generously offered half a bottle of sorghum liquor. The two shared a drink, reminiscing about the events of the previous day, which elevated Chen's regard for Yang considerably. Upon returning home, he resumed reading before retiring for the night. His system experience had risen to 23 points, and he estimated that upon completing his high school textbooks, it would soar to 100. Beyond that, he would have to seek out additional reading material. As the night passed, Yang Xiaotao woke, consumed a bowl of corn porridge, and then, accompanied by Yang Wei, prepared to venture outside. The sky appeared overcast, hinting at impending snowfall. This would be the second snowfall since the onset of winter, each more frigid than the last, with predictions of an even colder new year. The courtyard was bustling with early risers, a cacophony of voices mingling as they quickly washed up and made their way outside. Today marked the day of the steel mill's grading assessment. Among the throng, Elder Yi Zhonghai stood with an air of composure, greeted by many who sought his acknowledgement, to which he graciously responded, embodying the essence of a venerable elder. Behind him, Jia Dongxiu and Shaju exuded vitality, brimming with confidence regarding the assessment. Yang Xiao followed the crowd towards the steel mill, where the number of pedestrians continued to swell, and he exchanged pleasantries with familiar faces from the workshop. Laughter and conversation filled the air as everyone eagerly anticipated a successful assessment, hoping for a prosperous new year filled with rewards and bonuses. Within the crowd, Yang Xiaodao found himself among acquaintances. He inherited his father's position as an apprentice machinist in Workshop 3. The individuals surrounding him were all part of this workshop, including Zhou Peng, who stood nearby. Additionally, there was his team leader, Wang Fa, a seasoned machinist in his 30s, who was also to undergo a level 5 machinist assessment today. Xiao Tao, how is your practice coming along? Wang Fa inquired kindly, his demeanor warm and approachable. He was well known in the workshop as a good-natured individual, speaking with a familiarity that fostered closeness. Within the team, he took particular care of Yang Xiao Tao, often providing hands-on guidance. Of course, due to the circumstances surrounding Yang's father, many in the workshop were supportive of him, not out of pity, but rather out of a unique sentiment characteristic of this era. A person who sacrificed their life for the nation's assets leaves behind a legacy of honor. And assisting the children of martyrs is regarded as a noble endeavor. Wang Ge, rest assured, I will definitely succeed this time. Good, confidence is key, Wang Fa said, patting Yang Xiao Tao on the shoulder with a satisfied nod. The two then quickened their pace towards the factory. The Hongqing steel mill employed over 10,000 individuals, making it one of the largest factories in the city. In this courtyard world, as the setting for the protagonist's journey, the steel mill held a higher status than in the annals of real-world history, with a more expansive scale. The entire factory comprised various departments, including production, administration, human resources, security, and transportation. In this city, the factory offered excellent benefits and elevated the worker's status, leading many to vie for entry, often to no avail. Thus, every position represented a secure livelihood, one that could be passed down from father to son or brother to brother. Among these departments, the production workshops were the most plentiful, housing the greatest number of workers and holding the highest appeal. The production workshop comprises 10 divisions, each varying in workforce, with the smallest housing a mere 1 or 200 individuals, while the largest accommodates 3 to 500. Within the factory, there exists a director and a secretary, alongside 4 deputy directors. The director, Yang Yuning, oversees administrative matters and orchestrates the overall operations, while Deputy Director Su Yuanshan is responsible for workshops 1 through 5. Deputy Director Chun Gong manages workshops 6 to 10, and Deputy Director Li Huai oversees logistical affairs. As for Secretary Lu Huaimin, although he does not appear in the television drama, one cannot fathom the existence of a large factory devoid of a secretary. Yang Xiaota speculates that this might indeed be a butterfly effect triggered by a time travel incident. Beneath the production workshops, there exists a clear division of labor. Each workshop is led by a director, who in turn supervises numerous teams led by team leaders. For instance, Director Sun, whom Yang Xiaodao encountered at the wedding of Jia Dongxiu, is the director of one such workshop. It is worth noting that the team leaders are still considered workers. In the courtyard, the second uncle is a foreman in the forging team, while the first uncle, despite being an 8th level fitter without an official title, holds considerable esteem, commanding respect even from the director. Upon arriving at the workshop, Yang Xiaodao takes his place at the workstation. As an apprentice fitter, he occupies the position. Yet if he fails to secure a permanent role within 2 years, he may be deemed unfit for production and reassigned to another position. The remuneration in such roles is naturally inferior to that of the workshop, and there exists the possibility of dismissal. In these times, dismissing a worker is no trivial matter, but it remains feasible to terminate someone deemed unsuitable for production. Fortunately, Yang Xiaodao has activated the system, accomplished the activation tasks, and has reached the pinnacle of a first-level fitter, making the assessment for this designation a trivial pursuit. Gradually calming his emotions, he meticulously arranged his tools and awaited the assessment. In the kitchen of the steel mill, Shaju excitedly wiped the table clean, while several other chefs participating in the evaluation were also brimming with energy. The saying goes that even in lean years, chefs do not starve. Indeed, the kitchen staff all appeared rosy-cheeked, devoid of any signs of malnourishment. The steel mill boasted 3 dining halls, each bustling with dozens of individuals circling around the cooking stations. Thus, each hall was graced with several head chefs, commonly referred to as culinary masters. These chefs were ranked according to a system, as per national regulations. Chefs are classified as service personnel, thus their ranks stand in stark contrast to those of workshop workers, with level 10 being the lowest and level 1 the highest. Only upon reaching level 10 does one attain the status of a formal employee. Currently, the highest-ranked individual in the kitchen was merely a level 7 cook, while the remaining few were level 8 cooks. Therefore, to ascend to the role of head chef, one must pass an evaluation to become a level 8 cook, thus earning the requisite qualifications. Naturally, eligibility for the assessment also hinges on one's credentials. Xia Zhu, having garnered some renown in the city and possessing commendable skills, was already a level 9 cook, and it was this stature that allowed him to participate in the evaluation. However, given Xia Zhu's pride, he held the kitchen's head chefs in utter disdain. After all, his culinary prowess surpassed theirs. At that moment, the surrounding seasoned chefs were nearly prepared, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the assessment. After tidying up, Xia Zhu suddenly felt a tightening in his abdomen. Excusing himself, he hurriedly made his way to the restroom. Having risen late that morning and opting for a cold bun to avoid delaying the assessment, he found himself now suffering from an unexpected bout of indigestion. Struggling to contain his discomfort, Xia Zhu dashed towards the restroom, inadvertently caught in the gaze of Su Dumao. As the sole projectionist within the factory, he was the only one to partake in the assessment, thus completing it swiftly upon his arrival and successfully passing. He intended to visit the workshop, contemplating that if Yang Xiaodao had not passed, he would let him off the hook today. However, if he had succeeded, he would certainly seek retribution. Little did he know, upon reaching this point, he stumbled upon Xia Zhu, who seemed to be in a great hurry towards the restroom. Su Damao was aware of Xia Zhu's participation in the assessment and thought to himself that what merit could a mere cook boast? Even if he passed, it would only be at level 8, a far cry from his own salary. Yet, as Xia Zhu's lifelong rival, Su Damao's joy was predicated on Xia Zhu's misfortunes. As long as he could create trouble for Xia Zhu, as long as Xia Zhu was discomfort, Su Damao would find delight. As for the consequences, he thought, who cared? If he were to face a beating, so be it. He had gained experience from such encounters before, so what was there to fear? With these thoughts in mind, he disregarded the affairs of the workshop, noticed the absence of onlookers, and made his way to the restroom. In Workshop 3, Director Wang Guodong led the assessors into the area, his demeanor grave. Upon his arrival, the workshop fell into an immediate hush. He was followed by 2 assessors, one of whom was the head of the assessment team responsible for this evaluation. The formal demeanor of the 2 instilled a sense of apprehension among the participants. Although assessors were not particularly favored within the factory, no one dared to offend them. Their lack of favor stemmed from their stringent quality control, often resulting in the elimination of substandard work. Even the slightest imperfection could render a day's labor futile, shattering the efforts of those who toiled diligently. The reluctance to offend stems from their possession of the authority to determine classifications. As long as the data meets the required standards, one can successfully pass. In terms of quality, they are solely accountable to the factory secretary, and even the words of the factory director may prove ineffective. It is precisely this rigorous oversight that has garnered the steel mill a stellar reputation for its products, earning the attention of superiors. Wang Guodong stood before the assembly, surveying his surroundings before calling out, "Those participating in the assessment, remain at your stations. The rest, step aside." As his words echoed, many had already vacated their positions, gathering in the back to observe. Out of the more than 300 individuals in Workshop 3, over half had departed, leaving behind only 70 to 80. Among those who left, many had voluntarily chosen to forego the assessment, either due to a lack of confidence in their abilities or a desire for further study. It is important to note that failing the assessment could lead to embarrassment. Wang Guodong regarded those who remained with satisfaction. At least these individuals still possessed ambition. "Fitters, level 1, stay," he commanded, prompting additional departures until only a dozen individuals remained at their stations. These were all apprentices who had joined the factory the previous year, each aspiring to succeed in this critical evaluation. Yang Xiaodao stood in place. Not far from him was Zhou Ping, and the 2 exchanged a glance of encouragement. Once the participants were confirmed, one of the assessors began to record their information, ensuring accuracy before commencing the evaluation. At that moment, another assessor retrieved a sheet of paper from a bag at their waist, upon which was sketched a gear, the very workpiece for this assessment. However, when this workpiece was unveiled, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even Wang Guodong furrowed his brow, his gaze towards the assessor laced with discontent. "Mr. Gui, What is this situation this year? This task, even a secondary technician, would require some time to complete. Is it appropriate to present it for a primary assessment? Wang Guodong questioned, for the rank of employees in the workshop was a matter of collective honor. If a significant number were to fail this primary evaluation, would it not render them a laughingstock? Upon hearing this, Guoliang remained unperturbed. Director Wang, whatever card is drawn is simply what it is. This system is designed to prevent any potential cheating. Moreover, this component indeed falls within the purview of a primary technician's responsibilities, making it entirely reasonable for assessment. Humph. Wang Guodong understood that further discussion would be futile. He merely scoffed, hoping that these young individuals would take the matter seriously. Guoliang, observing Wang Guodong's demeanor, silently pondered. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, you two have inadvertently offended Director Wang this time. It turned out that the previous evening, Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong had visited his home, expressing concerns about an individual in their courtyard participating in today's primary technician assessment, claiming that this person lacked the necessary skills yet sought to deceive the evaluators. Particularly, they noted the individual's malevolence, disrespect towards elders, and isolation from the community. If such a person were to pass the assessment and become an employee of the factory, would it not tarnish the factory's reputation? As an assessor, one must certainly consider the factory's interests. Should a single rotten apple spoil the factory's good name, he too would bear responsibility. Thus, today's events unfolded. As for the other participants in the assessment, they could only be seen as collateral damage. However, maintaining strict standards as an evaluator was, after all, the very essence of the grading process. Reflecting on these matters, Mr. Gua cast a serious glance at the young man amidst the crowd. At the rear of the crowd, upon observing the assigned assessment workpiece, Yi Zhonghai turned to walk back, hands clasped behind him. He could hardly believe that an apprentice with merely 2 months of experience could accomplish such a task. This would serve as a lesson for him. It would be ideal if he could undergo a moment of introspection. Otherwise, he would surely face failure again in the future. The sight of the workpiece left the 10 or so participants in the assessment looking dejected, with some already having abandoned the evaluation, while others, unwilling to concede, prepared to take a gamble, hoping luck might favor them. Yang Xiaotao, upon seeing the component, exhibited no outward signs of concern. He quietly activated the machine, prepared the necessary tools and materials, and awaited the commencement. With Wang Guodong's reluctant command, the grading assessment officially began. Yang Xiaotao felt a sense of familiarity as he grasped the tools. The specifications of the workpiece vividly materialized in his mind, and he commenced his skilled operations. As he began the assessment, many eyes turned towards him. Wang Fei, initially anxious, found solace in observing the workpiece gradually taking shape under Yang Xiaodao's deft hands. The speed and precision reassured him. Other workers nodded in acknowledgement. Several second-level fitters watched in admiration, recognizing that Yang Xiaodao's swift execution rivaled their own. However, few possessed such composure. Among the more than 10 participants, only 3 or 4 managed to maintain their calm, while the others were engrossed yet somewhat chaotic in their execution. Witnessing this scene, Wang Guodong's expression darkened. If the assessment proceeded in this manner, the pass rate for their workshop would be disheartening. With that thought, he cast a sidelong glance at Guoliang, who, at that moment, was equally incredulous, pondering the supposed lack of technical prowess. As he gazed at the nearly completed workpiece, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction. After years of experience as an auditor, he could discern the quality of such a piece with a mere glance. It was undoubtedly above average. Observing the furrowed brows of his colleagues due to this assessment further darkened his mood. The rapid breaths of his supervisor beside him spoke volumes of the mounting anger. He began to suspect that Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong were using him as a pawn to suppress other departments, especially with the year's end approaching. Various workshops were engaged in both open and covert competitions for recognition. He feared he might have unwittingly become a tool in their schemes. Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, just wait. Casting a glance at the assessment site, Guoliang felt an urge to depart, leaving one person in charge of the evaluation as he turned towards Workshop 1. In the factory restroom, Sudama held a stone, stealthily approaching from behind. His face was alight with excitement, yet internally he felt a tinge of anxiety, even a thrill akin to mischief. Sha Zhu had been inside for a while now. He surmised that he would soon finish. Time was of the essence, and the opportunity lay before him. If he missed it, it would be hard to come by again. With that thought, Sudama positioned himself 3 meters from the cesspool, gauged the strength of his throw, and aimed the stone at the nearby pit. He was taking a gamble, hoping that Sha Zh incensed. Sha Zhu was about to bolt out, but he neglected to pull up his trousers. He stumbled and sprawled onto the ground. Once he rose, adjusted his attire, and dashed outside, he only caught sight of a figure disappearing into the workshop in the distance. Damn it! Sha Zhu roared, heedless of the grime on his person, and sprinted after the fleeting silhouette toward the workshop. Upon hearing Sha Zhu's furious bellow, Sudama knew he had been discovered. Without a backward glance, he fled as fast as his legs could carry him. He didn't relent until he was inside the workshop, lost in the throng, where he endeavored to regain his composure, taking deep breaths and engaging in conversation with a few nearby workers to assert his presence. As they were conversing, the workpiece assessment ahead had concluded. Yang Xiaodao stood by as the assessor scrutinized the workpiece, then inscribed excellent in the logbook. This signified that Yang Xiaodao had passed the assessment. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he refrained from displaying excessive elation, considering that several individuals before and after him had not succeeded. Similarly, Zhou Peng had only completed half of his workpiece by the end of the assessment, making his failure evident. As for the director on the side, his countenance was as somber as a rain-laden sky. With only 5 out of over a dozen individuals qualifying, the pass rate was less than half, leaving him in a quandary as to how to account for this to his superiors. Though vexed, the assessment had to proceed. He pinned his hopes on the forthcoming candidates. If they continue to target our workshop in this manner, I shall take my grievances to the party secretary himself to seek justice, he mused. The Level 2 fitter assessment commenced, and fortunately, the workpieces assigned this time were reasonable and not overly challenging for the workers. Who was it just now? Who was it? A figure burst through the workshop doors, roaring and glaring at the crowd with unrestrained fury. Sha Zhu. Someone recognized him and was about to approach, but quickly retreated as a pungent stench swept through the workshop, infecting the entire space. Who was it that rushed in? Regardless of the reactions around him, Sha Zhu pressed on, determined to uncover the individual responsible. Sha Zhu, what are you doing here? If you've fallen into the cesspit, hurry and clean yourself up. We are in the midst of an assessment. Don't delay matters. Those familiar with the situation hastily intervened, yet Sha Zhu, consumed by rage, disregarded their pleas. Driven by a primal desire to confront and punish the offender. Throw him out. A furious roar echoed as Wang Guodong, his face clouded with anger, emerged. His already foul mood darkened further at the thought of the assessment being jeopardized. Do they think our workshop is a pushover? As the words left his mouth, several young men stepped forward, each wielding a stick, and without further ado, they swung them at Sha Zhu. Initially resistant, Sha Zhu soon came to his senses after receiving a couple of blows. Realizing the fury of those around him, he felt the weight of collective wrath and hastily fled the workshop, standing outside the door, seething with indignation. Sha Zhu, why aren't you participating in the assessment? What are you doing here? Yi Zhonghai, having gathered information from Workshop 1, rushed out to find Sha Zhu fuming outside, his clothes stained with a yellow substance, the foul odor wafting from him. Uncle Sha Zhu, understanding the urgency of the situation, swiftly removed his cotton jacket and donned the one belonging to Yi Zhonghai. He had no time to change his trousers, so he hastily grabbed a handful of leaves from the grass and rushed towards the kitchen. Once the assessment concluded, Sudama chuckled to himself as he watched Sha Zhu dash out, reveling in the embarrassment that had befallen him. However, his gaze fell upon Yang Xiaodao amidst the crowd, and a shadow of discontent crossed his face. Just wait, he thought with a smirk. Unbeknownst to Sudama, Yang Xiaodao found Sha Zhu's predicament quite intriguing. Who could have anticipated such a significant misfortune befalling him, especially at such a critical juncture of the assessment? This bore all the hallmarks of Sudama's antics. Yang Xiaodao resolved to return and offer Sha Zhu a word of caution, as Sudama had a penchant for such mischief. Their tumultuous relationship in the courtyard had become one of the few sources of amusement. Meanwhile, Sudama was preoccupied with devising a scheme against Yang Xiaodao, oblivious to the fact that the bespectacled young man might also possess a mischievous streak and had inadvertently ensnared the very target of his schemes. Had he realized this, it would surely have left him in a state of vexation. On another front, the assessment for the secondary machinist in Workshop 1 was underway. Director Son of Workshop 1 scratched his head, perplexed by the assessment task presented by Guo Liang. Having just heard about the assessment results from Workshop 3, he had initially intended to mock them, but upon Guo Liang's arrival, he was met with a similarly challenging task. Now, he found himself anxious for the 10 or so primary machinists under his supervision, hoping they would avoid a disastrous outcome. Among the assessors, Jia Dongxiu examined the task, feeling somewhat at a loss. During the assessment, under the personal guidance of Yi Zhonghai, one could easily pass with any ordinary workpiece. Moreover, With the connection to Master Yi Zhonghai, he was certain to attain the status of a level 2 fitter. However, the current scenario was far from what was expected. In a state of panic, Jia Dongxiu exerted every effort to complete the task, fervently hoping for the favor of fortune. Time swiftly elapsed, and before he knew it, half an hour had flown by. The assessment had concluded. With a face ashen as death, Jia Dongxiu vacated his workstation, having failed yet again this year. Director Sun wore an expression of thunderous discontent, for only one individual had successfully passed the level 2 assessment this year, although he had not shaved his head. The passing rate had plummeted to a historic low. The thought of the impending inquiry from Deputy Factory Director Su sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Director Sun, your workshop boasts talents like Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, yet the assessment turned out this way? It seems your workshop has grown complacent. Guo Liang disregarded Director Sun's gaze, leaving behind 2 curt remarks before departing. Director Sun's countenance shifted dramatically, transitioning from pale to red, and finally settling into a deep shade of blue. At this juncture, he began to reconsider. To ascend to the position of workshop director, one must possess a considerable degree of emotional intelligence. Guo Liang's comments, particularly his direct naming of 2 individuals, were unusual in their circle, where insinuation was the norm rather than outright declaration. The only explanation for such bluntness was that those 2 must have offended him. Contemplating the situation, he resolved to invite Guo Liang for a meal once the assessment concluded, seeking clarity on the matter. Otherwise, being blindsided would lead to irreparable regret. Yet, this affair was far from over. After Guo Liang departed from the 1st and 3rd workshops, he summoned the evaluators from each workshop for a brief meeting. Subsequently, the ongoing assessments continued unabated, while those yet to commence saw all evaluators raise the standards significantly, now predominantly set at intermediate to advanced levels. This sudden shift cast a shadow of despair over the entire workshop, as many had hoped to secure higher wages through the assessments later that afternoon. The severity of this evaluation raised concerns about whether such stringent measures would become the norm. If so, would they be destined to remain at the entry level for life? Regardless of the workers' lamentations, the difficulty of the assessments showed no signs of abating. As noon approached, the 8th level evaluations officially commenced. In the steel rolling mill, both fitters and blacksmiths, as well as welders, were regarded as treasures. Though the factory boasted a workforce of over 10,000, only a handful were 8th level workers, all of whom had qualified during the factory's inception when standards were not as rigorous, resulting in a surge of 8th level workers across the nation. However, with the refinement of the system and stringent quality demands, these evaluations had become increasingly challenging. Otherwise, each assessment would feature several sets of evaluation components, with a mix of varying difficulties. Even though the 8th level qualification was arduous, numerous individuals still attempted it annually. The workshop housed over 100 7th level workers, with more than 20 participating in this assessment. At the 8th level blacksmithing evaluation site, Lu Haizhong and 2 others prepared themselves, appearing relaxed, as he had dedicated a year to preparing for this assessment. Moreover, he had deliberately leveraged connections to ensure the evaluator overseeing the assessment presented a familiar topic. Upon seeing the evaluator enter, a familiar face brought immediate joy to his countenance. However, when the examiner presented the assessment questions, Lu Haizhong was instantly taken aback. This was not right. This was not the expected material. Panic set in as he turned to the examiner, Engineer Wang, and inquired if there had been a mistake with the questions. As he spoke, he blinked in disbelief, but to his dismay, the examiner paid him no heed, placing the questions on the display board before taking a seat nearby and pulling out a timer. Meanwhile, the other 2 7th-level blacksmiths had already begun to prepare their tools. While Lu Haizhong was engulfed in anxiety, he had skirted the edges of propriety for this assessment, having privately practiced only the anticipated questions, yet now found himself unprepared for the unexpected material presented. With no alternative, he steeled himself to proceed. By noon, the entire factory assessment had concluded. In the kitchen, Shaju sat despondently on a small stool, his demeanor bleak. The surrounding kitchen assistants kept their distance, wary of the unpleasant odor emanating from him. Given his culinary skills, he should have faced no issues in the assessment. However, upon returning, he was enveloped in a foul stench that repulsed the head chef overseeing the evaluation. Although he had prepared one of his signature dishes, the tasting chef was unable to appreciate it, as the art of cooking demands a balance of color, aroma, and flavor. Without needing to think, Shaju could tell from the chef's countenance that his assessment had gone awry, filling him with frustration. Curse it! I must discover who is responsible for this. Shaju thought, recalling the ridicule and boasting he would face upon returning to the courtyard, wishing fervently to find the instigator and tear them apart. Shaju, hurry home and wash up. With you here in this state, how can we possibly continue working? Lulan shouted from the sidelines. Although merely an assistant cook, her boisterous personality made her unafraid to speak her mind, even when others hesitated. Hurry up, Shaju retorted, irritation evident in his voice, yet Lulan remained unfazed by his outburst. What's wrong? Can't handle a little criticism? Just look at the foul stench emanating from you. How can anyone work in these conditions? If the meal isn't prepared properly and the workers go hungry, the blame will fall squarely on your shoulders. Shaju glared at Lulan, exhaling forcefully, his demeanor instilling a sense of trepidation in those around, who feared he might resort to violence. However, Lulan was entirely unperturbed, confidently aware that Shaju wouldn't dare escalate the situation. With a defiant air, she seemed to say, "Go ahead and strike me. I'll just lie down and wait for compensation." Faced with her audacity, Shaju could only leave in resignation. He made his way to the factory warehouse, knowing he would need to wait for his wages in the afternoon and could not return home just yet. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaodao, Wang Fei, and their fellow workers, Zhou Ping among them, headed to the cafeteria for their meal. At that moment, the factory's loudspeaker crackled to life. Good afternoon, comrades. In our relentless pursuit of building our great nation, workers diligently dedicate their youth and sweat at their posts every moment. The following comrades have continuously enhanced their skills through persistent learning, successfully advancing their ranks and contributing to the strength of our motherland. Congratulations to Chinchigua, a Level 2 forging technician from Workshop 1, for successfully passing the Level 3 forging technician assessment and attaining the rank of Level 3 forging technician. Congratulations to Workshop 1. Congratulations to Yang Xiaodao, an apprentice in Workshop 3, for successfully passing the Level 1 machinist assessment and becoming a Level 1 machinist. The voice on the broadcast continued, accompanied by sporadic cheers from the cafeteria. Surrounding Yang Xiaodao, Wang Fei and Zhou Peng applauded upon hearing the joyous news, causing Yang Xiaodao to feel a bit embarrassed. This spontaneous display of applause was indeed refreshingly candid. Not far from them, an elder, holding a lunchbox, gazed at Jia Dongshu with an expression of exasperation, feeling equally frustrated. His apprentice, despite being trained by an 8th-level machinist, had failed to pass the Level 2 assessment for 2 consecutive years, which was quite shameful to admit, especially when, at the nearby table, Yang Xiaodao had ascended to Level 1 machinist in just 2 months, all without the guidance of a mentor. With this assessment passed, he had now matched Jia Dongshu's rank. It was clear as day who had succeeded and who had faltered. However, seeing Jia Dongshu's demeanor, the elder chose not to further dishearten him, as he had made the choice to mentor him. Dongshu, lift your spirits. It was merely one assessment. If you didn't pass, there's always next time. Moreover, this assessment was indeed more stringent than usual. Under the previous standards, your skills would have easily qualified you for Level 2. So, keep your chin up. You will surely succeed in the next assessment, Yi Zhonghai encouraged, bolstering Jia Dongshu's morale. After hearing these words, Jia Dongshu felt somewhat reassured, though he still lamented the loss of that modest salary. Yet, a failure was a failure, and all he could do was wait for the next year. Rest assured, master, I will definitely pass next year. As the words fell, the voice from the broadcast continued to resonate. In a bid to expedite the construction of our great motherland, with the approval of the party organization and factory leadership, we shall henceforth intensify the rigor of our grading assessments, striving to select a greater number of exceptional talents to contribute to the nation's development. Our factory's secretary Liu hopes that the diligent workers will immerse themselves in their studies, pursue excellence, and endeavor to enhance their skills, aspiring to be a cornerstone of socialism. However, the fervent declarations made by Jia Dongshu were abruptly shattered. Even Yi Zhonghai was taken aback by this announcement. What was happening? Confusion enveloped the crowd. This announcement instantly quelled the enthusiasm of those who had been elated. Today's assessment felt peculiar, yet it underscored the factory's elevated standards for evaluations. In the future, to advance their ranks, they must demonstrate genuine capability. Some were elated while others were disheartened. For those who had been idling, this news was dismal, as it meant that hard work was now a prerequisite for advancement. Conversely, those who toiled diligently saw a glimmer of hope, for the assessments would now be straightforward, untainted by dubious methods. Individual thoughts varied, yet Yang Xiaodao held no objections. On the contrary, The stringent evaluations represented a fair opportunity for the workshop workers. Master, Jia Dongshu called out weakly. Yi Zhonghai, regaining his composure, turned to Jia Dongshu, his expression as solemn as the depths of water. Dongshu, from now on, you must work diligently. No more idling, or else even the master cannot assist you. Oh, I understand, master. Rest assured, I will pass the assessment next year and will not bring you shame. Jia Dongshu's sole reliance now rests upon his master, Yi Zhonghai. Observing Yi's serious demeanor instills a sense of trepidation within him. As long as you are earnest and diligent, I assure you, my apprentice, success shall greet you next year. Thank you, master, Jia responded. Let us not speak of such formalities. I have always regarded you as a son. I am aware, master. You have treated me with utmost kindness, a sentiment I shall cherish for a lifetime. In a raucous courtyard, within a storeroom, Shaju listened to the broadcast echo repeatedly. Yet his name remained absent. However, the names of two individuals pierced through his thoughts with discomfort, Sudama and Yang Xiaodao. He recalled the moment when Yang had dashed into the third workshop, leading him to suspect Yang most strongly. Furthermore, the assessment for the first-level fitter had concluded, granting Yang ample opportunity to perpetrate his misdeed. The more he pondered, the more Shaju was convinced that the source of his distress was Yang Xiaodao. Reflecting on Yang's past actions, he found the man to be even more despicable and wicked than Sudama. In that moment, Shaju felt an overwhelming urge to seize a stick and deliver a sound thrashing, yet he remembered that they were within the confines of the factory, where security would not turn a blind eye. Humph, once I am out of this factory, I shall make you pay. In the afternoon, the factory commenced the distribution of wages and food vouchers, a day eagerly awaited by the workers. The allocation of wages and grain tickets directly influenced their family's livelihood, far more than fetching grain from the storehouse. As they dined, they began to queue in anticipation. The finance department of the factory meticulously calculated the latest wages, preparing to distribute the lists and account books. Queue up, and those whose names are called step forward. The security personnel from the neighboring factory maintain order as the workshop director begins roll call. Subsequently, the line forms, each individual eagerly awaiting their wages, regardless of the amount. The mere act of receiving money is a cause for celebration. The salaries and benefits at the steel mill appear to be a heavenly existence to those from the countryside, where a farmer's annual earnings, converted into currency, may not even total 10 yuan. While a minimum wage apprentice at the steel mill earns 18 yuan and 50 cents per month. It is no wonder that Qin Huairu chose Jia Dongshu. For Jia Dongshu is a first-class fitter, whereas Yang Xiaodao is merely an apprentice. The disparity in their wages amounts to 9 yuan. Yang Xiaodao, you are a first-class fitter, and your salary is 27 yuan and 50 cents. Here are your grain tickets, amounting to 22 jin. And here are your supplementary food tickets, 4 liang each for oil and salt, and 3 liang for meat. Yang Xiaodao received a stack of banknotes, along with several grain and supplementary food tickets, which are tied to one's job grade. Since operating machinery is strenuous labor, it necessitates a higher food allocation. In front of him, Wang Fa collected a pile of tickets, which included not only oil and salt, but also sugar and cloth tickets. In summary, to enjoy a better life, one must elevate their job grade. Once the wages are distributed, it marks the official start of the holiday. The workers exit the factory together. Some exchange New Year greetings, while others invite one another to celebrate with drinks. Yang Xiaodao politely declined the invitations from Wang Fa and others, feeling that as a first-class fitter, he had no reason to celebrate. He promised himself that when he reaches level 8, he would indulge in a grand feast. Stepping out the door, Yang Xiaodao discreetly approached a nearby poplar tree, resting his hand on the trunk as if to remove his shoes and shake off the dirt. When he felt a sudden flutter in his sleeve, and then Xiao Wei appeared at his collar. With a swift motion, "Did you have your fill today? Let us embark on a shopping expedition." The day is still young, and Yang Xiaotao, not in a rush to return home, finds himself in need of provisions. Now that he possesses both money and tickets, a trip to the Chaoyang market seems most opportune. After a leisurely walk of over an hour, he arrives at the renowned marketplace. Originally established to facilitate transactions for rural farmers, this market may offer a slightly lesser variety compared to supply cooperatives. Yet the freshness of its produce is unparalleled. As he strolls through the market, the atmosphere is devoid of the usual clamor. There is little need for flamboyant displays in vegetable sales. Vendors, having neatly arranged their goods, sit quietly behind them, patiently awaiting buyers. Many of the vegetables on offer are cultivated by local farmers from their own fields, allowing customers to purchase without tickets, albeit at slightly inflated prices. These unspoken rules govern the market, which, unlike the pigeon market, comprises individuals registered with the street office, thus minimizing the risk of speculative trading. Yang Xiaotao wanders about, absorbing the unique cultural essence of this era, experiencing an unprecedented sense of nostalgia. The market is predominantly filled with customers purchasing cabbage and radishes. While spices and cooking oils are notably scarce, he surmises that a visit to the supply cooperative is inevitable. Furthermore, the selection of meat is limited, primarily consisting of chicken and duck alongside live poultry. Yang Xiaotao considers acquiring a couple of chickens to raise at home. Yet he is reminded of the beasts in his yard, realizing that they would likely end up as someone else's meal. Although he is not easily deceived, a lingering unease persists in his mind. After a brief excursion, Yang Xiaotao held a small bag containing 15 eggs, purchased for a mere 70 cents. These eggs, laid by local hens, were substantial in size. In an era devoid of artificial feed, the hens feasted solely on natural, pollution-free nourishment, rendering these eggs far more nutritious than the so-called mountain eggs of the past. Had the elderly woman selling the eggs possessed more than 15, Yang Xiaotao would have undoubtedly acquired additional ones, intending to consume one daily for enhanced health. While Yang Xiaotao reveled in the freshness of the market, a cacophony of wailing erupted from within the courtyard. In the central courtyard, Yi Zhonghai sat leisurely on a stool, sipping tea. Upon hearing the distressing sounds from the back, he could only shake his head in resignation. Was old Lu once again reprimanding his son? Third uncle, having caught wind of the commotion, hurried over. His expression bore a hint of inquiry, yet his demeanor suggested a certain schadenfreude. The courtyard, housing over 20 families, saw 11 households employed at the steel mill, making the factory assessments a matter of great significance within the community. Success or failure became fodder for gossip, with each household's fate widely proclaimed. Prior to the assessments, Lu Haizhong had fervently assured everyone of his impending success, eagerly anticipating his promotion to an 8th-level worker, which would elevate his status above that of first uncle, thus granting him a more authoritative voice in the courtyard. Recently, he had garnered considerable attention in front of third uncle, sharing the spotlight with Su Damao from the back courtyard and Jia Dongshu from the central courtyard, all of whom exuded an air of impending triumph, as if success were within their grasp. Yet, now, whispers circulated that the steel mill had intensified the assessment criteria among the vast courtyard. Only Su Damao and Yang Xiaotao emerged victorious. Lu Haizhong and Jia Dongshu, on the other hand, found themselves bereft of dignity, retreating into their homes, too ashamed to face the world. Indeed, one might consider Su Damao's situation as a form of assessment, yet the only individual who truly succeeded was Yang Xiaotao. Remarkably, this fellow managed to pass the evaluation after merely 2 months of employment, defying superficial judgments. Yin Fugui pondered whether he should mend his relationship with Yang Xiaotao. After all, the previous incident had not cast him in a favorable light, though he had orchestrated numerous schemes over the years. The past was behind him. Did it not suffice to treat Yang with a touch more kindness from this point forward? The second brother felt a twinge of discomfort, perhaps fueled by frustration. Yi Zhonghai, with a knowing smile, was well aware of Lu Haizhong's intentions. He found solace in the notion that Lu Haizhong would not prevail. After all, they were family. However, Lu had been excessively harsh. Should we intervene? He mused. Alas, a just official finds it challenging to adjudicate domestic affairs. Perhaps it is best for us to refrain from meddling. With that, Yi Zhonghai retreated into the house, while Yin Fugui sighed and turned to leave, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. A just official, indeed. When have you ever abstained from the affairs of the Jia family? Bah, hypocrite. In the Lu household, Lu Haizhong wielded a feather duster, mercilessly chastising Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, who cowered in a corner, their pitiful cries echoing through the room. They dared not retaliate in the slightest. Meanwhile, second aunt laid out a spread of scrambled eggs on the table, accompanied by a plate of peanuts, a bowl of steamed buns, and half a bottle of liquor, inviting Lu Guangqi to join for a meal. The eldest, Lu Guangqi, settled down without a glance at his beaten brothers, pouring himself a generous drink and then filling Lu Haizhong's cup, all the while displaying no sympathy for his 2 suffering siblings. Lu Haizhong, fatigued, hurled the feather duster at Lu Guangtian, commanding him to stand in the back room, declaring that he would not be allowed to eat today. Hurry up, 3 counts. Lu Guangtian, supporting Lu Guangfu, swiftly crawled towards the inner room, fearing the passage of time. You 2 brutes, aside from causing me trouble, what else can you do? Lu Haizhong sat down, visibly irked, and gulped down a mouthful of liquor. Guangqi, have you contemplated the work I suggested? Lu Guangqi replied without lifting his head, subsequently shoveling fried eggs into his mouth. Any thoughts? This job pays little and is excessively exhausting. I do not wish to pursue it. Well, very well then. I shall seek someone else for you. Understood. As the two dined, Aunt Air sat nearby, waiting for them to finish before summoning the Lu brothers to partake in the meal. Just after Uncle Air's departure, the Jia family in the courtyard erupted into a chorus of curses. Yet, this time, the target of their ire was not the unfortunate Jia Dongxiu, but rather the recently returned Qin Huairu. What kind of person returns home without bringing any local specialties to honor his wife? It's shameful that she even requested some milk candies. Is this how one behaves as a relative? Will you still have the face to come to the city in the future? A group of ignorant country bumpkins, utterly devoid of social grace, deserving of a life toiling in the dirt. Jia Zhangshi, seated at the doorway mending shoes, cursed loudly, causing Qin Huairu inside to experience a tumult of emotions, her face alternating between pale and flushed. By noon, Qin Huairu had returned to Qinjia village after a long journey. Upon presenting the fragrant confectionery and cigarettes to her family, Qin Huairu was met with an enthusiastic reception. However, when the topic of returning the betrothal gifts arose, a profound silence enveloped the entire Qin household. It transpired that Qin Huairu's brother was also preparing to wed, and the betrothal money from the Yang family had been misappropriated. Now that the time for marriage had arrived, where would the funds come from? As for the betrothal gifts from the Jia family, the Qins had already exhausted most of their resources in hosting a village-wide banquet to showcase their daughter marrying a man from the city. Now, demanding 15 yuan from them felt akin to asking for their very lives. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Qin family nearly fainted, and the eldest son, in a fit of anger, exclaimed that they had no money, only their lives. Even Qin's mother wept, lamenting their dire financial straits. Qin Huairu wished to allow her family a few more days, yet she was acutely aware of the challenges of saving even 10 yuan in the countryside. Considering her mother-in-law's temperament, she had no choice but to press her parents for the money. After all, this debt was owed to the Yang family, and failure to pay would result in imprisonment. Thus, the Qin family reluctantly gathered the engagement money and borrowed a portion from the village secretary, managing to scrape together 15 yuan for Qin Huairu to take back. With such events unfolding, Qin Huairu felt too ashamed to dine at home, clutching the money as she hurried towards the city. Upon her return from her natal home that afternoon, Jia Zhangshi glared at her with piercing eyes, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Although the money was secured, the anticipated local delicacies were nowhere to be found. Upon hearing that Jia Dongxiu had failed his assessment, she seized the opportunity to berate Qin Huairu. Inside the house, witnessing Jia Dongxiu's sullen demeanor, Qin Huairu's eyes brimmed with tears, and she could no longer contain her sorrow. In the year 2023, Su Damao's quest for retribution unfolds. Jia Dongxiu remains silent, while nearby, Shazhu, feeling distressed at home, grapples with the repercussions of events that have circulated throughout the courtyard since his return. The shame of being unable to face the world drives him to seclusion, where he busies himself with cooking. The sounds of scolding and faint weeping from the Jia household only exacerbate his turmoil. He cannot bear to witness Qin Huairu's suffering, yet he is acutely aware of the disparity in their statuses, rendering him voiceless. As he reflects on the humiliations of the day, coupled with his failure to pass the assessment, a sense of frustration wells within him. The knowledge that only 2 individuals in the courtyard succeeded in the evaluation, those he holds in the least regard, intensifies his indignation. Yang Xiaotao, without a doubt, is the root of his troubles. Had it not been for him, he would not have failed the assessment, and Qin Jia would not have faced scorn. The more Shazhu contemplates, the more convinced he becomes that Yang Xiaotao is to blame. Recollections of a conversation with the elder further solidify his resolve. He believes it is his duty to stand up for justice in the courtyard, the only one capable of confronting Yang Xiaotao. With his anger and thoughts surging uncontrollably, Shazhu, unable to contain himself any longer, rises and, under He Yushui's astonished gaze, seizes the rolling pin and rushes out of the house. Today, he intends to demonstrate to everyone in the courtyard that he remains the valiant warrior, the Shazhu who cannot be overlooked. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaotao, after purchasing a fish, meanders through the market before making his way home. Along the way, pedestrians hurriedly made their way home, and the number of people on the road dwindled. Yang Xiaotao quickened his pace. Under the setting sun, The entire landscape was bathed in a golden hue. The streets were no longer lined with towering skyscrapers of the past. The occasional high-rise did not exceed 7 stories, primarily serving as offices for government departments and enterprises. Instead, the surroundings were now dominated by bungalows or courtyard-style residences. As young Xiaotao stepped on the stones by the roadside, the northern wind began to howl once more, prompting him to hasten his steps. Outside an alley, 3 individuals squatted against a wall. One of them, with a long face and a smirk, emanated an air of excitement. It was needless to say that this lecherous expression belonged solely to Su Damao. At this moment, Su Damao felt exceptionally elated. Earlier that morning, he had dealt with Shaju, who not only brought him humiliation but also jeopardized his job evaluation. A turn of events he deemed wonderfully fortuitous. If he could orchestrate a few more such incidents in the future, he might finally vent the frustrations he had long endured. Furthermore, having recently secured a position as a projectionist and gleaned insights into future plans from his father, thoughts of a bright future filled him with fervor, igniting an uncontrollable excitement within him. The only downside was that he was not the sole occupant of the courtyard, leaving this newfound success somewhat unsatisfactory. Who wishes to share triumph with others? Certainly not him, especially since young Xiaotao had extorted 10 yuan from his family. Thus, he plotted revenge. However, Su Damao was no fool like Shaju. He was astute enough to recognize that such matters required a strategic approach, necessitating the involvement of others. In these times, securing a job was challenging, and finding a good one was even more so. As for ordinary employment, not only is the income meager, but most of these positions are temporary and heavily reliant on one's background. Those lacking the right connections find it nearly impossible to secure a job in the factories, a process far more stringent than later political evaluations. Consequently, within the entirety of the city, a multitude of idlers roam the streets, often referred to as street loafers. Sudama is no paragon of virtue himself. He frequently indulged in drinking and idle chatter with these loafers. Fortunately, thanks to a father who understood the nuances of life, he managed to secure a position as a projectionist. Thus, he is well acquainted with the street loafers. The 2 individuals by his side are old drinking companions. One, a fearsome figure named Pang Long, is colloquially known as Fat Dragon due to his stocky build, while the other, Hu Miao, is a scrawny fellow likened to a thin pole, earning him the nickname Thin Tiger. Together, they are known as Fat Dragon and Thin Tiger, notorious figures within this alley. Often the first point of contact for anyone involved in petty thefts or misdeeds seeking information. Hence, they have become somewhat of local legends. Damao, do you think this course of action is prudent? Thin Tiger gazes towards the approaching figures, fully aware of the occupants of Su Damao's courtyard and their appearances. Their caution is not born from any ill intentions towards the residents, but rather a reminder to themselves that these individuals are not to be trifled with. In these times, workers hold the utmost power, and the steel mill workers are particularly formidable. Not only are they monitored by factory security, but the local authorities frequently patrol as well. Should one stray too far and be apprehended, the repercussions could be grave, branded as a threat to the working class and a saboteur of national development, risking a fate far worse than mere labor reform. Rest assured, this fellow is quite unpopular in the courtyard. What you are doing is a noble endeavor to rid the community of harm and uphold justice. Su Damao, inciting the situation, was met with the astuteness of Pang Long, who remarked, Damao, I still harbor some concerns. Come now, brother Pang, your timidity is rather excessive. Su Damao retorted, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He then rose to his feet, initially intending to treat the 2 to a drink with $1, but now he mused, humph. Upon hearing of the potential monetary reward, the 2 immediately stood with renewed vigor. Brother Damao, rest assured, we shall see this through. Indeed, do you prefer an arm or a leg? They quickly assured him. Su Damao chuckled, no need for limbs. Just ensure he feels the pain. With that, he produced $1, adding, remember, do not rob him of his money. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Understood, brother Damao. We shall exact our vengeance, but theft is indeed a crime, replied Shou Hu, feigning sagacity. Oh, no wonder you are known as Pang Long and Shou Hu. You are quite the clever duo. Furthermore, Su Damao cautioned, do not mention my involvement. He remained wary of attracting unnecessary trouble. Rest easy, for we are also men of the underworld, and we value loyalty above all, Pang Long declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Very well, I shall await your good news at the Sihiyuan. Absolutely. Su Damao turned to leave, while Pang Long tucked the $1 into his pocket. Brother, Once we complete this task, let us celebrate with drinks tonight. Indeed, the two, noticing the approaching figures, swiftly concealed themselves beside the wall, poised in anticipation of their quarry's arrival. Yang Xiaotao, feeling lighthearted after placing his purchases into the space, hurried home. However, before he could reach the mouth of the alley, someone called out to him from behind. "Queasy, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing the person as Zhou Kuei, Yang Xiaodao found it somewhat peculiar, as the Zhou family did not reside in this vicinity. "Tao, brother Tao, up ahead, there are bad people." Zhou Kuei, in a state of urgency and already stuttering, was drenched in perspiration from the effort of articulating those few words. "Bad people?" Yang Xiaotao was taken aback and turned his gaze toward the alley entrance. "Let me see. There, Su Domao and two others." Noticing Yang Xiaodao's cautious demeanor, Zhou Kuei relaxed slightly and pointed ahead. Yang Xiaodao understood immediately what was transpiring. It was likely that Zhou's mother, concerned for his safety, had sent Zhou Kuei to keep an eye on him. It was unexpected to encounter Su Damao's ambush, prompting Zhou Kuei to rush over with this warning. Yang Xiaodao glanced at the corner of the alley and then quietly instructed Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei's eyes brightened, comprehending the situation instantly. Pang Long and Shou, who were hiding behind the wall, perplexed by the turn of events. Given the speed of the approaching individual, they should have arrived by now. Shou, who, bewildered, was about to peek out when a series of footsteps approached, causing both to shudder. "They're here." The two exchanged a knowing glance. And as the footsteps grew louder, they raised their burlap sacks and wooden clubs. 1, 2, 3. Their coordination was impeccable, just as the figure emerged. Pang Hu's finger fell decisively. At Shou Hu's command, he leaped, aiming to ensnare the approaching individual with the sack. Meanwhile, Pang Long let out a fierce roar, displaying formidable courage as he brandished his wooden club and leapt forward. However, the anticipated snare did not materialize, leaving the slender tiger empty-handed as he gazed in bewilderment at Yang Xiaotao. Having executed countless headlocks before without fail, he pondered why he had faltered this time. The slender tiger reflected on whether he had acted too prematurely. Meanwhile, the rotund dragon, spotting Yang Xiaodao, swiftly shouted, "Charge!" In an instant. Before the wooden stick extended by the rotund dragon could descend, he was struck from behind, transforming him into a flying dragon. With a thud, the rotund dragon collapsed to the ground, unable to rise from the force of the blow. Soon after, another thud resonated as a figure emerged, none other than the slender tiger. Following him, Zhou Kuei approached with a grin, relishing the sensation of delivering kicks. Zhou Kuei stepped forward once more, adding another kick, eliciting cries from both men. With a crunch, Yang Xiaotao approached the slender tiger, placing his foot upon the latter's palm and applying pressure. There was no need for compassion or moral considerations towards these individuals. Had it not been for Zhou Kuei's reminder, he would have been the unfortunate one. Did he not notice the wooden stick on the ground? Had roles been reversed, he could have been subjected to a brutal beating. The slender tiger's cries echoed, while the rotund dragon attempted to rise in defiance. Zhou Kuei, stepping forward once again, delivered a kick to the chin, causing blood to spill from the rotund dragon's mouth as a tooth fell out, leaving him writhing in agony on the ground. Upon glancing up at the formidable figure, the rotund dragon immediately abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Having been in this tumultuous environment for quite some time, he was well aware of Zhou Kuei's reputation as a man of few words but great ferocity, with a robust physique. Zhou Kuei's strikes felt as if they had no effect, yet his fists were devastatingly powerful, capable of extinguishing a life with a single blow. "Oh!" The lean tiger continues to wail, pleading for mercy, yet the other party remains utterly silent, neither questioning nor making demands. This unspoken cruelty is far more lethal, for they do not require any information from their lips. In other words, they are inconsequential in the eyes of their adversaries. Yang Xiaotao gazes upon the face, a grotesque tapestry of tears, sweat, and mucus, and ultimately refrains from proceeding further. He releases his foot, and the other party curls on the ground, clutching their hands in profound agony. I need not elaborate. I am well aware of who is orchestrating this. What I wish to convey is that henceforth, do not provoke me. Any harm inflicted upon me will be reckoned upon your heads. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire with my brother. Fat Dragon and Lean Tiger promptly bow their heads, for they are acquainted with Zhou Kuei, who undoubtedly knows their secrets. The mere thought of Zhou Kuei confronting them sends shivers down their spines. Now, they can only hope that no one dares to provoke Yang Xiaotao in the future. Otherwise, given Zhou Kuei's temperament, he might indeed resort to such actions. No, we dare not. We shall never dare again. "Grandfather, we beseech you to spare us. We will not dare again." The two continue their entreaties, and Yang Xiaotao snorts coldly, signaling to Zhou Kuei, after which the two depart from the alley. "Kuei-zi, you should hurry home." "Ah, very well, indeed. Wait, take this with you." Yang Xiaotao retrieves 5 eggs from his pocket, knowing that Zhou Kuei would certainly refuse money. Yet these eggs would be different. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Xiaotao places the eggs into Zhou Kuei's arms, who hastily catches them. "Careful not to let them fall. Return quickly and convey my regards to Andy. I shall visit during the New Year festivities." Yang Xiaotao and Zhou Kuei departed, hastening once more towards the courtyard. As for the two individuals in the alley, they were already assisting each other towards the small clinic. Before reaching the entrance to the courtyard, they were met by a figure rushing out, brandishing a stick and shouting from afar, "Son scoundrel, at last, I have caught you." 024. A vicious beating for the foolish pillar. "Son scoundrel, your grandfather has awaited you for quite some time." Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the foolish pillar's silhouette burst forth, startling Yang Xiaotao significantly. Observing the aggressive advance of the foolish pillar, particularly the rolling pin that resembled the thickness of an arm, it was evident what this individual intended. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Xiaotao took flight, swiftly entering the courtyard's grand entrance. The foolish pillar, witnessing Yang Xiaotao's retreat into the courtyard, was emboldened. For any disturbances within the courtyard would undoubtedly fall under the jurisdiction of an elder, ensuring that he would not suffer any repercussions. With this thought, he charged in, rolling pin raised high. Upon entering the courtyard, Yang Xiaotao had regained his composure. Whether it was Su Damao seeking to confront him or the foolish pillar pursuing him, he was no mere clay figure to be molded at will. Whoever wished to contend with him must be prepared for retaliation. However, it was likely that many within this courtyard were more than willing to endure suffering themselves. Thus he could not rely on this pack of beasts for justice. Contemplating the foolish pillar's demeanor, it seemed he had attributed today's events to him. Although he was unaware of who had instigated the foolish pillar or whether the latter was merely attempting to intimidate him or was indeed seeking to confront him as he had with Su Damao. Yang Xiaotao was resolute. He was not Su Damao. Moreover, Yang Xiaotao was acutely aware that moral constraints held little sway over a brute like Shaju. Rather, it was the scars of past encounters that left a more indelible mark. In the original narrative, the denizens of this courtyard often believed that any issue could be resolved through favors, and that the intervention of a few influential figures sufficed to settle matters. The mere act of Yang Xiaotao involving the street committee had already unsettled many, and the prospect of attracting the attention of the police would likely instill even greater trepidation among them. Resolute in his determination, he mused that since Shaju relished using his fists to resolve conflicts, he too would employ a similar method to impart a lesson on humanity. In an instant, as he contemplated this, Yang Xiaotao slowed his pace, maintaining a distance from Shaju, and together they sprinted into the courtyard. "Murder! Shaju is going to commit murder," he shouted, his voice echoing through the air, causing an uproar within the courtyard. The onlookers, upon realizing it was Yang Xiaotao and Shaju, fell silent. The busy cooks and those idly at home rushed out to witness the commotion, their eyes gleaming with excitement. As Yang Xiaotao dashed about the courtyard, Shaju followed, their antics creating a lively scene. Shaju, finally reacquainted with the thrill of the chase, found that the person ahead was not Su Damao. "Everyone is the same," he thought. "Sun Tse, today you shall learn who reigns supreme and who is beneath." As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, Shaju's fervor intensified, and he could not help but shout, "Yang Xiaotao, you treacherous scoundrel! If I do not bring you to your knees today, I shall take your surname." The rolling pin in his hand whistled through the air, embodying the fierce spirit of a general charging into battle. "Shaju, it would be wise for you to abandon your grandfather's surname. The name Shaju suits you just fine, sparing you from the wrath of Yidaching, who would surely chastise you for your filial impiety." As Yang Xiaotao dashed away, he retorted, eliciting a round of hearty laughter from the onlookers. Shaju's face flushed with indignation. Despite being commonly addressed as Shaju, he was not truly foolish. Who would bear such a surname? "You scoundrel! If you possess any courage, do not flee. I shall make you pay dearly for your insolence," he shouted. "Bah! If you dare pursue me, I shall not run." The two engaged in a merry chase within the courtyard. Meanwhile, the Jia family emerged to witness the spectacle. Jia Zhangshi clapped her hands, vociferously cheering. Wishing to strike Yang Xiaotao down, Jia Dongshu brandished his fists, urging Shaju to hasten his pace. Although Qin Huairu stood silently, her eyes sparkled with excitement. As the commotion attracted more spectators from the front and back courtyards, no one intervened upon realizing it was Yang Xiaodao Shaju. Even the three elders merely observed. Amused at the prospect of Yang Xiaodao receiving a lesson for his recent disrespect, one elder leisurely sipped from a tin mug, appearing thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. In their minds, Shaju had never endured a loss, and his strikes were measured. A few days of discomfort for Yang Xiaodao would suffice. This understanding was shared by Su Damao, who, however, harbored doubts. Would those two imbeciles truly squander their funds? Observing Yang Xiaodao sprinting with vigor, one would hardly believe he had been beaten. No, I must confront those two and reclaim my money. How dare they rob me, Sudama? Their audacity knows no bounds. Sudama pondered, observing the two individuals in pursuit nearby, and immediately exclaimed, Shaju, you are hopeless. You've been chasing for quite some time. Haven't you had enough to eat? You scoundrel, Sudamao. Once I deal with Yang Xiaodao, I shall settle the score with you, came the retort. Huh, do you think I fear you? I am not one to be intimidated. Su Damao replied defiantly, stepping back. Yet, he turned to shout at Yang Xiaodao, why are you running? Go on. Give Shaju a good beating. You bastard, Su Dama. Shaju? Who the hell are you calling that? Su Dama fumed at the mention of Shaju, his anger boiling over. However, he did not dare to join the fray and could only incite the two to fight, knowing that he would relish the opportunity to kick a few times himself. Regardless of whom he kicked, it would be a release of his pent-up frustration. Uncle, are you going to intervene? Yang Xiaodao called out to the elder nearby. Realizing that Yi Zhonghai, this old stoic, would likely remain indifferent, otherwise, he would not be so composed and enigmatic. As expected, upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai calmly sipped his tea while regarding the onlookers. The matters between the two of you are private affairs. It is not our place to interfere. Damn. Yang Xiaodao spat in frustration. So this is how you are, Yi Zhonghai. You will pay for this later. Second uncle. Third uncle. Won't you intervene? Yang Xiaodao implored again. Third uncle, retreating slightly, chose silence, having discerned that Yang Xiaodao was not to be trifled with. Provoking him might lead to unforeseen troubles. Uncle Heir, already in a foul mood, had no inclination to assert his authority at that moment. He waved his hand dismissively and exclaimed, stop your shouting. Let Shaju vent his frustrations. And quickly, do not disturb the neighbor's rest. In a fit of anger, Yang Xiaodao cursed aloud, causing Lu Haizhong's complexion to shift between shades of green and white. Had it not been for the scrutiny of those around them, he would have lunged forward to silence Yang. Yang Xiaodao, equally incensed, could hardly believe the audacity of such remarks. Was he truly expected to endure this? The self-righteousness was infuriating, revealing a heart devoid of compassion. If they chose to disregard the situation, they ought to remain indifferent henceforth. Otherwise, he would ensure they regretted it. As he observed the approaching figures, he glanced back at Shaju, instinctively sensing Xiaowei's position. In the southern part of the courtyard, there stood an ancient locust tree, its lush foliage providing a cool refuge during the summer months. When Yang Xiaodao dashed in, Xiaowei had taken flight to the tree, vanishing within its trunk. Now, they awaited Yang Xiaodao's command. Yang Xiaodao circled the tree, deliberately slowing his pace. Upon noticing this, Shaju let out a howl and charged forward. Now is the moment. Trip him. Yang Xiaodao urged inwardly, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Xiaowei echoed his thoughts with a silent cheer. Suddenly, a root emerged abruptly in front of Shaju's descending foot, and before he could react, he was ensnared. The force of his momentum caused him to stumble forward, while the root swiftly retracted into the ground, leaving no trace behind. Well done, Yang Xiaodao silently praised Xiaowei, showering her with unending admiration. Yang Xiaodao observed the stumbling figure of Shaju, who was desperately trying to maintain his balance as he approached, arms flailing in the air. What an opportune moment. With Shaju's head bowed and running towards him, the position and timing were perfect. It would be a disservice to Xiaowei's clever coordination not to seize the opportunity. He lifted his right leg and aimed a swift kick at Shaju's head. Thud. Ouch. The impact of his foot against Shaju's head sent the latter careening forward, howling in pain as his body changed direction and collapsed onto the ground. Shaju felt his balance slip away, followed by a jolt to his head, and soon he found himself sprawled on the floor. The rolling pin he had been holding tumbled aside as he struggled to regain his composure, hoping to rise again. However, he noticed the rolling pin suddenly being seized, and there stood Yang Xiaodao beside him. I'll let you chase me, he declared. Thud. The rolling pin descended upon Shaju's head, striking him at the crown and instantly causing a sizable bump to form. Stung by the pain, Shaju instinctively shielded his head with his hands. This only fueled Yang Xiaodao's resolve further. Aren't you tough? Thud. Striking the head could be fatal, but surely breaking an arm would not be a concern. He understood there must be a misunderstanding, yet he chose not to clarify. All would be revealed when someone authoritative arrived. Shaju had to bear the consequences of this misfortune. Thud. Thud. The rolling pin, crafted from locust wood, was heavy and packed a punch against Shaju's body. Yang Xiaodao's strikes were rapid and forceful, leaving Shaju to suffer the brunt of them. Ouch. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Ouch. Just wait. Just wait. I'll get up and make you pay. Did he dare to threaten me? With resounding thuds and agonized cries. Ouch. 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 Echoed from Silly Zhu as he incessantly wailed, uttering fierce threats while attempting to rise. Yet, each endeavor to stand was thwarted by Yang Xiaodao's forceful kick, followed by a tempestuous barrage. Excruciating pain emanated from his back, chest, thighs, and arms, leaving him bewildered as to where to shield himself. In the courtyard, the assembled onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Moments ago, it seemed Silly Zhu was on the verge of overtaking his adversary, but in the blink of an eye, he was felled by Yang Xiaodao's kick. Now crawling and cowering on the ground, his wretched howls piercing the air. What had transpired? How could this be? Many rubbed their eyes, striving to ascertain if they were mistaken. Bravo! Give it to him! Sudama exclaimed, his heart brimming with glee at Silly Zhu's plight, unable to contain his elation. It was then that Yi Zhonghai and the others finally stirred to action. Witnessing Silly Zhu's utter defenselessness, cowering on the ground with his hands shielding his head, as Yang Xiaodao mercilessly rained blows upon him with the rod, he promptly cast aside his teacup. Stop! Cease this instant! Yi Zhonghai urgently bellowed, his face flushed crimson. Yang Xiaodao, however, paid no heed. A jest, indeed. You bid me stop as you please? Where was your intervention when he pursued me earlier? Observing Yang Xiaodao's continued assault, deaf to his pleas, Yi Zhonghai grew increasingly frantic. Yet, he dared not approach, wary of the indiscriminate reach of the wielded rolling pin. Dongshu, Guangqi, hasten forth and restrain him. Do not inflict grievous harm upon Silly Zhu. Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu and Lu Guangqi promptly stepped forward to assist. However, Lu Guangqi, with a cunning glint in his eyes, deliberately lagged behind. In the depths of his heart, Jia Dongshu was filled with rage. Wasn't Shaju renowned as the war god of the courtyard? How could he be so easily subdued? Doubts flooded his mind regarding Shaju's capabilities. With this thought, he reached out to grasp Yang Xiaodao. Yang Xiaodao had long been aware of the surrounding situation. Shaju was unable to resist the assault, and he would not let the onlookers escape unscathed. In a swift motion, as Jia Dongshu's arm brushed against Yang Xiaodao, a rolling pin was lifted high, and then brought down forcefully upon Jia Dongshu's arm, sending him sprawling to the side. With a cry of pain, Jia Dongshu clutched his arm and leaped away, while Lu Qianqi retreated, relieved by his earlier decision. After delivering a blow, Yang Xiaodao continued to rain strikes upon Shaju. This time, he moderated his speed. Yet each strike was delivered with undeniable force, eliciting even louder wails from Shaju. Clutching his arm, Jia Dongshu observed Yang Xiaodao's ferocious assault on Shaju. His intended curses immediately caught in his throat. At that moment, it became evident not only to him but to everyone present, including Yi Zhonghai and Lu Hai, that Yang Xiaodao had truly lost his mind. This conflict had escalated to a point of no return. Yi Zhonghai felt a pang of anguish. What would happen if Shaju were to be severely harmed? Yet, no one dared to intervene. What could be done? What should be done? Suddenly, a thought struck him quickly. Summon the police. As dusk fell, lights flickered to life within the courtyard, yet the crowd remained, drawn to the spectacle. People gathered around the central courtyard, and even neighbors from adjacent courtyards joined in, captivated by the unfolding drama. In an era where cultural and recreational activities were scarce, witnessing such events had become a vital outlet for people to alleviate their sense of loneliness. In the midst of it all, Yang Xiaodao, exhausted, leaned against the locust tree to rest. On the ground, Shaju cradled his head, emitting mournful cries. Before them stood three elders. The first, Yi Zhonghai, seethed with anger, his fierce demeanor deterring any approach. The second, with an air of authority, attempted to assert dominance, only to be thwarted by Yang Xiaodao wielding his rolling pin. The third, the most inconspicuous, preferred to be overlooked, a desire that resonated deeply within him. Meanwhile, Jia Zhashi refrained from her usual tirade, genuinely intimidated by Yang Xiaodao's ferocity. After more than half an hour of relentless strikes, fatigue set in, though she occasionally approached to deliver a kick. Qin Huairu massaged Jia Dongshu's arm, both casting venomous glances at Yang Xiaotao. As for Su Damao, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, pondering how splendid it would be to swap places with Yang Xiaotao. The onlookers, once indifferent, now regarded Yang Xiaotao with newfound respect. Some individuals were better left unprovoked, while others required careful consideration of the consequences should they choose to engage. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence as they awaited developments. Before long, Yin Jiequang returned, accompanied by 3 police officers, clad in dark blue uniforms adorned with red insignia. Their broad-brimmed hats gleamed under the light, the golden 5-pointed stars on a crimson background radiating authority. The elder among them, named Zhang Shan, was the station chief. Having served for over a decade, reputed for apprehending enemy spies and possessing a wealth of combat experience. The 2 younger officers, Li Qing and Wang Ming, were fresh recruits, brimming with youthful vigor and a strong sense of justice. "Chief Zhang, your arrival is timely," someone exclaimed. "Quickly apprehend this violent assailant. His actions are utterly despicable, verging on lethal." Upon seeing the approaching individuals, Yi Zhonghai immediately stepped forward to express his indignation. Director Zhang merely nodded. He had gathered some information from the complainant, Yin Jiequang, prior to his arrival. Although the details were somewhat one-sided, they nonetheless provided insight into the situation. "Director Zhang, I am the second elder of this courtyard. The matter is as follows. The assailant, Yang Xiaotao, assaulted Hiyuzhu after a minor dispute. Yang Xiaotao resorted to extreme violence. You must educate him thoroughly. We cannot allow such a dangerous individual to remain in this community, threatening the safety of the populace." Lu Haizhong joined in vehemently. "Indeed, Director Zhang. Such nefarious elements must be apprehended and imprisoned. My son attempted to mediate and was struck with a blow, nearly breaking his arm. He must be compensated, and if not, then with property." At the same time, Jia Zhashir emerged to voice her accusations. A chorus of disapproving murmurs arose from the crowd, yet Jia Zhashir paid them no heed. Her eyes fixed on Yang Xiaotao, seething with a desire to see him punished severely, envisioning that once he was dealt with, her family would claim his residence. "Police officers, you must stand up for my brother." At this juncture, He Shui rushed over to assist Hiyuzhu, whose injuries, comparable to those Yang Xiaotao had sustained days earlier, were evident. Particularly the large bump on his head and the swelling on his face, rendering him a pitiable sight. Hiyuzhu attempted to speak but winced in pain, directing a glare filled with animosity towards Yang Xiaotao. As the crowd began to voice their condemnation, asserting that Yang Xiaotao's actions were excessively brutal, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew tumultuous. Director Zhang furrowed his brow and commanded, "Silence." Instantly, the surrounding individuals fell silent, refraining from further comment. As a seasoned police officer with over a decade of experience, he observed Yang Xiaotao, who had just entered, with a calm demeanor that revealed no hint of fear. Such individuals are either audacious or emboldened by a sense of invulnerability. This invulnerability may stem from authority, power, or personal gain. Alternatively, it may arise from integrity, justice, or reason. The former holds no sway in his presence. Any illegal act, regardless of who commits it, will be addressed without exception. However, should the latter be at play, he glanced at the victim, Hiyuzhu, and mused that the law does not extend sympathy to malevolent individuals. "You two step forward. Everyone else, stand back." Director Zhang had dealt with similar situations numerous times and was well aware of the necessity to remain unaffected by the surrounding environment. Yang Xiaotao cast the rolling pin to the ground and stepped forward, harboring no fear whatsoever. The entire incident had been instigated by Shaju, and his retaliation could be deemed as justifiable self-defense. The only potential transgression was perhaps the severity of his actions. However, from another perspective, had he been the one assaulted, it would not have been much better than Shaju's predicament. Hiyushui released Shaju and retreated to the side with several onlookers, leaving the 2 men to face the situation. "Shaoli, please conduct inquiries in the vicinity," Director Zhang instructed. As Li Qing picked up a pen and Director Zhang pointed at Yang Xiaotao. "All right, this afternoon, I just came from. He was chasing me, and I asked the elderly gentleman in the yard for assistance. To my surprise, they all claimed it was a private matter and refused to intervene. Then he continued to pursue me, threatening to beat me to death. I was utterly terrified. Hiyuzhu frequently engages in fights and is quite ruthless. Many people in our yard have fallen victim to his assaults. If you don't believe me, you can ask Su Damao. He can attest to this." "Yang Xiaotao, cease your nonsense. We require you to recount the incident without dragging in past matters." Before Director Zhang could respond, Yi Zhonghai, who overheard Yang Xiaodao's mention of Shaju's frequent violence, could no longer contain himself and interjected. Yi Zhonghai, were you invited to speak? Director Zhang shot a stern glare at him, causing Yi Zhonghai to retreat a step. Despite being a skilled 8th-level fitter and a respected elder in the yard, he was nothing in the presence of the police. Feeling anxious, Yi Zhonghai quickly exchanged glances with an elderly woman, who understood immediately and hurried to the backyard. Who is Su Damao? I am here. Su Damao sprang forward, disregarding Yi Zhonghai's warning glare. What a joke. Usually, when Shaju chases me and beats me, Yi Zhonghai revels in the unfairness. Now that he has finally been dealt with, he cares not for anything else. Moreover, this time, it is genuinely a matter of retribution. Officer, Yang Xiaodao speaks the truth. Shaju, that is he Yuzhu, wields power in the yard and frequently resorts to violence. Especially towards me, they strike at will. Anyone in this courtyard would be aware of it. Officer, just a few days ago, he assaulted me again. Look, there are still marks. Su Damao exclaimed as he attempted to roll up his shirt, only to be halted by Zhang, who stood nearby. Shaju, standing together, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Su Damao. Despite his physical pain, he could not suppress his fury. Su Damao, you scoundrel, wait for it. Shaju shouted, and Zhang immediately turned his gaze. His imposing presence silencing Shaju instantly. Zhang was armed, and the aura of a man who had taken lives was not something Shaju, with his petty bravado, could withstand. Shaju fell silent, while Su Damao refrained from further comment, merely casting a taunting look at Shaju. Note this down. Continue, please. Yang Xiaodao nodded and proceeded, stating that he was being pursued, accidentally tripped, and seized the rolling pin to retaliate while Su Damao was momentarily distracted. Is that what you call retaliation? Look at how you struck. Even Shaju begged for mercy, and you did not relent. You are the epitome of vengeance, with a heart as cruel as they come. Yi Zhonghai could no longer contain himself and interjected loudly. Yang Xiaodao ignored him and turned to Zhang. Yi Zhonghai, if you continue to disrupt the interrogation, I have the authority to take you back. His voice was soft yet firm enough to silence Yi Zhonghai, who dared not speak further, only hoping that Auntie Yi would hasten to bring the elderly lady. Those around, witnessing Yi Zhonghai's embarrassment, promptly sealed their lips. Only second uncle, with his eyes darting about, felt the stirrings of ambition. This is an opportunity. After reprimanding Yi Zhonghai, Zhang spoke once more. Comrade He Yuzhu, was what Yang Xiaodao just said true? Shaju lowered his head, unable to deny it. It is indeed true, but there was a reason for my actions. Shaju raised his head, gritting his teeth. Upon hearing Zhang's words, he replied, then speak. Following the directive, Shaju promptly recounted the events of the day. I had just gone to the restroom. Then I saw that person run towards the third workshop. I believe I am quite well regarded in this compound, with only Su Dama and Yang Xiaodao at odds with me. Now that Yang Xiaodao is in the third workshop, it must be him. Shaju expressed his conclusion. Before Yang Xiaodao could respond, Zhang was already pondering in silence. Is this person foolish? Such a subjective assumption seems rather unfounded. Zhang maintained his composure and turned to Yang Xiaodao. What do you have to say? Yang Xiaodao chuckled nonchalantly. Zhang, what He Yuzhu just stated is purely his speculation, lacking any evidence. Moreover, when the incident occurred, I was engaged in an assessment and did not leave the workshop at all during that time. The workers in the third workshop can attest to this. After Yang Xiaodao's statement, several voices in the crowd affirmed, we can testify. Shaju was immediately taken aback. Nearby, Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongxiu, and others were equally bewildered, realizing that this matter was entirely a figment of Shaju's imagination. They had initially believed Shaju possessed concrete evidence, hoping he would vent his frustrations on their behalf. Now it appeared that the individual in question was not Yang Xiaodao, and Shaju's beating was in vain. No, it can't be. How is that possible? Shaju muttered. If it wasn't you, then why did you run? In a moment of jest, Yang Xiaodao scoffed. Why not stand there and let me strike you? The face of the foolish Zhu flushed crimson. Zhang Suo, I admit my mistake. But just look at the severity of the beating I received. The quick-witted Zhu immediately revealed the bruises adorning his body. Indeed, it was a brutal assault. The surrounding onlookers murmured in hushed tones, hesitant to speak too loudly. Zhang Suo examined the marks on Zhu's body, furrowing his brow, and before he could utter a word, Yang Xiaodao, with a tone of feigned innocence, interjected, Zhang Suo, you don't understand. I wished to cease, but he threatened to kill me if I did not continue. Out of fear, I had no choice but to keep striking. Upon hearing this, Zhu erupted, you are speaking nonsense. Everyone heard your words. Do you think you can weasel out of this? Gasping for breath, Zhu's indignation was evident, and it was clear to all that he was merely venting in frustration. Yet, no one could refute Yang Xiaotao's claims. Observing the exchange, Zhang Suo grasped the situation, just as Xiao Li, who had been surveying the area, returned and confirmed the consistency of the accounts shared by the onlookers. At this revelation, Zhang Suo's expression turned icy, and the crowd fell into a tense silence. Yu, now lowering his head, recognized that he had indeed faltered. Amidst the calm crowd, a sudden, aged voice pierced the air. Who dares to bully my Zhu? Everyone turned to behold an elderly lady, supported by a cane, striding purposefully towards them, with a flustered auntie trailing behind, struggling to keep pace with the old woman. Upon seeing the elderly lady emerge, Yi Zhonghai felt a slight sense of relief. Given her seniority, these individuals would undoubtedly show her the respect she deserved. The others in the courtyard shared his sentiment, fully aware of the situation at hand. Typically, the old woman remained indifferent to worldly affairs, choosing to listen only to matters that piqued her interest while feigning ignorance to those that did not. Thus, she was often referred to as the deaf old lady. In truth, she was not deaf at all. Furthermore, everyone knew that within this expansive courtyard, the deaf old lady had two relatives who were not by blood, her son, Yi Zhonghai, and her grandson, He Yuzhu. While she usually kept to herself, disinterested in their affairs, she was exceptionally proactive when it concerned these two. Who is it? Who dares to strike my Zhuzi? The deaf old lady strode forth with determination, her cane striking the ground with a resounding thud, each tap laced with fury. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Xiaotao instantly grasped the situation, glancing at the now relaxed Yi Zhonghai and the hopeful, albeit foolish, Zhuzi who had lifted his head. Whenever Zhuzi had erred and the elder failed to manage the situation, the deaf old lady would invariably intervene, resolving matters with her formidable presence. Zhuzi, oh my Zhuzi, you wretched creature, I shall end you. Witnessing Zhuzi's pitiful state, particularly his swollen visage, she charged towards Yang Xiaotao. However, Yang Xiaotao regarded the deaf old lady with disdain. Knowing well her inherent bias, her affection for Zhuzi rivaled that of Jia Zhangshi for her ungrateful offspring. Moreover, this old scoundrel not only sold grain tickets but also imprisoned Shazhu and Lu Xiaoyi together, ultimately causing immense suffering for Lu Xiaoyi, who bore Shazhu's child, and was subsequently dragged along to continue being drained by Qin Huairu. Quite the despicable old rascal. Zhang noticed the deaf old lady furrowing her brows. He was well aware of her presence in this area and knew quite a bit about her. Not only was she a recipient of government assistance, but there were also whispers about her having mended military boots. Truth or fiction, he could not ascertain. Years ago, he sought to investigate her background but encountered subtle obstruction from higher-ups. Clearly, this old lady was no ordinary person. Nonetheless, he adhered to principles of justice and could not allow himself to act contrary to fairness. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Zhang observed the old lady sprawled on the ground, softly muttering, "Oh dear." In disbelief, he gazed at the ground, where there was nothing to trip over. Had she stumbled in her haste? That must be it. The deaf old lady had fallen, and Yi Zhonghai's smile froze on his face. A woman rushed over, stunned. Shazhu stood in shock, while Su Damao's previously despondent mood instantly brightened. Meanwhile, Lu Haizhong, who had been watching Zhang's expression intently, thought to himself that an opportunity had arisen. Moments later, Lu Haizhong, with his rotund figure and prominent ears, pushed his way through the crowd and called out to the fallen deaf old lady, "Second aunt, hurry and help her up. We wouldn't want her to get hurt in her old age. Quickly, let's get her back inside." His commanding presence was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Second aunt shoved the stunned woman aside and reached out to assist the deaf old lady, who was still dazed from her fall. As one ages, bodily functions deteriorate. After a fall, the entire body becomes numb, and though one wishes to speak, breath fails them, leaving only feeble exclamations. At that moment, Lu Guangqi and Lu Guangtian heeded the old man's words, each taking an arm to assist the elderly lady towards the backyard. Aunt Air, meanwhile, retrieved her cane and offered a faint smile to Zhang Suo. The events unfolded with such swiftness that by the time the deaf elderly woman was lifted away to the backyard, Yi Zhonghai finally grasped the situation. His expression darkened, mouth agape yet words eluding him. He glared fiercely at Lu Haizhong. Shazhu, feeling dejected, watched as his savior was taken away, disappointment flooding his heart. Throughout, Yang Xiaotao remained motionless, as if oblivious to the arrival of the deaf elderly lady. Zhang Suo observed Yang Xiaotao's composure, pondering the connection to the unfolding events. After all, how could there be no unexpected occurrences? However, The distance between the deaf elderly woman and the crowd rendered any foul play impossible, thus absolving Yang Xiaotao of suspicion. Shaking his head, Zhang Suo acknowledged the absence of distractions and proceeded. Clearing his throat, he drew the attention of the onlookers. The sequence of events had become crystal clear, with ample witnesses and tangible evidence to corroborate the facts. Now, Comrade Yang Xiaotao, do you have any demands? All eyes turned towards Yang Xiaotao, who, as the victim, naturally possessed the right to seek reparation. I merely wish for matters to be handled with fairness, to restore justice, he stated. Zhang Suo regarded Yang Xiaotao, recognizing him as a formidable yet law-abiding individual, one who, if not provoked, would remain a steadfast ally of the law. Nodding, Zhang Suo inquired, do you have any further remarks? Upon hearing this, Shaju shook his head. Zhang, holding the interrogation record, addressed Yang Xiaotao and Shaju, stating that following the recent interrogation, he Yuzhu had indiscriminately accused Comrade Yang Xiaotao of unlawfully resorting to violence, thereby causing harm to him. As a result of the inquiry, it was decided that he Yuzhu must compensate Yang Xiaotao with 10 yuan, alongside a fine of 10 yuan, due to the severe repercussions of his actions, which gravely undermined unity. He Yuzhu was sentenced to 5 days of detention. As the words fell, Shaju felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang and the patrol officers, Shaju withdrew 20 yuan from his wages and handed it to one of the officers. Subsequently, the officer returned 10 yuan to Yang Xiaotao before stepping forward to restrain Shaju, twisting his arms behind him and forcing his body down. Wait. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi suddenly exclaimed, having noticed Yang Xiaotao receiving the 10 yuan compensation, her heart swelling with jealousy as a devious thought crossed her mind. Hearing someone call for a halt, Shaju, thinking someone was speaking on his behalf, immediately raised his head, looking at Jia Zhangshi with a flicker of hope. However, Jia Zhangshi ignored him and turned to Zhang, saying, Director Zhang, look at this. While dragging Jia Dongshu forward, she pointed at his arm. My son Dongshu only tried to mediate and ended up getting hurt. Shouldn't he also be compensated? Zhang glared at Jia Zhangshi before shifting his gaze to Yang Xiaotao. Yang Xiaotao stepped forward, and at that moment, I had no inkling that he was there to mediate. He immediately resorted to physical action without uttering a word, leading me to assume he was merely an accomplice of He Yuzhu. Furthermore, within this courtyard, who was unaware of the cordial relations between the Jia family and the He family. The Jia family's daughter-in-law frequently visited the He household to do laundry. I genuinely feared he might resort to violence as well. With his hands raised in a gesture of exasperation, Yang Xiaotao furrowed his brow, questioning the disorder that permeated the courtyard. Indeed, just yesterday, I had noticed Qin Huairu visiting Shaju's home. What is that about? It's merely a matter of good relations. Yes, good relations indeed, doing the laundry and washing the bedding. One wonders if he would wash his undergarments. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter, while Yi Zhonghai listened, his expression darkening. Jia Zhangshi opened her mouth, ready to unleash a tirade, while Shaju merely chuckled foolishly. Others commented on Qin Huairu's recent conduct, which had indeed been rather indiscreet. This was the nature of the people in the courtyard, oftentimes. A mere suggestion would ignite their imaginations, leading them to fabricate elaborate narratives. Furthermore, they would eagerly disseminate these tales. As Jia Dongshu listened to the surrounding whispers, his expression contorted. He glanced at Qin Huairu and then at Shaju, feeling an inexplicable warmth atop his head, uncertain if it was simply due to his cap. Shameless little vixen. Suddenly, Jia Zhangshi let out a piercing cry and charged towards Qin Huairu. She had also seen Qin Huairu enter Shaju's room. And given the frequent encounters among the neighbors, they had all assumed her visits were merely to assist He Yuzhu with the laundry. However, now that Yang Xiaotao had brought it to light, what was once inconsequential began to take on a more dubious interpretation. With a sharp slap, Qin Huairu felt the sting on her cheek as a crimson mark instantly appeared, leaving her utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend why the amiable matriarch, who had always displayed kindness before their marriage, had transformed into such a cruel figure, resorting to violence against her. In an instant, the image of Jia Zhangshi crumbled in her mind. Initially, she had forsaken Yang Xiaotao for the Jia family, drawn not only by Jia Dongshu's superior salary but also by the promise of having Jia Zhangshi, the elder, to assist with child-rearing and household affairs. However, after days of interaction, she increasingly felt deceived by Jia Zhangshi. Just days prior, when the neighborhood committee had punished her by making her sweep the streets, it had seemed a measure to protect their family, a means to silence Yang Xiaodao's accusations. Yet now, driven solely by mere gossip, Jia Zhangshi had disregarded the delicate relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, showing no concern for her dignity, and had slapped her without hesitation. The harsh words that followed revealed a stark transformation in this once benevolent figure. As snowflakes began to fall from the sky, the long-anticipated winter snow descended, each flake chilling Qin Huairu's skin, penetrating deep into her heart. For the first time, she felt a pang of regret. This was not how it was supposed to be. Sister Qin was in my room, helping me with the laundry, protested He Yushui, stepping forward to defend Qin Huairu. Who knows for whom she was washing? Perhaps it's just a cover for an illicit affair. Before He Yushui could finish, Su Damao shouted to the crowd, eager to see Shaju further disgraced, wishing to obliterate him with scorn. The onlookers, reveling in the drama, widened their eyes, fixated on Qin Huairu and Shaju. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shaju snapped back. You rascal, are you itching for a fight? Su Damao recalled the terror governed by the fists of Shaju, shrinking back slightly, yet upon seeing Shaju detained by the police, he straightened up defiantly. What is the matter? Can't a person speak now? He exclaimed. Qin Huairu often visited your home when she was at the Yang family. Didn't she? Who in this courtyard is not aware of that? You're talking nonsense, Su Damao. That was merely Qin Jie feeling pity for my family, helping out. It speaks to her kind heart. If you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll knock you out. Shaju struggled, while Su Damao wore a smug expression. Jia Dongshu's face was as grave as a stormy sea. The pain in his arm felt distant, overshadowed by a profound sense of resentment and fury. Qin Huairu bowed her head in tears, feeling utterly wronged. Yi Zhonghai opened his mouth, but realizing the situation had spiraled beyond control, he fell silent. Even Lu Haizhong, known for his penchant for theatrics, recognized that anyone stepping forward would only invite trouble. Hadn't he seen the sour expression on Jia Zhangshi's face? As for third uncle, he had shrunk behind Yin Jieqing, seeking refuge. Su Damao reveled in his arrogance, yet Yang Xiaotao sneered quietly. He had a score to settle today as well. Zhang Sua was exasperated by the chaos in the courtyard and was about to pass the matter to the neighborhood committee when he suddenly heard Yang Xiaotao's loud proclamation. Zhang Sua, I am reporting Su Damao. Yang Xiaotao's voice fell softly among the falling snowflakes, yet it resonated with such intensity that it compelled everyone to lift their heads. At that moment, Su Damao, who was previously brimming with pride, appeared utterly incredulous, as if he had just consumed something foul. The wrinkles on his face were still relaxing, his spirits soaring as if he had ascended to the heavens. Yet in an instant, he was brought back down to earth. The cold snowflakes fell upon his face, transforming into bewildering droplets. No, this cannot be. How did I become entangled in this? After a brief pause, Su Damao called out to Yang Xiaodao, his expression tense and even somewhat flustered. We were discussing the Jia family and Shaju. Why are you dragging me into this? We are on the same side. You must not be ungrateful and burn the bridge behind you. Yang Xiaodao, without even glancing at him, retorted, Today's affairs must be made distinctly clear. In that moment, Su Damao felt a jolt as he heard the emphasis Yang Xiaodao placed on the word today. He suddenly recalled the two rascals and realized that it was not merely a matter of them failing to deliver after taking the money. Rather, they had failed to do something worthwhile. His eyes revealed a look of grievance and pity, as if pleading with Yang Xiaodao for mercy. But who was Yang Xiaodao? He was acutely aware of Su Damao's vile nature, fully understanding the character of this man. He was a quintessential figure who smiled sweetly in front of others while stabbing them in the back, and he bore no remorse as long as it served his own interests. Such a person should never be given even a drop of rainwater, for it would undoubtedly lead to a flood. This has nothing to do with He Yushui. Zhang, sensing the temperature, observed that the snow was falling heavier. He turned to Yang Xiaotao and said, You go ahead. Today has truly opened my eyes. A mere small courtyard holds so many concerns. I must certainly discuss this with Director Wang at the street office later. Zhang, I report Su Dama. He is indeed the assailant of He Yushui. Yang Xiaodao asserted confidently. Shaju stood by, momentarily stunned, before shifting his gaze towards Su Damao. At that moment, Su Damao appeared somewhat anxious, a fact not lost on Shaju. Having engaged in a tumultuous love-hate relationship for many years, they could easily discern each other's emotions. Su Damao's expression was akin to that of a guilty party caught in the act. Although he swiftly masked his trepidation, Shaju perceived the truth clearly. Su Damao, it is indeed you. In that instant, an overwhelming force surged within Shaju, enabling him to break free from the grasp of the two officers and lunge towards Su Damao. Suddenly, in the midst of his charge, a foot struck out, sending Shaju sprawling to the ground. Zhang stepped forward, placing his foot firmly upon Shaju's back. The scene fell into a profound silence. Yang Xiaodao's face reflected shock. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere 2 seconds. During this brief interval, Zhang moved with the agility of a leopard, swiftly intervening and bringing Shaju to the ground. Truly, he was a formidable individual, having faced the rigors of battle. Yang Xiaodao held a deep respect for him, while those around were left awestruck by the decisive nature of the unfolding events. Cuff him. Zhang's voice was cold and commanding. The two officers promptly advanced, producing a pair of silver handcuffs, which they secured around Shaju's wrists with a sharp click. They hoisted him up, despite his pain. Shaju continued to glare fiercely at Su Damao. Zhang then turned his attention back to Su Damao, reading the latter's expression and forming a reasonable conjecture. What evidence do you possess? Following procedure, since Yang Xiaodao had lodged the report, further inquiry was necessary. Zhang, I just overheard Yuzhu mentioning that he saw the person who had wronged him running into Workshop 3. Although he couldn't discern the identity clearly, it was evident that someone had entered. Shaju spat, asserting that he had a clear view and that the individual had definitely rushed into your Workshop 3. Yang Xiaodao continued, stating that he had remained in the workshop and had coincidentally seen Su Dama sneaking in from outside, subsequently merging into the crowd. Furthermore, he was evidently avoiding Yuzhu, who had barged in, indicating his guilty conscience. Zhang, you may inquire with the individuals in Workshop 3. I am not the sole witness to Su Damao's entrance. After Yang Xiaodao's declaration, others corroborated his account. Director Zhang, I am Wang Li from Workshop 3, and I also witnessed Su Dama running in from behind. Shortly thereafter, Shaju charged into the workshop and was subsequently expelled. I too saw Su Damao hiding behind me. When a wall collapses, everyone pushes. When a drum breaks, thousands strike. Had no one initiated the uproar, the onlookers would have merely regarded it as a spectacle. However, with Yang Xiaotao leading the charge, it naturally incited further amusement. You. All of you. Su Dama furiously pointed at the surrounding crowd, yet they offered him no regard. Moreover, who in the yard would be oblivious to Su Damao's reputation? Those who conspire in the shadows fear the wrath of the many. Zhang's expression turned stern as he fixed his gaze on Su Damao. What do you have to say for yourself? Su Damao's face was more sorrowful than tears, his hands fidgeting in confusion, alternating between clasping in prayer and folding in supplication, as if beseeching for mercy. Su Damao, will you not confess? With a sharp rebuke, Yang's voice sliced through the air, causing Su Damao to tremble and nearly collapse onto the ground. He struggled to regain his composure, his mind racing as he sought an excuse. Zhang, I acknowledge my mistake. However, it was unintentional. Su Damao gradually organized his thoughts. I merely stepped outside for a smoke and inadvertently kicked a stone, which fortuitously struck Comrade Yuzhu as he was heading to the restroom. I truly did not pay attention. It was an accident. His voice dripped with an air of grievance. An accident? Then why did you flee? Why did you not clarify the situation? Furthermore, why wait until someone reported it before speaking up? Zhang was not easily deceived. It was evident that Su had acted with intent. After all, what kind of rock could splatter one so thoroughly? Su Damao was no fool. Would he truly kick a large stone? Zhang, I was genuinely frightened, which is why I ran. You see, Yuzhu is a violent individual. He often chases me around the courtyard, and if he were to catch me, I could very well be beaten to death. How could I not flee? Su Damao protested, his mind racing as he recalled the conversation with Yang Xiaotao earlier. He felt the daggers of Yuzhu's gaze piercing through him. Not only had he failed his assessment today, but he had also become the subject of ridicule and endured a severe beating from Yang Xiaodao, further tarnishing his dignity. His body still ached from the encounter, and all of this was due to Su Damao. Cursed Su Damao. Zhang surveyed the surrounding onlookers, noting the heavy snow falling like goose feathers, blanketing the ground in a pristine layer of white. Very well, the matter is now clear. The events of today stem from Su Damao inflicting harm upon Yuzhu, leading to Yuzhu's unjust accusation of Yang Xiaotao, which set the stage for subsequent occurrences. The verdict regarding Yuzhu remains unchanged. Su Damao, upon hearing the ruling, felt a tremor run through his body, his face tightening with anxiety. His actions had undermined Yuzhu's assessment, an act deemed severely culpable, resulting in a compensation of 10 yuan to Yuzhu. Furthermore, His failure to clarify matters post-incident and his obstruction of subsequent events had significantly disrupted the harmony among neighbors and disturbed societal order. Consequently, he was sentenced to 3 days of detention as a warning to others. Su Damao's countenance turned ashen. Although 3 days of confinement was less than what Shaju faced, it still tarnished his reputation. Should this lead to a criminal record, it would spell disaster for him. After Zhang concluded his statement, he signaled for Shali to prepare to escort Su Damao away. At that moment, Su Damao's father, having just returned from outside, felt a jolt of concern upon learning the details of the incident. This was a critical moment. How could Damao be allowed to face such consequences? He rushed through the crowd to intercept Zhang. Zhang, he called out. Who are you? Zhang inquired. I am Su Damao's father. Su's father replied, his face etched with urgency. He then turned to Su Damao and, in a fit of anger, kicked him to the ground, exclaiming, You wretched spawn. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, witnessing Su's father approach Zhang and assert, Zhang, this is merely a jest among children. Damao and Zhubua have been at odds since childhood. The entire courtyard is aware of it, and even Director Wang from the street office knows. What day passes without these two getting into a scuffle? Zhang. Children fighting is merely a means of physical exercise. Surely, it doesn't warrant detention. He rushed forward to Hiyuju, kneeling down with a thud. Juzi, I implore you. You and Dama have grown up together. Please spare him this time. Juzi, I beg you. His words were earnest, and his expression was filled with sorrow. The onlookers exhibited expressions of sympathy. Although Su Dama felt humiliated, the thought of detention compelled him to lie obediently on the ground, casting a glance at Shaju, his eyes glimmering with inexplicable resentment. One day, I shall make you kneel before me. And then, with a swift kick, he would send Shaju flying. Amidst the commotion, Shaju reflected on the many years their families had coexisted. Despite some friction, they were old neighbors. Observing Su's father in such a state softened the anger in Shaju's heart. Uncle Su, please rise. Shaju spoke softly. He was not foolish, nor was he inherently malevolent. He merely lacked common sense and occasionally acted thoughtlessly. Zhang, if I choose not to pursue the matter concerning Su Dama, what would happen? Zhang regarded the spectacle of Su's father. Realizing that it was evident to any discerning observer that he was compromising for the sake of peace, yet this man seemed to thrive on such theatrics. Truly, a great fool. If you choose not to hold anyone accountable, the compensation may be waived. But disturbing social order and causing adverse effects would not lessen the likelihood of detention. Shaju remained silent upon hearing this. Su's father, upon listening, immediately bowed in apology to the surrounding crowd. I am deeply sorry, dear neighbors. I beseech you, please, show some compassion. Dama is still so young. He must not be ruined like this. With that, he continued to bow in circles, showing no sign of stopping. The surrounding individuals fell into a hush. And soon someone addressed Director Zhang. At this moment, Lu Hai stepped forth once more, stating, Director Zhang, Comrade Su Damao has acknowledged his mistakes, and we, the neighbors, have also forgiven him. Please grant the child an opportunity for redemption. As the elder of this courtyard, I assure you I will supervise him diligently to prevent any further troubles for the community. The crowd began to echo their persuasion, prompting Director Zhang to nod in response. Very well, since the community has pardoned your transgressions, I shall lift the detention. However, in the courtyard, you shall be tasked with sweeping for a month. You gentlemen will oversee this, and I shall arrange for the neighborhood committee to conduct inspections. Should any issues arise, you shall face compounded penalties. Yes, thank you, Director Zhang, and heartfelt thanks to all my fellow neighbors. Su's father expressed his gratitude, immediately pulling Su Damao, who was on the ground, towards the backyard. Among the crowd, Yang Shout observed the retreating figure of Su's father, contemplating, he is indeed a cunning little man. I hope he does not trouble me, otherwise I shall not distinguish between man and spirit. Having resolved the matter concerning Su Damao, Director Zhang intended to escort the foolish Zhu back to the police station. He wished to leave the courtyard, fearing he might not be able to resist taking each individual back with him. However, as is often the case, the more one fears something, the more it seems to manifest. Just as he was about to step out of the central courtyard, the most unwelcome voice echoed behind him. Director Zhang. The situation seemed irrevocable, yet with Su's father's commotion, and upon seeing that Su Damao was unharmed, Yi Zhonghai in the front of the crowd began to entertain a notion of his own. At that moment, witnessing Shaju being taken away, Yi Zhonghai resolutely positioned himself in front of Director Zhang. Yi Zhonghai, what are you doing? Director Zhang discerned Yi Zhonghai's intentions as he stepped forward. His mood was notably sour. If such confrontations became a norm during future operations, how could work possibly proceed? Among the crowd, Jia Zhangshi was eager to seize the opportunity. If Yi Zhonghai succeeded, she too could obtain some monetary gain. As for the matter concerning Qin Huairu, that could be dealt with behind closed doors at home. Director Zhang, please listen to me, Yi Zhonghai implored. This child, Shaju, is not malevolent at heart. He has merely acted out of frustration. After diligently preparing for so many days, he was on the verge of passing the assessment, only to have it thwarted. How pitiful. Yi Zhonghai continued, then turned to Yang Xiaotao. Xiaotao, my dear boy, I know your heart is kind. We have always maintained a harmonious relationship in the courtyard, being good neighbors who meet each other daily. Although Shaju has made a mistake, it is not without reason. I am here to plead on his behalf. Can you find it in your heart to forgive him? Yi Zhonghai employed the ultimate weapon of moral persuasion against Yang Xiaotao. Yet, Xiaotao remained silent, standing firm. After a moment of waiting, Yi Zhonghai felt a pang of discomfort as his humble entreaties appeared to bear no fruit. When had his once commanding presence diminished so? Behind him, Lu Haizhong hoped fervently that Yang Xiaotao would not yield. This was an opportune moment to undermine Yi Zhonghai's authority. The tension was palpable, and Lu Haizhong, suppressing his excitement, clenched his fists, listening intently, eyes darting between Director Zhang, Yang Xiaotao, and Yi Zhonghai. The surrounding individuals turned their gazes towards Yang Xiaotao. Even Shaju cast a hopeful glance. He was genuinely remorseful and truly frightened. However, Yang Xiaotao appeared oblivious, brushing the snowflakes off his shoulders. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened, his face resembling a layer of frozen ice. Uncertain if it was due to the cold or his ire. Xiaotao, we are all part of the same community. We must unite and support one another. Shaju was struck by you, yet you emerged unscathed, having even compensated him with 10 yuan. Xiaotao, one must show mercy. We reside in the same compound, and our lives stretch ahead. You speak of mercy, Yi Zhonghai. Silence yourself. As Yi Zhonghai continued with his menacing rhetoric, a sudden, thunderous shout from behind him nearly took his breath away. At that moment, Zhang Suo could no longer endure the scene. It was a clear threat before his very eyes. Is this how you preside over matters? Is this how you resolve neighborhood disputes? Is it your belief that any offense can be brushed aside with a mere apology? Yi Zhonghai, I perceive your demeanor as a serious manifestation of patriarchal arrogance, a remnant of the old society, showing a grave contempt for the laws of the new era. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai staggered backward, supported by an elderly woman behind him. No, that's not what I meant, Director Zhang. Then what do you mean? Are you threatening the victim to forgive the perpetrator? I dare say you are on the brink of committing an offense of abetting. Zhang Suo thundered, leaving Yi Zhonghai utterly speechless. Right, old Yi, it is not me who speaks ill of you. As the esteemed elder of the courtyard, one must handle neighborhood disputes with fairness and impartiality, lest one falter in their duties. By shielding the foolish Zhu, do you not regard us, the common folk? Do you not hold Zhang in high esteem? Do you not respect the law? This is a quintessential example of knowing the law yet breaking it, of harboring a criminal. You are unworthy of this esteemed position. At that moment, the second elder, Lu Haizhong, stepped forward, seizing the long-awaited opportunity. He launched a fervent critique at Yi Zhonghai, realizing that if he did not bring him down now, such an opportunity may never arise again. In the crowd, the third elder's eyes flickered as he pushed Yin Jichen aside and quickly approached, saying, Old Yi, consider your actions. Do you truly believe that personal connections outweigh the law? It is often said that those well-versed in literature possess an eloquence that resonates. Indeed, the third elder's words struck a chord, compelling Yang Xiaotao to give a thumbs-up in approval. This single statement bore far more impact than the myriad words of Lu Haizhong. How could Yi Zhonghai fail to discern the hidden implications within? He immediately struggled to rise and, addressing Zhang with an apologetic tone, remarked, Zhang, I was foolish just now. With the new year approaching, I have consistently strived to serve as a diligent elder, ensuring peace within the courtyard. In a couple of days, the street office will be evaluating for commendations, and I merely wish to secure some benefits for the residents of our courtyard. The surrounding crowd seemed to awaken in realization. I always thought the elder was a decent person. Indeed, the elder has consistently been diligent and fair in managing courtyard affairs. It is difficult to articulate. Today's events are somewhat peculiar, and I feel compelled to observe further. Indeed, there is no need to rush. Let us observe a little longer. The crowd buzzed with excitement, continuing to revel in the spectacle. Yang Xiaotao silently acknowledged the prowess of the individual before him, undoubtedly a master. Qin Huairu's enchanting eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge, as in that moment, she discovered a guiding beacon on her life's journey. Lu Haizhong and Yin Fuguei exchanged glances, seemingly having suppressed Yi Zhonghai, yet they lost the support of the community. Who would respect an elder who shows no regard for the welfare of the courtyard? Lu Haizhong wiped the snow from his forehead, while Yin Fuguei removed his glasses to clean them with his sleeve. The two elders dared not utter a word. Sighing, Yi Zhonghai resigned himself, squinting his eyes as he coldly snorted and turned to leave. Silly Zhu observed this, his gaze pleading for rescue from Yi Zhonghai. He understood the implications of entering that place. However, at that moment, Yi Zhonghai was equally powerless to intervene. One could only blame Silly Zhu's recklessness and Yang Xiaodao's cunning. Silly Zhu's heart sank to the depths as he lowered his head and stepped outside, leaving heavy footprints in the pristine snow. As a few departed, the others in the courtyard began to take their leave as well. Yang Xiaodao stamped his feet to shake off the snowflakes and prepared to return home, aware that he would need to stoke the fire with more coal on this frigid day. Feeling the stirring of Xiao Wei within his sleeve, Yang Xiaodao was in good spirits and was about to take his leave when a thunderous voice called out, "Yang Xiaodao, stop." He turned to face the formidable Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai's face was contorted with fury, the venomous glare in his eyes resembling poisoned arrows, wishing fervently to pierce Yang Xiaotao into a sieve. Yi Zhonghai, if you have something to say, then speak swiftly. It is a bitterly cold day, and I am eager to return home to warmth. Yang Xiaodao showed no fear, addressing him by his name without a hint of reverence. Yi Zhonghai inhaled sharply, his tone darkening as he spoke. The situation is thus. Are you satisfied? You have caused our courtyard's accolades to evaporate. Are you pleased with that? Do you have any regard for us three elders? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Silence. Before Yi Zhonghai could continue, Yang Xiaodao erupted, striding forward to confront him. In terms of height, Yang Xiaodao towered over Yi Zhonghai by a head. Those around them, sensing an impending altercation, rushed to intervene. Yi Zhonghai, startled, recalled Yang Xiaodao's earlier ferocity vividly. Retreating to create distance, he was cut off from speaking as Yang Xiaodao pointed an accusing finger at him. Yi Zhonghai, my respect for you is merely a courtesy, not a license for you to distort the truth. You claim I caused our courtyard to lose its accolades. Yet why do you not mention that it was Shaju who first instigated trouble? Moreover, when Shaju pursued me, I requested that you three elders intervene. Do you recall your response? You put on airs with that wretched enamel jar, claiming it was a personal matter not to be meddled with, allowing me to be beaten and letting Shaju vent his frustrations. Have you all lost your senses or your wits? How dare you utter such words? Why not let Shaj take his frustrations out on you instead? Is it now acceptable to simply find someone to vent one's frustrations upon whenever one suffers a grievance? If that is the case, may I come to your home daily and beat you up whenever I please? Yang Xiaodao's words were aggressive, leaving Yi Zhonghai feeling a deep sense of frustration. In the courtyard, Lu Haizhong shrank his neck. Although he was the one who spoke these words, he refrained from reminding the others at this moment. It would be best if all blame were placed upon Yi Zhonghai. Yin Fuguei continued to act as though he were invisible. This was indeed Lu Haizhong's remark. Yi Zhonghai felt a tightness in his chest, and just as he attempted to speak, Yang Xiaodao silenced him once more. Furthermore, if it weren't for Director Zhang's arrival today, and if I hadn't been fortunate, would I have had to endure a beating from Shaju? Is this what you consider harmonious coexistence? Yi Zhonghai, is this your definition of harmony within the courtyard? Whenever it concerns Shaju or the Jia family, everyone rushes to lend a hand, yet when it comes to issues from other households, they are dismissed as trivial. Why have you not inquired about those matters? Yi Zhonghai, your perspective is skewed. Rather than posing as a prominent elder, you might as well serve as a spokesperson for the Jia family and Shaju's household. Upon hearing Yang Xiaodao's words, many nodded in agreement. They too had noticed Yi Zhonghai's distorted stance. However, due to Yi Zhonghai's reputation, his esteemed position as a level 8 technician, and his status as a distinguished elder, they had shown him some deference. In this moment, when someone peeled back that facade, even if the others remained silent, their hearts were filled with resentment. Yi Zhonghai could sense the shifting gazes around him, realizing that the authority he had cultivated over the years was beginning to crumble at that very instant. In the yard, there is a constant discourse about respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. However, I must inform you, Yi Zhonghai, that the reverence afforded to the elderly ought to be contingent upon their character. Why should we honor those who show no respect in return? Is it fitting to venerate an elder who wields chopsticks to eat yet resorts to smashing pots? Or one who spews venomous words incessantly? Or the elderly who engage in moral coercion and leverage their age for personal gain? Are such individuals truly deserving of our respect? It is not that the elderly have become corrupt. Rather, it is the wicked who have simply aged. You, along with the Jia family, I deem to be among the vile. As Yi Zhonghai listened to Yang Xiaodao's vehement tirade, each word pierced his heart. Particularly the destruction of the values he had painstakingly cultivated regarding the respect for the elderly. If this sentiment were to take root, what would become of him in his old age? The more he pondered, the more his anger simmered, leading to a sudden eruption of blood that stained the snow with a vivid crimson. Old man, help! Someone, please! To the hospital, quickly! A concerned woman shouted urgently. Yet, Yi Zhonghai merely shook his head. The expulsion of blood had alleviated his discomfort significantly. Gazing at Yang Xiaotao, he suddenly smiled, leaving those around him baffled. Very well, Yang Xiaotao, from this day forth, we shall each mind our own affairs. Your matters are no longer my concern. With that, Yi Zhonghai departed with the woman. While Yang Xiaotao spat disdainfully, having long sought an opportunity to unleash his grievances upon this hypocrite. Now that he had spoken his mind, he felt a surge of relief. He anticipated a period of tranquility, allowing him to dedicate more time to his studies and earn some credits. What are you staring at, you old hack? An elder departed, followed by the second and third elders who left in a hasty retreat. The surrounding crowd dispersed, leaving only Jia Zhangshi glaring with her slanted eyes. Yang Xiaotao, unyielding, finally erupted, directing his ire towards her, the old shrew. I have long declared that our family shall remain estranged. Should you meddle in my affairs again, I shall break your son's dogleg. With that, he cast a glance at Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu before turning on his heel and returning home. Behind him, Jia Dongshu's face darkened, yet he dared not move, while Qin Huairu kept her head bowed. Jia Zhangshi, intimidated by Yang Xiaodao's outburst, fell silent as Qin Huairu pulled her back home. Thus, the farce concluded, the curtain drawn. The snowflakes in the sky grew larger and more dense, swiftly enveloping the earth. Upon returning home, the frigid air spoke of the emptiness within. Yang Xiaotao closed the door, lit a lamp, and sat down, his thoughts steeped in melancholy. In this world, he had become a solitary figure, feeling a profound loneliness. Since he had come this far, he might as well find peace in it. After a moment of contemplation, he noticed Xiao Wei burrowing beneath the table, prompting him to rise and stoke the stove. The flames flickered softly, casting a gentle glow and infusing the room with a modicum of warmth. However, compared to the swirling snowflakes and howling northern winds outside, this warmth was insufficient to stave off the chill, let alone provide comfort for sleep. Sighing, he mused that he ought to address his personal matters, if only to have a warm bed. He chuckled at his own predicament but soon reconsidered. Bringing a girl into such a den of beasts would surely be detrimental to her. Shaking his head, he dispelled these chaotic thoughts and set about preparing a meal. Having just purchased some eggs, I retrieved them from the space and proceeded to slice half a cabbage. With a heated pan, I added oil and began to stir-fry the eggs with the cabbage. Meanwhile, I warmed 2 steamed buns. This constituted a simple yet satisfying dinner. Yang Xiaotao commenced his meal, while the elderly gentleman next door had also prepared his own. However, Yi Zhonghai found himself devoid of appetite, his heart weighed down by an unshakable discontent. A typical case of self-inflicted distress. The elderly lady beside him hesitated to speak, for in this household, his voice held no authority. Over the years, considerable funds had been expended, yet they remained childless, leading her to question whether the fault lay with her. However, she dared not voice her doubts. Let us take our things to the backyard, she suggested, fully aware of the destination. Swiftly, she tidied up. The elderly couple braved the evening breeze as they made their way into the backyard, knocking on the old lady's door. Upon entering, they found her wearing an expression of despondency, even fear. Yang Xiaotao's words echoed in her mind. It was not that the elderly had turned wicked, but rather that the wicked had simply aged, causing her heart to race. In her youth, having endured various experiences, she understood that survival often comes with secrets. With age, one tends to believe in the absurd and indulge in fanciful thoughts. These past years had been spent in tranquility, yet she remained observant. Owing to her age and status, she had walked the alleys of this neighborhood, becoming acquainted with many different personalities. Particularly concerning the residents of her courtyard, she was well informed. Yet, this time she misjudged. She had thought him an easily manageable young man, but after losing a loved one, he had undergone a drastic transformation, becoming unexpectedly ruthless. As the deaf old lady pondered how to confront young Xiaotao, Yi Zhonghai and his wife entered, interrupting her thoughts. Three individuals sat together in a profound silence. Ever since they had deliberated on the matter of their retirement, many years had passed, and they had steadily progressed towards their envisioned outcome. However, today, doubts began to creep in, and infuriatingly, it was due to someone they had previously overlooked. It was all the mischief of that little vixen. The deaf old woman struck her cane forcefully against the ground, speaking with palpable disdain. Yi Zhonghai and the other two understood whom she referred to, bowing their heads in acknowledgement. I warned you not to allow him to marry into the Jia family, yet you both disregarded my counsel. If it weren't for that incident, we would not be facing the current predicament, nor would we be subjected to scornful derision, on the verge of being labeled as old fools, she lamented. Old uncle remained silent, harboring regret within his heart for not discerning the true nature of Qingyang Xiaota sooner. Had he known the extent of his capabilities, he would have never entangled himself with this harbinger of doom. In his eyes, Xiaota had become a malevolent force. Now, we must devise a way to extricate Shaju from this situation, old aunt interjected, fully aware of the significance Shaju held for their elderly couple. To put it bluntly, the deaf old woman relied on their support. When they aged, they would have no choice but to depend on Jia Dongxiu and Shaju. Indeed, we must act swiftly. If a record is left behind, Shaju's future would be irrevocably tarnished, Yi Zhonghai added. The deaf old woman sighed deeply, her genuine affection for Shaju evident. She earnestly wished for his well-being. I shall pay him a visit tomorrow. However, they are all cunning individuals, and with each favor granted, a favor is lost. Henceforth, we must keep a vigilant eye on Shaju, she concluded. The elderly couple nodded in agreement. The deaf old lady reiterated, and that boy, do not provoke him. I understand. In the front yard, at Yin Fugui's house. Father, how do I claim my errand money? Yin Jiefang's face was a picture of distress. He had visited the police station today, summoned Director Zhang and his team, but after everything was said and done, he found himself ignored, with no one offering him any reimbursement for his efforts. Are you foolish? They never promised you any payment, and you just ran off. You're utterly dim-witted, mocked the eldest brother, Yin Jieqing. Nearby, Aunt San led Yin Jiequang and advised the second son, you must be discerning before you act. The first and second uncles won't pay you, but others might. Especially young Xiaodao. He instigated this matter, and there may be more to come. Understood, mother. From now on, I will heed young Xiaodao's counsel. Yin Jiefang nodded, yet Yin Fugui interjected, whatever money you earn, hand it over. Consider it your meal allowance. Meal allowance? Father, I haven't even earned anything yet. Yin Jiefang quickly retorted. Currently, only the eldest sibling was of age and seeking employment, beginning to contribute monthly to the household. But he was merely a primary school student. How could he possibly earn money? Not of age. Then you must surrender any money you have. Yin Fugui's eyes sparkled with shrewdness, a look of certainty on his face. But that was my errand fee. Yin Jiefang attempted to resist, but Aunt San snorted dismissively. Errand fee? A mere dime will suffice. Listen to your father. You shall never know poverty in this lifetime. In a mixed double scenario, Yin Jiefang naturally could not escape his fate. After determining the distribution of benefits, he could only resign himself to it. Beside him, Yin Jieqing curled his lip, fully aware this would be the outcome. Yin Fugui glanced at his son in the room. The younger son was still quite small, and it was a bit premature to strategize, yet the path must be laid out in advance. When they grew up, they could simply follow in their elder brother's footsteps. All right, let us convene a meeting to discuss the upcoming new year. At Lu Haizhong's residence in the central courtyard, he sat at the heart of the living room, flanked by Lu Guangqi on one side and Aunt Er standing on the other. Below them stood the brothers Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu. Ahem. Lu Haizhong cleared his throat, mimicking the authoritative tone of the factory leaders. Today, I have gathered everyone for a meeting, which will cover two main points. First and foremost, the new year is fast approaching. In the Jia household, intermittent cries echoed, mingled with the relentless curses of Jia Zhangshi piercing through the falling snow, occasionally accompanied by the coarse shouts of men resonating across the snowy expanse. In the desolate night at the Shaju home, He Yushui curled up in bed, clutching her belly, yearning for sleep that eluded her, tears of grievance streaming down one by one. In this frigid world, no one cared for her or thought of her. Uncle Da, the Jia family, and the deaf old woman all had their eyes on Shaju, valuing only those who were useful to them. As for He Yushui, the unfortunate girl, she remained merely another's daughter, never truly regarded in the hearts of others. After dinner, Yang Xiaodao lay in bed, engaging in light banter with Xiao Wei, much of which involved Yang Xiaodao recounting the New Year's happenings, while Xiao Wei listened attentively. It is uncertain whether one truly comprehends, or is merely occupied with mobile devices, online games, or computers. Nevertheless, throughout the evening, enveloped by the sound of snow cascading outside, I engaged in aimless chatter, dreaming of another realm. As dawn broke, the world lay cloaked in a blanket of pristine white. This year marks the minor New Year, with the 29th day of the 12th lunar month being New Year's Eve. Upon rising, I found the sky had cleared, the previous night's snowfall, as soft as goose feathers, had risen to my ankles. Yang Xiaodao wielded a wooden board, diligently heaping the accumulated snow in the courtyard against the wall. In bygone rural days, such snow would serve as a natural refrigerator, preserving the New Year's goods until after the celebrations. Yet in this era, with limited provisions, and considering Yang Xiaodao's ample storage space, where time stood still and nothing decayed, he saw little need for it. After pushing the thick snow aside, he proceeded to sweep the courtyard clean with a barren broom. Next door, Elder Chen also emerged to clear the snow. The previous day, he and his wife had visited friends, and only upon their return did they catch wind of the neighborhood gossip. "Young man, I heard about yesterday's incident," Elder Chen remarked, raising his thumb with evident pride. "Did that scoundrel Lao Yi truly spit blood out of rage?" Yang Xiaodao found himself intrigued, as it was clear that the older generation held considerable knowledge about Yi Zhonghai. Regrettably, Elder Chen was not inclined to elaborate further. After tidying the courtyard, he invited Yang Xiaodao to celebrate the New Year indoors, but Yang Xiaodao politely declined. After all, this would be his first New Year in this world. Elder Chen said no more, knowing they lived nearby, and he could easily bring over a bowl of dumplings the following day. Once the courtyard was cleared, Yang Xiaodao ventured to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some coal, for this winter was particularly frigid, and it was wise to stock up. Subsequently, I spent my time at home engrossed in reading. In the front yard, Uncle San meticulously swept the area in front of the door, setting up a square table adorned with red paper. Beside it lay an old inkstone, and holding a brush in hand, he stood before the table, contemplating his emotions. Numerous onlookers gathered around, eagerly awaiting the completion of his work, leaving behind a handful of peanuts or a handful of sunflower seeds in a porcelain bowl nearby, taking home the festive couplets to affix upon their weathered wooden doors. In celebration of the new year, it is customary to adorn doors with couplets, hoping for a prosperous year ahead. As for Yang Xiaotao, it was deemed unnecessary. With his father having passed away, tradition dictated that no red decorations be hung this year. After a bustling half-day, the entire courtyard was imbued with vibrant colors. The couplets had been affixed, and children, having received money from their parents, purchased small firecrackers. The courtyard and alleyways echoed with sounds of joy and laughter. Yang Xiaotao stood for a moment in the yard, reminiscing the festive spirit that had long since faded. Yearning to immerse himself in the merriment, yet a wave of dread surged within him. Perhaps he truly feared becoming a part of it all. He mocked himself as a foolish time traveler. In the afternoon, the atmosphere grew even more festive. People greeted one another with smiles. Even the cantankerous Jia Zhangshi engaged in light-hearted banter with others in the yard. Of course, her narrow-minded nature remained unchanged, and with just a few exchanged words, she would unleash a tirade of insults. Yang Xiaodao also spotted Shaju, despite his bruised face, preparing to celebrate the new year at home. A fleeting thought crossed Yang Xiaodao's mind, leading him to consider the deaf old lady. This elderly figure held some influence in this city, surely. It was she who had intervened. Upon encountering Yang Xiaodao, Shaju could not conceal the disdain and animosity lurking in his eyes, yet he restrained himself. Whether it was due to the festive season or a word of caution from someone, Shaju opted to refrain from causing trouble, and Yang Xiaotao, in turn, did not seek discomfort. As evening fell, Elder Chen once again extended an invitation, which Yang Xiaotao politely declined. The courtyard gradually filled with a jubilant ambience, evoking the essence of the new year. Shaju led He Shui to the home of the eldest elder, where a sumptuous feast was prepared, joined by the Jia family and the deaf old lady. Thus, the home of Yi Zhonghai became the liveliest gathering. Naturally, other households shared in this festive spirit. Yet in a secluded corner of the ear room, a solitary candle flickered, illuminating the empty space where one quietly reminisced about the vanished celebrations of the past. Yang Xiaodao kept vigil until midnight, after which he stewed the meat he had bought, attempting to prepare dumplings, though it was likely he couldn't even knead the dough properly. Despite his culinary shortcomings, he remembered the advice to add more salt. Thus this new year quietly passed amidst the overwhelmingly salty pork and cabbage stew. However, he was not entirely alone, for nestled against Yang Xiaodao's chest was Xiao Wei, who had become his kin. As the firecrackers crackled, the alley once again became alive with merriment. On the first day of the new year, neighbors exchanged greetings, wishing each other well. Having just risen and tidied up, a knock echoed at the door. Yang Xiaodao opened it to find several children gathered at the threshold, led by Yin Jiefeng and Wang Xiaohu, followed by a cluster of 7 or 8 others. In unison, they exclaimed, "Brother Tao, Happy New Year." Their harmonious greeting was clearly the result of rehearsed practice. Yang Xiaodao was well aware of the subtleties at play. He promptly retrieved a porcelain plate from the room, filled with sunflower seeds and peanuts, adorned with a few delightful white rabbit candies. This was a thoughtful gesture by Yang Xiaodao, intended to infuse a sense of festivity into the occasion. 7 or 8 children gazed longingly at the white rabbit candies, each eager to possess one, yet none dared to reach out. With a gentle smile, Yang Xiaodao personally selected a candy for each child, leaving the remainder in the plate. The children, elated with their treats, scampered off to share their joy with others. A single candy encapsulated the essence of the new year for these innocent children. After ensuring the door was securely closed, Yang Xiaodao made his way to Old Man Chen's house for a brief visit before departing the courtyard to head towards the Zhou residence. The streets were alive with a bustling crowd, the atmosphere brimming with celebratory spirit. Even the little Wei, perched at the corner, radiated a sense of joy that compelled Yang Xiaodao to quicken his pace. In contrast, the Zhou household was even more vibrant. The 2 young girls had adorned themselves with red ribbons, while Zhou Kuei, dressed in his usual attire, sat at the doorway, observing a group of children playing with firecrackers in the snow. Upon Yang Xiaodao's arrival, Zhou Kuei eagerly welcomed him, and soon they were seated inside. The warmth of the hearth filled the room, with a kettle on the stove bubbling vigorously, steam rising in gentle puffs. Aunt Zhou brought out some sunflower seeds, sitting nearby while discussing the festivities of the new year. Before long, Zhou Peng returned from his outing, having taken his 2 younger sisters to visit relatives. And after dropping them off, he ventured out once more to the pigeon market at the edge of the alley. Even during the festive season, people needed to eat and conduct business, and thus, the authorities turned a blind eye to the bustling activities. When Zhou Peng returned, he was carrying a small rooster, likely in exchange for money from the countryside. "Tao Ge, you've arrived," Zhou Peng exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of Yang Xiaodao. The previous day, Zhou Kuei had brought back 5 eggs, which had delighted his 2 younger sisters immensely. Coincidentally, having just received his salary, he encountered someone urgently in need of money, and thus spent 1.2 yuan to purchase this chicken. "I ran into someone at the alley. They needed money for their child's wedding, so they decided to sell it," Zhou Peng explained, observing the rooster, which weighed a little over 2 kilograms. Typically, such a weight would not fetch a good price unless one was in dire need. "Let us have it for lunch today," Zhou Peng enthusiastically invited, and Yang Xiaodao, not one to decline, agreed to sample Aunt Zhou's culinary skills. Since arriving in this world, aside from a hearty meal at the Yongjun restaurant, he had not truly savored any good food in recent days. Upon returning to the Zhou residence, Zhou Kuei swiftly plucked and prepared the bird. After lunch, Yang Xiaodao lingered for a while before deciding to take his leave. Zhou Peng escorted him to the entrance, mentioning that he would visit tomorrow, and then waved goodbye. This is the essence of the new year, where younger generations extend their greetings to their elders, visiting their homes. As Yang Xiaodao stepped out of the Zhou household, he pondered the guests arriving the next day, a headache brewing in his mind. While procuring ingredients was straightforward, as one could simply buy them, the true challenge lay in his inability to cook. Ultimately, he resolved to visit the restaurant instead. Yang Xiaodao relinquished his struggle and planned to purchase a variety of ready-to-eat dishes from the restaurant, ones that could easily be warmed at home. The Yongjun restaurant remained open, albeit with little business. As he entered, he found the couple seated at a table, enjoying tea, and they promptly greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. "Greetings to you, dear sister and brother, as we celebrate the new year. Young comrade, Happy New Year to you as well." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yang Xiaodao swiftly delved into the matter at hand. 2 plates of braised pork, 2 plates of twice-cooked pork, 2 roasted chickens, and 30 steamed buns. He effectively secured the entire quota of meat and vegetables for the day, bringing joy to the couple, who exclaimed they could leave work early. With payment made and the food neatly packaged, they were ready to depart. Before leaving, the sister presented a bottle of sorghum liquor. claiming it was homemade and free of charge. The festive atmosphere was palpable. Yang Xiaodao graciously accepted it, but still offered 50 cents in return. Not only was it just his recently received salary, but he had also compensated Shaju 10 yuan the day before, making this a convenient use of funds. As for how to manage in the future, one need not worry. The factory has a canteen, and even if he were to dine alone at home, he could surely manage. This is a classic case of one person being satiated while the entire family remains unfed. Upon leaving the restaurant, he walked to a secluded corner, where he stored the packed meal and buns. Meandering aimlessly, he savored the post-snowfall ambience of the city, relishing the festive spirit of the new year, and inhaling the freedom-laden air. Perhaps this nascent nation continues to advance through its trials, yet its indomitable vitality foreshadows a promising future. This is a vibrant land, a country brimming with the spirited demeanor of its people. Lost in contemplation, Yang Xiaodao wandered until he found himself before an unremarkable house. It was not the house itself that captured his attention, but rather the peculiar items arranged around it. This was a recycling point for scrap materials. In these times, even scrap collectors require state oversight. Not just anyone can collect refuse, nor can everyone rummage through waste. At that moment, several children joyfully approached, carrying a bag filled with soda bottles. They handed it over to a man clad in a yellow coat, who merely weighed the bag in his hands before producing 2 dimes and offering them to the leading child. The child, beaming with delight, scampered away, exclaiming his intent to purchase firecrackers. Yang Xiaodao pondered for a moment before deciding to enter. The man scrutinized Yang Xiaodao and approached him with a smile, inquiring, "Comrade, what brings you here?" "Hello, comrade. I am merely passing through and would like to inquire if there are any discarded books available." "Discarded books?" The man replied. "Oh, I see. I am a high school student hoping to find some reading material." "Oh, I understand now. Please, come inside." The man gestured for Yang Xiaodao to enter. As Yang Xiaodao rummaged through his pockets, he discovered only a few pieces of candy, realizing he had forgotten to bring cigarettes. "I must remember to prepare a pack next time," he thought, stepping into the room. The space was rather chaotic, but the man assured him that after the new year, someone would come to tidy up, and it would improve then. "By the way, my name is Huang Daniu. You may call me Old Huang," he said with a hearty laugh. Yang Xiaotao responded respectfully, addressing him as Brother Huang. As they moved to a corner, Huang Daniu pointed to a wooden box. "A few days ago, someone brought in some old furniture, and I noticed this box contained some books. I initially intended to take it home for the children to use. But since you're interested, you may have it." Yang Xiaodao gazed at the wooden box, roughly half a meter square, with several worn holes that clearly indicated its age. "Brother Huang, thank you immensely for this. In recent days, I revisited my high school textbooks at home. Having accumulated 180 credits, I found myself at a standstill. This was the fruit of diligent study. To amass further credits, I had to explore alternative avenues." Yang Xiaotao endeavored to learn from different aspects. For reading is merely a facet of education. The most direct approach was practicing calligraphy. He unearthed his old notebooks and began to practice with a fountain pen. However, this endeavor required patience, yielding little progress in the short term. After receiving a notification from the system granting him 5 credits, he experienced a prolonged period without advancement. Clearly, the most efficient means of earning credits at this stage was through reading. As for the residents of the courtyard, it seemed that only the family of Yin Fugui possessed books. Yet, Yang Xiaodao was reluctant to entangle himself too deeply. Yin Fugui was known for his cunning and penchant for petty advantages, and compared to Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, he was relatively better. Nevertheless, he wished to avoid complications. The Yin family were adept at calculations, and entanglement with them could lead to a plethora of troubles. Initially, he had contemplated obtaining a certificate from the director to borrow books from the library after work commenced, but to his surprise, he discovered books at this recycling point. "No need for formality. My boys stopped schooling after elementary and have been unruly ever since. They give me headaches when it comes to reading. It would be more beneficial to offer these books to you scholars," Huang Daniu said, his generous nature perhaps stemming from the low value of waste paper. Yang Xiaodao placed 50 cents into Huang Daniu's hand, which he felt was somewhat exorbitant, yet Yang Xiaodao was resolute. "Brother Huang, if you think it's too much, just keep an eye out for me in the future. If you come across any books, please set them aside." Huang Daniu, upon hearing this, accepted the money and assured him that he would certainly keep it safe. Yang Xiaodao then took out a few pieces of white rabbit creamy candies to treat his nephews. This made Huang Daniu even more cheerful, and he accepted the candies as he saw Yang Xiaotao off. Embracing the box, Yang Xiaotao reached the corner, opened it momentarily, then closed it again, leaving only an empty box in his hands. Xiao Wei also emerged, disappearing into the box before popping back out, clearly showing little interest in it. Having made some gains, Yang Xiaotao felt quite pleased as he headed towards the courtyard. Upon arriving, he found third uncle waiting at the entrance. His gaze immediately drawn to the sizable box, undoubtedly filled with something valuable. Xiaotao, you're back? What did you buy? One does not strike a smiling face. And since third uncle had not provoked him in recent days, Yang Xiaotao was not one to unleash his frustrations indiscriminately. I went out and picked up a box of books, Yang Xiaotao replied, stepping into the courtyard. Books? Yin Fugui exclaimed. Recalling that Yang Xiaotao was also a senior in high school, while he himself had only completed secondary education. If this lad finished his studies, he could very well become a teacher. As such thoughts crossed Yin Fugui's mind, he picked up his fishing rod and headed outside. The year's plan lies in spring. The early bird catches the worm. Yang Xiaotao entered the central courtyard to find Xiazhu cheerfully conversing with Jia Dongxiu, despite still bearing some wounds. It did not hinder his ability to engage in conversation. Inside the Jia household, Qin Huairu was steaming corn buns, while Jia Zhangshi sat at the door, basking in the sunlight. Upon seeing Yang Xiaotao return with the box, several pairs of eyes turned his way, and Jia Zhangshi, albeit with a lowered voice, began to scold him. Yang Xiaotao paid no heed. If he were to be angered by such individuals daily, he would undoubtedly become a bundle of nerves. Upon returning home, he retrieved the books, leaving the box to Xiao Wei. After all, it served a purpose as a container and could still be mended for future use. He organized the books, most of which pertained to geography, alongside a few notebooks. Upon opening one, he found the handwriting to be hasty, filled with notes on geological matters. Clearly, the owner of these tomes was a scholar of geography, though it remained uncertain whether they were a teacher or a student. Once he had arranged the books, he commenced kindling the stove to warm the room. As dusk approached, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, he found Wang Dashan from the courtyard. Uncle Dashan, what brings you here? Wang Dashan, a robust man with a booming voice, replied, just came to see how you were doing, and to invite you over for drinks at my place tonight. Yang Xiaotao hesitated momentarily, but, perceiving the sincerity in Wang Dashan's demeanor, readily acquiesced. After all, within this courtyard, while there were indeed many unsavory characters, not all were malevolent. In this environment, even the virtuous might adopt a facade of indifference for self-preservation. Yet, one must not forget that this world is far from the morally corrupt landscape of the future. Here, people may live modestly, but possess a wealth of spirit. Most individuals harbor hearts full of passion. It is merely the case that a few beasts of this era have coincidentally congregated within this courtyard. Perhaps the Wang family has their own motives, yet for Yang Xiaotao, as long as he could cultivate a rapport, he had no qualms about forming connections. He would neither seek to befriend these individuals nor distance himself from them. In a previous life, wasn't there a saying that the best way to deal with an adversary is to turn their friends into allies? One evening, Yang Xiaotao arrived at the Wang residence, carrying a bottle of wine, accompanied by a few others from the courtyard. They displayed little reaction to his arrival, engaging in their own revelries, dining and drinking. While the affairs of the courtyard remained unmentioned, yet their camaraderie flourished over the wine. It became evident that Yang Xiaotao was not as unapproachable as he seemed. He too was a man of flesh and blood, capable of cursing when intoxicated. As the Lunar New Year passed, the denizens of the 49 city began their relentless pursuit of livelihood for the coming year. Unlike future generations, there were no extended holidays or breaks until the 15th of the first month. Everyone in this era dedicated their youth to labor, particularly in times of economic hardship. Even the inhabitants of 49 City had to prepare for life's demands ahead of time. On the second day of the new year, Yang Xiaotao invited the Zhou siblings, along with several peers from the Wang family, and even called upon Aunt Wang to assist in preparing the meal. The feast featured braised pork, twice-cooked pork, and roast chicken as the main attractions, leaving Aunt Wang astonished, as her husband worked at a meat processing plant, and they had never enjoyed such a spread during the festive season. The children, however, were oblivious to such thoughts. The sight of the succulent braised pork made their mouths water. After simmering in the large pot, the aroma of the meat permeated the entire room, wafting throughout the courtyard. Naturally, this drew a flurry of chatter, with Jia Zhangshi glaring with her beady eyes, her mouth spewing disdain, yet yearning to sneak a taste. At last, It was Jia Dongshu who could no longer restrain himself, prompting Qin Huairu to take 2 tails of pork to Shaju. They enjoyed their midday meal at Shaju's residence. After the second day of the new year, Yang Xiaodao continued to read at home, leading a rather leisurely life. Of course, it would have been delightful if someone could have prepared meals for him. On the third day of the new year, Yang Xiaotao and Zhou Peng visited Wang Fa and other workmates, who had not yet commenced work, thereby enjoying ample time. This routine persisted until the 6th day, with meals being sporadic, occasionally visiting Elder Qin's home for a bite, always bringing something along. However, throughout this festive season, Yang Xiaodao cultivated a commendable rapport with several families in the courtyard, perhaps due to the pre-existing amicability with the Yang family, which had only been momentarily disrupted by his prior outburst before the new year. This festive period served as an opportunity to reconnect and rekindle friendships. Consequently, Yang Xiaodao established his own small circle within the courtyard, with Elder Qin's family and Wang Dashan's family being the most central figures. Additionally, there were the Zhou family and several workmates. These relationships transcended mere acquaintanceship. The warmth and sincerity of the community allowed Yang Xiaodao to experience a different flavor of human connection, and unbeknownst to him, his lingering attachment to his past life began to fade. On the 6th day, early in the morning, Xiao Wei flitted about the house with palpable excitement. Today was a splendid day, with the sun having risen early, radiating warmth. Xiao Wei dashed to the window and then to the door frame, greedily absorbing the energy of the sunlight. Over the past few days, the entire house had been refurbished by Xiao Wei. The once drafty doors and windows were now restored, rivaling even the double-glazed windows of his past life, at least preventing the cold winds from seeping in. Moreover, the once weathered table has been restored to a smooth surface, and the musty odor lingering in the bed has vanished entirely. Even more astonishing is the transformation of the iron-cold quilt, which has become as soft as freshly picked cotton, enveloping the body in a comforting warmth. Not only that, the cotton clothing worn, though unchanged on the outside, has blossomed anew within, offering warmth that has increased several-fold compared to before. Yang Xiaodao rose and opened the door to survey the courtyard, feeling the excitement radiating from Xiao Wei, contemplating how to make the most of this little courtyard. After all, within this courtyard, aside from this here room, there is no other space. Furthermore, this property was purchased by his father, a true asset belonging to the Yang family. Reflecting on the value this modest courtyard and room would hold in the city decades hence, Yang Xiaodao felt compelled to return inside and offer incense to his father. He still felt somewhat youthful. Once the opportunity arose, he must purchase several more courtyard houses. At that time, standing before his descendants, he could proudly declare, "Look, this is the foundation I have built for you." Engrossed in his daydreams, he was abruptly roused by the cold wind. It would be wise to first earn a living and fill his stomach. Stepping outside, he filled a bucket with water from the tap and carried it back home. After a brief wash, he joined the workers from the courtyard as they exited through the main gate. Among the crowd, Uncle Yi Zhonghai walked alongside Lu Haizhong, followed by Jia Dongshu and Shaju, with Su Damao trailing behind, his face cast in shadows. This year, Su Damao had returned to the countryside with his parents, only coming back on the 5th day of the new year. Now he followed closely behind Su's father, casting a look of disdain towards Yang Xiaodao, while avoiding eye contact with Shaju, who had yet to settle the score from their last encounter. He would not naively assume that Shaju would simply swallow his grievances. From what he understood of Shaju, he was the type to repay enmity in kind. It was merely a matter of time. As he stepped into the workshop, familiar sounds resonated once more. As a fitter, one must naturally be well-versed in various related tasks, primarily encompassing processes such as chipping, filing, sawing, marking, drilling, reaming, tapping, and threading, along with scraping, grinding, straightening, bending, and riveting. In essence, this translates to the machining of parts and equipment maintenance. However, for Yang Xiaotao, equipment maintenance felt distant and shrouded in mystery. Within the entire steel mill, only a handful of individuals were capable of performing maintenance. And these individuals had long since transcended the role of fitters, becoming engineers of level 8 and above, qualified to undertake such repairs. The leap from an 8th-level fitter to a 9th-level engineer was indeed a formidable chasm. Otherwise, Yi Zhonghai would not still be an 8th-level worker after so many years. Upon arriving at his workstation, Yang Xiaotao meticulously wiped down the workbench and arranged his tools in an orderly fashion, placing them within easy reach. With his recent promotion to a fitter, the assigned tasks naturally became heavier and more challenging. In this regard, the work of a fitter resembled a fair distribution of labor. Those who excelled would naturally receive higher wages, a system predating the household responsibility system by quite some time. Before commencing work, Director Wang Guodong traditionally delivered a speech, which was followed by an enthusiastic rallying cry from the team. The entire third workshop was filled with vigor as a group of workers brimmed with passion. Yang Xiaodao accepted the task assigned by Wang Fa and promptly immersed himself in his work. For fitters, this was indeed a physically demanding job. Fortunately, after several days of continuous energy replenishment from Xiao Wei, Yang Xiaodao's physical condition has steadily improved. If he maintains his eating habits, it is estimated that within a year, his fitness will be regarded as exemplary within this workshop. The morning swiftly passed, and Yang Xiaodao, accompanied by his fellow workers, made his way to the canteen. The factory is well aware of the arduous labor endured by its workers, hence the meals are generously prepared. Although the taste may not rival that of outside restaurants, the quality of ingredients is never compromised. Yang Xiaodao stood at the back of the line, clutching a two-tail vegetable ticket, a one-tail meat ticket, and a one-tail steamed bun ticket. These are distributed alongside wages, differing only by job positions and ranks. However, purchasing power remains consistent throughout the 4-9 city. Additionally, there exists a type of grain ticket known as the National Grain Ticket, which, as the name suggests, is valid nationwide. This ticket can be exchanged for cooking oil, making it essential to convert a certain amount of national grain tickets before venturing outside. The exchange rate, however, is not 1-to-1. It is common for 2 local grain tickets of equivalent value to be traded for a single national grain ticket. With his grain tickets in hand, Yang Xiaotao, with his wages as a second-class fitter, can afford to indulge in meat even within the factory. Yet, just as he approached the serving counter, he spotted the foolish Zhu standing at the window. A wave of distaste washed over him, but he dismissed it, knowing that if he were truly revolted, he should not blame Zhu for any future retribution. At this moment, Zhu was not yet the chef, so he was still responsible for serving the meals. Zhu also noticed Yang Xiaotao and smirked. The line moved forward swiftly, and soon it was Yang Xiaotao's turn. Observing the smug demeanor of Zhu, Yang Xiaodao chose to ignore him. He placed his lunchbox down and called out loudly for a portion of potatoes, a serving of meat, and 2 steamed buns. Zhu curled his lips, letting out a cold snort, and deftly scooped out a generous ladleful, the spoon piled high with meat, a tempting mix of fat and lean. He raised the spoon high, aiming it at Yang Xiaotao's lunchbox, but at the moment of descent, his wrists subtly trembled, causing the topmost slices of meat to tumble down. When the ladle was finally tipped into the lunchbox, it revealed a glistening layer of cabbage leaves on top, concealing only a couple of the original meat slices at the bottom, invisible to others. They would only see the spoon overflowing with meat, yet Yang Xiaodao perceived the truth. To receive 3 slices of meat was indeed a rare act of conscience from Zhu. Without uttering another word, he took his lunchbox and departed. Meanwhile, Zhu reveled in his secret delight, pondering whether Yang Xiaodao would feel disheartened upon discovering the meager portion of meat. Amused, he continued to serve food to others, offering generous helpings to friends while shaking the ladle for those he found bothersome. This especially applied to Su Damao, who received the same treatment as Yang Xiaodao at Zhu's window. Su Damao could only return to his seat with a sour expression, pushing around his food with a distasteful demeanor. Glancing over at Yang Xiaodao, a thought crossed his mind, and he picked up his lunchbox, making his way across the room. Xiaodao, this Zhu is utterly unreasonable. I had a meat ticket for 1 tael, yet he gives me merely a single slice. It's simply outrageous, Su Damao remarked, casting a glance at Yang Xiaodao. Yang Xiaodao ignored him, hastily finishing his meal before rising to cover the lunchbox and take it for cleaning. Su Damao spoke into the void, his frustration manifesting as he thrust his chopsticks into the lunchbox, rendering his demeanor sullen. Yang Xiaodao paid Su Damao no heed. Well aware that Su was not a commendable individual, perhaps even more treacherous than Zhu, associating with such a person posed the risk of betrayal at any moment. After dining, he settled in a sunlit spot beside the vehicle. The absence of central air conditioning rendered the workshop drafty, only while working did one feel warmth, as idleness invited an unwelcome chill. The midday break lasted an hour and a half, during which Yang Xiaodao engaged in casual conversation with Wang Fa and others. Meanwhile, he retrieved a book from his pocket and began to read. He understood that enhancing his skills as a fitter relied more on the system than on his own efforts. As long as he accumulated enough credits, his abilities would advance. With a grading assessment scheduled for March, he aspired to gain further advantages. The afternoon resumed with a flurry of activity. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the factory's closing bell rang, Yang Xiaotao finally set aside his tasks, tidying his workstation before exiting the workshop. The sky was overcast, oppressive in its darkness, as if preparing for rain or snow, prompting Yang Xiaotao to hasten his return home. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he noticed the glow of lights from each household and the enticing aroma of food beginning to waft through the air, evoking a sense of earthly warmth. Yang Xiaotao opened the door, reassured by the little contraptions he had set up before leaving, ensuring no one entered his room. He stoked the fire to warm the space, indulged in reading, played with Xiao Wei, and then succumbed to sleep. The first grand assembly of the new year had arrived. The workdays were monotonous, yet filled with joy. As this endeavor involves creating wealth through one's own labor, it manifests as a tangible transformation. Each time Yang Xiaotao gazes at his academic credits, he feels himself advancing closer to a brighter future. The tranquil passage of time swiftly unfolds. And in the blink of an eye, 15 days have elapsed since he commenced his employment. His competence has garnered the recognition of his peers in the workshop. Due to his exceptional performance, he has even been entrusted with tasks typically reserved for second-level fitters, significantly enhancing the overall efficiency of the team and inspiring his colleagues to excel in their duties. At present, Yang Xiaotao's team comprises 6 members. The team leader, Wang Fa, is a 5th-level fitter, accompanied by 3rd-level fitter Che Wenwei and 2nd-level fitter Li Wei. The remaining members, Yang Xiaotao, Li Nan, and Xing Jieqi, are all 1st-level fitters. This composition is considered standard within the workshop and the factory at large, as the majority of the workforce consists of 1st and 2nd-level laborers. Attaining the status of a 3rd-level fitter marks the threshold of intermediate proficiency, while only those who reach 5th level and above are deemed skilled artisans. With the effective addition of a 2nd-level fitter to the group, efficiency naturally escalates. Consequently, when tasks are allocated within the workshop, resources are preferentially directed toward their team. This not only serves as an opportunity for training, but also acts as a testament to their advancements. In critical establishments, such as the steel rolling mill, numerous evaluations are held quarterly, monthly, and during significant holidays. Categories such as outstanding role models, advanced teams, and progressive collectives are established to respond to directives from higher authorities, invigorating the workforce to strive for excellence and contribute to the rapid and efficient development of the great nation. Those recognized in these evaluations receive tangible benefits, which serve as a significant motivation for the workforce. In light of Yang Xiaotao's remarkable abilities, the entire group has enhanced its efficiency through collaboration. The team leader, Wang Fa, is quite pleased with this development. He estimates that even if they do not secure the title of an advanced group, they will likely be recognized as a progressive collective, which brings certain advantages. During the midday break, as is his custom, Yang Xiaotao once again sits quietly reading a book, an occurrence that Wang Fa and the other team members have long since grown accustomed to. Colleagues from the same workshop regard Yang Xiaotao's diligent habit as a refreshing sight. Even the workshop director has heard of this commendable attitude towards studying and has expressed praise for it. It is well known among the staff that Yang Xiaotao had to leave school to join the factory, and had circumstances been different, he would likely be preparing for university by now. In these times, merely reaching high school is a significant achievement, and educated individuals are highly valued. Xiaotao, have you finished? Make sure to take a break. Wang Fa, seated nearby, offers Yang Xiaotao a cigarette from a box of green packaged chewing gum. In his previous life, Yang Xiaotao had partaken in smoking, though not to excess. He would indulge only when necessary. In this world, he had not succumbed to such habits during his school years. As Yang Xiaotao accepts the cigarette, he places it behind his ear while Wang Fa lights one for himself, exhaling rings of smoke. Brother Wang, if you have something to discuss, please go ahead. Indeed, I wanted to inquire. Our factory will be organizing a grading assessment in a few days. Do you have any thoughts on it? Are there any conditions? No, this is merely a standard promotion assessment. However, it pertains to the primary and intermediate levels, which suits you perfectly. I just wanted to check in to facilitate your registration. Sure, that should not be an issue. Yang Xiaotao glances at his credits. Noting that he is only 50 points short of qualifying as a second-level fitter, he believes he can catch up in the coming days. Very well. I was confident you would manage without issues, so I took the liberty of registering on your behalf. Thank you, Brother Wang. Is there any need for such formality? Hee. Soon, news regarding the assessment spread throughout the entire factory. In Workshop 1, Jia Dongshu set down his tools, gritting his teeth in determination. In the kitchen, the simpleton Zhu placed down his cleaver, muttering furiously, "Damn it, Xiao Mao. If you dare to cause any more trouble, I will not hesitate to chop you up." Time flew by amidst the busyness, and although the sun had yet to set, the sky had already turned overcast. In the past few days, it had snowed twice. Although it was merely flurries that were blown away by the wind, the temperature continued to drop day by day. It is estimated that the minimum temperature has now plummeted below -10 degrees, particularly at night, when one scarcely dared to leave the warmth of their bed. Yang Xiaodao had to rise several times in the dead of night to add coal to the stove, only then managing to sleep soundly. During lunch, he overheard the staff in the broadcasting room mention that such frigid weather would persist for over a week and might even extend further. It was unbearably cold. Yang Xiaodao tucked his hands into his pockets, his face still flushed from the biting cold, as he bid farewell to his co-workers and braved the wind towards the courtyard. Tomorrow was Saturday, his scheduled day off, and he intended to visit the scrap station to see if Huang Danid had received the books. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, he noticed an elderly lady with an anxious expression. She seemed poised to speak to Yang Xiaodao, but hesitated momentarily, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Yang Xiaodao did not pry further. Their relationship had yet to reach the level of intimacy that warranted such inquiry. He simply traversed the front yard and returned to his room. The entire courtyard felt desolate due to the biting cold. Even the usually vigilant Jia Zhongshi, who would typically be found glaring from the doorway, had retreated inside, evidently fearing the chill. Building a fire to prepare a meal, Yang Xiaodao took out a portion of the leftover braised pork, tossed in a couple of cabbage leaves, and added a few steamed buns to hastily assemble dinner. Under the dim light, Xiao Wei was playfully tumbling on the table while Yang Xiaodao arranged the bowls and began to eat. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Yang Xiaodao to set down his chopsticks and rise to answer it. It was Yin Jiafeng, who merely glanced into the room, his eyes landing on the plate of meat, nearly causing him to drool in the biting cold. Recovering quickly, he said, "Tao Gu. The elder has summoned a meeting for the entire courtyard. Now, on such a frigid day, standing out in the courtyard, is the elder unwell? It seems there is an urgent matter to discuss," Yin Jiafeng replied. Yang Xiaodao frowned. "Does everyone need to attend?" "Not necessarily. Just one representative from each household is sufficient. Others may join if they wish." "All right, I understand. Please inform the others." Okay, Yin Jiafeng stepped back, and Yang Xiaodao closed the door to resume his meal. However, the food had already begun to cool. In the courtyard, people gradually appeared, arms crossed to ward off the chill as they gathered in a sheltered spot, awaiting the meeting to commence. As more and more individuals arrived, they speculated about the purpose of the gathering. Before long, Sha Zhu carried a table, seemingly indifferent to the cold, placing it right in the center and setting up 3 wooden stools to serve as seats for the 3 elders. Just as he finished arranging them, the 3 elders emerged in unison from the home of the first elder, clearly having conferred beforehand. Amidst the crowd, Sudama crouched behind a locust tree, his face flushed from the cold. Upon seeing the 3 elderly gentlemen, he hastily urged, "Gentlemen, what assembly could possibly warrant gathering in such frigid weather? If one were to succumb to the chill and disrupt the production schedule, the responsibility would surely fall upon you." The 3 gentlemen responded differently. While Li Zhonghai and Yin Fugui managed to maintain their composure, Lu Haizhong could not contain his temper. He retorted sharply, "Sudamao, if you have objections, you are free to abstain. However, should any issues arise later, do not blame me for failing to warn you." Sudama fell silent, continuing to crouch beneath the tree. "Has Shaju arrived?" he inquired. Shaju, ever vigilant, promptly replied, "Gentlemen, we are only awaiting Yang Xiaodao." Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brow but ultimately sent Shaju to urge Yang along. "No need. I am here," came a voice from around the corner of the courtyard, unmistakably that of Yang Xiaodao. At that moment, although Yang Xiaodao was some distance away, it did not imply his absence from the gathering. Yi Zhonghai understood this well and chose not to dwell on it. As Yang Xiaodao's voice faded, all eyes turned toward him before shifting back to the 3 gentlemen. In the forefront, Shaju cast a glance at Yang Xiaodao and spat disdainfully. Inside the house, Jia Zhongshi sheltered from the cold, finding warmth within. She listened intently to the conversations outside through the doors and windows. She had gleaned some information about the assembly from the eldest gentleman and was contemplating how to secure some advantage for herself. "In a moment, follow me outside," she instructed Qin Huairu, who was eagerly leaning against the window, showing great interest in the affairs of the courtyard. In the courtyard, the other families were similarly engaged. Although they remained indoors, they were ever watchful, fearful of missing out on any potential benefits. Young Xiaotao and Elder Chen huddled together beneath the eaves, seeking refuge from the biting wind. Beneath his chest, Xiao Wei nestled close, radiating warmth akin to a heated pad, alleviating the chill that enveloped Yang Xiaotao's body. Elder Chen, what is going on? Holding a meeting on such a frigid day? It's positively freezing. Yang Xiaotao inquired. Elder Chen shook his head in response. The elderly couple typically meandered around the courtyard, but the biting cold had confined them to their home in recent days. I haven't heard anything noteworthy. Let us just wait and see. Elder Chen, unable to withstand the cold any longer, stomped his feet in place. As the three elders observed that families had gathered, they ceased their idle chatter. Elder Lu, the second elder, stood first, adhering to the customary protocol of the courtyard assembly. Typically, Elder Lu would commence the proceedings, followed by Elder Yi addressing matters, and then Elder Sin would express his agreement. Ahem. Elder Lu Haizhong, cleared his throat, addressing the gathered villagers of the courtyard. Today marks our first full courtyard meeting in this chilly weather, and your presence is a testament to your support for us three elders. Elder Lu, given the cold, perhaps it's best to forego the formalities. We're all freezing here, interjected Shaju, his lips turning a shade of blue from the cold, clearly uninterested in Lu Haizhong's official discourse. Taken aback by the interruption, Lu Haizhong felt a surge of irritation, however, noticing the impatience of those around him. He hastily rubbed his hands together and conceded, very well, let Elder Yi say a few words. Lu Haizhong sat down, casting a glance at Shaj with a hint of annoyance. Elder Yi Zhonghai cradled a hot water kettle, while the chill seeped through beneath him. Yet, in an effort to maintain the dignity of the elder, he spoke unhurriedly. This morning, troubling news drifted over from the neighboring alley, at Old Wang's abode. The stove extinguished last night, resulting in the unfortunate freezing of two young girls, who are now hospitalized. The gravity of this news stunned all present, casting a heavy pall over their hearts at the onset of the new year. With a sigh, Elder Chen noted Yang Xiaotao as confusion and elucidated. Old Wang had a son, a truck driver, who perished in an accident when his vehicle overturned during transport. His wife bore two daughters, but remarried while they were still quite young, leaving the children to be cared for by Old Wang and his wife. It is no easy task for the elderly couple to raise two girls. They managed to scrape by with odd jobs for the neighborhood committee and rely on meager pension funds. Elder Chen conjectured, I suspect they've run out of coal, otherwise such a calamity would not have befallen them. He lamented once more, shaking his head. Yang Xiaotao comprehended the significance of coal as a vital commodity for daily life. Although the government regulates it, it is not overly expensive, yet not inexpensive either. Many households resort to using coal only for warmth during the night, relying on the sun's rays to sustain them during the day. Observing the growing murmurs among the crowd, Yi Zhonghai cleared his throat and continued. I have heard from the publicity department that the cold is expected to persist in the coming days, potentially becoming even more severe. Upon hearing this, many were once again gripped by shock, tinged with fear, for their coal supplies were dwindling, and their financial reserves were scant. The new year is traditionally a time of festivity, and many households have spared no expense to celebrate. Frankly speaking, a significant number of individuals are currently awaiting their salaries. Typically, by mid-January, the weather would begin to warm. However, this year has proven to be remarkably unusual, leaving many faces marked with apprehension. Let us not dwell on that. Yi Zhonghai interjected. My thoughts, along with those of Uncle Air and Uncle San, are that in our courtyard of 21 households, it is inevitable that some families may be short on coal. To prevent any unfortunate occurrences, we propose to organize a donation drive to purchase coal and deliver it to those in need. Donation? Donation. Yang Xiaotao recalled the iconic scenes from television dramas set in courtyard houses. However, while those scenes involve donations to the Jia family, this initiative is intended to assist those requiring help. The beneficiaries are certainly not the same. Wait a moment. Those in need. Yang Xiaotao squinted, casting a wary glance towards the eager Jia Dongshu below. I hope it is not as I fear. Otherwise, they may attempt to take advantage of me. The crowd, after a brief uproar, was soon silenced by the biting cold wind, listening intently. At this juncture, it was time for Uncle San, Yan Fugui, to take the stage. Dear neighbors, as the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Every family inevitably encounters difficulties at times. As the ancients said, to do good is to invite blessings. And though fortune may not yet arrive, misfortune is kept at bay. The essence of the matter is that this individual, having performed a good deed, may not yet have received the blessings in return, yet misfortune has certainly been averted. This serves as a reminder for us to engage in acts of kindness and assist those in need. Thus, the elders' words hold great significance. We, as members of this community, should support one another, fostering unity and camaraderie. This embodies the spirit of our community's moral development, rendering our collective evaluation all the more meaningful. Indeed, the esteemed educator among us, although few comprehended the ancient wisdom he referenced, ultimately conveyed a clear message. Aiding others is tantamount to preserving the unity of our community, and it necessitates contributions. Yang Xiaotao, with a slight click of his tongue, acknowledged that Yin Laoshi possesses a measure of wisdom. Were it to be anyone else articulating such sentiments, he might have easily believed them. However, given Yin Fugue's reputation as a miserly individual, known for his penny-pinching ways, his words seem no more substantial than empty rhetoric. Everyone is well aware of Yin Fugue's character, especially when it comes to matters of finance, rendering them silent. In these times, money is hard-earned. No household receives fortune without effort, and each penny counts towards sustaining a livelihood. Observing the lingering hesitation among the crowd, the elder sought to expedite the proceedings, stating that the amount of the donation would be entirely at one's discretion. I trust that among us, we have warm-hearted individuals who would prevent any tragic occurrences from unfolding here. Therefore, as the elder of this community, I shall represent my family and contribute 5 yuan. Yu Zhonghai's voice resonated with conviction, seemingly enveloping the cold wind, ensuring that all present could hear. In the eyes of many individuals whose monthly income hovers around 10 or 20 yuan, a mere 5 yuan represents a substantial sum. However, for Yang Xiaotao, who earns a paltry 99 yuan each month, the act of donating 5 yuan while exuding such a sense of righteousness is nothing short of nauseating. Nevertheless, he concedes that the amount one chooses to donate is a matter of personal volition. As long as he is not provoked, he prefers to remain uninvolved. After all, he is in agreement with contributing to those in need. Thus, when the elder gentleman took the initiative, Lu Haizhong, as the second elder and the overseer of the courtyard, felt compelled not to allow his fellow residents to suffer from the cold. I, Lu Haizhong, shall represent my family and donate 5 yuan, he declared resolutely, placing the money before Yin Fugue, who promptly noted it down in his ledger. Applause erupted from the crowd, acknowledging that these two had collectively contributed 10 yuan, and a few more donations would likely suffice. At this juncture, the gaze of the onlookers shifted toward the third elder. Yin Fugue, seated on a bench, appeared restless. Unsure whether it was the cold or embarrassment that rendered him so, he felt obligated to speak. Everyone knows the circumstances of my family, he began, before reluctantly extracting a single yuan from his pocket. I shall contribute 1 yuan. He bowed his head, falling silent. Is that all, third elder? Just 1 yuan? Shaju expressed his dissatisfaction from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Yin Fugue huffed in response. What? Is it not acceptable for my family to be impoverished? Surely, this is rather insufficient. Shaju curled his lips in disdain and remarked, After all, you are the third elder of our courtyard. It is because we all trust you that you have been appointed as the caretaker. Now that the courtyard is facing difficulties, aren't you ashamed to withhold some funds? Yin Fugue's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless by anger. Meanwhile, Yu Zhonghai hurriedly stepped in to mediate, saying, Shaju, what nonsense are you spouting? Donations are entirely voluntary. Second elder Lu Haizhong chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, we cannot coerce anyone into donating. It is solely a matter of personal willingness. As these words were exchanged, the emphasis on personal intent was not lost on Yin Fugue, who understood it to mean that his own commitment was deemed insufficient. However, he found himself powerless. His family depended on his meager salary for sustenance, and he needed to set aside some for coal, considering the uncertainties of the winter ahead. As for the coal acquired through donations, based on his knowledge of Yu Zhonghai, it would certainly not include any for his household, and even if it did, it would be a paltry amount. Curse be Yu Zhonghai, detestable Lu Haizhong, and infuriating Shaju, Yin Fugue grumbled internally. At the same time, Shaju stubbornly insisted. Pulling out 5 yuan from his pocket, we are all part of this big courtyard. Who among us doesn't face some difficulties? I will contribute 5 yuan. As he spoke, his demeanor was as proud as a swan, surveying the surroundings. Yin Fugue, on the other hand, lowered his head again. His fingers pinching together under the table, his eyes behind the glasses glinting with resentment. Oblivious to the tension, Shaju noticed that no one else had stepped forward to donate. And with a dismissive smile, he turned his gaze towards Su Damao. Shitamo, we have been neighbors for many years. Surely you cannot be stingy in this matter. Su Damao felt as though he had ingested a fly, utterly repulsed by the situation. He did not resist, as it was for those in need within the courtyard. Yet the words of Sha Zhu gnawed at him incessantly. The term Sha Mao particularly irked him, evoking a sense of discomfort. Sha Zhu, I warn you. If you continue to call me Sha Mao, I will not let this go easily. Oh, not letting it go? You call me Sha Zhu. So what's wrong with me calling you Sha Mao? Sha Zhu retorted, displaying a carefree demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the mutual destruction of their animosity. Su Damao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. My family will donate 5 yuan. Just as Su Damao simmered with anger, Su father emerged, producing 5 yuan. As the projectionist at the factory, he was among the more affluent in the courtyard, with only one elder surpassing his family's wealth. In terms of financial standing, even the second elder, Lu Haizhong, could not compare to the Su family. Ah, Su uncle is indeed generous. Sha Mao, you should learn from Su uncle how to conduct yourself. Sha Zhu, lacking any semblance of intelligence, remarked. Su father, having grown accustomed to Sha Zhu's nature over the years, remained unfazed by the comment. After all, that was the very reason behind his moniker. Su Damao raised his fists in a mock display of defiance, while Sha Zhu looked up, signaling a challenge. Having dealt with Su Damao, Sha Zhu's gaze shifted to Yang Xiaodao on the outskirts of the crowd. Deep within, Sha Zhu harbored an even greater animosity towards Yang Xiaodao, not only for having physically bested him, thereby diminishing his pride, but also for the transformation in Yang Xiaodao, who no longer appeared so easily bullied. This was the essence of Sha Zhu. He reveled in a sense of superiority over those he deemed inferior, capable of performing actions deemed normal. Yet, when confronted with someone more formidable, his envy and narrow-mindedness ignited a desire for misfortune to befall them. At that moment, he was keenly eager to witness Yang Xiaodao's downfall. Breathing in deeply, I warmed my hands and then called out loudly, Yang Xiaodao, you are now a first-class worker, the sole provider for your family. Shouldn't you contribute a little? Everyone in the courtyard turned to look. Just last time, you borrowed 10 yuan from me. Why not donate that? After all, it's not exactly legitimate income. Isn't that right, everyone? When Yang Xiaodao noticed Sha Zhu's gaze upon him, he understood the other's intentions. Although he found the comment amusing, he remained unfazed, having already made up his mind. Elder Chen attempted to speak, but Yang Xiaodao waved his hand. Esteemed elders, with all due respect, it would not be my turn to contribute yet. An elder remarked that one should respect the elderly and care for the young, emphasizing that honoring one's elders is not merely a saying. Sha Zhu, are you so eager to show off that you believe your status exceeds that of your uncles? Yang Xiaodao chuckled, sidestepping the question of how much to donate. Sha Zhu's face reddened. In his eagerness to excel, he momentarily forgot this fundamental truth. In fact, when Sha Zhu offered 5 yuan, many had already shown signs of discontent. It was inappropriate for a younger person to set the bar so high, making those uncles who could only contribute a few cents feel embarrassed. It was akin to being roasted over a fire. However, out of respect for the elder, they refrained from speaking out. Seeing this, the elder quickly interjected, as I have said, donations are entirely voluntary. Whatever you give is an expression of love for this courtyard. The crowd fell silent, and Yang Xiaodao stood by, smiling, resolute in his decision not to contribute. Sha Zhu recognized this as well. He knew that until the very end, he would remain in the shadows, sneering quietly, knowing it was only a matter of time. Yang Xiaodao chose to remain silent, while Elder Chen rose from his seat, approached the center, and placed 50 cents before Yin Fugui. Yin Fugui glanced at it and nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone was aware of the Chen family's circumstances. They had but one son working far away in Shanghai, distant from the capital, unable to offer any assistance, and their lives lacked proper support. Subsequently, a few more individuals stepped forward, each contributing a small amount, with Wang Dashan even tossing in 30 cents. Yi Zhonghai and the others remained taciturn. As Jia Dongshu extracted 50 cents and placed it on the table, the remaining 10 households offered only a few cents, totaling a mere 3 or 4 yuan, which paled in comparison to the contributions of the 3 elder gentlemen. Sha Zhu observed the final contributor complete his act and turned his gaze back to Yang Xiaodao. Yang Xiaodao, it is your turn now, he said with a challenging look, with a dismissive gesture as if brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. Yang Xiaodao stood up and stepped toward the crowd. Noticing Sha Zhu blocking his path, Yang Xiaodao coldly remarked, prompting Sha Zhu to snort in response and clear the way. Upon reaching the table, Yang Xiaotao hesitated before inquiring about Yi Zhonghai. Elder Yi, earlier I overheard you mention purchasing coal for those in need within our courtyard. I find myself a bit unclear and would like to ask, who among our courtyard requires assistance? I do not intend to ridicule anyone. I wholeheartedly support donations to help those in need. Yang Xiaotao articulated his stance, making it clear he was not a heartless individual and was indeed willing to aid those who required help. Yet, as the ancients have stated, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. In this era, we live in a society governed by law, where every action must adhere to established regulations. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Xiaotao remained silent. While Yi Zhonghai's expression grew increasingly frosty, Lu Haizhong beside him was seething with anger. Were they implying that their authoritative figure disregarded decorum? If not for the presence of so many individuals, he would have unhesitatingly delivered a couple of resounding slaps. Indeed, Xiaotao's words contained a kernel of truth. Suddenly, Sanday voiced his agreement. Without rules, there can be no order. First and second elders, we must establish clear objectives. Which individuals or families require assistance should not be generalized, lest we shoot aimlessly and commit the error of empiricism. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong were exasperated, questioning the loyalty of Yan Laoshi, suspecting ulterior motives behind his words. Yang Xiaotao smiled, surprised by Sanday's calculative nature. He held no illusions about Yin Fugui's benevolence. He was undoubtedly scheming for his own advantage. However, that did not concern him. Observing the mixed reactions of the crowd, some in agreement, others perplexed, Yang Xiaotao addressed them directly. As you are all aware, I have maintained a complete detachment from the Jia family. If my donations were to support them, I must firmly state, he said. Locking eyes with Jia Dongxiu, whose face was a mask of rage, I will not donate. His voice rang out with unyielding clarity. In an instant, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Even those inside the house found themselves at a loss for words. The Jia family, particularly Jia Zhongshi, wore a menacing expression and abruptly flung open the door, storming out. Hesitantly, Qin Huairu followed, recalling Jia Zhongshi's admonition, and lifted the door curtain to step outside. In the courtyard, Jia Zhongshi's stout frame, clad in a cotton coat, resembled an upright, corpulent swine, each step causing her flesh to quiver. Arriving amidst the crowd, her triangular eyes glared at Yang Xiaotao. Hands on her hips, mouth agape, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse. What manner of corpulent swine has learned to take flight? Before Jia Zhongshi could utter a word, Yang Xiaotao gazed skyward, remarking with nonchalant disdain. The words caught in Jia Zhongshi's throat, causing her considerable discomfort, nearly leading to a faint. Qin Huairu rushed to support her, her small nose flushed with cold. A pitiful expression adorning her face as she lowered her head with feigned grievance towards Yang Xiaotao. You little beast. I'll skin you alive. Jia Zhongshi, regaining her composure, glared at Yang Xiaotao, her teeth grinding audibly, as she lunged towards him, hand outstretched. Humph, try it. See if I don't slap you silly. Yang Xiaotao was not one to indulge her, having made it clear that their families were to have no dealings with each other. As for seeking intervention from the neighborhood committee or the police, it was doubtful that the old crone would dare, and even if she did, it would amount to a civil dispute. Moreover, Jia Zhongshi had a criminal record. Would the police believe a poor man or someone who had been criticized and educated? The answer was obvious. Jia Zhongshi was foolish, mistaking her tantrums and rascality for competence. Spoiled by the likes of the first elder, she had cultivated a habit of resorting to brute force when outmatched verbally. This caused the residents of the courtyard to be unwilling to provoke her. However, Yang Xiaotao was an entirely different matter. He showed no respect for even the elder's authority. The likes of Shaju, who would resort to violence at a moment's notice, could inflict severe harm, while the petty Yi Damao would threaten to report anyone at the drop of a hat. When it came to action, they would indeed follow through. The elder, upon hearing this, turned pale, his eyelids twitching ominously. Every time Yang Xiaotao stepped forward, the original plans would invariably shift, often veering in an entirely contrary direction. Realizing this, the elder quickly glanced at Shaju, who was exactly the disruption needed at that moment. Clenching his fists, Shaju yearned for revenge from their last encounter. Yet, a sliver of doubt crept into his mind. What if he could not hold his own? Hesitating, he failed to notice even the elder's subtle cues. Observing that both his mother and wife had arrived, Jia Dongxiu felt a surge of courage and was ready to charge forward. However, upon meeting Yang Xiaotao's gaze, the fleeting confidence he had just mustered dissipated. Standing at a mere 64 meters, he found himself dwarfed by Yang Xiaodao's 178 meters. It was clear that in a confrontation, he would likely be at a disadvantage. As for the possibility of assistance from those around him, he refrained from expressing such hopes. After all, who among them did not have 3 friends? Yang Xiaodao, noticing the Jia family's dismay, addressed the crowd, stating, "Since this is a donation, we have the right to understand the allocation of these funds. You may choose to assist whomever you wish privately, and even if it is merely 100 or 50. We shall not raise an objection. However, should you utilize our donations to play the benefactor or support idleness, I shall not allow myself to be taken advantage of." Upon hearing Yang Xiaotao's words, the people in the courtyard began to murmur among themselves, many expressing their agreement with him. The glances directed at the 3 elders grew increasingly uncertain. Yi Zhonghai, witnessing this, sighed inwardly. What had become of their courtyard? How had it transformed into such a state? Can we ever return to the past, to that harmonious scene? Alas, the tranquility of the courtyard has been disrupted by Yang Xiaodao, stirring the murky waters and causing the long steady vessel to feel the tumultuous waves. Jia Zhangshi remains rooted in place, seething with indignation, internally cursing the little rascal. Were it not for the biting cold of the ground, he would certainly demonstrate what it means to throw a fit. Yang Xiaodao stands aside, smirking, reaffirming his stance. If the Jia family can reap benefits, then I shall not contribute. Benefits? Speak with clarity, retorts Jia Zhangshi, incensed. Despite having engaged in similar dealings over the years, no one had dared to voice it so brazenly. Humph, I speak quite clearly. It is certain individuals whose thoughts are murky, constantly scheming for gain, living off others, yet still sweeping the streets. Such people have the audacity to speak here, utterly contaminating the atmosphere. Yang Xiaodao is unyielding when it comes to verbal sparring. A person cultured by the internet's influence from the future is bound to outmatch an ignorant shrew. If there is any disparity, it would merely be in the thickness of one's skin. You? He scoffs. Jia Zhangshi chooses silence. Meanwhile, Erday, noticing that everyone's attention has shifted to Yang Xiaodao's proposition, feels the chill creeping into his bones and wishes to depart. Since he raised the issue, you ought to propose a solution. Lu Haizhong's words draw the gaze of the crowd, but Yang Xiaodao is undaunted. He had already devised a strategy when he presented the problem. It is, in fact, rooted in his past experiences. During his school days, there were scholarships aimed at assisting students from impoverished families. Now, this concept could not be more fitting. Since the esteemed second uncle has spoken, I indeed have an immature suggestion to offer. Subsequently, Yang Xiaodao stood in the center of the courtyard and articulated the scholarship program. Of course, it was not a mere replication of existing models. It incorporated the realities of this era and omitted many cumbersome details. As this was merely a form of assistance, Yang Xiaodao spoke swiftly yet with remarkable clarity, and the crowd absorbed his words, which could be distilled into 2 main points. The first point is to identify those in the courtyard who require assistance and those willing to extend help based on their own circumstances. This proposal is to be initiated by the individuals themselves, without the need for external validation. The advantage of this approach lies in preserving dignity. Despite the plethora of scholarships available in the past, many from impoverished backgrounds refrained from applying, primarily due to concerns over their social standing. For these individuals, the act of applying would equate to a loss of status and an invitation to disdain. Such sentiments exist within this courtyard as well. If one were to unilaterally designate a household as impoverished, it could very well lead to discontent within that family. Conversely, those families willing to offer assistance would naturally gain admiration from others, thus also enhancing their social standing. Upon hearing this point, the residents of the courtyard found Yang Xiaodao's suggestions quite credible. The second point pertains to the evaluation process. Regardless of whether a household is in need of assistance or is willing to provide it, an assessment must be conducted. It is not sufficient for one to merely claim poverty or hardship. Such assertions require the consensus of the community. Similarly, if a household, despite its limitations, seeks to be altruistic, it could not only jeopardize its own situation but also adversely affect those who are genuinely in need. Yang Xiaodao briefly concluded his remarks and returned to his original position, leaving the matter in the hands of the 3 elder gentlemen. The atmosphere was filled with murmurs as everyone calculated their own interests. The 3 elders were engaged in discussion, primarily between Lu Haizhong and Yin Fugui, while the first elder's mind had wandered elsewhere, fixated on how to manage Yang Xiaodao. If this continued, his standing in the courtyard would dwindle. making it increasingly difficult to set an example for Shizuzu. At that moment, the second and third elders reached a consensus, particularly Yin Fugue, who was confident that his family's situation would secure assistance, thus invigorated by the prospect. Gentlemen, after deliberation, we find Yang Xiaotao's proposal quite fitting for our courtyard. Yin Fugue hastily proclaimed, disregarding the first elder's perspective and directly addressing the collective. Lu Haizhong had no objections. However, he pondered whether to extend assistance or not. Offering help would earn him prestige, but it was certainly not a matter of mere 5 yuan, and future support would be required as well. While his own provisions were limited, conversely, abstaining would allow him to maintain his previous lifestyle, and he would miss a valuable opportunity to shine. Caught in this dilemma, Yin Fugue began to implement Yang Xiaotao's suggestions without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jia Zhangshi, having comprehended the situation through Qin Huairu's explanations, first shot Yang Xiaotao a sidelong glance before eagerly raising her hand. We, the Jia family, wish to participate. Our household of 3 relies solely on dongshu for sustenance, with only 1 portion of food for 3 adults. How can we survive? We genuinely need everyone's assistance. Jia Zhangshi spoke extensively. Her message unmistakably clear. She was seeking help from others. The individuals in the courtyard paid little heed, for everyone was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Jia family, living in a state of modest means, yet possessing more than some. Furthermore, was there not an elder present? Otherwise, how could the Jia matriarch have become so corpulent? Thus, the Jia family registered their name. Yin Fugue remarked while jotting down notes beside him. The crowd fell into silence. At times, maintaining one's dignity was paramount, more so than satiating one's hunger or enduring the chill. In days gone by, this could have been likened to refusing to partake in handouts or bowing for mere pittance, elevating it to a matter of spiritual sustenance. Yet, within this courtyard, few grasped such concepts. They simply cherished their pride. However, among them, those who truly understood began to stir with anticipation. Noticing the inaction of the crowd, Yin Fugue shifted uneasily, cleared his throat, and flashed a smile at Lu Haizhong and Yi Zhonghai. Esteemed guests, my family's situation is indeed dire, hence I too shall register. Upon his declaration, the simple-minded Zhu was displeased. Third uncle, as the elder of the courtyard, do you truly have the audacity to voice such a request? Upon hearing Zhu's words, anger flickered across Yin Fugue's face. This fool had challenged him twice today. How intolerable. Zhu, it is true that the third uncle faces difficulties, so refrain from speaking out of turn. Yi Zhonghai interjected to alleviate Yin Fugue's predicament, addressing the assembly. There is no need for embarrassment. This suggestion is merely a proposal. Let us trial it, and, should it prove ineffective, we shall reconsider. In truth, Yi Zhonghai was in agreement with the notion, particularly given that within their courtyard, everyone was well aware of each other's circumstances, and several households were fully capable of extending assistance. Yet, acknowledging this was one thing. Actually offering help was another matter entirely, one he was reluctant to engage in. An elderly gentleman spoke up, and with Yin Fugue leading the way, 2 others emerged from the courtyard, seeking assistance. Then, Mr. Chen, prompted by a thought, stood up amidst Yang Xiaotao's astonished gaze. The crowd understood the unspoken truth. These 3 families were indeed facing significant hardships. One belonged to a woman from the Wang family, whose husband had passed away, leaving her with an ailing father-in-law and 2 children to care for. Another was the Zhou family, whose situation mirrored that of Yin Fugue's family, a large number of children with meager income rendering them unable to provide adequately. Lastly, there was Mr. Chen's household, comprised of 2 elderly individuals with no source of income, relying solely on the occasional remittances from their capable son in Shanghai. Though others remained oblivious, Yang Xiaotao recognized that Mr. Chen's family was not truly in distress. They simply preferred to remain unobtrusive and discreet, which rendered their plight less apparent in the courtyard. At that moment, their stand served as a subtle reminder of their situation. After a while, the courtyard fell silent, indicating that the remaining individuals did not require assistance. Thus, within the entire compound, 5 households had expressed the need for aid: the Jia family, the Yin family, the Wang family, the Chen family, and the Zhou family. With the identification of those in need, the next step was to ascertain the genuineness of their requirements. At this juncture, Yin Fugue, as one of the beneficiaries, refrained from speaking, allowing the second elder, Lu Haizhong, to take the initiative and facilitate the proceedings. Throughout the process, neither of the 2 acknowledged Yi Zhonghai. fully aware of his intentions to utilize the collective funds for his own benefit, certainly leading to a skewed outcome. Rather than being exploited by Yi Zhonghai, it would be preferable to take matters into our own hands. Moreover, to put it plainly, this situation also serves to slap the face of a certain elder. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, one can only imagine the harsh words he harbors within. Yang Xiaodao has already extended an opportunity to them, and they must not squander it. Therefore, let us collectively determine whether the 5 families in our courtyard truly require assistance. To simplify matters, apart from the families applying for aid, let us raise our hands for a vote. Presently, aside from the elderly lady who has not arrived, all other families are represented. A simple majority will suffice. Lu Haizhong is quite adept at such matters. He has often practiced with his sons at home, and now he finally has the chance to put that practice into action, filling him with a sweet sense of satisfaction. After he finished speaking, he reflected on his gestures and expressions, pondering if there were areas for improvement. After a brief pause, Lu Haizhong continued, "Let us begin with the Jia family." Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the Jia family immediately perked up, as what they urgently needed was support. Jia Dongshu maintained a calm demeanor, believing that as long as Master Yi Zhonghai gave his nod of approval, his standing in the courtyard would ensure that someone would be inclined to grant him this favor. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu, standing beside him, displayed a pitiful visage towards the crowd. While Jia Zhashir glared with her triangular eyes, casting a fierce glance over the attendees, her expression almost threatening. Nevertheless, no matter how much she tried to intimidate, those present were not blind. Everyone was well aware of the Jia family's circumstances. The current societal atmosphere is remarkably upright. Engaging in immoral acts will inevitably lead to public condemnation, and in severe cases, one may even face public shaming. Among them, although there are many who waver in their convictions, when confronted with matters of significant moral consequence, none dare to challenge the boundaries of their ethical principles. Now, those who believe the Jia family is in the right, please raise your hands. As Lu Haizhong's words echoed, the room fell into a profound silence, with not a single hand raised. After a considerable pause, the stillness persisted. Jia Dongshu's complexion turned ashen as he gazed incredulously at Yi Zhonghai, who, in contrast, kept his head bowed, internally cursing. Does the Jia family lack self-awareness? What a group of inept allies. Jia Zhangshi, with her mouth agape, found it difficult to accept this outcome. Did you all hear incorrectly? It is for those in agreement to raise their hands, not those opposed. Jia Zhangshi's shrill voice pierced through, as she assumed that the crowd had not comprehended her words clearly. "Shaju, raise your hand," she exclaimed, believing that Shaju ought to support her. At that moment, even Shaju kept his head down. He harbored little fondness for Jia Zhangshi. Had it been Sister Qin, he might have considered it. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the back of the crowd, prompting everyone to join in amusement. The room resonated with mirth, causing Jia Dongshu's face to flush with embarrassment. Qin Huairu, upon hearing the raucous laughter, felt as though she was being slapped, painful and humiliating. "Old Jia, you left too early, leaving us, a widow and orphans, to suffer in this courtyard." Abruptly, Jia Zhangshi began to pound her thighs, her voice rising in a wail of despair. She was acutely aware that it was too frigid to roll on the ground, and thus had no choice but to resort to her half-baked tantrum skills. In an instant, the laughter around her ceased. All eyes turned to Jia Zhangshi. Noticing the surrounding crowd had quieted, Jia Zhangshi intensified her cries. "Old Jia, open your eyes and see. We are being wronged. Our family is in such dire straits. We are on the brink of freezing to death, and they are all heartless and indifferent to our plight. Old Jia, please come up and take away these conscienceless wretches." Her shrill voice echoed through the courtyard, akin to a dirge, unsettling to the ears. The crowd felt as if they were being force-fed excrement, and just as they were compelled to endure, as Yi Zhonghai revealed a smile in anticipation of his entrance. Another voice captivated the attention of the assembly. They turned to see Yang Xiaodao clapping his hands, a mocking expression adorning his face. "Second uncle, this is a family matter for the Jia household. Old Jia is merely seeking his kin. Let us hasten along, for it is bitterly cold, and we should wrap this up and return home early." Jia Dongshu's face contorted with rage, ready to lash out at Yang Xiaodao, but he was restrained by Qin Huairu. Meanwhile, Jia Zhangshi, far from halting, only grew more fervent in her lamentations. Lu Haizhong glanced around and decisively heeded Yang Xiaodao's suggestion. "As for the second family, those in agreement, please raise your hands." Yin Fugui, nervously adjusting his spectacles, soon witnessed the collective choice of the crowd. Indeed, it must be said that the Yin family was not without its own struggles. However, this is not merely a matter of numbers derived from a regular salary. As the esteemed sandage within the courtyard, he possesses numerous sources of clandestine income. Utilizing his identity and his adeptness in financial management, he seizes opportunities today at one establishment and tomorrow at another. When assisting others, he expects benefits in return, and when soliciting favors, he is meticulous in his demands. It is evident that he has amassed a considerable fortune, otherwise he could not sustain such a large family. The attendees are well aware of Sandage's character, prompting many to raise their hands in support. Airdage, counting beside him, quickly announces the results, 12 votes. Yin Fuguwei breathes a sigh of relief. Clearly having passed this hurdle, yet he soon falls into contemplation. Could it be that Sandage's relationships are truly so tenuous? His gaze sweeps across the room, intent on memorizing those who did not raise their hands. Lu Hai disregards Sandage and continues the proceedings. In no time, the Wang Zhao and Old Master Chen families all receive unanimous support. This reveals that the residents of the courtyard are perceptive. They often follow the crowd, reveling in the spectacle, and can easily become fickle. At this moment, Jia Zhongshi continues to pound her thigh, her cries growing louder. Beside her, Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu remain indifferent, harboring a flicker of hope that the courtyard's inhabitants will be swayed by Jia Zhongshi, offering assistance to their family. Now that the individuals in need of support have been selected, the question arises, who is willing to extend helping hand? Upon finishing his statement, Airdage turns his gaze towards Yang Xiaodao. This initiative was his proposal. Morally and logically, it is imperative that he steps forward. Otherwise, all of today's efforts would be in vain. Yang Xiaodao nodded, affirming that the proposal was indeed his own and he would not waver. Though my earnings are modest, as the elder stated, it is our duty within the courtyard to assist one another. Therefore, we must heed his counsel, and I am willing to lend a hand to those in need. Yang Xiaodao spoke with unwavering conviction, while Yi Zhonghai, seated at the table, forced a smile and nodded towards the crowd. Yet, within him stirred a sense of frustration. How could he utter such words when he was known as the most unruly in the courtyard? Curse be it, how had a fundraising gathering devolved into this? Had it not been for Yang Xiaodao, the funds would have already been secured, and the matter of whom to repay would have been settled with a mere word. Such a scenario would yield both profit and respect. Why could this not be the case today? Except for the Jia family. In the end, Yang Xiaotao added a condition that elicited laughter from those around. The scolding from the Jia family momentarily ceased, only to return with renewed vigor. The elder suddenly realized that this fellow truly harbored grievances. He then began to contemplate how to handle Yang Xiaotao moving forward. Yang Xiaotao had made his stance clear, and Lu Haizhong glanced at the elder with a cold smirk. Today, he had overshadowed the elder. Satisfied, he decided to further showcase his prowess to the courtyard's residents. Clearing his throat, the second elder, Lu Haizhong, proclaimed, "As the second elder of this courtyard, I shall not shy away from assisting our neighbors in need. Count me among those who offer help." Upon concluding his statement, he cast a glance at the elder, while the surrounding individuals directed their attention towards him. Yi Zhonghai silently cursed another person in his heart. Nevertheless, the persona he had cultivated over the years must be maintained. He could only force a smile. Laolu was right. As the overseer of the courtyard, one must possess this awareness, and Yi Zhonghai was willing to assist those in need. After saying this, he took a seat and awaited developments. At that moment, the atmosphere returned to tranquility as everyone anticipated the emergence of the fourth individual. However, after waiting patiently, no one stepped forward. Yang Xiaodao glanced at Shaju and then at the Su family, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Indeed, they were all unworthy. As if sensing Yang Xiaodao's gaze, Shaju looked over, his expression unwilling and his heart in turmoil. Su Damao, noticing Shaju's demeanor, immediately mocked him. "Shaju, didn't you claim that your family was well-fed and didn't you hunger? Aren't you the one who listens to the elders' words the most? Why the silence now? You just donated 5 yuan, flaunting it then." Su Damao relentlessly ridiculed him, causing Shaju to clench his fists in anger. "Su Damao, who said my family isn't hungry? Let me tell you, I have a younger sister at home. If you dare speak nonsense again, I'll teach you a lesson." Shaju spoke defiantly, while Su Damao, surrounded by so many people, dared not back down, for how could he survive in the courtyard otherwise? "Shaju, spare us the irrelevant chatter. You are the only cook in our courtyard, always looking shiny and well-fed. Just be straightforward. Are you willing to help or not?" Shaju, feeling cornered by the gazes of those around him, timidly replied, I used to eat well, but it was all brought from outside. My salary is even less than Su Damouse. After Shaju spoke, it was evident that he did not wish to step forward. However, in his struggle with Su Damao, he always managed to seize the crux of the matter. Swiftly, he raised his head and mockingly remarked, Su Damao, your family is the projectionist. You've surely brought back a plethora of local specialties from the countryside. Why don't you step up? Su Damao was unfazed by this taunt, retorting that Shaju had only a single sister, while he himself had both parents. Shaju, if I say you're foolish, do you truly embody that stupidity? You rogue. Dare to speak again? He dismissed Shaju's words, asserting, I have my parents to support. This matter is beyond our capacity. Su Damao was even more straightforward, outright refusing. Following this, Shaju let out a cold snort, leaving both in silence. Thus, for families required assistance, while only 3 were willing to help. Lu Haizhong found this situation rather vexing, as it was imbalanced. Yang Xiaotao chuckled, addressing the 2 gentlemen, I am inclined to support old man Chen's family. Beyond that, my capabilities are limited, and I cannot extend further. With that, he squatted beside old man Chen, engrossed in the performance. Yi Zhonghai glanced at Yang Xiaotao, muttering sly fox. He was somewhat aware of the Chun family's circumstances, particularly since the deaf old lady often inquired about them in the courtyard. Thus, the Chen family was not as impoverished as others perceived. Clearly, old man Chen was providing cover for Yang Xiaodao. With a contemplative mind, Yi Zhonghai soon reached a decision. I am willing to assist the Wang family. His declaration was unequivocal. The widow from the Wang family immediately expressed her gratitude. Upon witnessing this, the remaining families, especially the 3rd uncle, looked expectantly at Lu Haizhong, their eyes wide with anticipation. However, Lu Haizhong had his own plans in mind. As a reserve official, he has conducted a thorough study of the rules within the bureaucratic realm. It is evident that superiors favor those who are diligent and unpretentious. Should he form a beneficial relationship with the 3rd uncle, could it potentially jeopardize his future prospects? The hierarchy is paramount. Lu Haizhong immediately became alert and addressed the assembly, declaring his choice for the Zhou family. The Zhou family members beamed with delight, while the 3rd uncle wore a look of despondency, feeling both humiliated and deprived of any advantage. Enough, it's cold. Let us all return, Yi Zhonghai interjected, dismissing Lu Haizhong before he could assert his authority, and he made his way towards the house. Subsequently, the crowd began to disperse. Lu Haizhong scoffed softly, collected the donation money, and announced to everyone, You may leave the funds with me for now. I shall have a child return them tomorrow. The 3rd uncle, glancing at the donation, felt a pang of regret. Even a knight's embrace of the money would bring him solace. Soon, only Jia Zhangshi remained in the courtyard, continuing her tirade. Even Qin Huairu and Jia Dongshu had departed. After venting for a while longer, Jia Zhangshi sensed that her words were falling on deaf ears, and with her lips numbed by the cold, she retreated into her home. Upon entering, she found Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu entwined in an embrace, prompting her to mutter a curse under her breath, calling them shameless. She then made her way to the stove, lifted the pot lid, and began gnawing on a steamed bun. At that moment, Qin Huairu pushed Jia Dongshu away, her cheeks flushed. The Jia family resided in a single room. Yet it was originally the West Wing, and despite being partitioned, it remained quite spacious. After marrying Qin Huairu, Jia Dongshu partitioned the bed with a wooden board, effectively separating himself from Jia Zhang. However, this modest partition was not entirely soundproof, and the intimate moments of the young couple were readily discernible to Jia Zhang. Such circumstances were not uncommon in those times. In rural areas, large families often cohabited after marriage. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of continuing the family lineage, Jia Zhang not only refrained from opposing their union, but even encouraged them to conceive swiftly, much to the irritation of those in the courtyard who were childless. Mother, Dongshu and I have discussed it. We should maintain a low profile henceforth. At the very least, we need a few capable hands to support us. Qin Huairu softly reassured her. As Jia Zhang munched on a steamed bun, she recalled the atmosphere in the courtyard earlier and nodded in agreement. At the home of the 3rd uncle, the family appeared devoid of spirit, quieter than usual. The 3rd aunt placed several steamed buns on the table, while Yin Jiechuan and the children lacked the appetite to eat. Yin Fuguei tightened his collar as he gazed at the buns. Darling, take 3 yuan and buy some coal tomorrow. The 3rd aunt was taken aback, as if she had misheard. Old Yin, 3 yuan? Did I stutter? Do you not understand? Yin Fuguei, feeling a pang of sorrow, looked down at the steamed buns. The third aunt was incredulous. She knew their family's precarious situation. With their eldest son, Yin Jiechuan, nearing marriageable age, the family relied solely on Yin Fugui's earnings. Saving even a single yuan in a month was considered a stroke of luck. Moreover, she was aware that Yin Fugui, growing older, struggled with his mobility and had long desired a bicycle for easier access to the school. This money has been saved for several years, untouched until now. And now, only 3 yuan is being withdrawn. Truly, the miser has begun to part with his feathers. Upon hearing the head of the household's command, Aunt Sin did not voice any objections. Yin Fugui felt a pang of sorrow for a moment. Glancing at the 3 little ones in the house, since Yin Jiequang was still too young, his gaze turned to Yin Jiecheng and Yin Jiefang. "You 2 brothers, come here." The 2 brothers stepped forward. Yin Fugui skillfully retrieved a small red ledger from a nearby cabinet, which contained a pencil tucked inside. Upon seeing this, the brothers exchanged looks of resignation. "Our family's 3 yuan is being used to buy coal, and it is for your benefit. Therefore, this money must be divided equally. Your mother and I, along with your younger brother, count as 2 shares, while the 2 of you will each receive 1 share, totaling 4 shares. Each person will thus receive 75 cents. Jiecheng had originally submitted 15 yuan, leaving 150. Therefore, this month he would hand in 15 yuan and 75 cents. As for Jiefang, since you have yet to earn any money, just keep a note of it for now, and we will discuss it when you start earning." Yin Fugui recorded the accounts in the ledger and then had Yin Jiefang sign at the bottom. The 2 brothers did not refuse, as they had long grown accustomed to such matters. Otherwise, wouldn't this ledger have been nearly filled by now? They exchanged a glance, both feeling that the atmosphere in the house was quite cold. Yin Fugui paid no heed to the unwillingness and determination reflected in his son's eyes, nor did he ponder their thoughts of revenge in the future. At this moment, he felt considerably more at ease. The loss had been distributed, and it no longer weighed so heavily on his heart. The next day, Yang Xiaodao rose early, had breakfast, and borrowed a unicycle from Wang Dashan, setting out to purchase coal. Having made a commitment, Yang Xiaodao did not wish to give others cause for gossip, especially concerning the esteemed Qin family. As he strolled into the courtyard, he noticed Qin Huairu had risen early to freshen up. He cast a glance her way but chose not to greet her, proceeding onward. Qin Huairu, observing Yang Xiaotao walk away, felt an unexpected pang of disappointment, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. How could he disregard her? How could he treat her so callously? She lifted the basin with force, only to gently set it down moments later, her gaze falling upon the beaming Shaju as he emerged. Yang Xiaotao pushed his cart toward the supply and marketing cooperative, encountering numerous acquaintances along the way, each one on a quest to purchase coal. Clearly, they were also aware of the tragic incidents of freezing to death and were preparing themselves, anxious to avert such calamity from befalling their own households. Upon arriving at the cooperative, he found a long queue formed at the entrance, where the sales clerk maintained a calm demeanor, entirely devoid of urgency. This was no longer a buyer's market. It had become an era dominated by sellers. The sellers, in this case, were the esteemed elders. The sales clerks were mere servants to their will, as evidenced by the signs plastered on the walls warning against the unjust treatment of customers. After a lengthy wait, it was finally his turn at midday, and he paid 5 yuan. Currently, there was a shortage of quality coal. Only one type of smokeless coal was available, priced at 3 cents per pound. Yang Xiaotao purchased over 100 pounds, filling 2 entire bags. He placed them on his cart and made his way back to the courtyard. It was Saturday, a day designated for his rest, and he planned to venture out again, this time to the recycling station, uncertain whether Huang Daniu had received the books in recent days. Indeed, Yang Xiaotao harbored a desire to visit the library, yet he had not broached the subject with the director. Moreover, the library was rather distant from the courtyard. Merely taking the bus required a transfer and half an hour of travel. Walking would be quite a trek. Upon returning to the courtyard, Elder Chen assisted in unloading coal. And then he remarked that this morning, the elder and the second elder had each delivered 5 yuan to the Wang and Zhou families, respectively. Yang Xiaotao paid little heed to this. One was a paragon of virtue in public yet a hypocrite in private, while the other sought to flaunt for the sake of ostentation. Such behavior was entirely expected. However, the Jia family exhibited some unusual conduct today. Qin Huairu arose early, assisting those in the courtyard by fetching water and sweeping, while also lending a hand in various neighboring households. As for Jia Zhangshi, she seemed to have emerged from a different realm altogether, carrying a bottle of soy sauce to the front courtyard, claiming it was a repayment for a previous loan. Elder Chen could not help but express his astonishment. remarking that Zhang Ernie seemed to be aspiring to a more respectable life. The old man discerned clearly that last night's events had evidently left an impression on her. A dog cannot change its nature, muttered Yang Xiaotao from the side, to which Elder Chun responded with hearty laughter, clearly in agreement. In the afternoon, Yang Xiaotao first visited the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a box of spring plowing seeds before making his way to the recycling station. This time, with Huang Daniu's attentive eye, a few books were indeed collected. Yang Xiaotao did not mind. In these times, readers were few and sellers even scarcer. Moreover, these were being sold as waste paper. After slipping a cigarette into Huang Daniu's hand and receiving a promise in return, Yang Xiaotao set off homeward with a bundle of books in tow. Meanwhile, in the street office, Director Wang set down a document, his brow furrowed in persistent concern. Raising her glasses, she gently pinched the bridge of her nose, attempting to empty her mind. Yet, confronted with the tasks assigned by her superiors, relaxation seemed an unattainable luxury. Who could have anticipated that this year would be so much colder than previous ones, and for such an extended duration? Due to a misjudgment, there were fatalities from the cold within her jurisdiction, resulting in reprimands from higher authorities. Of course, it was not solely her responsibility. The number of deaths in and around the city had already exceeded 100, which prompted heightened scrutiny from above. However, mere concern would not resolve the issue. Proactive measures were essential to mitigate the losses. Initially, she contemplated having the community office fund the purchase of coal to distribute among the residents. But the financial requirements were substantial and beyond their means. Additionally, organizing a donation drive posed its own challenges, given the current economic hardships. Asking families to contribute would only deepen the plight of the less fortunate. What if it led to even greater losses? After much deliberation and finding no viable solutions, she leaned back in her chair, rubbing her eyes, and surrendered to a state of complete emptiness. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted her thoughts as the door swung open. Director Wang quickly adjusted her glasses to see what was amiss. Little Li, who had been out on assignment, burst into the room. Director, there's something going on. Little Li, weren't you supposed to be gathering information down below? Why are you back so soon? Without answering, Little Li seized the water jug from the table and gulped down some cool water, wiping his mouth with his hand afterward. Director, yes, what I heard at the courtyard entrance? Director Wang was taken aback by his sudden exuberance. Little Li, typically a diligent and straightforward lad, seemed unusually unconcerned with propriety upon his return. However, she was well aware that Xiao Li had something on his mind and promptly inquired, "What is it? What trouble is brewing in the courtyard?" She was familiar with that courtyard. Although its secrets remained concealed, it harbored numerous dubious dealings, merely masked by a few elder gentlemen. Generally, she preferred to steer clear of meddling. Yet, akin to the previous incident, her involvement became imperative. Could it be that Jia Zhangshi was up to mischief again? Director Wang voiced his thoughts, and Xiao Li hesitated momentarily before responding. Indeed, Jia Zhangshi has been up to no good, but fortunately, it did not come to fruition. Intrigued by this revelation, Director Wang listened intently as Xiao Li recounted the information she had gleaned from the courtyard at the alley's entrance earlier that day. As Director Wang absorbed the details, clarity began to dawn upon him regarding the higher-ups' directives. Director, we have indeed identified the individuals in the courtyard who genuinely require assistance. With capable families ready to lend support, we can surely weather this winter, Xiao Li asserted. This model of assistance could be widely implemented, allowing other courtyards to follow suit. Identifying those in need and those with the ability to help, it would not only alleviate the burden on other families, but also effectively address the issues at hand. Director Wang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yes, precisely. We could bestow honors upon the families that extend help, encouraging them and enhancing their motivation. Should there be others who remain uncared for, our community office can step in to organize assistance, significantly reducing costs. Splendid. Let us proceed, Director Wang declared emphatically, eager to find a courtyard to experiment with this initiative without delay. If feasible, I shall report to my superiors, advocating for the swift dissemination of this method to benefit a greater number of individuals. Director Wang pondered, promptly bringing along Xiao Li and two others as they ventured outside. In a short while, they arrived at the nearby courtyard, which housed around 10 families, most of whom faced hardships. The most fortunate among them were merely 2 households, with members employed at the textile factory. Upon reaching the courtyard, Director Wang began to guide the process step by step. It is worth noting that the current populace is remarkably sincere and supportive of the work conducted by the street office. They exhibit no hesitation in assisting their neighbors. Soon, the one-on-one support initiative was launched within the courtyard, filling Director Wang with immense joy. Subsequently, they visited several other households within the residential area, yielding similarly positive results, with even one family extending support to two others, further encouraging Director Wang's optimism about this model. As the sun descended, Director Wang returned to the office with a flushed face, promptly retrieving pen and paper to document the day's accomplishments. He aimed to submit this report at the earliest opportunity, facilitating more individuals to engage in one-on-one assistance, enabling a greater number to survive the harsh winter. Unexpected visitor during the weekend. Yang Xiaodao mostly remained at home engrossed in reading. The outside chill deterred even Xiao Wei from engaging in much activity. After Yang Xiaodao had taken her to visit Old Man Chun, she returned home and nestled by the window, absorbing the sun's radiant energy. Of course, such exertion did have its merits. The drafty spots in the Qin family's doors and windows were skillfully mended by her with wooden boards. While it may not be said that they are entirely windproof, the improvement is undeniably significant. Yang Xiaodao estimated that the wind resistance could be enhanced by 90%. It is believed that this winter, the Qin family will not suffer too much from the cold. After dinner, Yang Xiaodao lit a kerosene lamp. In an era where even electricity requires one to lay their own wiring, residents of this city must carefully consider their finances before utilizing electric power. As a time traveler, Yang Xiaodao harbored a deep disdain for the kerosene lamp. Had it not been for his empty pockets, he would have already installed a light bulb. This would spare him the strain of reading beneath a flickering flame, which leaves his eyes feeling weary and dry. In the future, studying for credits will certainly depend on electric light. He decided to wait a little longer. Rubbing his eyes, tears were coaxed out. The Art of War by Sun Tzu proved to be quite perplexing. After glancing once more at the yellowed pages, he realized that even after an entire day of reading, he had yet to reach a level of familiarity with the text. Nevertheless, even a cursory reading of the first half of The Art of War had earned him 50 credits, which was tenfold the value compared to works like Journey to the West or Water Margin. After several more readings, he accumulated a significant number of credits. However, given that the book was written in classical Chinese, certain passages could only be superficially understood, with some sentences requiring careful contemplation, making it evident that he could not achieve full mastery of the material. Even so, he managed to garner over 100 credits from this half of The Art of War, bringing him closer to the second level of proficiency in his skills as a mechanic. In addition, he had salvaged several ancient books from the refuse. These writings, composed in classical Chinese, piqued Yang Xiaotao's curiosity, prompting him to seek additional academic credits from them. Indeed, they are treasures of our culture. He contemplated the possibility of extracting some knowledge. As his thoughts drifted further, he found himself increasingly absorbed. In the ensuing days, Yang Xiaodao carried on with his work routine. He toiled quietly in the workshop, sharing light-hearted banter with his colleagues during breaks and indulging in reading. Life unfolded with a certain tranquility. However, each lunchtime was inevitably accompanied by the antics of Sha Zhu. Initially, Yang Xiaodao considered dining in another cafeteria, for there were 6 in total within the factory, and Sha Zhu only occupied one of them. Yet, after 2 days of trying alternative dining options, he returned to the first cafeteria. The reason was straightforward. The first cafeteria not only catered to workers but also prepared meals for the factory leadership, skilled technicians, and esteemed guests. This meant generous portions and quality ingredients. And most importantly, the head chef was a seasoned master, adept at culinary arts. Even with smaller servings, the food was flavorful and rich. The queue at the first cafeteria was a testament to its proximity to the first workshop, which was not far from the third workshop where they worked. Those from other workshops had to arrive early and hurry, lest they find the dishes depleted. In his spare time, Yang Xiaotao, with his solid foundation, began to impart knowledge to newcomers. This newcomer, of course, was Zhou Peng. In the last assessment, Zhou Peng had failed to pass due to the increased difficulty of the examination. Consequently, this time, success was imperative for him. Otherwise, he would face another 7 or 8 months of waiting, which would result in a significant loss of wages. In theory, there are many individuals whose skills surpass those of Yang Xiaodao. However, teaching and performing tasks are two distinct matters. Some individuals, much like Wang Fei, possess the qualifications of a level 5 worker and can execute their duties without issue. Yet, when tasked with elucidating their methods or the rationale behind their actions, they become at a loss for words. Oftentimes, after lengthy explanations, they resort to a simple declaration, "Just do it this way." With practice, you'll understand. This is a quintessential example of empiricism. In contrast, Yang Xiaotao, through his accumulation of credits, has acquired not only experience, but also a plethora of data. He comprehends the specific shapes and dimensions of each workpiece, not merely the figures presented in the blueprints, but also the requisite force and duration of processing for various locations, thus quantifying experience into actionable data. Consequently, when it comes to instruction, even Wang Fa, the level 5 worker, acknowledges that Yang Xiaotao is more suitable for the task. Not only is apprentice Zhou Peng eager to learn from him, but even the level 1 workers in his group frequently gather to absorb his insights. The effectiveness of this mentorship is remarkably evident, as the overall efficiency of the group has significantly improved, consistently completing tasks ahead of schedule. This has led to an increasing number of assignments from the workshop director, which, in this era, signifies recognition and appreciation rather than oppression. It is yet another Saturday. As the weather begins to warm, and the biting winds that once chilled the air have lessened, no longer cutting against the skin. Even during the evenings, one can now venture outside without hesitation. The unpleasant odor within the confines of their dwelling has also diminished. Yang Xiaotao senses that this harsh winter is drawing to a close. Though he remains largely unaffected due to the company of Xiao Wei and ample supplies of coal, the sight of his neighbors, each appearing gaunt from the cold, serves as a reminder of the challenges they have collectively endured throughout this frigid season. As the weather began to warm, Yang Xiaotao set a stool in the courtyard to read and bask in the sun. However, the courtyard still felt rather monotonous. Gazing at the empty space, Yang Xiaotao's desire to cultivate some plants grew stronger. Xiao Wei, sensing Yang Xiaotao's intentions, joyfully rolled about like a green jujube on his arm. What should be planted? While Yang Xiaotao pondered the layout of the courtyard, Director Wang entered with a spirited Shaoli. At the front gate, Uncle San had just returned with a bucket containing 2 palm-sized crucian carp, which he had caught that morning, had he not skipped breakfast. He could have fished a little longer. Director Wang, is there a task at hand? Yin Fugui greeted him with a smile. He was always the most enthusiastic during the courtyard's evaluations for excellence, not just for the sake of the courtyard, but also for his own standing as Uncle San. It is worth noting that when a courtyard is recognized as outstanding, the managing elder receives additional rewards. Last year, due to the issues between the Jia and Yang families, the 3 elders faced criticism, and their courtyard's commendation was revoked by the community office. However, this year, Yin Fugui was particularly invested in the honor of the courtyard for the sake of that reward. No tasks today. I have come to your courtyard to announce something. Director Wang replied with a smile, and Shaoli nodded affirmatively beside him. Uncle Yin, please gather everyone. This announcement must be made in front of all. Yin Fugui quickly realized and ushered Director Wang and Xiao Li into the courtyard, then instructed Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefeng to go door to summon the residents. While he went to find Elder Yin, in the central courtyard, Qin Huairu emerged from the neighboring house. Madam Wang, please do not hesitate to ask for assistance whenever you need it. The sewing machine at my home is merely gathering dust. Very well. I shall certainly trouble you in the future. With a piece of patchwork in her hands, Madam Wang joyfully praised, Huairu, your skills are truly remarkable. Oh, you flatter me. Indeed, let us not dwell on it any longer. I shall. As they conversed at the entrance, they spotted Uncle San rushing in with great urgency. Everyone, come quickly. Director Wang has arrived and wishes to convene a meeting. Having said that, he dashed over to Uncle Da's house. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu and her companion promptly made their way home. As they passed through the courtyard, Qin Huairu's gaze fell upon Yang Xiaotao, who was seated on a bench engrossed in a book, pretending to study, as if that could fill one's stomach. Foolish imbecile, she silently scoffed, hastening into the house. Upon entering, she was met with a glare from Jia Zhangshi. Humph, you've taken out so many items. Do you even know when you'll recoup your losses? Qin Huairu disregarded her remarks and took a sip of cool water. Mother, a meeting is about to be held in the courtyard. The personnel from the street office have arrived. The street office? Jia Zhangshi's eyes widened in apprehension. She had previously faced their reprimand, and those days spent cleaning the streets were among the most arduous of her life. The arrival of the street office sent a wave of anxiety through her as she recalled her recent behavior, particularly the night she had scolded Yang Xiaotao. It must be him. He is certainly the one who has reported me. That wretched Yang Xiaotao. How dare he lodge a complaint over a mere reprimand? This ungrateful wretch, born of a mother yet without a father. I shall not let this rest. Jia Zhangshi spoke harshly, yet her heart was filled with anxiety. Qin Huairu, observing her discomfort, harbored contempt for the old woman, but chose to offer words of comfort. Mother, third uncle merely intends to announce something. Besides, that matter occurred several days ago, so it surely isn't anything alarming. Indeed, you are correct, Jia Zhangshe replied, her worries alleviated. She quickly tidied herself and, together with Qinhuaru, made their way to the courtyard. As for Jia Dongxiu, he was still oblivious to the happenings, lost in his own world. When Qinhuaru and Jia Zhangshe arrived in the courtyard, the Su family and second aunt also appeared, while Lu Haizhong had similarly stepped out. First uncle and third uncle were engaged in conversation with Director Wang, their laughter suggesting that the discussion was not of a grave nature. Yang Xiaotao entered the courtyard but did not approach. Instead, he lingered outside, contemplating a visit to the location where he had exchanged tickets previously, hoping to encounter Shenlin. He had around 70 or 80 coins left, and his meat tickets were nearly depleted, with over 10 days remaining until the next payday. Accustomed to a diet rich in meat, his palate had become quite discerning, while he could manage with radishes, pickled vegetables, and coarse bread. It would be a less than satisfying experience. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had reveled in meat, and it was only upon arriving in this world, faced with material scarcity, that he had to adapt. As Yang Xiaotao contemplated these matters, the residents of the compound continued to arrive. Just as they were preparing for a meeting in the courtyard, a donkey cart slowly entered the city of Sijiu. The lead figure, a lean man standing approximately 5'8", bore a pallid complexion, donned a tattered cotton coat, and his calloused hands betrayed his prowess in agricultural labor. On the donkey cart sat an elderly man with graying hair. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, yet it bore an expression of unwavering determination. In his hand, he clenched a smoking pipe, rhythmically puffing away, while a bulging gray cloth bag swayed gently with the movement of the cart. "Old man, where is Xiaotao's home?" asked the leading man, gazing at the vast expanse of the city, somewhat perplexed. "With a mouth beneath your nose, can't you ask?" the old man retorted tersely, feeling the discomfort of the journey. Fortunately, he was not a delicate soul. He merely felt as though his backside was coming apart. "Oh," the man replied, unperturbed. "Shall we first go buy some seeds?" The elder glanced at the sky, realizing that the grain shop would be closed for lunch. "Let's check on Xiaotao first." "Oh, sure too. Listen to me. When we arrive, shake off your stupor. We can't bring shame to Yangjia village. Rest assured, old man. Who would dare bully the people of Yangjia village? I would break their legs," he laughed. "Good, knowing so much. I shall choose you," the elder continued. "I know. I may be foolish, but I'm not afraid of pain in a fight. Let me tell you, being a bit foolish isn't a bad thing." Back in the day, the donkey cart swayed through the city as the man listened to the elder's ramblings, continuously inquiring with passers-by for directions, moving steadily onward. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, as the second elder was absent, the opening remarks were naturally made by the third elder, Yin Fugui. Earlier, he had heard from Director Wang and had come specifically to commend the courtyard. As the esteemed third elder of the courtyard, he has diligently contributed to the well-being of the Sihiyuan, and this recognition is undoubtedly intertwined with his tireless efforts. Today, he feels an immense honor as a teacher, a nurturer of the nation's youth. The courtyard falls into a serene hush as Elder Yi Zhonghai gestures for attention, prompting everyone to focus on him. He announces that Director Wang and Officer Li from the street office have come to visit us, a moment of pride for our Sihiyuan. The crowd erupts in enthusiastic applause, welcoming Director Wang to speak. The resounding applause jolts Yang Xiaotao into awareness, directing his gaze towards the center where Director Wang stands. During his previous raucous interruption at the Jia family wedding, he had wielded Director Wang's authority to chastise the Jia clan, striking a significant blow to their pride. Over the years, Director Wang has turned a blind eye to the affairs of the Sihiyuan, a reflection of the complexities of human relationships. Otherwise, there would not be three elders, nor would Yi Zhonghai maintain such influence over the courtyard's discourse. However, Director Wang, having been tempered by revolutionary experiences, holds firm to her principles. Previous matters did not breach her core values, but should anyone cross that line, she would show no mercy. This is the essence of our times. For the sake of the nation, personal sentiments must yield. With a smile, Director Wang addresses her comrades of the Sihiyuan, eliciting another round of applause, particularly fervent from the third elder. Recently, it has come to everyone's attention that the current cold wave has been particularly fierce, causing considerable distress to many households. Director Wang spoke gravely, and the residents of the courtyard understood all too well the harsh reality. This winter, many lives have been lost to the cold in the city, and even more in the surrounding rural areas. However, these tragedies seemed distant from their courtyard, as, at least, no one had succumbed to the cold within their community. As Director Wong continued, he shifted the conversation towards the one-on-one assistance initiative, and it was then that the residents grasped the reason for his return. This model of individualized support, having been promoted by the neighborhood committee and higher authorities, has now been implemented citywide and is beginning to extend to other regions with the involvement of relevant departments. The more Director Wong spoke, the more animated he became. And behind him, the young officer Shally wore an expression of excitement. On the day she submitted this proposal to her superiors, it took merely a day for nearby neighborhood committees to begin its implementation. The results were evident. Since the initiative was rolled out, there have been no more fatalities due to the cold in the city. This straightforward model appears simple to comprehend and easy to articulate. It not only addresses the dignity of individuals, but also fosters a sense of responsibility among the populace, effectively utilizing limited resources to tackle real issues. A significant boon indeed. Yet, despite its simplicity, this approach had not been proposed in previous years. Perhaps it had been noticed, but it had not ascended to a level of promotion. Even city officials acknowledged this oversight in their work. Yet now, this gap has been effectively closed. In the future, should similar challenges arise, this model can be referenced for resolution. Director Wong consequently garnered the admiration of her superiors, with whispers circulating that a vacancy left by a retiree had been earmarked for her. For her, this was akin to ascending to the heavens in one fell swoop. As for the position she vacated at the street office, it was naturally filled by the astute Xiao Li, who had been the first to recognize this emerging pattern. Their visit was not solely to bestow accolades. It also carried directives from above to reward those exhibiting a strong sense of responsibility. The residents of the courtyard listened to Director Wong's words, their reactions a tapestry of joy and discontent. Among them, Uncle Yin Fugwa felt the weight of discomfort most acutely. His family had neither offered assistance to others nor sought help for themselves, a testament to their modest means. In contrast, Yi Zhonghai and Second Aunt bore smiles, their earlier reluctance to aid others now forgotten. Meanwhile, Jia Zhangshi cowered at the back of the crowd, too timid to reveal herself, her heart churning with resentment as she realized her family had gained nothing from the situation. Su Damao and Sha Zhu mingled among the throng, their expressions dim as they listened to Director Wang's praises directed at others. Both were proud individuals. Had they been the recipients of such commendations, they would have leapt with joy. Yet, witnessing accolades being bestowed upon others, especially upon the insufferable Yang Xiaotao, left them feeling as though they had swallowed a fly. Each person harbored their own unique sentiments, yet all were compelled to stifle their feelings, wary of expressing their discontent. After an extensive speech, Director Wong produced 3 red bills from her pocket, igniting a palpable excitement among the crowd, as such currency was scarce in these times. In numerous affluent households, the absence of tickets often relegates them to a life of modesty. Following directives and approvals from higher authorities, Director Wong raised his voice slightly, and a solemn atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Families that excelled in their contributions and willingly embraced social responsibilities were to be commended. Now, I invite the families of Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yang Xiaodao to come forward to receive their rewards. Seizing the momentum, Director Wong announced, as Xiaoli spontaneously applauded. Uncle San, begrudgingly clapping, cast his gaze upon the red tickets in Director Wong's hand, pondering their content. Please, let it not be a bicycle. It must not be a bicycle. Amidst the applause, Yi Zhonghai, Second Aunt, and Yang Xiaodao approached the front. Director Wong encouraged the trio, expressing hope that they would continue to embody the spirit of unity and mutual assistance in the collective effort to build a new society. Yi Zhonghai, speaking on behalf of the group, assured the director, rest assured, we, as integral members of this community, will foster camaraderie, support one another, and collaboratively construct a beautiful home. Indeed, with commendable individuals like you, Lu Haizhong, and Yang Xiaotao in our neighborhood, our street committee is greatly relieved, Director Wong praised. Yi Zhonghai's face blossomed with joy. Second Aunt chuckled heartily, and Yang Xiaotao nodded with modesty. Director Wong observed it all, his regard for Yang Xiaotao elevated once more. Meanwhile, Uncle San felt a pang of unease. With Yi Zhonghai, Uncle Da, and now Yang Xiaotao, was it not indicative that Yang Xiaotao was poised to usurp his position? A wave of anxiety surged within him. These 3 tickets, awarded by the higher-ups, served as a token of recognition. with the hope that they would continue to shine and contribute to the construction of our great nation. Upon hearing the announcement of the clock tickets, the crowd was left in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the entire courtyard, only Yi Zhonghai's household possessed a clock, while others relied on the sun to mark the passage of time, awakening with the dawn and retiring at dusk. The sudden emergence of 3 clock tickets ignited envy among many. Yi Zhonghai and his companions, upon receiving the coveted tickets, felt their spirits soar. This was not merely a ticket, but a symbol of honor. Though tickets could be acquired through various means, such prestige was rare and invaluable. Particularly, Aunt Air's heart brimmed with joy at the thought of how pleased Uncle Air would be upon his return that evening, a smile breaking forth on her face. Yang Xiaotao, too, felt a surge of excitement. The absence of a timepiece often made evening study sessions chaotic, but now the clock would alleviate that burden. Thank you, Director, for your encouragement, Yang Xiaotao expressed sincerely as he accepted the clock ticket. His proposition for one-on-one assistance was purely motivated by a desire to extend warmth to the Jia family, a circumstance he had not anticipated would yield such benefits. Director Wang nodded in acknowledgement, and after the applause had subsided, he addressed the assembly once more, stating that in light of Comrade Yang Xiaotao's exceptional performance, he was honored to present him with a reward of 50 yuan. The proclamation sent waves of astonishment throughout the courtyard. Even Yi Zhonghai was taken aback by the significance of this reward. 50 yuan equated to over 2 months' wages for an ordinary family. As Yi Zhonghai watched Director Wang retrieve the 50 yuan from his pocket and hand it to Yang Xiaotao, a twinge of discontent stirred within his once sweet disposition. Certainly, discontent among the crowd swelled, prompting Sha Zhu to spit in frustration, expressing his inner turmoil, while nearby, Uncle San was overwhelmed with regret. 50 yuan. Had he mustered the resolve to part with a mere 5 yuan back then, it would have been his. A tenfold return, how it stings. The collective sentiment was one of bitterness, sorrow, and frustration, a cacophony of emotions intertwining. Yet, this was not the end. Director Wang retrieved 2 bills from his pocket, proclaiming, "On behalf of the street office, I wish to commend the exemplary performance of Comrade Yang Xiaotao, rewarding him with 20 yuan as encouragement." A cacophony of sounds erupted once more, and at that moment, Yang Xiaotao, holding 70 yuan, found himself at a loss. Applause resonated under Director Wang's influence, and the gazes directed at Yang Xiaotao were laden with complexity. Yi Zhonghai clapped in a daze, initially intending to seize an opportunity to take Yang Xiaotao down a peg, perhaps even to teach him a lesson. The most effective and frequently employed method for this was moral coercion. Utilizing his own status and the authority amassed over the years, he could easily rally the entire courtyard to exert pressure on Yang Xiaotao. Ultimately, even in failure, Yang Xiaotao's reputation would be tarnished, leading to a loss of public support. In this society, losing the people's trust equates to social death, akin to suicide. Yet now, not only was Yang Xiaotao registered with the street office, but more importantly, through this support initiative, he had successfully crafted a persona of a good man within the courtyard. This persona may seem inconsequential, for in this era, there are countless good individuals. Within this courtyard, in accordance with his scheme, the persona of this benevolent individual stands as an impenetrable fortress, much like the moral exemplar he has meticulously crafted for himself. Akin to the identity of the simpleton Zhu who has been a tenant farmer for 3 generations, and reminiscent of the military widow's persona of the deaf elderly lady. All of these serve as crucial supports in times of need. Thus, in order to target Yang Xiaotao, he must first dismantle this carefully constructed persona. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. However, the persona of Yang Xiaotao has already been established by the street office, making it no easy task to undermine. Uncle Yi Zhonghai finds himself at a loss, as Yang Xiaotao truly presents an insurmountable challenge at this moment. Perhaps it would be prudent to mend relations? 70 yuan. Amidst applause, mingled with exclamations of astonishment and envy, particularly from Jia Zhangshi, whose body trembles with unbridled greed. 70 yuan could provide her family with a comfortable living for an entire year. How infuriating that this wretched creature, with such fortuitous luck, does not come to our aid. No, that 70 yuan is a result of his assistance to the courtyard. We all have a share in it. The Jia family deserves at least 10 yuan. Jia Zhangshi calculates in her mind, but dares not voice her thoughts, for Director Wang remains present. If she were to provoke her, it would be the Jia family that suffers. Once she departs, wretched creature, I shall see how to deal with you. Jia Zhangshi claps even more vigorously. while Qin Huairu beside her claps weakly. This time, Yang Xiaotao has thoroughly altered the prevailing sentiment within the courtyard. Had she previously managed to feign pity, garnering sympathy to tarnish Yang Xiaotao's reputation and subsequently isolating him both inside and outside the courtyard, the situation has now shifted. With individuals from the street office vouching for Yang Xiaotao, the murmurs of ordinary residents carry little weight. Even if someone were to take the lead, they would be wise to consider the influence of the street office. Offending them would mean forfeiting any future benefits. Uncle San lowered his head, unable to meet Yang Xiaotao's gaze, fearing that a mere glance might overwhelm his heart. At that moment, his mind was consumed with both self-reproach and envy. 70 yuan. That amount far surpassed the savings of many in the courtyard these days. Su Damao, Shaju, Yin Jieqing, and others silently cursed Yang Xiaotao's fortuitous luck, some even regretting that they hadn't proposed the idea themselves. Thank you. Thank you to the comrades at the street office for your encouragement. Yang Xiaotao steadied himself, stowing the money away, mindful to conceal it lest it provoke the fragile hearts of the courtyard's inhabitants. Addressing Director Wang, he remarked, I merely offered an immature suggestion. It is truly our nation and our party that provide genuine assistance to us, the impoverished. I firmly believe that under the guidance of the party, united around it, with the entire nation working in harmony and striving diligently, we shall thrive increasingly. Our country will also grow ever more prosperous. Yang Xiaotao's timely display of trust in the state and the party served as the most effective means of fostering rapport with those from the street office. Who would have thought that Comrade Yang Xiaotao possessed such high awareness? He truly deserves credit for having attended high school. Young Li, filled with joy, remarked on the loyalty and patriotism of the intellectuals, feeling an innate affinity towards them as a fellow scholar. No wonder people say you have a passion for learning. I am merely fond of reading. As they exchanged these words, those in the courtyard were also contemplating, with the majority astonished by the benefits bestowed upon Yang Xiaotao. However, a portion of them harbored a tinge of envy, unable to fully appreciate the situation. As for Jia Zhangshi, after sharing her thoughts with Qin Huairu, she found no surprise in her reaction. Rather, it seemed perfectly logical to her. In their view, the funds were intended for Yang Xiaotao. Yet without the individuals from their courtyard, how could such a reward be granted? Hence, they believed they deserved a share of that money. At that moment, a donkey cart creaked to a halt at the entrance of the alley. A gray donkey drew attention as it made its way here, captivating several children along the route. Such a mode of transportation was commonplace in that era, and the children of the bustling capital found it novel, trailing behind, calling out in excitement. The driver paid them no mind, while an elderly passenger on the cart even smiled at the children. The city kids were indeed clever, their faces fair and bright. Unlike the rascals from our village, who spent their days climbing trees and catching fish, their appearance is rather grimy and unkempt. Indeed, city children feast on fine white flour, hence their fair complexion. It must be time for the old master to arrive. The man named Shirtu, glancing at the open gate, looked around and said to the elder on the cart, let us go in and inquire. Do not make any mistakes. All right then. The elder alighted from the vehicle, stamping his feet upon the ground before tucking his smoking pipe into his waistband. He strode across the threshold, chest held high as he entered. Behind him, the stone-faced attendant glanced around, maneuvering the donkey cart to the side without a second thought, and promptly followed suit. As they stepped into the front courtyard, they surveyed the desolate expanse with suspicion, only to be interrupted by the sound of applause emanating from the central courtyard, prompting them to proceed further. At that moment, the gathering in the central courtyard had reached its conclusion. Director Wang, with warmth in his demeanor, exchanged encouraging words with Yang Xiaotao before preparing to depart. Simultaneously, Su Damao, disinterested, scanned the crowd. Suddenly, two individuals entered from outside, clad in tattered garments that barely concealed their rural simplicity. Resembling country farmers, types he had frequently encountered during his visits to the countryside. A flicker of mischief ignited within him. Today, his pent-up frustration seemed to find an outlet. Hey, you two, where do you come from? If you're here to beg, you'd best leave at once. Can't you see we're in a meeting? Su Damao boomed, positioning himself directly in front of the pair. His brash words drew the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Yang Xiaotao, who had been engaged in formal discourse with Director Wang, turned to observe the commotion. The appearance of the two men left little impression on him. But upon recognizing the elder, a flood of memories surged forth, leaving him momentarily dizzy. In an instant, he discerned the elder's identity. He was the former village head of Yangjia's Wang, and according to familial hierarchy, he ought to address him as Taigong. In the entire Yangjiazhuang, this elder represented the highest lineage. Years ago, his father, Yang Laojin, ventured into the city for work and, by a stroke of fortune, became a laborer at a steel mill. Eventually, he married Yang Xiaodao's mother and established a family there, thus stepping out of Yangjia village. Nevertheless, Yang's father never forgot his roots. Each year, he would return to the village to pay respects to his ancestors, bringing along various items to support his kin back home. As a result, Yang Xiaodao was quite familiar with the villagers. When his father passed away, it was the villagers who helped transport the coffin back. However, he was taken aback to encounter the old patriarch shortly thereafter. Su Dama pointed, and while Yang Taizé maintained a serene expression, Yang Shirtu displayed visible anger, a righteous indignation stemming from their disrespect towards the elder. Did you not hear? Quickly leave, lest grandfather take action. Just as Su Dama finished speaking, he felt a heavy kick to his rear, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, his arm scraping against the earth, soon marked by 2 trails of blood. Ouch! Who ambushed grandfather? Dama. Yang Xiaodao, what kind of mischief are you up to? Su Dama bellowed, with Su's mother rushing over, her face aflame with rage as she glared at Yang Xiaodao. Yet, Yang Xiaodao paid no heed, swiftly approaching the elder with a look of delight. Grandfather, what brings you here? Upon uttering these words and clad in the attire of a farmer, it became immediately clear to those present who he was. He was indeed a member of Yangjia village and a blood relative of Yang Xiaodao. This elucidated why, in front of the elder's descendants, Yang Xiaodao had acted against Su Dama. To berate one's elder in the presence of their descendants was acceptable in the city, but in Yangjia village, it would be nothing short of a death sentence. Su Dama was pulled up by his mother, listening to Yang Xiaodao's words. His face darkened ominously. Ignoring the pain, he was about to shout for violence. At that moment, Director Wang emerged from the crowd, his expression animated as he gazed at Elder Yang. Yang, the former branch secretary? Is that truly you? Director Wang's appearance stifled Su Damao's cries, while Elder Yang, upon seeing Yang Xiaodao, found his features reminiscent of his memories. And though the warmth on his face had yet to fade, he noticed Director Wang approaching. Is that you, Wang girl? Elder Yang asked, uncertain. Yes, former branch secretary. I am Wang girl from the Wang family, exclaimed Director Wang joyfully, immediately linking arms with Elder Yang, displaying a closeness even more intimate than that with Yang Xiaodao. Hearing this, Elder Yang's face softened with nostalgia. Good, Wang girl. And how are your mother and elder brother? It has been many years since we last met. The last time your brother was not yet married. What about now? All is well. My brother has 2 little ones now. But my mother was not so fortunate. She passed away last year. The two engaged in nostalgic conversation in the courtyard, while Su's family stood aside with sullen faces, quietly retreating to the back of the crowd while the attention was diverted. Yi Zhonghai and Yin Fugui were also aware that the elder's background was not simple, and they approached to become acquainted. Yi Zhonghai and the folks from the courtyard, come over. Director Wang called out, holding Elder Yang's arm. This gentleman is a hero of our nation. The former branch secretary led our local children to fight against the Japanese invaders and the white bandits without hesitation. Yang Xiaotao listened from the side, completely unsurprised. He had long been aware of these histories. He also knew that the 3 sons of the old patriarch had fallen while fighting the Japanese invaders, 2 grandsons had perished during the liberation period, and the other had crossed the Yalu River, never to return. The entire family was steeped in loyalty and valor. Yet, the old patriarch had never felt sorrow. Rather, he would tell the younger generations in the village that this was a contribution to the nation, that dying and being inscribed on the monument of heroes was an unparalleled honor. Perhaps, having not lived through that era, the modern Yang Xiaodao found it difficult to comprehend. However, after spending several months in this world, becoming familiar with and being influenced by those around him, he slowly began to accept the notion of sacrificing personal comfort for the greater good, for the sake of victory. The old party secretary's 3 sons and 2 grandsons had all laid down their lives. This was a model for all of us, a hero deserving of our utmost respect. Upon hearing of the old patriarch's past, particularly the heart-stirring deeds he had accomplished, those in the courtyard could not help but applaud. They held a genuine respect for those who had contributed to the construction of their homeland. These were old tales, better left unspoken. Oh, I am now just an old man, content to see the villagers grow ever more prosperous, no longer facing hunger or cold. The old patriarch said, reflecting on his children. And in that moment, a flicker of sadness crossed his face, quickly replaced by the pride he felt for his offspring. With such children and grandchildren, the Yang family was indeed glorious. When he would eventually rest beneath the earth, he would be able to lead his descendants to meet their ancestors. Yang Xiaodao felt a sense of unease in his heart, yet it soon dissipated. The elder, despite being a solitary figure, had dozens, even hundreds, of descendants. The entire Yang family village was comprised of his offspring. "Old secretary, what brings you here this time?" The atmosphere had calmed considerably, prompting Director Wang to inquire. At over 70 years of age, the old secretary found it challenging to venture out, so his journey from Yang family village to the capital city must surely hold significance. With a warm smile, Elder Yang pulled Yang Xiaotao closer, saying, "This is my grandson, Xiaotao. Xiaotao, this is your Aunt Wang." Naturally, Yang Xiaotao greeted her as Aunt Wang, thereby solidifying their connection. In this era, particularly within the capital, having a reliable connection could often alleviate many concerns. Director Wang responded with a smile, then slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, I should have realized it sooner. Xiaodao is from Yang family village. You see. Well, no need to elaborate. Let me get to the matter at hand." Upon realizing the situation, Director Wang felt a pang of regret, recognizing that he had not heard much about this from the residents of the courtyard. Elder Yang had always been somewhat reticent, and this matter warranted greater attention moving forward. He cast a sidelong glance at Yi Zhonghai, who appeared equally flustered. After all these years, they had never mentioned it. Yi Zhonghai, acutely aware of Director Wang's gaze, felt a rush of anxiety. When the Yang family first arrived at the courtyard, they were newcomers. As the elder of the courtyard, one must prioritize the interests of the majority, leading to a lack of focus on the Yang family's affairs. "Don't worry, it's not your fault." When they left, I mentioned that we should not create unnecessary trouble for the government. Had it not been for this occasion, I would have remained in seclusion for a lifetime, perishing in Yangjia village. Elder Yang gazed fondly at Yang Xiaodao, a look of affection gracing his face. Director Wang promptly recounted Yang Xiaotao's contributions, showering him with praise. Elder Yang nodded in acknowledgement, while Yang Shirtu gave Yang Xiaotao a thumbs up. To this cousin, Yang Xiaotao responded with a smile and a nod. Subsequently, Elder Yang surveyed the individuals gathered in the courtyard, and with the weight of the matter settling in, his expression gradually calmed. Director Wang, ever perceptive, understood the unspoken dynamics. Yet he maintained a neutral stance, recognizing that this was the former party secretary, a relationship of greater significance than that with the villagers. Elder Yang addressed the assembly, saying, "My dear Xiaodao requires your care and support. I extend my gratitude to the comrades from the street office for your vigilance." The old secretary humbly replied, "You flatter me. We are all here to serve the people and contribute to the nation's development. There is no need for thanks. Indeed, with you here, I am at ease." This child lost his mother at a tender age, raised by his father with unwavering dedication, and now he faces the loss of his father. It is truly lamentable. Alas. As an elder, I fear for the child's vulnerability and his inability to voice his grievances. With you present, my weary bones find solace. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to send word to Yangjia village. The weathered face of Elder Yang shone with the distinctive radiance of the era's farmers, a spirit of selflessness, prioritizing the collective over the individual. Director Wang, moved, nodded in agreement. "I have come this time having heard of certain matters. As an old man, I initially wished to avoid becoming a burden." At this juncture, Master Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled with a fierce intensity. Yang Xiaodao, standing beside him, felt as though his grandfather had transformed, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace that rendered the surrounding air frigid. The onlookers were equally taken aback by this abrupt surge of lethal energy, with some instinctively retreating in trepidation. Among those nearest to Master Yang, Yi Zhonghai and Yin Fuguwei felt the most intense pressure. As if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, in the depths of winter, sweat dampened their backs. A singular thought surged through the minds of the gathered crowd. This elderly man had indeed taken lives. Yang Xiaotao, with his slender yet robust arm entwined around his grandfather's, felt an immense sense of security, as if leaning against an unyielding mountain. In a mere breath, Master Yang retracted his lethal aura, reverting to the inconspicuous old man he typically appeared to be. Yet, within the courtyard, not a soul dared to utter a word. Particularly, Su Damao, who had been so boisterous moments ago, nearly lost control of himself amidst the throng. Had it not been for his mother as support, he would have collapsed to the ground. Even Shaju, at this moment, bowed his head, recognizing the true prowess before him. while he himself had merely engaged in petty bravado. Not long ago, a young man returning from the city had reported that his grandson had been bullied there, claiming that his wife had been taken and that he had been assaulted. This was intolerable. The crowd fell into silence, the atmosphere thick with tension, and some were even trembling. Many gazes turned towards Qin Huairu, only to discover that the spot where she had stood moments before was now devoid of presence. Even Jia Zhashir had vanished, and upon glancing towards the Jia family's residence, they noted the doors firmly shut, though they had long suspected the underlying dynamics. The usual favoritism of the three masters and the Jia family's dominance had deterred them from probing further into the matter. Some may even show favoritism towards the Jia family. However, now that the parents have arrived to settle accounts, how long can you hide? At this moment, the crowd's enthusiasm for the unfolding drama surged, all eager to witness how the Yang family would reprimand the Jia family. Yet, the old man, aged and weary, felt no inclination to intervene excessively. He did not wish to be labeled as one who relied on his years, nor did he intend to incite a ruckus among the villagers. After all, these matters pertain to the youth. Let them handle their own affairs, he thought. The onlookers murmured in agreement. The elder Yang did not assert his authority overly nor displayed any intention of aggression, which left the spectators somewhat disheartened. However, his message was clear. Youthful quarrels are merely the disputes among peers. Should they be wronged, the Yang family would not intervene, simply accepting their fate as being outmatched. Yet, should anyone resort to underhanded tactics to bully the children of Yang village, they would do well to consider the wrath of the Yang family. The reasoning was straightforward, articulated succinctly. Yi Zhonghai appeared abashed, while Yan Fugue lowered his head, and those around them, having just endured the earlier chill, fell silent on the matter. Old secretary, your temper remains unchanged after all these years, someone remarked. Observing the atmosphere, Director Wang chuckled, recalling how you led us in guerrilla tactics back in the day with unwavering resolve. Hearing this, I felt a sense of reassurance. The old man laughed heartily, momentarily easing the tension in the air. Yet, those in the courtyard remained speechless. Even Yi Zhonghai, usually so vocal, could only manage an awkward chuckle, unable to utter a word. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Xiao felt no desire to linger further, for he had little to discuss with these individuals, and he had no need to concern himself with their opinions. Grandfather, you must be weary from the journey. Let us return home for a drink of water. He turned to Shirtu and added, Brother Shirtu, let us head indoors. As they walked home, Yang Xiao regaled his grandfather with tales of recent amusing events, eliciting nods and hearty laughter from the elder. Upon arriving at their abode, they surveyed the tidy and clean interior, nodding in silent approval. At the very least, the absence of disarray indicated that life was being well managed. During lunchtime, Yang Xiao invited Director Wang to dine with them. While Xiaoli had pressing matters to attend to at the street office, a task Yang Xiao did not compel him to postpone. With his elder present, he felt it necessary to make a gesture of hospitality. Coincidentally, he had some money on hand, so he invited old Chen to join them for company and set out with Yang Shirtu. As it was still premature for the pigeon market to commence, Yang Xiao made his way to the Yongjin restaurant as usual. Upon recognizing him, the restaurant owner greeted him with delight. Indeed, he packed away braised pork, twice-cooked pork, and 2 roasted chickens to take home. Before departing, he thoughtfully purchased 2 bottles of wine, which were brewed on-site, and he did not ask for a receipt. Returning to the courtyard with Shirtu, the enticing aromas wafted from the paper bag, prompting Shirtu to swallow his saliva all the way home. Xiao, you've spent so much. Be wary of grandfather's reprimand. Yang Xiao brushed off the concern, replying nonchalantly, It's nothing, Brother Shirtu. This time, I've brought wine for grandfather. There is surely no cause for alarm. Ah, with wine, grandfather will certainly be pleased. Yet, you have spent a considerable sum. This amount could sustain my family for an entire year in the village. Yang Xiao gazed at his cousin with a tinge of compassion, acutely aware of the circumstances in the rural countryside. A day's labor would yield only a few work points, and throughout the year, one would scarcely accumulate any substantial savings. No worries, money spent can always be earned back. Besides, having traveled such a long distance, it would be remiss of me not to treat you to a delightful meal. Returning to the village without doing so would surely put me in an awkward position. Yang Shirtu nodded, acknowledging the respect due to their elder. If he were to fail in his hospitality, though unspoken, it would undoubtedly lead to a sense of disdain in their hearts. Brother Shirtu, how is the village faring these days? Yang Xiaotao inquired about the state of their home. Yang Shitu's expression darkened. Before the new year, heavy snow claimed the lives of 3 elderly villagers. In these times, every household struggles to make ends meet. Our elder even shared his own grain with those in need within the village. Everyone is conserving resources, supporting one another, and we have managed to endure thus far. However, the outlook for this year remains uncertain. Let us hope for a prosperous season. Yang Xiaotao fell silent, for he understood that this nation, emerging from its chrysalis, was on the brink of impending trials. He felt powerless to avert the forthcoming calamities, especially with the current centralized control and uniform distribution of grain. Once the harvest was collected and surrendered, little would remain in hand. The thought of withholding grain was unfathomable, given their elder's temperament. Who would dare suggest such a thing? He could be ruthless in his retribution. Yet, he could not stand idly by while his kin suffered in anguish. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. Seeing the seriousness in his cousin's demeanor, Yang Shitu committed his words to memory. As the two walked and conversed, Yang Xiaotao inquired about Yang Shita's purpose for coming, which was to purchase seeds for the spring planting. Yang Xiaotao was initially unclear about the situation, but the thought of planning for his small courtyard prompted him to agree to go together in the afternoon. Upon returning home, he found grandfather Yang animatedly conversing with Elder Chun and Director Wang, reminiscing about the past with great enthusiasm. Yang Xiaotao handed the purchased meat and vegetables to Aunt Chun and, in the kitchen, combined potatoes and cabbage to prepare a hearty stew. Presenting an abundant spread on the table, Yang Shita's eyes sparkled with excitement, although grandfather Yang maintained his composure. The enticing aroma of the meat made it difficult for him to refrain from indulgence. The meal was lavish, with both wine and meat, surpassing even the festivities of a New Year celebration. Grandfather, it is indeed a rare occasion for you to visit this city. As your younger kin, I must make every effort to ensure your comfort, lest I return home to face scorn, Yang Xiaotao remarked. You rascal. Being able to procure such a feast indicates you are doing well. That reassures me, grandfather Yang replied. In the future, remember to be frugal. Life must be sustained. As he savored a bite of the braised pork, he offered yet another piece of advice. The abundance of care filled Yang Xiaotao with emotion. He realized he was no longer someone who went unnoticed. Now, he too had a supportive network. Since grandfather Yang's departure, Yang Xiaotao sensed a notable shift in the demeanor of the residents within the courtyard. They treated him with increased warmth. Each time he ventured outside, he was greeted with friendly salutations, and some even approached him for brief conversations. Truly, he had become the proverbial weather vane of the courtyard. Naturally, Yang Xiaotao welcomed this change and found it impossible to ignore. Life continued as usual. Who wouldn't wish for a more pleasant existence? As for the Zhao family, they serve as a mere seasoning in life, an irreconcilable contradiction that time cannot dilute. Yang Xiaotao remains indifferent to this. It is better to clarify relationships now to avoid future complications. Upon arriving at the workshop, the routine continues: work, discussion, dining, and then reading. However, a notable change occurs in the dining hall. Shaju's once impressive spoon-twirling technique seems to have lost its charm, as he obediently serves Yang Xiaotao a generous scoop, with the meat portion doubled compared to before. Clearly, Shaju is not as simple-minded as he appears. He understands that targeting Yang Xiaotao at this juncture is a futile endeavor, perhaps influenced by Uncle Da. Since that incident, Uncle Da has distanced himself from Yang Xiaotao's life, only reaching out through third uncle when necessary. Yang Xiaotao comprehends their intentions. Each shall follow their own path, with no interference from the other, which suits him perfectly. After finishing his meal at the table, Yang Xiaotao heads towards the director's office. Having exhausted his reading materials at home, he finds himself on the brink of advancing his academic credits. Yearning for a visit to the library, upon entering the office, he approaches Director Wang Guodong. Director Wang Guodong, engrossed in reviewing plans, is faced with a demanding production schedule at the factory, particularly in the third workshop, which has left him feeling overwhelmed. However, upon recognizing Yang Xiaotao, a smile instantly graces his face. The boy's father sacrificed his life in the service of salvaging equipment. Such a legacy naturally fosters a sense of kinship within Wang Guodong, and seeing Yang Xiaotao brings him added comfort and reassurance. If this position was assigned to him for the purpose of self-sustainment, then Yang Xiaotao's performance has undoubtedly exceeded all expectations. During the recent proficiency assessment, he adeptly tackled challenging questions, managing to complete the evaluation within 2 months. Such remarkable talent and diligence is truly commendable. Particularly noteworthy is what team leader Wang Fa mentioned. This young man possesses an exceptional gift for mentoring newcomers, with several first-level workers and apprentices showing rapid progress. Consequently, the overall efficiency of the team has significantly improved, alleviating a considerable amount of workload. Xiaodao, what brings you here? Wang Guodong inquired kindly, pushing aside the items on his desk to meet the young man's gaze. Director, I would like to request a letter of recommendation to obtain a library card. Yang Xiaodao explained his purpose. Wang Guodong smiled, appreciating the young man's passion for learning and self-improvement. Examinations are approaching. How is your preparation coming along? He asked, as he took out paper and pen to jot down the request. It's going well. I plan to give it my best shot this time, Yang Xiaodao replied. Wang Guodong nodded after finishing his note, acknowledging Yang Xiaodao's skills. Wang Fa had mentioned that advancing to the second level should pose no difficulty for him. However, following the recent assessments, the factory's evaluation standards have been raised significantly, resulting in many who would have previously passed now being unable to do so. The secretary of the rolling mill supports this initiative, and over the past few days, the rate of defective products in the workshop has decreased by 2 percentage points, leading to improved efficiency. Yet, this has been somewhat harsh for those junior workers who are striving to support their families. Then do well in the exam. Do not bring shame to your father. Understood. With the letter of introduction in hand, Yang Xiaodao departed from the office. In the workshop, Director Liu of the 2nd Division, observing Yang Xiaodao's departure, jestingly remarked to Wang Guodong, Old Wang, your workshop has quite the newcomer. So young yet so ambitious, you've truly struck gold. Wang Guodong chuckled in response. Gold or no gold, he*s just an old Yang*s child, as you well know. Director Liu paused, then shook his head. What a pity for old Yang. Enough about that, old Liu. Don't you have a spare machine in your workshop? How about lending me one? Not a chance. We are on the verge of expansion and will certainly need it. Old Liu, you're lacking in camaraderie. Our workshop suffered a fire last time, leaving 2 machines out of commission. Can't you display a bit of revolutionary friendship? Old Wang, there are matters to attend to in the workshop. I must take my leave. Ah, Wang Guodong sighed in solitude, cursing a handful of old-timers in his heart, yet feeling compelled to squeeze more from his workshop staff. He hoped that this assessment would yield a greater number of successful candidates. No, I shall seek out old Su. Having received his letter of introduction, Yang Xiaodao placed it in his storage space, eager to visit the library after work. He had confirmed that the library remained open until 9 in the evening, allowing ample time to reach it after his shift. Otherwise, waiting until the weekend would mean several days of delay, which he wished to avoid. Moreover, he was curious about the benefits of advancing the machinist certification to level 2. After work, Yang Xiaodao bid farewell to his colleagues and was the first to leave the factory. He met Xiao Wei at the entrance, and together they boarded the bus to the XC District Library. The XC District Library, the nearest library to the Sihiyuan, may have been established only 2 years ago, yet it undeniably embodies the essence of a library, housing a substantial collection of books. After a half-hour journey, Yang Xiaodao arrived at the library, gazing at its modest walls. While it may not surpass the libraries of second-rate institutions from his past life, it offers access to knowledge for many individuals like himself. Ascending the concrete steps, he observed the slogans emblazoned upon the lime-washed walls. Books are the source of wisdom, the ladder of human progress. As he stepped through the entrance, it felt as if he had entered an entirely different realm. The ambience was serene and tranquil. Rows of bookshelves brimmed with volumes, and the air was infused with the scent of ink and paper. In front of each shelf, individuals sat or stood, engrossed in their readings. Some selected books to carry to a nearby reading area, eagerly absorbing the knowledge contained within. As dusk settled, the library's lights illuminated the path for those devoted to their studies. Standing there, Yang Xiaodao felt a sense of disconnection from the true scholars around him. For his pursuit of knowledge was driven by the demands of the system, grades, and the necessities of life. Yet, reflecting on the scene before him, he pondered whether those present were not also here in search of a better existence. Life encompasses not only the mundane struggles of the present, but also the poetry and promise of the future. Hello, comrade, he greeted as he approached the librarian. On the simple wooden desk lay a stack of books, and seated behind it was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Hello, how may I assist you? She inquired. In comparison to the service personnel at the supply and marketing cooperative, the librarian exuded a customer-centric attitude reminiscent of a future where the patron is revered as the essence of service. This, perhaps, exemplifies the distinction between those who pursue knowledge and those who do not. At the very least, it reflects the quality of human interaction. Greetings, I am a steelworker, and I wish to apply for a library card. With that, Yang Xiaodao presented his introduction letter. The administrator glanced at it briefly, without verification, and proceeded to process the library card. In no time, he received a small booklet, the library card of this era. It bore Yang Xiaodao's name, place of origin, and workplace. The subsequent pages contained the titles of the books he was to borrow, facilitating management. Reading in the library was free. Yet to take a book home would require a deposit of 10 cents per volume, refundable upon its return in undamaged condition. This meant that with merely 10 cents and ample time, one could peruse the entire collection of the library. However, time was indeed a prerequisite. Having secured his library card, Yang Xiaodao wandered around the library and selected 5 books, which were essentially one book divided into 5 volumes, titled Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government. At this moment, Yang Xiaodao realized that engaging with such historical literature not only captivated his interest, but also served as a delightful respite from daily life. Most importantly, this book was available in vernacular Chinese, unlike the obscure classical texts procured from the recycling station. As for modern literature, he deemed it better suited for a later time. Of course, Yang Xiaodao had no intention of utilizing his storage space for the library's books. He could not afford to lose them and wished not to tarnish the dignity of a reader. Approaching the counter, he registered the books and paid 50 cents before departing the library. Upon returning home, night had already fallen. As he passed by the front yard, only the light remained on at Uncle San's house, while others had long since extinguished their lamps and retired for the night. At this hour, it was likely around 7 or 8 o'clock. Indeed, we find ourselves in an era remarkably devoid of entertainment. It is hardly surprising that attending a film has become a grand affair in the vicinity. Upon returning home, I ignite the kerosene lamp and stoke the stove. I warm 2 boxes of steamed buns and finish them off with the leftover dishes. At this moment, Xiao Wei is also frolicking about, evidently brimming with excitement. In recent days, she has been absorbing solar energy, which has significantly replenished the vitality she shares with Yang Xiaodao. Each day brings subtle improvements, gradually enhancing his physical condition. If this continues, it won't be long before he becomes an athlete. Of course, this little creature holds immense potential. Once the weather warms, I shall create a paradise for you. Yang Xiaodao, playfully teasing the little one, is filled with hope for the future. After dinner, Xiao Wei, as usual, retreats into the wooden structure, occasionally peeking out to observe Yang Xiaodao as he reads. As night falls, Yang Xiaodao delves into his first book, which chronicles the events of the Zhou, Qin, and Han dynasties. From the very first page, he becomes utterly engrossed, unable to tear himself away. Perhaps this is the allure of historical reading. It extends into the midnight hour, the lamp still aglow. Beneath the dim light of the kerosene lamp, Yang Xiaodao feels no fatigue. Rather, he is invigorated. Each article he completes offers him insights and knowledge, and upon finishing the last piece, he gently closes the book, only to realize that dawn has begun to break in the east, and the night has slipped away. Ding! The host has roughly completed 1/5 of the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government and has earned 25 credits. Ding! The host currently possesses 512 credits. Would you like to spend 500 credits to enhance your blacksmithing level? Yang Xiaodao stifled a yawn and rubbed his weary eyes, subsequently stretching languidly. In that moment of clarity, he realized that his credits had diminished from 512 to 12. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your primary skill in machining has reached level 2. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a monetary reward of 100 yuan. 1 strength pill has been awarded. Your storage space has increased by 10 cubic meters, bringing your total to 110 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your primary skill has attained level 2, unlocking the exchange panel, which now contains 3 slots. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your primary skill has reached level 2, granting you the subskill of fishing. Yang Xiaodao felt a continuous ringing in his mind, and his previously sluggish brain suddenly became invigorated. At the table, the atmosphere was vibrant. The old patriarch sipped his drink, a satisfied expression adorning his face. In conclusion, he addressed Director Wang and another individual, saying, "My dear brother Chun, I must entrust you with a matter." Director Wang, a formidable woman, enjoyed her drink heartily. "Old secretary, please, do not hesitate to speak." Elder Chen nodded in agreement with a smile. The old patriarch set down his cup and lamented, "This is my fault. I failed to see clearly back then and arranged a marriage for Xiaodao. Now that things have come to this point, further discussion seems futile. I fear this child may feel uneasy, becoming obstinate, and struggling to find a partner. Therefore, I kindly ask you to assist him, to ensure that his family line does not come to an end." Director Wang nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him that this task was manageable, as it was a routine affair conducted annually by the street office. Yang Xiaotao wished to express some unhurried thoughts, yet he refrained from doing so under the watchful gaze of Elder Yang. After lunch, he and Yang Shitu ventured to purchase seeds, leaving Elder Yang to rest at home. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Yang Shitu procured a variety of seeds in accordance with the village's needs, and Yang Xiaotao seized the opportunity to acquire a few as well. There were cabbages, potatoes, eggplants, and tomatoes, albeit in modest quantities. Xiaotao, with such an assortment, where do you intend to plant them? Yang Shitu inquired. I plan to tidy up the courtyard and cultivate some vegetables for our future enjoyment, Xiaotao replied. Yang Shitu nodded. In their rural community, every household boasted a vegetable garden, which not only provided sustenance, but also allowed for the sale of surplus to supplement their income. Upon returning home, Yang Shitu produced a small bag of beans and an egg before heading to the alley to feed the donkey. The children at the alley's entrance gazed in astonishment as they witnessed the donkey consuming an egg, their eyes filled with envy. However, to Yang Xiaotao, this was entirely commonplace. One must understand that a donkey at this time bore considerable responsibilities. It facilitated transportation within the village, aided in agricultural endeavors, and was essential for travel. Thus, such a creature was a precious asset, often scarce in ordinary villages. Consequently, families willingly sacrificed their own provisions to ensure the donkey was well fed, for its contributions far outweighed the cost of its upkeep. Once their business was concluded, Elder Yang prepared to return home. This journey was akin to a distant expedition. Xiaotao wrapped the remaining meat and wine in paper and placed it upon the donkey cart, an action Elder Yang did not contest. However, when Xiaotao produced 70 yuan, Elder Yang's expression turned grave, and he firmly declined. Even Director Wang, who had accompanied them to see them off, was taken aback. This sum of money is quite substantial. Grandfather, my monthly salary in the city suffices for my needs. Moreover, this is a reward that I intend to use to assist those in need, which is also something the higher-ups would appreciate. Please take this money back and give it to those in the village who require it. Consider it a small token from my father and me. Seeing that Yang Xiaotao was resolute in his decision, Grandfather Yang found it difficult to refuse, though other thoughts began to form in his mind. Before departing, Grandfather Yang called Yang Xiaotao to his side, his gnarled hands gently stroking the boy's head. Child, my time is limited. It is not easy for me to see you once more. From now on, you must forge your own path. The men from Yang family village do not seek trouble, yet they are not afraid of it either. Do return to the village when you can. That is where your roots lie. Yang Xiaotao's eyes brimmed with tears, and he nodded silently. With a wave of his hand, Grandfather Yang's donkey cart moved forward, slowly disappearing from view. Only after the cart was no longer in sight did Yang Xiaotao turn to walk back with Director Wang. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Director Wang smiled, increasingly pleased with Yang Xiaotao, for his willingness to share the money with his hometown clearly indicated he was not a selfish individual. Conversely, he found himself growing more critical of the three stewards in the courtyard. He thought to himself that while he maintained a friendly demeanor, expressing gratitude towards Aunt Wang might sour her mood. In the future, if you need anything, come find me at number 3 Wang Family Alley. Just ask around and you'll know where to go. Yes, Aunt Wang. Actually, regarding what Grandfather mentioned about finding a wife, Yang Xiaotao began, but Director Wang, thinking he was eager, was taken aback when Yang Xiaotao continued. I would prefer to wait a while. I am merely 18. Had it not been for my father's predicament, I would not have to face such circumstances so early. Director Wang was momentarily taken aback, then promptly inquired, Xiaotao, you do not harbor any resentment regarding this matter, do you? No, not at all. I am quite earnest. You are aware that I have just embarked on my journey at the steel mill. I must enhance my skills in order to improve my quality of life. I simply wish to wait until my abilities have flourished and my earnings have increased before seeking a spouse, so as not to disadvantage her. As Yang Xiaotao spoke, his words became somewhat disjointed, yet Director Wang, with her wealth of experience, discerned that he genuinely did not wish to marry at this moment. This sentiment was undoubtedly linked to prior events, but she understood that matters of the heart should not be rushed and required a gradual approach. Very well. I shall keep an eye out for you and will inform you should a suitable match arise. Ah, thank you, Aunt Wang. Spare me the thanks, you little rascal. When the time comes, Do come by my house to familiarize yourself. We shall be relatives, after all. Do not pretend not to recognize me when we meet. Understood. The two agreed on a time and parted ways at the alley's entrance. Meanwhile, Old Master sat in the vehicle, with young Shirtu hesitantly lingering beside him. With a resounding clap to his forehead, Old Master exclaimed, "Shirtu, speak your mind. Why are you so hesitant?" Shirtu chuckled nervously. "Old Master, about the money. What of it? Do you wish to have it?" "And no, it's not that. It's just that the house of second uncle has collapsed. I was wondering if you could." His voice dwindled to a whisper by the end. Old Master sighed, then declared with a hearty tone, "This money shall be used to repair the houses of the entire village. We cannot allow such collapses to occur again in the future." "Ah, splendid." Shirtu was overwhelmed with joy, swinging the whip in his hand. "Moreover, I wish to renovate my old house. Henceforth, it shall become the ancestral home of Yang Xiaodao." Shirtu paused for a moment, but soon his delight intensified. "Ah, wonderful, truly wonderful. This is what it means to be a family. In the countryside, as long as there is a house, one has roots, one is a family. Let us hasten our journey home to reunite with old friends and indulge in another feast." The old man patted the nearby wine bottle and paper bundle, his smile radiant. The elders settled comfortably, guiding the evening. In the courtyard of the Jia family, ever since the arrival of the young elders, Qin Huairu ushered Jia Zhangshi home, where they remained quietly indoors, refraining from venturing out or engaging in any tasks. Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu understood the situation, resulting in an unusually tranquil atmosphere at the Jia household today. It was only at this moment that the door opened. Qin Huairu was washing clothes in a basin while exchanging greetings with the neighboring residents. However, the once warm neighbors, following today's events, exhibited a subtle distance, rendering her recent efforts futile. With a forced smile, Qin Huairu was beset by inner turmoil. Similarly, the usually lively Shaju remained indoors. He was naive, yet not truly foolish, hailing from the countryside, especially as a relative of a martyr, having fought the Japanese and taken lives. His fierce gaze was intimidating. Yizhanghai did not return home. Instead, he ventured to the residence of the deaf old lady in the backyard, uncertain, eager to hear her counsel. Today, the deaf old woman remained in the backyard, yet she was not truly deaf, as she could hear clearly the happenings in the courtyard. Upon realizing that the newcomers were the loyal family members, she could no longer bear to listen. Being in their presence felt like showing off in front of a master craftsman, prompting her to turn away and retreat into the house. "Old man, you must strive for fairness regarding matters in this courtyard from now on," she remarked. "Moreover, I have come to understand Yang Xiaotao. As long as you do not provoke him, he will not assert himself. Henceforth, let us disregard him, ensuring that Shaju and the Jia family do not engage with him. This courtyard must maintain its stability." Yizhanghai nodded, recognizing that the current stability was essential for future planning. "Old man, are you truly letting go?" The old woman redirected the conversation. "You are not yet 50, and Auntie also has time. Why not give it a try?" She continued. "You must understand that the children of others can never compare to one's own. At my age, it is too late for regrets." Yizhanghai's expression turned somber. "Dear lady, you are well aware of the expenses we have incurred over the years. While the financial aspect is one matter, the truth is that we simply lack the fate to be together. If all else fails, consider adopting a child. There is still time for that." "We shall see," he replied. In the backyard, after second uncle returned home, he learned about today's events, particularly the accolades received. He felt a pang of resentment towards second aunt for not having called him back. He had missed such a glorious occasion and regretted it deeply. As for the subsequent matters, he was also informed and realized that he could no longer treat Yang Xiaodao as he had in the past. However, he found it difficult to change his attitude immediately, unless Yang Xiaotao were to truly assist him. In the household of Uncle San, Yin Fugui held a handful of peanuts and addressed Aunt San, saying, "Look, we once thought this lad was all alone and easy to bully. But mark my words, from now on, anyone who dares to cross him will be stirring a hornet's nest." Aunt Sin nodded, caressing her belly, pondering the 70 yuan that was given without hesitation, exclaiming how remarkable it was. Yang Xiaodao had not shied away from displaying his generosity. Many in the front yard had witnessed it. This is what family means. Yin Fugui reflected. Although he was an outsider in the courtyard, the Yin family lacked such substantial backing. From now on, make an effort to associate more with Yang Xiaotao at home. Indeed. Meanwhile, in the Su household, Su Damao sulked over his meal. grumbling about a bunch of country bumpkins who had no reason to be so arrogant. A sudden crack resounded as Sue's father struck the back of his hand with his chopsticks, causing Su Damao to flinch. Sue's mother immediately reprimanded. "Why on earth are you behaving like that? What? Is that something to say lightly?" Sue's father replied gravely. Su Damao realized he had misspoken and quickly turned his gaze towards the window. In these times, poverty was seen as a badge of honor, especially given that the other party was a lineage of loyal heroes. Should anyone overhear disparaging remarks about the martyrs, a public denunciation would be inevitable. From now on, think before you speak, Sue's father admonished, setting down his chopsticks. He further advised, stay clear of Yang Xiaotao. Those people, if provoked, will not hold back. Su Damao lowered his head, intently shoveling food onto his plate. As dawn broke, though it was only around 4 or 5 o'clock, Yang Xiaotao extinguished the lamp, stretched his body, and then lay down on his bed. Seizing the moment, he quickly indulged in a brief nap while contemplating the benefits he had just acquired. In his mind, the attributes panel reappeared. Yang Xiaotao age, 19 credits, 12 primary skill, level 2 machinist subskill, level 0 fishing redemption points, 3 pet. Would sprite this simple panel, albeit modest, brought a significant shock to Yang Xiaotao. First and foremost, he had 100 yuan, an amount of currency that holds value regardless of the world. While wealth is not omnipotent, the absence of it is undeniably crippling. 100 yuan could procure a multitude of items, at the very least, a reliable alarm clock. His household also required a timepiece to keep track of the hours. Next was the power pill, an item shrouded in mystery. However, given that the system itself was a colossal anomaly, the existence of the power pill hardly seemed surprising. He was curious to discover the effects of consuming this pill. With that thought, Yang Xiaotao retrieved the power pill, about the size of a longan, its surface gleaming in gold, and it bore no discernible scent. Closing his eyes, he placed the power pill into his mouth. It bore a resemblance to chocolate. Feeling no immediate change after swallowing it, Yang Xiaotao chose to disregard it for the moment and continued his exploration. The spatial increase of 10 cubic meters effectively alleviated the problem of accumulating supplies, and it also illuminated the possibility that upgrading could enhance his storage capacity. Upon reaching level 2 in his primary skill, an overwhelming influx of knowledge and experience regarding level 2 machinist techniques surged into him. Fortunately, owing to his previous experiences, he found himself more adept at this method of assimilation this time. In less than 5 minutes, he had absorbed all the knowledge. Now, all that remained was practice. By intertwining theory with practical application, everything would naturally fall into place, transforming into his own expertise. The primary skills have advanced, and secondary skills have emerged as well, such as fishing. This particular skill is also elevated through credits, much like the proficiency in metalworking. As one's level increases, experience in fishing is gained, making the act of angling considerably easier. However, the level of secondary skills cannot surpass that of the primary skill, meaning that whatever level one attains in metalworking, the maximum level for fishing remains the same. Mastering the art of fishing provides an additional source of income. In these times, fishing is perfectly legal. The catch can be exchanged for goods or savored at one's leisure. This skill has become essential for many. And Uncle San in the front yard is a master angler. It remains a mystery what level Uncle San has attained in fishing. Next, there is the exchange section, which consists of 3 boxes resembling game skill frames. Each frame contains an item available for exchange, along with the requisite credits listed beneath. Further along, there is the refresh interval for items, currently appearing to be once a week. The items that refresh vary and are not fixed. At this moment, the 3 items available are instant noodles, 5 credits box, sanitary napkins, 1 credit package, and a Type 10 military canteen, 20 credits each. Upon observing these items, particularly the sanitary napkins, Yang Xiaotao realized how unreliable the offerings were. In this era, sanitary napkins have yet to become widespread, only gaining recognition around the 1980s as a boon for women in Huaxia. This item could potentially be exchanged for once he has a wife. Yang Xiaotao chose not to dwell on the latter items, instead focusing on the instant noodles, his heart brimming with delight. Instant noodles. With this item, what does it matter if he cannot cook? He may lack culinary skills, but he certainly knows how to prepare instant noodles. Moreover, it comes equipped with a variety of seasonings, and the dish it produces is no less delectable than contemporary cuisine. Furthermore, it appears that this item has only recently emerged and will not be widely promoted for another couple of years. As of now, It has yet to make an appearance domestically, allowing one to potentially seize the opportunity before competitors do. Lastly, there is the Type 10 military water bottle. The majority of water bottles available in the country are relics from the wartime era, few in circulation and riddled with various issues. In contrast, this modern water bottle, crafted using advanced manufacturing techniques, boasts a more refined appearance. Its cap employs a silicone gasket as a sealing material, ensuring prolonged airtightness. The bottle sleeve is enveloped in digital camouflage fabric, effectively shielding it from external friction and impacts. However, at 20 credits, it does seem somewhat pricey. As Yang Xiaotao pondered over this, a sudden warmth surged through his body, followed by a sharp pain in his head, causing him to faint instantly. When the sun emerged, its rays streamed through the window, and Xiao Wei joyfully bounded over to Yang Xiaotao's head. As Yang Xiaotao gradually regained consciousness, he heard soft sounds in his vicinity. What time is it? Is someone up in the courtyard? Xiao Wei wiggled about, and Yang Xiaotao understood that there was still time before work began. At that moment, the desire to purchase an alarm clock intensified. As he sat up, Yang Xiaotao suddenly froze. He raised his arm and clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He lifted his hand to survey the room, aiming at the table, yet hesitating to strike it. The wall? Perhaps not. Finally, he dashed outside, gesturing towards the stone tiles on the ground, and then unleashed a powerful strike. With a resounding thud, his fist plunged directly into the ground, shattering the stone tiles into a myriad of fragments that scattered in all directions. Thud, thud, thud. Yang Xiaotao unleashed a series of punches, this time holding back his full strength. Yet each blow reduced the debris to even smaller pieces. My goodness, this strength-enhancing pill truly lives up to its reputation. My power is undeniably formidable. I must find an opportunity to spar with Shaju, the martial god of this courtyard, to ascertain my own level of prowess. It would be unfortunate to inadvertently cause harm while testing my strength. That would spoil the fun. Clearing the shattered stones aside, Yang Xiaotao noticed someone stirring in the courtyard and hurried back indoors. His excitement had restored some of his previously lacking energy. Ah, instant noodles. As the thought of the instant noodles available for exchange crossed his mind, Yang Xiaotao felt a surge of enthusiasm. This delicacy would certainly alleviate the burden of cooking. With this in mind, he promptly spent 5 credits to redeem a box of instant noodles. In an instant, a wooden crate materialized in his storage space, which he retrieved and placed on the floor. Upon opening the crate, he discovered neatly arranged packages of square instant noodles. Counting them, he found a total of 100 packages, all from the White Elephant brand. These were further categorized into 4 varieties: braised beef, old hen soup, pork bone soup, and golden sour pickled fish soup. Each type contained an assortment of seasoning packets, accommodating various tastes for those who prefer spiciness, saltiness, or the original flavor. Truly, a delightful array. No, I only have 1 week. I must save more. Yang Xiaotao recalled that time stood still in his storage space, ensuring that nothing would expire. In the pages of a book lies a treasure trove. Indeed, the wisdom of our ancestors has not misled me. At this moment, Yang Xiaotao profoundly realizes the benefits that reading brings. Through the pursuit of knowledge, one can secure sustenance. He retrieves a packet of old hen noodle soup, and upon opening it, an enticing aroma of chicken wafts through the air, awakening his long-buried appetite. He washes his face, scrubs the pot, and boils water. Then, he empties the contents of the instant noodle packet into the pot, discarding the seasoning, soup, and oil packets without hesitation, ensuring to incinerate the packaging on the stove to erase all traces. The pot soon fills with a rich, oily concoction, the fragrance permeating the entire house. Clearly, the instant noodles produced by the system are crafted with care, offering a feast for the senses. Yet, it lacks the final touch. He retrieves an egg and gently cracks it, allowing the bright yolk to join the simmering mixture, the protein rapidly coagulating, creating a striking contrast of white and orange. Moments later, he adds the final vegetable packet. After 3 minutes, the noodles are ready, a generous serving of golden strands topped with the egg, garnished with green onions and cilantro. Yang Xiaotao lifts his chopsticks, plunges them in, and takes a mouthful, nearly moved to tears. At last, he savors the instant noodles once more. The same flavor, the same comfort. In the room, as Yang Xiaotao indulges in his meal, the others in the courtyard wear expressions of discontent. Shaju stands at his doorstep, having just washed his face, when he catches a whiff of the delectable aroma in the air. Is that chicken? No, The scent is too potent for mere chicken. Is it cilantro? Where could that be coming from? Shaju swallows hard, convinced that the fragrance is undeniably authentic. Could it be that a master chef is hidden within the courtyard? He stands there, momentarily taken aback. The nose once again caught the scent, the footsteps moving towards the source of the most intense aroma. Silly Zhu, what poison have you released so early in the morning? Are we even allowed to eat? Su Damao rushed out from the backyard. He had been relishing a bowl of corn porridge paired with pickles at home, but now, upon catching this fragrance, it felt as though he was merely consuming wood. Silly Mao, are your ears and eyes not functioning? Which eye of yours saw me releasing poison? Silly Zhu retorted, slightly irritated, yet at that moment, he had already pinpointed the origin of the delightful scent. The commotion in the courtyard, coupled with the enticing aroma in the air, drew more people closer. Silly Zhu Damao, what is happening? It smells so good. The Jia Dongshu family hurried over, with Jia Zhangshi swallowing hard as she inhaled the fragrant air. Someone must be stewing chicken, right? Not even sharing a taste with everyone. How petty. Jia Zhangshi mused, contemplating whether to procure a bit for herself later, reasoning that as an elder, taking a little would be considered filial piety. Ah, old master, you're here too. Qin Huairu greeted the old master promptly. He nodded. Silly Zhu, what is going on? Are you stewing chicken at home? Silly Zhu quickly nodded and pointed towards Yang Xiaotao's house. It's not me. The aroma is emanating from there. The crowd turned their attention to Yang Xiaotao's residence, and immediately, the enthusiasm waned. Many had already started heading towards the house, and upon realizing it was Yang Xiaotao, Jia Zhangshi felt a pang of resentment. This time, retrieval was impossible. She was acutely aware of the relationship with Yang Xiaotao's family. If she were to barge in and take something, she would surely face a beating. And if beaten, she would deserve it, for they had previously agreed to remain distant. A pact that even the three elders could not alter. The gluttonous and selfish individual, having overindulged, returned home grumbling, followed closely by Qin Huairu, her countenance somewhat despondent. Everyone, let's head back. We still have work to attend to, announced Uncle Yi Zhonghai, prompting the crowd to disperse. Silly Zhu, smacking his lips, harbored doubts about Yang Xiaotao's culinary skills, yet could not deny the excellence of the dish. Could it be that he is a hidden talent? Confused, Silly Zhu turned and made his way home. Su Damao snorted in disdain, recalling his father's instructions, and headed towards the courtyard's exit. As the crowd scattered, Yi Zhonghai couldn't help but chuckle. Let them eat. Let everyone know. Just wait and see. In the morning, after a hearty breakfast, Yang Xiaotao felt invigorated for the day ahead. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Old Man Shun, who appeared quite anxious. What troubles you, sir? Yang Xiaotao inquired promptly. Old Man Shun leaned in, speaking softly about the recent events. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaotao realized with dismay that he had overlooked the envious beasts. Such creatures are indifferent to the reasons for your success. If they perceive you as superior, they will not hesitate to lash out. Yang Xiaotao could almost envision the disdainful smirks on the faces of the Jia family members, surely ready to hurl insults. Shaking his head, Yang Xiaotao declared loudly, "This morning's delicious noodles were merely made from the leftover chicken soup from yesterday. Who would have guessed it would be so flavorful?" Understanding dawned on Old Man Shun, who smiled in response. "Hurry to work then. Don't waste any more time." "All right, I'm off." Yang Xiaotao left with a smile, but as soon as he stepped outside, his expression grew serious. He had said all that needed to be said. Understanding human conversation was essential. However, if anyone sought confrontation because of this, he would not tolerate it. At this moment, Yang Xiaotao's fists were filled with strength. Nevertheless, he would have to avoid the residents of the compound when it came to indulging in delicacies. Fortunately, Xiao Wei would be able to assist him. "Right, Xiao Wei?" A soft echo of Xiao Wei's voice resonated in his mind as Yang Xiaotao made his way to the factory. Upon arriving at the workshop, he organized his tools and commenced his work. Now, Yang Xiaotao had not only experienced a qualitative enhancement in his skills, but had also significantly increased his physical strength. After all, being a machinist required considerable physical effort. Processing components necessitated not only technical proficiency, but also robust physicality. Without it, even lifting the tools would be a challenge, let alone performing the tasks effectively. Yang Xiaotao even speculated that the reward of the strength-enhancing pills was intended to facilitate his future advancement as a machinist. However, for Yang Xiaotao, machinist skills were merely a facet of life, while the benefits bestowed by the strength pills were comprehensive. The body is the foundation of revolution, and strength is its backbone. Throughout the morning, Yang Xiaotao diligently engaged in his usual tasks. His skilled execution, combined with his enhanced physical power, allowed him to complete what would typically take a full day in just half a day, astonishing his colleagues, including Wang Fa. "Xiaotao, you have truly unleashed your potential," Wang Fa exclaimed, examining a workpiece closely, then picking up another. Both were nearly identical and of exceptionally high quality. A smile spread across his face, realizing that this individual effort had significantly elevated the efficiency of their group. "Wang Gu, are we not preparing for the assessment? This is a perfect opportunity to practice," Yang Xiaotao humbly remarked. His colleague, Che Wenwei, gestured animatedly towards the workpieces, exclaiming, "Old Wang, I believe we can take on more tasks for the level 3 workpieces. Xiaotao's abilities are not inferior to mine." Nearby, Li Nan and others displayed expressions of astonishment. Is this truly the Yang Xiaotao they knew? Particularly Li Wei, a level 2 machinist who found it quite challenging to process level 3 components. How could there be such a vast difference among those at the same level? In merely 4 months, his skills had nearly reached that of a level 3 machinist. How could the veteran employees cope with this? Suddenly, several cries of dismay erupted. However, their words were merely superficial. They genuinely felt happy for Yang Xiaotao, as they were all part of the same team and shared a good rapport. Having been cared for by Yang's father in the past, they regarded Yang Xiaotao almost as family. Wang Fa nodded and then hurried off to speak with the supervisor. Before lunchtime, Wang Fa secured new tasks along with some ambiguous good news. "This time, let us put in extra effort. This month's advanced group will be ours." Upon hearing this, Xing Jiechi immediately leapt to his feet. The advanced group meant half a gene of pork. They were all in for the challenge. Level 3 machinist Che Wenwei rubbed his hands together, and all eyes turned toward Yang Xiaotao. He nodded in agreement. After all, the essence of a level 2 machinist experience had been distilled from decades of wisdom in his previous life. At this level, he was already approaching the skill set of a contemporary level 3 machinist. Thus, processing level 3 components was merely a matter of caution, and it posed no real challenge. At noon, during lunch, due to the morning's instant noodles, Shaju deliberately smiled while serving the meal, but his aging face, which appeared more haggard when he smiled, only accentuated his years. "Xiaotao, what delectable dish did you prepare this morning? The aroma is so enticing that it permeates the entire courtyard," he remarked. Not wishing to engage too deeply with someone like Shaju, who was akin to a sycophant, Yang Xiaotao refrained from delivering a harsh rebuke, considering this man was not a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing like Jia's family. The flavor of the courtyard was undeniably altered in Shaju's absence. "Oh, it's merely some leftover chicken broth from yesterday with a bit of noodles added. The dishes were all prepared by the owner of the Yongjun restaurant," he replied succinctly before departing with his lunchbox. However, Shaju took note of this and resolved to visit the Yongjun restaurant when time permitted, eager to exchange culinary insights if indeed the chef was as skilled as claimed. After lunch, Yang Xiaotao moved to a quiet corner, retrieving the comprehensive mirror to aid in government to continue his reading. Following that, he closed his eyes for about 10 minutes to rest before returning to his work. During the midday meal, news of Yang Xiaotao's skill enhancement spread among his group. The neighboring teams soon caught wind of it as well, given the obvious tasks at hand. Many expressed their astonishment, speculating that the Wang Fa team would soon boast 2 level 3 workers, and potentially even advancements to level 4, 5, or higher in the future. There was no denying that Yang Xiaotao's demonstrated talent and youth indicated a promising trajectory on the path of a machinist. As the excitement grew, so did the speed at which the news circulated. In the workshop, Yi Zhonghai also heard the whispers of this remarkable development. Yang Xiaotao's ability to achieve level 2 in such a short span, and even to attempt the crafting of level 3 components, truly exceeded his expectations. Regret lingers in his heart. Had he cultivated a better relationship from the outset, he might have taken him on as a disciple, and perhaps the future would have held greater promise. Yet now, it is too late. Beside him, Jia Dongxiu's expression falters upon hearing the news. Having laboriously served in this position for 3 years, he had hoped to pass the assessment last year, only to find the examination's difficulty escalated, resulting in his failure. Now, the fact that Yang Xiaotao too is set to take the second-level exam, with rumors circulating confidently, leaves him feeling disgruntled. "Master, this time I will surely succeed," Jia Dongxiu, noticing his mentor Yi Zhonghai's momentary distraction, hastily assures him. Yi Zhonghai regains his focus and regards Jia Dongxiu with earnestness. Deeply invested in this apprentice, he has always been forthcoming with guidance and knowledge. However, mastering the craft of a machinist requires not only diligence but also innate talent. Otherwise, many seasoned machinists would not linger at the first and second levels. In Yi Zhonghai's estimation, Jia Dongshu possesses some talent, yet he lacks the perseverance needed. His mind often wanders, distracted by thoughts unknown. With your abilities, performing at a normal level should be no trouble. Yi Zhonghai refrains from discouraging him on this matter. At this juncture, encouragement is paramount to bolster Jia Dongshu's confidence for the second-level exam. At the very least, he must not fall short of Yang Xiaodao. How else could they hold their heads high as a master and disciple in the courtyard? Meanwhile, Yang Xiaodao has commenced work on a third-level component, executing his techniques with precision, leaving Wang Fa with no grounds for criticism, thus allowing him to relax. After completing his afternoon shift, Yang Xiaodao departs the factory with his colleagues. However, he does not rush home. Instead, he makes a stop at the supply and marketing cooperative, intending to purchase an alarm clock. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Yang Xiaodao encountered the familiar indifference of the sales clerk, a demeanor to which he had long since grown accustomed. He promptly presented his ticket for an alarm clock, articulating his intent. We have models from Feishing, Taimao, and Bainiao. Which one would you prefer? The clerk arranged the 3 clocks upon the counter and inquired about their prices. The Feishing clock was priced at 11 yuan, the Taimao at 9 yuan and 80 fun, while the Bainiao was the most economical at 8 yuan and 20 fun. Yang Xiaodao scrutinized the 3 timepieces, noting their similar appearances, and ultimately opted for the most affordable option, the Bainiao. In these times, the quality is largely comparable, with all being products of integrity. Besides, an alarm clock merely serves the purpose of telling time. Having one is sufficient. After completing the transaction and receiving his receipt, Yang Xiaodao made his way home. The clock in hand, his household's first significant possession. Although it lacked the capabilities of a sophisticated model, it nonetheless stood as one of the few substantial items within the courtyard. This was merely the beginning, as Yang Xiaodao held firm in his belief that through his own diligence and the support of the system, he would eventually acquire a more advanced timepiece, leading to an improved life. Joyful learning. Learning brings me joy, he hummed a disjointed tune as he stepped into the courtyard. In the following days, Yang Xiaodao paid particular attention to the issue of odors, managing to keep the cooking aromas contained within the confines of his home under the vigilant oversight of Xiao Wei, thus avoiding any incidents of unpleasantness. Those who had been observing him during this period came to believe that the source of the culinary sense was merely the restaurant's chicken soup. In fact, even the simple-minded Zhu had ventured to the restaurant, only to return without any leads. It is understandable, however, in these times. Chefs possess their own unique skills and rarely divulge their secrets. If he was unwilling to even place an order, why would he expect any favorable treatment while attempting to pry into someone else's culinary expertise? Yang Xiaodao, however, was indulging in various delights at home, accumulating credits without much effort. In preparation for the future, his storage space was already filled with 5 boxes of instant noodles, while his credits remained in single digits. On this day, the second day of the second month, known as Dragon Raising Its Head, the steel mill held assessments for its junior employees. Each year, the mill conducts 2 assessments, one for all employees and another specifically for junior workers. This occasion marked the assessment for junior workers, and thus, only a handful of participants were gathered in one workshop, ensuring a fair and equitable process to avoid any allegations of differing difficulties in the questions. Presiding over this assessment was Deputy Factory Director Su Yuanshan, whom Yang Xiaodao was meeting for the first time. Su stood tall and imposing, exuding the aura of a soldier, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room with authority. Leading the assessors was Guo Liang, who, having gained the secretary's favor due to the previous assessment, had become the head of the evaluation team. The assessment commenced swiftly, beginning with the first level. Apprentices from various trades stood before the instruments, receiving their tasks and promptly setting to work. In the crowd, Zhou Peng reflected on Yang Xiaotao's initial guidance as he observed the assessment pieces, calming himself and becoming increasingly adept in his movements. Before long, 5 minutes had elapsed, and a workpiece had taken shape. After a thorough polishing, it was successfully completed. Setting down the finished product, Zhou Peng wiped the nervous sweat from his brow and glanced around, fortuitously spotting Yang Xiaodao. Seeing the thumbs-up gesture from his peer brought a smile to his face. With the first level of assessment concluded, Zhou Peng passed successfully, securing his job and enhancing his welfare benefits, which would significantly improve his family's income. The secondary assessment continued, and Yang Xiaotao stepped forward as instructed. At that moment, he realized that Jia Dongxu was standing beside him. With a cold snort, Jia Dongxu turned his head away, and Yang Xiaota chose not to engage with him. He inspected the machine and prepared the tools thoroughly before awaiting the commencement. In the courtyard, a group of elderly women sat basking in the sunlight, stitching shoe soles and exchanging pleasantries, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Recently, due to Qin Huairu's efforts, the relationship between the Jia family and the Dong family in the West Wing had been steadily improving, coupled with the assistance of sewing machines and small favors exchanged. The Jia family's reputation within the courtyard had significantly enhanced. At present, Jia Zhangshi sat among the women, holding a shoe upper, casually working on it while intermittently discussing recent happenings. Among the gossiping women, Aunt San, visibly pregnant, wore a smile as she held a basket containing children's clothing and some sewing materials, clearly preparing outfits for the little ones. A nearby aunt glanced at Aunt San's prominent belly and inquired, "When is the baby due?" Aunt San gently patted her belly, chuckling, "Around September or October." "Oh dear, there will be one more mouth to feed at home," she mused, yet her heart brimmed with maternal affection rather than despair at the thought. After all, whose family doesn't have 4 or 5 children these days? Aunt chimed in, mentioning that her own son had 3. And had it not been for Lu Hai's advancing age and declining health, she would have genuinely considered having another child. Indeed, once a child is born, there's always food to share. One less mouth to feed means more sustenance for all. Indeed, my household faces similar challenges. It is truly unfortunate. Several elder women expressed their sentiments, and the third aunt nodded in agreement. However, the thought of their husbands having to strategize for a living brought a pang of sorrow to their hearts. Their family, after all, could not compare to others. Not to mention the first and second uncles. Even the simpleton Zhu had a more prosperous life than theirs. Alas, it is old Yin who bears the brunt. With so little income to support an entire family, the third aunt picked up a garment, lamenting as she spoke. The other elder women refrained from responding. As each household grapples with its own burdens, perhaps some families in this courtyard are well off, yet the majority are in a similar plight, if not worse than Yan's. Jia Zhangshi, overhearing from the side, let out a sharp laugh. Indeed, the third uncle, being a public school teacher, earns a mere 30 yuan upon retirement, which is less than a secondary worker at our steel factory. She continued, "In my opinion, the third uncle should consider a career change. With the support of our first and second uncles, he would certainly fare better than as a teacher. After all, raising a few children would be just as manageable." As Jia Zhangshi rambled on, Qin Huairu, who had approached, noticed the increasingly stiff expression on the third aunt's face and hurriedly tugged at her sleeve, urging her to temper her remarks. The third aunt understood the implications and fell silent. She was well aware of the benefits enjoyed by steel factory workers, which are considered quite favorable in this city. However, it was evident that her husband, having dedicated his life to teaching, could not simply transition to factory work. Moreover, it was not as if entering the steel factory was an easy endeavor. Sensing Qin Huairu's discreet pull and observing the changing expressions, Jia Zhangshi realized she had perhaps spoken too freely, yet she did not take it to heart, as the matter was simply as it was. At that moment, a young woman chimed in, remarking that she had heard today was the day for the level assessment, wondering if her husband would be able to advance to level 2. As soon as these words were uttered, someone immediately responded, stating that their own husband was also participating and had been feeling quite anxious these past few days, lacking the energy to work. Was it truly a lack of energy? More likely, it was sheer exhaustion. Come on, am I the sort to distinguish between trivialities? As long as he passes, I am content. But what if he doesn't pass? Someone interjected. If he fails again after 3 years, then he should just stay away from home, came the reply, followed by laughter. At that moment, a man from the steel mill was undergoing his assessment, and as he grasped the workpiece, his hand trembled suddenly, nearly ruining his chance at success. Upon hearing about the assessment, Jia Zhangshi's interest was piqued. "Listen, my Dongxu is being assessed today as well. He assured me he would pass. Soon he will become a level 2 mechanic. That means 33, 5 credits and meat rations." The more Jia Zhangshi spoke, the more elated she became, entirely disregarding Qin Huairu's disapproving glances. Suddenly, Aunt San scoffed, "You said the same last time." Jia Zhangshi abruptly fell silent, casting a cold glance at Aunt San. "This time, it will definitely work. The elder uncle has vouched for him, and he is an esteemed level 8 mechanic. His word is reliable." After saying this, she shot a sidelong glance at Aunt San, asserting, I see some people are simply envious and cannot bear to see others succeed. Aunt Sen ignored her and continued with her work. At that moment, Qin Huairu suddenly began to retch. A sudden turn of events left several women in a state of confusion, including Jia Zhangshi, who found herself pondering what she had eaten that morning. However, it was the third aunt who first grasped the implication and quickly exclaimed, "Huairu, could it be that you are expecting?" As soon as the words left her lips, Jia Zhangshi questioned, "Expecting? What do you mean by that, third aunt?" Ignoring her, the third aunt pressed on, "Huairu, has your monthly cycle arrived this month?" Upon recalling something, Qin Huairu's face lit up with joy. "Third aunt, it has been several days since the month began, and it still hasn't come." The third aunt chuckled, "You should hurry and check. Perhaps your family is about to welcome another pair of chopsticks." At that moment, Jia Zhangshi comprehended the situation, glancing at Qin Huairu's belly and counting the days. Recalling the sounds that had echoed through the night, her face radiated with excitement as she promptly took Qin Huairu's hand and declared, "Let us go find out." With that, they set off towards the small clinic outside the alley. Meanwhile, at the steel mill, the secondary assessment was in full swing. The topics for this evaluation were as notoriously challenging as ever, prompting occasional sighs from the first-level workers who, disheartened, abandoned their stations. Despite this, Yang Xiaodao remained undistracted. Even with a high degree of confidence, he devoted his full attention to his work, watching as the piece in his hands gradually took shape over time. Nearby, however, Jia Dongxi was restless. Though he too was engaged with his task, there lingered an ineffable sense of incompleteness, as though something were amiss. Casting a glance at Yang Xiaodao, who had already completed half of his work, he felt a surge of frustration, prompting him to hasten his pace. In the workshop, individuals continuously departed in failure, leaving an ever-dwindling number of workers behind. Su Yuanshan engaged in conversation with several workshop supervisors, showing little concern for the assessment of these junior workers. The most pressing need in the workshop remained for skilled laborers of level 4 and above, whose scarcity severely constrained the factory's production capacity. Factory director, "We are short 2 machines in workshop 3. Could you possibly devise a solution?" Director Wang interjected, prompting stifled laughter among the other supervisors, who found amusement in Wang's persistent quest for a month to address this issue. Su Yuanshan felt exasperated. He held a significant regard for this capable subordinate. Yet acquiring steel rolling machines was not a matter of simple procurement. Did they not comprehend the current state of the nation? Aside from the Northern Ally, who else could provide such equipment? Casting a glance at Wang Guodong, he tersely remarked, "You inquire of me, but who should I ask in turn?" Wang Guodong lowered his head with a sigh. "You all understand where our rolling mill machinery originated. Securing such equipment relies entirely on whether it is offered to us. These machines were merely the cast-offs of others. Furthermore, we are not the only ones vying for these resources. Several factories in Luoyang and Chang'an have their eyes on them as well." Wang Guodong fell silent, muttering under his breath, "Sending an engineer would suffice, surely. 2 rolling machines could be repaired somehow." Upon hearing this, the supervisors turned their gazes towards Su Yuanshan. Over the years, their factory had several damaged rolling machines lying in storage. Repair? What resources were available for such an endeavor? The 2 level 9 engineers in their factory had stated that domestic experts were of no use in this regard. Only specialists familiar with the structure of rolling machines from their northern ally would suffice. This situation is quite uncertain. It would be far more pragmatic to enhance the workers' capabilities. A few individuals, upon hearing this, appeared as dejected as frostbitten eggplants, enveloped in despair. "In our factory, we have nearly 2,000 machinists. Yet we lack anyone skilled in repairs." Wang Guodong, thumping his thigh, expressed his frustration vehemently. Others shared his sentiment. In this day and age, there are several level 8 machinists, but truly few level 9 engineers. After all, the 2 belong to distinct systems. Level 8 machinists are part of the worker system, while engineers belong to the technician system. Naturally, in today's environment, workers are in higher demand. To put it simply, a level 8 worker possesses far greater prowess than an ordinary technician and commands respect wherever they go. Conversely, for a worker to ascend to the rank of engineer, they must acquire theoretical knowledge and transition into a managerial role. This is, in fact, the principal reason why most individuals are reluctant to pursue a career as an engineer. Suddenly, a chorus of admiration arose from the crowd, with several exclaiming, "Wow, that's impressive. Brother Tao is remarkable." At this moment, several department heads turned their attention toward the source of the commotion. Wang Guodong, observing for a moment, broke into a smile. He's from our workshop. You know him. It's old Yang's son. Old Yang. Wasn't he just promoted a few months ago? How has this young man already attained level 2? One workshop director exclaimed in astonishment. In less than 4 months, achieving the status of a level 2 machinist is quite an extraordinary feat. Su Yuanshan also became intrigued and inquired about the matter, to which Wang Guodong provided an honest account. This lad is eager to learn. He spends his breaks engrossed in books. Just a couple of days ago, he asked me for a certificate to obtain a library card. Such a thirst for knowledge. It's no wonder he is a high school student. He is indeed a promising talent. It is indeed unfortunate that old Yang has departed. Had he lived on, he would have enjoyed a life of comfort. The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet Su Yuanshan found himself remembering the studious Yang Xiaodao. Yang Xiaodao exchanged pleasantries with Wang Fa and a few others. Feeling neither particularly elated nor disappointed, yet he could not allow himself to appear overly indifferent, managing a smile. After all, this was a matter of $33.50, along with even greater rewards. At that moment, an irate shout erupted from a workstation, followed by murmurs of regret from the onlookers. Yang Xiaodao turned to see Jia Dongshu looking despondent, a piece of his work having fallen to the ground due to an evident operational error. Yi Zhonghai, standing nearby, shook his head in disbelief. Jia Dongshu had been progressing well, and had he followed the prescribed steps, success would have been assured. Yet, after Yang Xiaodao had completed his task, Jia Dongshu, eager for quick results, had hastily skipped essential procedures and accelerated the process, leading to this unfortunate outcome. As the crowd expressed their regrets, Jia Dongshu's face flushed with embarrassment. But there was no recourse. Time had run out. He turned away from his station, preparing to head home. With the assessment over and no tasks in the workshop, those without duties were effectively given a day off. Yang Xiaotao and Wang Fa conversed for a while before also departing, ready to return home. The weather had begun to warm up. With the arrival of spring, he would soon need to prepare for cultivating the garden. Seizing the opportunity, he planned to get a head start. Meanwhile, Shaju emerged from the kitchen, a smile gracing his face. He had finally passed his assessment as an 8th-level cook. Contemplating what delicious meal to prepare at home, he noticed Jia Dongshu's gloomy demeanor and approached to greet him, hoping to share in his own joy. Little did he know, Jia Dongshu was not inclined to speak much. Shaju, oblivious to his demeanor, incessantly chattered beside him, which only heightened Jia Dongshu's annoyance. One was disinterested in listening while the other was eager to talk, and their pace quickened as they soon arrived at the courtyard. In the front yard, Jia Zhangshi held Qin Huairu's hand, who appeared bashful. Ah, our Jia family is truly blessed today, Jia Zhangshi proclaimed loudly, as if afraid others might remain unaware. When someone inquired about the double joy, Jia Zhangshi proudly declared, "My son Dongshu has passed the 2nd-level machinist examination, which bodes well for our family's future. This is one joy, and my Huairu is set to carry on the Jia lineage, which constitutes the 2nd joy. Is it not indeed a double happiness? What? Pregnant?" Those who were unaware expressed their astonishment, but it quickly transformed into a flurry of congratulations directed at Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu. At that moment, Jia Dongshu and Shaju approached from the alley, and upon seeing a crowd gathered around his mother and wife, they quickly moved forward. Upon Jia Dongshu's arrival, Qin Huairu's bashful demeanor resembled a blooming lotus, her enchanting shyness captivating the entire front yard. Jia Dongshu, still engulfed in the shadows of his recent failure, remained oblivious, while Shaju, who followed closely behind, was utterly mesmerized by Qin Huairu's beauty, standing transfixed, as her smile illuminated his world. Dongshu, Dongshu. Jia Zhangshi hurriedly approached, grasping Jia Dongshu's hand with urgency. Dongshu, good news, splendid news. You are to become a father indeed. Our family, the Jia clan, shall have descendants at last. Ha ha, how wonderful, how delightful. Jia Zhangshi was filled with exuberance, while Jia Dongshu stood momentarily in astonishment before rushing to Qin Huairu's side. He gazed at her, her head bowed and her cheeks flushed, his eyes falling upon the swell of her belly, enveloped in her cotton coat. Huairu, am I truly to become a father? Qin Huairu met his gaze briefly and then, with a bashful nod, affirmed his question. I am to be a father. Ha 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 ha. In that instant, the gloom of his recent failures dissipated entirely. Jia Dongshu eagerly grasped Qin Huairu's hand, his eyes brimming with joy. Jia Zhangshi also moved closer, suddenly dabbing at the corners of her eyes, glistening with tears. Old Jia, our family shall have descendants. I have lived up to the legacy of the Jia clan. The three of them shared a moment of tender warmth in the front yard, while the simple-minded Jiju gradually emerged from his reverie. Sister Qin, you are pregnant? The unexpected revelation shattered the idyllic moment before him like fragile glass. In an instant, the world crumbled, leaving him in a hollow silence. Unperturbed by Jiju's internal turmoil, the others gathered around the Jia mother and son, offering their congratulations. Today, Jia Zhangshi was in extraordinarily high spirits, as if she had consumed honeyed nectar. Nearly bubbling with joy. Son, today marks a momentous occasion for our family. I shall go buy some meat shortly and return to prepare dumplings. This is to celebrate Huairu's accomplishment and your promotion to second-level fitter. Double happiness has come our way, double happiness indeed. Today, we shall feast on meat dumplings. Jia Zhangshi smiled, and Qin Huairu was equally delighted. She was about to become a mother, and with the prospect of increased income, they could provide a better life for their child. However, the smile on Jia Dongshu's face suddenly froze as he watched his mother and his beloved flaunting their joy amidst the crowd. A sense of gloom enveloped him, leaving him uncertain whether to voice his feelings. Just as he wrestled with his inner turmoil, a figure emerged from the side. Oh, what is going on here? Why is everyone gathered? Su Damao sauntered over with a carefree demeanor. He had just returned from the countryside with Su's father and had witnessed the admiration the projectionist garnered there, with throngs of people flocking from miles around. The courteous treatment he received ignited an unfamiliar sense of accomplishment within him. Young women and girls approached him, their charm making him feel as if he had entered paradise on earth. Yet, he would not be inclined to seek a rural woman, if he were to choose. She must not be inferior to Qin Huairu, lest he appear diminished. Returning early today, he had also heard about the factory's evaluation process. He was more invested in the outcomes of others than his own, particularly concerning his rivals in the courtyard. It would be splendid if they all failed. However, upon inquiring, his previously bright spirits dimmed significantly. His rival, Shaju, had passed the 8th level Cook S evaluation, leading to a salary increase and the potential to oversee hospitality matters, which left him feeling vexed. His adversary, Yang Xiaodao, had also passed the 2nd level machinist evaluation, marking the second time in just 6 months that he had succeeded. His momentum seemingly unstoppable, which left Jia Dongshu feeling despondent. Both rivals have encountered fortunate events, which stirs discomfort within. The sole piece of good news is that Uncle's cherished disciple, Jia Dongshu, has once again failed. This marks his 3rd attempt at the secondary assessment. Truly, the heavens do not align with human desires. Foolish Mao, why are you everywhere? Shaju, regaining his composure, regarded this individual with little favor. Su Damao, aware of Shaju's predictable temper, recognized that any argument would lead to confrontation, ultimately to his detriment. Ignoring Shaju, Su Damao moved into the crowd, listening to the chatter of several aunties. Oh, congratulations to Aunt Zhang, congratulations to Brother Dongshu. Upon hearing of Qin Huairu's pregnancy, Su Dama internally lamented. A flower placed in cow dung, and yet it bears fruit. His gaze fell upon the bashful Qin Huairu, her curvaceous form beginning to radiate maternal beauty, stirring an unexpected reaction within him. However, upon seeing Jia Dongshu's demeanor, his jealousy intensified. As his eyes shifted, he overheard Jia Zhang's jubilant exclamations of double happiness. Evidently unaware of Jia Dongshu's failure, stroking his little mustache, he smirked and called out to Jia Dongshu, Brother Dongshu, this truly is a double blessing. If you had passed the assessment, that would amount to over $30. On this joyous occasion, you must treat the neighbors. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd responded with enthusiasm, especially the 3 aunties, who had not seen any profit in recent days. A meal from the Jia family would be a boon. Jia Zhang's expression immediately soured. They were accustomed to reaping benefits from others, but when had her family ever incurred a loss? What is there to eat? Soon, my family will welcome a grandson, and we must be frugal in our lives. Moreover, Dongshu's labor is physically demanding, and he has to support both of us. Where would we find the funds to host a banquet? Jia Zhangshi, with her hands on her hips, declared fiercely. Su Dama was unperturbed, for he was a true rogue, lacking any mercy when it came to dealing with women. If provoked, he was indeed the sort to resort to violence. In matters of gender equality, Su Damao truly treated all alike. Aunt Zhang, you are quite mistaken. This new arrival is a rare blessing, a momentous occasion indeed. If your family does not celebrate, it may transform a joyous event into a misfortune. Su Damao continued with a grin. Jia Zhangshi, with a fierce gaze, was ready to unleash her wrath. To suggest that her family's good fortune might turn ill was akin to cursing them. As she extended her fingers, poised to confront Su Damao, Jia Dongshu intervened helplessly. Mother. I did not pass the assessment. Initially, Jia Zhangshi did not comprehend, but when the truth dawned upon her, she froze in disbelief. Qin Huairu beside her also looked up in astonishment, unable to fathom the situation. Just this morning, Jia Dongshu had spoken with such confidence, assuring her that all was well. Yet now, how could he have failed? Jia Zhangshi lowered her hands, staring at her son. You did not pass? Jia Dongshu numbly nodded, realizing that he was not jesting. Jia Zhangshi's expression darkened, feeling as though reality had dealt her a stinging blow. The gazes of those around her, even with years of practiced composure, felt scorching. In that instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Damao leisurely observed this farce, arms crossed, while his peripheral vision appreciated the graceful figure of Qin Huairu. Shaju also directed his gaze towards Qin Huairu, yet the image of his sister Qin, filled with sorrow and distress, deepened his heartache. It was truly difficult for her. With a child on the way and such a heavy burden at home, how could she possibly maintain proper nutrition? Shaju sighed internally, suddenly feeling a surge of emotion. How wonderful it would be if I could assist Sister Qin. Jia Zhangshi struggled to steady her emotions as she looked at Jia Dongshu. Dongshu, what is happening? Did you not assure me that you would surely pass? Is the exam too challenging? Or is someone causing trouble? Jia Zhangshi's words seemed to provide Jia Dongshu with an excuse, instantly revitalizing him. It's all Yang Xiaodao's fault. He asked the reason I failed. He was causing chaos on the side. Jia Dongshu spoke through gritted teeth, leaving Qin Huairu astonished, while Jia Zhangshi wore an expression of knowing disbelief. At that moment, Shaju was also awakened, exclaiming loudly, so that's how it is. I wondered how Brother Dongshu could possibly fail. It turns out this rascal was up to no good. Sister Qin, do not worry. I shall deal with this scoundrel on your behalf. Shaju's interjection convinced those around them of the authenticity of the matter. Su Damao, standing nearby, chimed in, I knew it. Under the guidance of Uncle Da, how could Brother Dongshu possibly fail? If someone like Yang Xiaodao, who was a latecomer, could pass, then Brother Dongshu is surely fine. Upon hearing the news that Yang Xiaodao had passed, a surge of resentment welled up within Jia Zhangshi. Disregarding his status as the descendant of a martyr and his origins from Yang family village, she unleashed a torrent of invective. She branded him a heartless beast, an ill-omened harbinger of misfortune, and a malicious miscreant. Her voice, raspy and shrill, reverberated throughout the courtyard. Soon, residents from the middle and backyards congregated, and upon learning the situation, they joined in targeting Yang Xiaodao. At the alley entrance, Yang Xiaodao, clutching an alarm clock, encountered the returning first elder. Exchanging a brief nod, they entered the courtyard, where they were immediately taken aback by the throng gathered in the front yard. The first elder approached, inquiring about the commotion. Yang Xiaodao remained aloof, as he could clearly hear Jia Zhangshi's vituperations. He had resolved to avoid any involvement with the Jia family. At that moment, some individuals in the crowd noticed Yang Xiaodao, and their pointing and whispering made him uneasy. The first elder made his way to the center of the group, where he observed Jia Zhangshi wailing and lamenting as if desperate to be heard. Jia Dongshu stood idly by, while Qin Huairu clutched her abdomen with an expression of anxiety. Cease your caterwauling. Yi Zhonghai, in his capacity as the first elder, commanded, his voice carrying considerable weight in the courtyard. Jia Zhangshi, exhausted from her outburst, seized the opportunity to point towards the composed Yang Xiaodao, spewing forth a stream of vulgarities. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai glared at Jia Dongshu, seething with indignation and nearly pointing an accusing finger at him. How could he place the blame elsewhere? Why not acknowledge his own inadequacies? He contemplated striking him in frustration. Although Yi Zhonghai was furious with Jia Dongshu's lack of ambition, he recalled that during the assessment, Jia Dongshu had initially performed commendably, only to become flustered after Yang Xiaodao's completion. If one were to assign blame, Yang Xiaodao too bore some responsibility. As Yi Zhonghai pondered this, he overheard the murmurs of those around him and refrained from offering an explanation. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi called out to Yi Zhonghai, expressing concern over her son's future. Look, my family is about to welcome new life, and we are uncertain about what lies ahead. This little rascal is simply envious of our good fortune. Once the child arrives, they will feast on the best provisions, and he cannot bear to see our family thrive, thus sabotaging Dongshu's advancement. This has caused us significant financial loss. You must take charge of this situation. Jia Zhangshi lamented, and Yi Zhonghai turned his gaze towards Qin Huairu. At that moment, an elderly woman approached to explain the circumstances. The elderly couple exchanged a glance, each recognizing the sorrow reflected in the other's eyes. The absence of children remained a lingering ache in their hearts. Yi Zhonghai quickly realized that this child was indeed Jia Dongxiu's and, in a sense, his own apprentice's future. When the time came for him to grow old, it would be comforting to know there would be someone to care for him, preventing his lineage from ending. With this thought, his heart began to lean in a particular direction. Yi Zhonghai then turned to face Yang Xiaotao, observing the latter's calm demeanor, which filled him with a sense of losing control. One must not overstep boundaries, for the future may prove troublesome. Yi Zhonghai reminds himself to maintain control, seeking to persuade Yang Xiaotao to yield and compensate a modest sum. After all, Yang Xiaotao is merely a single individual, and even a substantial amount of money suffices for him. With this thought, he stifles the cacophony of Jia Zhang's lamentations, drawing the gaze of those around him. Yang Xiaotao, come here. Yi Zhonghai gestures, and Yang Xiaotao turns, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He had clearly grasped the essence of the situation. Jia Dongxiu's failure had been unjustly attributed to him, accompanied by shameless accusations. Such duplicitous tactics of defamation are indeed a hallmark of the cunning Jia Zhang. Initially, Yang Xiaotao had no desire to engage with this pack of beasts. After all, quarreling with them would only serve to diminish his own intellect. Entanglement in the domain of such creatures would surely lead to a humiliating defeat. Thus, his foremost wish was to stride away, indifferent to their petty affairs. However, when Yi Zhonghai decided to take a stand, Yang Xiaotao paused to see what this esteemed elder might articulate. Elder, the Jia family over there reeks of malice. I shall remain right here. As his words settled, Jia Zhang, Jia Dongxiu, and Qin Huairu glared in fury, while Sha Zhu trembled with indignation. Yang Xiaotao, how dare you speak to an elder in such a manner? When summoned, you ought to respond. Is the debacle you caused truly a matter of importance? You disrupted Dongxiu's assessment, and you still presume to have a leg to stand on? How did someone like you emerge from our courtyard? I propose we convene a meeting to expel this scourge from our midst, lest you continue to offend our community. Witnessing Qin Huairu's distress, Silly Zhu felt a pang of sympathy, and he unleashed a torrent of invective upon Yang Xiaotao. Never one to mince words, Silly Zhu possessed a coarse tongue, surpassed only by Jia Zhang's sure and brazenness, though he was no stranger to reprehensible acts. Moreover, his memory was fleeting, his temper as quick to ignite as Su Mouse. Yang Xiaotao, though inwardly vexed, refrained from further remonstration. He knew that with Silly Zhu, action spoke louder than words, and a touch of adversity would serve as a more effective lesson. Such opportunities, with a modicum of instigation, would invariably provoke Silly Zhu's impulsive nature. First elder, if you have something to say it quickly, or I'm leaving, Yang Xiaotao declared. Yi Zhonghai had hoped to use Silly Zhu as a pawn to deflate Yang Xiaotao's arrogance, thereby paving the way for him to play the magnanimous peacemaker. However, Yang Xiaotao's indifference took him by surprise. Silly Zhu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation constrict his chest. Hey, you little rascal, I'm talking to you. What's your problem? He exclaimed. With eyes blazing, he advanced menacingly toward Yang Xiaotao, sleeves rolled up, ready for a brawl. Silly Zhu, what do you think you're doing? Yang Xiaotao inquired, his eyes narrowed, his voice laced with icy contempt. What am I doing? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson, you little bastard. Silly Zhu retorted. With that, he raised a hand, aiming a blow at Yang Xiaotao's face. As the self-proclaimed god of war of the courtyard, Silly Zhu held a firm belief in his own strength. A single punch, he was convinced, would be more than enough to subdue an ordinary man. And even if his adversary managed to evade the initial strike, he had a follow-up blow ready to teach him a lesson. Should that too fail, he would resort to his signature move, the lineage-severing combo kick, an unavoidable technique for any man. This fighting technique is the culmination of numerous real-life experiences he has honed through countless encounters with Sudama. Ever since that moment, he has never suffered a loss in combat. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sha Zhu's fists surged forward relentlessly. Behind him, the Jiazhang family was filled with excitement, while Yi Zhonghai maintained a stoic expression. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances toward Yang Xiaotao, particularly Su Damao, who sighed repeatedly. A whistling sound pierced the air. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed as everyone turned to witness Yang Xiaotao extend his left hand, effortlessly enveloping Sha Zhu's fist. The arena fell into a profound silence. Sha Zhu exerted all his strength, only to discover that Yang Xiaotao's grip was far more powerful, rendering him immobile. Shock, panic, and disbelief flooded his mind. This was not how it was supposed to be. How could he withstand such force? How could he possess such strength? Doubts crept into Xiaozhu's mind, questioning if the person before him was truly Yang Xiaodao. However, before he could comprehend the situation, Yang Xiaodao suddenly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Xiaozhu's abdomen. In that instant, Xiaozhu felt as if he were propelled backward. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, feeling as though his stomach had been hollowed out, violently expelling the contents within. Xiaozhu lay before Yi Zhonghai, causing those around to recoil in fright. In a state of panic, Yi Zhonghai rushed forward to assess the situation, while Jia Dongshu hastily joined him. Together, they helped Xiaozhu to his feet, but he could only perceive a dull ache in his abdomen, followed by an overwhelming numbness throughout his body. His mind felt starved of oxygen, rendering him powerless. Yang Xiaotao withdrew his foot, a look of disdain crossing his face. Is this it? The so-called god of war of the courtyard? Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation? Who indulged you in such behavior? The onlookers were taken aback as Yang Xiaotao effortlessly caught Xiaozhu's fist and then sent him flying with a single kick, leaving them in a state of shock followed by fear. Some individuals retracted their hidden agendas, placing Yang Xiaotao in the category of those who could not be provoked. Little did they know that Yang Xiaotao was merely holding back. Had he unleashed his full strength, Xiaozhu would have either perished or suffered multiple broken ribs. As it stood, Xiaozhu was merely sprawled on the ground for a moment before managing to rise again. The events unfolded with such swiftness that Jia Zhangshe remained lost in the daydream of Xiaozhu's desire to rid them of Yang Xiaodao. The prospect of 2 vacated rooms becoming available for the Jia family seemed promising, providing a future residence for their eldest grandson. However, in the midst of her reverie, she witnessed Xiaozhu soaring through the air only to crash down with a resounding thud. Her expression shifted to one of sheer horror, her mouth hastily closing as she cast a fearful glance at Yang Xiaotao. Yi Zhonghai, observing Xiaozhu's predicament, was consumed by rage and pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Xiaodao, exclaiming, "Yang Xiaodao, you've gone too far. Do you dare to strike again? Are you above the law?" Yang Xiaotao, initially disinclined to engage with such brutish behavior, found amusement in the audacity of the accusation and decided not to indulge Yi Zhonghai's shamelessness. "Yi Zhonghai, are you blind or simply morally corrupt? Did you not see that it was Xiaozhu who initiated the attack? What? Am I not allowed to defend myself when he strikes me?" Yang Xiaodao proclaimed loudly, directly addressing Yi Zhonghai. The crowd immediately turned their attention to Yi Zhonghai, fully aware of who had instigated the confrontation. Typically, Xiaozhu had never faced repercussions for his actions, nor had they heard a word of protest from the elder. Why was it that now, upon suffering a defeat, Xiaozhu could not bear it? Su Damao had long harbored a deep-seated disdain for the crooked demeanor of Xiaozhu, and upon witnessing the latter's misfortune, he could not resist the temptation to add insult to injury. Indeed, Uncle Yi, it was Xiaozhu who initiated the altercation. His inability to prevail is a consequence of his own actions. Silence, Su Damao. Yi Zhonghai cast a glance at Su Damao, but the latter was undeterred, paying no heed to the admonition and instead provocatively gazing at Xiaozhu, displaying a satisfaction that seemed to surpass even that of delivering a blow himself. Yi Zhonghai then turned his attention to Yang Xiaotao, remarking that even if Xiaozhu had struck first, the severity of your retaliation was excessive. Yi Zhonghai, are you suggesting that if he hits me, I am to refrain from retaliating? If that is the case, may I then strike you in turn? Yang Xiaodao's audacious declaration left the onlookers in stunned silence. As a respected elder and overseer in the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai wielded considerable influence, and it was rare for anyone to dare speak to him in such a manner. Such words, in their eyes, bordered on treasonous. Yet, inexplicably, this audacity resonated with them, as if it had pierced through a veil of obscurity to reveal a deeper truth. Yi Zhonghai felt a sense of affront. Even the usual reverence from those around him seemed to dissipate. In that fleeting moment, he understood the gravity of the situation. If this continued, how could he maintain his standing in the courtyard? Humph. Do you still wish to engage physically? Let me remind you, Yang Xiaotao. Do not presume that your abilities grant you the right to disregard us elders. You must be acutely aware that this is not a realm for your reckless abandon. Yang Xiaotao waved his hand dismissively, declaring, I dare not presume to be your elder. You ought to serve as a senior figure for Xiaozhu and the Jia family. As for me, there is no need for your concern. Whether this place is one of my reckless abandon is of no consequence to you. There are authorities above, neighborhood committees, police stations, and the state itself to oversee matters. At your age, you should have seen enough of the world and tasted the salt of life. So refrain from casting disparaging glances at others, lest you jeopardize your own twilight years. Upon finishing his words, Yang Xiaodao turned to stride toward the courtyard, feeling a sense of nausea at the thought of lingering any longer. Stop. Yi Zhonghai's chest heaved with indignation. Setting aside the matter of Zhuzi, you must provide an explanation regarding today's assessment. Your interference has disrupted Dongshu's evaluation, and this requires accountability. Yi Zhonghai, consumed by rage, directly attributed Jia Dongshu's failure to Yang Xiaodao. Indeed, you must furnish an explanation. The Jia family has finally seen the prospect of improving our lives, and you have sabotaged Dongshu's assessment. Thus, you owe us compensation. Henceforth, you shall reimburse us 5 yuan per month. No, 10, or this matter shall remain unresolved. Jia Zhongshi eagerly interjected, raising her voice. Though a house may be out of reach, monetary compensation would suffice. Qin Huairu's eyes sparkled at the thought. 10 yuan a month could buy a considerable amount of meat. Common sense is a valuable asset. Why do you choose to forsake it? Yang Xiaodao glanced back at Jia Zhongshi and her family, perplexed at how they had managed to survive all these years. What do you mean? Are you insulting me? Everyone, bear witness, he has insulted me. Jia Zhongshi hopped with frustration, wishing that everyone could be aware of her indignation. How could you forget when you insult others? Sandama interjected, catching Jia Zhongshi off guard. Subsequently, more voices chimed in, for Jia Zhongshi's incessant tirades had long since wearied the residents of the courtyard. With Yang Xiaodao's newfound prominence, the fickle crowd swiftly shifted their stance, seizing the opportunity to mock her, regardless of who she was. In this courtyard, such behavior was merely customary. How can you treat us this way? Jia Zhongshi felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, which only delighted those around her. Qin Huairu tugged at her mother-in-law from behind, while Jia Dongshu appeared visibly distressed. Yi Zhonghai could not help but think of Jia Zhongshi as a most unhelpful ally. Yang Xiaodao, too, was taken aback by Sandama's unexpected support, rendered momentarily bewildered. Whoever wishes to participate may do so, echoed Sandama. But she insisted that he ought to show some response. Nodding in acknowledgement to Sandama, Yang Xiaodao steadily approached Jia Dongshu. In terms of age, Jia Dongshu was older than Yang Xiaodao, and before his wife and mother, he ought to project an aura of masculinity. Yet, as Yang Xiaodao drew nearer, Jia Dongshu instinctively stepped back, his composure faltering. Qin Huairu observed the man before her, noting how he lacked the assertiveness he usually displayed in private. In contrast to the towering figure approaching him, he appeared utterly feeble. Yang Xiaodao advanced with an air of disdain, instantly casting a heavy silence over the gathering with his formidable presence. Yi Zhonghai, incensed by the confrontation, began to strategize his next move as he witnessed Yang Xiaodao's imminent action. Jia Zhong was filled with trepidation at the prospect of Yang Xiaodao's aggression, rendered almost frantic yet too fearful to advance. Jia Dongshu, do you claim I have sabotaged your assessment? Jia Dongshu's gaze wandered, unable to confront the accusation directly. One must present evidence when speaking. With so many witnesses in the factory, if I were truly malicious, surely someone would have spoken out. It seems you are merely inept, seeking excuses for your own failures. Yang Xiaodao declared, igniting a tempest of fury within Jia Dongshu. His fists clenched tightly, producing a menacing creak. When he lifted his gaze to Yang Xiaodao, he was met with a mocking expression, the latter's eyes flicking toward the simple-minded Zhaozhu. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to release his fists and abandon any thought of confrontation. Indeed a wastrel, Yang Xiaodao retorted, turning to depart. Let it be known. This time Jia's failure was entirely his own doing, with no connection to me whatsoever. If you doubt my word, feel free to inquire around the factory. After taking a few steps, he turned back to the Jia family, adding, I advise you to devote more time to reading. We live in a new era. Yet you remain woefully uneducated, which brings shame upon our community. The recent governmental decree regarding population registration has clearly stated that newborns will take their mother's surname. Have you comprehended this? Do not spread misinformation and make yourselves appear foolish. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. The crowd stood in stunned silence, particularly Jia Zhang, who felt a gnawing anxiety upon hearing the final remarks. She could barely read, and Qin Huairu had only attended a few years of elementary school. The most educated in their household was Jia Dongshu, yet he too was oblivious to the meaning. Gazing towards Yi Zhonghai, he too appeared bewildered, genuinely unaware of the matter at hand. Among the crowd, Sandama radiated with vitality, possessing knowledge of the situation. Her husband was a teacher at the school, privy to various information. As Yi Zhonghai and the others turned their attention to her, Sandama generously recounted the newly issued regulations. Our old Yin has stated that from now on, the household registration of newborns will align with that of their mothers. She concluded by clarifying that if a mother holds a rural household registration, her child will also be registered as rural. To secure an urban household registration for a child, one must either gain admission to a university or secure formal employment within the city. Sandama spoke with pride, as she was among those who consumed commercial grain. The child in her womb would be born into sustenance, unlike Qin Huairu's unborn, who would have to strive in the future. Upon hearing this news, Qin Huairu felt as though struck by lightning. Her body swayed, and had it not been for the support of Dadama beside her, she surely would have fallen to the ground. Nearby, Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. After his arrival in this world, Yang Xiaodao had gained some understanding of it. Though the timeline diverged slightly, the overarching circumstances were akin to those of his previous life. He had also prepared for the few protagonists residing in the courtyard. With the presence of Elder Chun, some long-buried past events were unearthed. The Jia family, originally from the countryside, saw Jia Zhangshi and old Jia marry, resulting in the birth of Jia Dongshu. Subsequently, old Jia became an employee at a steel mill, transforming into an urban dweller, and eventually brought Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu to the capital. Hence, Jia Zhangshi retained her agricultural household registration and did not benefit from the supply of grain. As for Jia Dongshu, he originally held a rural household registration, yet upon taking over old Jia's position, he became a formal employee at the steel mill, thereby transforming into a city dweller and gaining access to commercial grain. This situation elucidates the reason frequently articulated by Jia Zhangshi in dramas regarding the Jia family's poverty. After all, with 3 children and 2 widows relying on a single ration of supplied grain, their circumstance stands out even in the large courtyard. Of course, such a scenario is not entirely absent. During these times, the birth rate has surged, and many still hold rural registrations. However, the distinction lies in the fact that some strive diligently, toiling industriously to support their families, whereas families like the Jias tend to act as parasites, a rarity indeed. At this moment, upon receiving the news, Jia Zhangshi initially rejoiced at the prospect of a grandson, yet her excitement soon waned significantly. Even Jia Dongshu harbored regrets about marrying a country girl. A single remark from Yang Xiaodao obliterated the anticipation of the pork dumplings that the Jia family had prepared for the evening, simultaneously diminishing the standing of Qin Huairu and Gung Gang. Were it not for the child in her womb being a Jia, one could speculate that, given Jia Zhangshi's character, divorce could have been a topic of discussion. The Jia family, in a state of despair, trudged homeward, while Li Zhonghai found himself at a loss for words. To him, the presence of a child outweighed any concerns about supplied grain. Alas, he was childless. Oh dear. Finally regaining his composure, Shaju's stomach continued to churn, expelling a pool of bitter liquid that exacerbated his pain. Shaju, how are you? Are you all right? Should we go to the hospital? Li Zhonghai inquired with urgent concern, while onlookers craned their necks to witness the spectacle purely out of curiosity. Su Damao, observing the scene, found delight in Shaju's misfortune, reveling in his own joy. Silly Jew. Your performance is utterly disappointing. With just one kick, you've ended up like this. You call yourself a war god, but I see nothing more than a feeble shrimp. Everyone, come and witness this. Silly Zhu is experiencing his comeuppance today. Usually, he's the one who bullies others, but today he has stumbled upon a formidable challenge. Truly, this is poetic justice. Sudama passionately exclaimed, and as many returned to the courtyard, inquiries about the situation led to astonishment regarding Yang Xiaodao's prowess in battle. Further discussions about Jia Dongshu's assessment left the returnees speechless. A worker from the second workshop scoffed, I saw it all unfold. It's clear that Jia Dongshu simply lacks ability. What does that have to do with Yang Xiaodao? It's truly lamentable, blaming fate for one's shortcomings, while displaying a crooked stance and idleness. The Jia family, ever since old Jia passed, has only declined with each generation. Silly Zhu, too, has acted recklessly without grasping the situation, and this beating is well-deserved. After all, this involves the Jia family, with whom Silly Zhu has been closely aligned. Don't speak nonsense. There's also a big uncle involved. A big uncle? They've even called out names. And now they intend to confront him? What? Yang Xiaodao is that formidable? In these times, who dares to strike a big uncle? That's hard to say. There may not be anyone now, but who knows what the future holds. I sense a mischievous determination in Yang Xiaodao. He might just be bold enough to act. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit intimidated. We should avoid provoking this lad in the future. He possesses both eloquence and the ability to fight. There's truly no contesting that. By the way, have you heard about the population registration? The crowd, their tongues wagging without restraint, elaborated on the matter, leaving Yi Zhonghai in an uncomfortable predicament. Uncle, please help Zhu to the hospital. We cannot delay any longer, urged an elderly woman, noticing Zhu's feeble demeanor. The elder, regaining his composure, summoned two young men from the courtyard, who then supported Zhu as they hurried towards the clinic outside the alley. Upon returning home, Yang Xiaodao commenced preparations for dinner, opting once again for instant noodles, this time opting for braised beef flavor, skillfully boiling water and adding the seasoning under Xiaowei's guidance. The enticing aroma gradually permeated the air without attracting the attention of those in the courtyard. After finishing dinner, Yang Xiaodao continued his late-night studies. Around 6 o'clock, as dusk had yet to settle in, many households began their evening meals. In the backyard, Uncle Lu Haizhong raised a cup of liquor, downing it with a satisfying slurp, his body trembling as he proclaimed the quality of the drink before shoveling scrambled eggs into his mouth, oblivious to the eager gazes of his sons. Hearing about the elder's humiliation today brought him great satisfaction. You three, be more astute in the future. Do not rush into every situation. Also, keep your distance from the Jia family. In the front courtyard, Uncle Yin Fuguei returned home from work and sat at the dining table, listening to Aunt San's account. Your mother did well. This young Xiaodao is becoming quite accomplished. Our family should refrain from getting involved, but we must not offend either side. Yin Fuguei understood the essence of gaining small advantages. Appropriate gestures of goodwill could gradually mend the relationship between both parties, laying the groundwork for the future. Father. Zhu was truly beaten badly this time, and even the elder lost face. They were openly ridiculed. Yang Xiaodao is quite impressive. Yin Jiechen spoke with great excitement, aware that everyone in the courtyard recognized old Master Yi's favoritism, yet none dared to pierce this veil of unspoken truth. With the emergence of one challenger, it was only natural that others would follow. You underestimate old Master Yi's complexity. The prestige he has built over the years cannot be so easily overshadowed by a mere novice. Just wait and see. This young man is riding high. But should he falter, rising again will prove to be quite the challenge. Is it really that serious? Sandama inquired, her heart racing not out of concern for Yang Xiaodao, but rather for having spoken too freely today, fearing it might be held against her. Yin Fuguei plucked a peanut, crunching it loudly as he remarked, do you think that in recent years, Yi Zhonghai has had no apprentices? Just wait and watch. Yang Xiaodao's days at the steel mill are about to become quite difficult. As they enjoyed their cornmeal buns while listening to Yin Fuguei's commentary, Shazhu and Old Master Yi slowly approached the courtyard entrance. Old Yin, gather everyone for a meeting, Yi Zhonghai called out, his expression grim as he gestured toward Yin Fuguei's home from a distance. Ah, see, trouble is brewing. Yin Fuguei quickly stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Yi Zhonghai pulled Shazhu closer, pointing to his chest, which was smeared with red flower oil, while Shazhu appeared utterly disheartened. Understanding that Shazhu was Yi Zhonghai's prized possession, Yin Fuguei refrained from further comment, instructing Yin Jiechen to notify those in the back courtyard, and Yin Jiefang to inform those in the middle courtyard, while he would personally call those in the front courtyard. The two sons acted swiftly, and soon the entire courtyard was abuzz with activity. Some who had been having breakfast rushed out, while others who had not yet eaten hastily grabbed a few bites to witness the unfolding drama. In the courtyard, Yang Xiaodao's residence, Yin Jiefang hurriedly approached. Tao Gu. Yang Xiaodao looked at Yin Jiefang, inquiring, what is it? An elder has returned and intends to convene a meeting for everyone. We must hurry over, Yin Jiefang relayed. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaodao immediately comprehended the situation. He had indeed gone easy on Shazhu. At most, he would experience discomfort for a couple of days, which would not interfere with work. The assembly was clearly a ploy to trouble him, and Shazhu might even attempt to extort some money. Tell the third elder that I am fatigued and shall not attend. If anyone else urges you to come, you should report it to the authorities. Regardless of what they offer you, I will compensate you an additional amount. Yang Xiaodao declared before retreating indoors to continue his reading. Why convene a meeting in such frigid weather? Would it not be more beneficial to read and earn academic credits? Upon hearing this, Yin Jiefang's inherited shrewdness swiftly recognized the potential for profit. If someone were to maliciously inflate the stakes, would that not yield even greater earnings? With excitement, Yin Jiefang dashed off, hoping for someone to raise the price. Yet, He also feared that Wang Xiaohu might seize the opportunity first, so he prepared himself accordingly. In the courtyard, a long table was set in the center, with 3 elders seated at the front. Below, Shaju sat on a long bench, arms crossed, surrounded by the residents of the compound, who were gossiping and making various remarks. The Jia family had also regained their composure, with Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu flanking Qin Huairu, who was exceedingly precious to them. Aware that the meeting was aimed at targeting Yang Xiaodao, they had secured prime positions early on, eagerly awaiting the proceedings. Su Damao, with a dismissive expression, mingled within the crowd, engaging in conversation with a few acquaintances, boasting about his experiences in the countryside and the various local specialties he had acquired, eliciting continual exclamations of envy from those around him. With a cold sneer, his eyes fixated on the lethargic Shaju, he thought, let them create a ruckus. None of them are virtuous. I shall observe as they engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario. At the table, Erdi Yi was brimming with vitality. Each time a grand meeting convened, it was his moment to shine. A sensation of being in the spotlight that he found irresistible. Yi Zhonghai remained composed, having just exchanged glances with Lu Haizhong and Yan Fugu. Yan Fugu, astute in his calculations, would naturally refrain from taking the lead, especially since his role as Sandy Yi was merely to scribble and cast votes. The real decision-makers were the 2 above him. As for Lu Haizhong, he was genuinely intent on dealing with Yang Xiaodao. Recently, Yang Xiaodao had been exceedingly audacious, repeatedly challenging the authority of the elder in the courtyard, an unforgivable transgression in Lu's eyes. Should no one heed his authority in the future? How could he continue to lead? Surveying the surroundings, with dusk fast approaching, Lu Haizhong exchanged a glance with Yi Zhonghai and immediately rose to his feet. The others, noticing Erdi Yi's ascent, ceased their conversations. The main agenda of this meeting was. Lu Haizhong had barely uttered a few words when he abruptly realized that the protagonist, Yang Xiaotao, was conspicuously absent. How could he proceed? Where is Yang Xiaotao? Has he arrived? Lu Haizhong called out loudly, frustration evident in his tone. This fellow had not yet shown up. What a blatant disregard for their elder's authority. Erdi Yi, this Yang Xiaodao is utterly disrespectful, a true affront to your dignity. You cannot let this slide, Su Damao interjected, prompting a wave of laughter from those around. Lu Haizhong, unable to maintain his composure, turned towards Yan Fugu. Yan Fugue was taken aback. He had dispatched someone to deliver the news, yet the individual had not arrived. Third son, did you call him? Yan Jiefeng was quite a distance away, nearly reaching the front courtyard, accompanied by several young lads who were all vying for position. Upon hearing his father's call, he forcefully pushed Wang Xiaohu aside and exclaimed, Father, I spoke to Brother Xiaodao. He said he was too tired to come. Yan Jiefeng shouted louder as Yan Fugue frowned. What are you running off for? Come over here and speak. Yan Jiefeng paid no heed, fearing the reward would slip from his grasp. The other boys, having somehow caught wind of the news, quickly occupied the entrance, leaving him with no space. Father, Brother Xiaotao said you needn't call again. If you do, just let me go report it to the police. Yan Jiefeng said, glancing at Yan Fugue's grim expression, eager to avoid a spanking upon returning home. However, as soon as he uttered those words, the pushing intensified, though he was robust enough to secure a spot. Don't crowd me. Brother Xiaotao said it's just for me. You all need to step aside. The other children continued to jostle him, with Wang Xiaohu scoffing. Whoever called him gets to keep him. Yan Jiefeng, at a loss for words, could only push back harder while awaiting the outcome. The onlookers were left speechless. Was it truly necessary to be so unreasonable? Threatening to call the police at the drop of a hat? How were they supposed to enjoy the spectacle? Lu Hai, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming frustration akin to striking a fist into cotton, wishing he could immediately thrash Yang Xiaodao. Upon hearing his son's words, Yan Fugue promptly grasped the situation. In this vast world, making money reigns supreme. If this money is not earned, will it not be a futile loss to his carefully crafted reputation? Uncle Yi Zhonghai was also fuming. This Yang Xiaodao had resorted to such tactics again, truly believing that they, the decision-makers, were made of clay. Enough of the squabbling. I shall give each of you a dime to settle things, Yi Zhonghai said, glancing at the group of children by the entrance, before turning to Lu Guangfu to summon Yang Xiaotao. However, the other children at the door had come to a halt, while Yan Jiefeng still attempted to squeeze through and seize the opportunity to dash outside. Old third, what are you doing? Yan Fugue shouted upon witnessing this. It was a blatant disregard for Uncle Yi's authority. Yan Jiefeng paused. Father, Xiao Gu said that no matter how much others offer, he will add an extra $1. You all start without me. I'll catch up. Yin Fugui felt a pang of regret upon hearing this. Had he known, he would have shouted for $1 as well. And then his family would have reaped $2. Lost in self-reproach, he was oblivious to the astonished expressions of Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong beside him. The onlookers around them had fallen silent. We're going to. A child's voice rang out, as Wang Xiaohu led a group of youngsters rushing outside. At the forefront, Yin Jiefeng did not bother to speak and sprinted ahead. Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed throughout the courtyard, causing several children to freeze in their tracks. Yin Jiefeng, about to escape the courtyard, was paralyzed with fear by the furious roar. Yi Zhonghai's face was a tumultuous blend of pale and green, breathing heavily, his stance resembling that of an enraged lion. Lu Haizhong at his side felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. With many daring not to meet his gaze, their heads instinctively retreating, Yi Zhonghai gazed at the crowd in the courtyard, then turned his attention towards Yang Xiaotao's residence, stifling a surge of blood that almost escaped his lips. The meeting is adjourned. He barked through clenched teeth, before turning on his heel to depart. After a moment, the courtyard began to empty as individuals finally reacted and started to leave. Lu Haizhong, standing still, merely curled his lip in disdain, ultimately refraining from uttering a word. The meeting had left him deeply unsettled. His carefully prepared remarks had gone unspoken, and his prestige had taken a hit. That wretched scoundrel. Shaju let out a sigh. His injuries were not as severe as they appeared, merely a ruse to elicit sympathy, with the added intention of extorting medical fees from Yang Xiaotao. Yet, the latter remained unperturbed. Should the situation escalate and the police be summoned, Shaju would find himself in dire straits. Rising slowly, he cast a glance towards Yang Xiaotao's abode. His simmering anger surged, only to dissolve into resignation moments later as he trudged homeward. Su Dumao, feeling disheartened, had not witnessed the spectacle of dogs fighting. Yet he found a perverse pleasure in Shaju's woeful demeanor. This joy, however, was tinged with bitterness, as he wondered when he might have a chance to take a stand himself. Cursed at Yang Xiaotao. Upon returning home, Yi Zhonghai could no longer contain himself. Spitting a mouthful of blood onto the wall, which startled after a brief moment, the courtyard was devoid of any human presence, with even the table having been returned by the family of the second uncle. As for Yin Jiefeng, Wang Xiaohu, and the others in the front yard, they each trudged home, dejected. The duck they had hoped to catch had slipped away, although Yang Xiaotao remained indoors. He was aware of the happenings in the courtyard thanks to Xiaowei's presence. Indeed, all schemes and plots cannot withstand the scrutiny of light. Yang Xiao sighed, then turned his attention back to his reading. The comprehensive mirror for aid in government had already garnered him over 1,000 credits, and he had yet to reach its limits. Yang Xiaotao had come to realize that beyond mere familiarity with the text, there existed two higher realms of understanding, one being meticulous reading, which could yield 50 to 100 credits, and the other being memorization, providing 100 to 200 credits. Naturally, different texts offered varying degrees of value. It was precisely through achieving memorization that he had amassed the necessary credits for his promotion to a second-level machinist in such a short span of time. Yang Xiaotao was certain that beyond this memorization lay further levels of mastery, which he relentlessly pursued. For only through such diligence could he extract the full worth of a book. As the need for credits grew, the quest for more could only be fulfilled by delving deeper into the quality of the texts rather than merely accumulating quantity. As night fell, the courtyard grew tranquil. Each household closed their doors, exchanging jests about the day's events before succumbing to silence, awaiting the dawn of a new workday. Yang Xiao arose early. The weather had been splendid these past few days, and Xiaowei absorbed energy in abundance, awakening each day with a refreshing vigor. This revitalized state alleviated Yang Xiaotao's fatigue from reading, significantly enhancing his efficiency. Upon arriving at the workshop, Yang Xiaotao has now ascended to the rank of a level 2 fitter. His solid foundational skills have led Wang Fa to assign him a greater number of level 3 tasks. However, Yang Xiaotao is indifferent to this. Level 3 assignments pose no challenge for him. During the lunch break, with Shaj taking a leave to stay at home, the meal is served by the apprentice Mahua, who has yet to acknowledge Shaju as his mentor and thus has not yet mastered the art of skillfully wielding the ladle. Yang Xiaotao harbors little animosity towards Mahua. Reflecting on the character Mahua from the dramas, he finds him to possess commendable qualities, particularly during Shaju's misfortunes. His willingness to lend a helping hand is indeed a rarity within the courtyard. With lunchbox in hand, Yang Xiaodao finds a spot to eat. Just as he finishes his meal and prepares to find a place to read, Zhou Peng approaches him with palpable enthusiasm. He has successfully passed his recent assessment, a feat largely attributable to Yang Xiaodao's guidance. Without Yang Xiaodao's regular mentorship, including explanations of various data, techniques, and experiences, passing the assessment would have been quite difficult. Brother Tao, Zhou Peng exclaims as he bounds closer, startling Yang Xiaodao. Why are you so loud, Xiao Peng? He responds. Zhou Peng chuckles. Brother Tao, I've passed the assessment. My mother insisted I invite you over for dinner. Please don't refuse. I've already promised her. With no grounds to decline Zhou Peng's invitation, Yang Xiaodao can only nod in agreement. He is well aware of the Zhou family's circumstances and decides that he can simply bring along a little something. After all, he has recently earned 100 yuan from this promotion, and his funds are not lacking. In the afternoon, Yang Xiaodao continued to toil at his workstation, rapidly shaping one workpiece after another, leaving his fellow second-level fitter, Li Wei, speechless. His prowess, it seemed, rivaled that of a third-level fitter. Wang Fa, observing the situation, turned his gaze towards the third-level fitter, Che Wenwei, whose expression mirrored his surprise. Xiaodao, your talent is truly remarkable. I am now quite eager for the next assessment. By then, our team will undoubtedly emerge as an elite group. The term elite group refers to a team comprising at least 2 fitters of 4th level or above. Such elite groups are scarce throughout the entire factory. Even in the third workshop, there are only a handful. Currently, the steel mill primarily focuses on rudimentary processing, with fewer orders for high-precision products, thus creating a greater demand for entry-level and intermediate workers. Brother Wang, have you noticed? Xiaodao is not only exceptionally skilled, but also articulate. Just look at Xing Jiaqing and the others. With a few pointers from Xiaodao, the qualification rate of their workpieces has significantly increased. Che Wenwei, however, observed the 2 first-level fitters in the same group. Initially, when Yang Xiaodao was working on first-level components, he did not think much of it. Yet, as Yang Xiaodao progressed to third-level components and delegated the remaining tasks to Li Nan and Xing Jiaqing, the contrast became glaringly evident. Over the course of the day, the efficiency of the two had improved considerably, making their performance markedly superior when compared to the adjacent group. Indeed, I also feel that I have improved significantly, Xing Jiaqing proudly remarked, to which Li Nan nodded in agreement. Wang Fa, stroking his chin and gazing at Yang Xiaodao, ultimately declared with conviction. You should take the opportunity to learn from Xiaotao, without fear of feeling embarrassed. If you master the skills, you might even become a second-level fitter this year. Upon hearing this, the two nodded eagerly, proclaiming, from now on, you shall be our brother Tao. Yang Xiaodao was not at all bothered. He assured them that he would share all his knowledge without reservation. Their faces lit up with joy, and nearby, Li Wei was also intrigued. Having listened intently to the exchange, Yang Xiaodao's experience and expertise were more than sufficient to guide someone at the level of a second-tier fitter. After work, within the confines of Workshop 3, Yang Xiaodao lingered at his station, patiently imparting his operational insights to Li Nan and Xing Jiaqi. The two continually voiced their uncertainties, and Yang Xiaodao, undeterred, explained diligently, occasionally demonstrating practical exercises. They realized that this approach was far superior to their previous trial-and-error methods. Gradually, a few more individuals approached, gathering quietly around them. Before long, Zhou Peng arrived, followed by others drawn by the commotion, and soon, a crowd of over 10 people encircled Yang Xiaodao. In the midst of this gathering, he held a first-level workpiece, addressing the queries of an apprentice. He began with the fundamentals, progressively advancing from simple to complex concepts, ensuring that his explanations were clear and concise, allowing attentive listeners to easily retain the information. At that moment, several apprentices expressed their delight, articulating their confusions. And upon receiving Yang Xiaodao's guidance, they hurried back to their workstations to put the advice into practice. Initially, there were skeptics. The notion that a second-level fitter could instruct others was met with disbelief, as even the 6th and 7th level fitters in the workshop hesitated to do so. However, shortly thereafter, an apprentice, holding a newly processed workpiece, instantly convinced the skeptics of Yang Xiaodao's genuine expertise, who would dare to guide others without substantial skill. In just half an hour, Yang Xiaodao garnered the gratitude of several apprentices, while those around him, having absorbed the fundamentals, felt a sense of inspiration. As twilight approached, Yang Xiaodao decided to conclude the session. Though the crowd remained eager for more, They agreed to reconvene the following day before departing together. On the way, Zhou Peng chattered excitedly around Yang Xiaotao, his face alight with astonishment. "Brother Tao, you are incredible. Your explanations surpass even those of our team leader. If you ask me, you shouldn't be teaching them. As the saying goes, teaching disciples may lead to the master's downfall. Such skills should not be easily imparted," Zhou Peng proclaimed earnestly. Yang Xiaotao playfully tapped him on the head, saying, "Where did you pick up such nonsense? Don't talk about the master starving. You should focus on learning instead of indulging in baseless thoughts. I didn't make it up. I heard it from Ma Hua in the kitchen. Something about chopping for 3 years before being qualified to cut," Zhou Peng retorted. Yang Xiaotao replied with a hint of irritation. "That is merely futile thinking. What kind of society are we in now? Such notions are outdated. Moreover, the world is changing rapidly, and the future of production will evolve at an unprecedented pace, creating an even greater demand for talent. If we cling to our outdated ways, we will surely fall behind. And being left behind invites adversity." As Yang Xiaotao spoke, Zhou Peng found the philosophy somewhat perplexing, yet he understood deep down that Brother Tao was a capable individual. Yang Xiaotao chose not to elaborate further, harboring his own plans in silence. As the situation in the courtyard had reached an impasse, it was prudent to shift strategies, establishing a solid reputation within the factory before returning to confront the beasts of the courtyard. This approach could be likened to eight-dimensionality reduction strike. With various possibilities swirling in their minds, the two continued on their journey. However, they did not head directly back to the Zhou residence. Instead, at Yang Xiaotao's insistence, they visited the market, purchasing an assortment of vegetables, half a kilogram of meat, a 3-kilogram carp, and a dozen eggs. With their bags in hand, they returned to the Zhou home. Currently living alone, Yang Xiaotao's earnings, combined with the rewards from the system, amounted to nearly 200. Such wealth was not merely boastful. Few in the courtyard could rival his financial standing. Moreover, with the ability to exchange credits for goods, he found himself saving even more. Upon their arrival at the Zhou residence, Aunt Zhou had already prepared the dumplings, eagerly awaiting the boiling pot. Upon seeing the items Yang Xiaotao had purchased, she launched into a familiar tirade, to which Yang Xiaotao offered no retort, instead engaging in light banter with Zhou Kuei and playfully teasing the two little sisters. After dinner, Zhou Kuei insisted on accompanying him back, and Yang Xiaotao made no objections. Together they walked towards the courtyard. "Kuei, have you thought about what you want to do?" Zhou Kuei shook his head. Despite possessing considerable strength, his honesty and lack of fluency in speech rendered him undesirable to many employers. Furthermore, his substantial appetite made it difficult to sustain himself on the meager wages typically offered for temporary work. "I will inquire on your behalf to see if there are any suitable options," Yang Xiaotao offered, though he, too, had limited connections, being merely a secondary-level fitter. After exchanging further conversation, they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. "Tao go, I am going back." After Zhou Kuei finished speaking, he turned and left. Yang Xiaotao entered, read for a while, and then lay down to sleep. The night remained cold, yet under Xiaowei's control. The temperature in the room was kept constant. Coupled with the warmth radiating from Xiaowei at his chest, the quilt felt quite cozy. The following day, Yang Xiaotao rose early, shaved, and washed his face, feeling considerably revitalized. He proceeded to boil the instant noodles he had redeemed, and the newly refreshed ham sausages of the week paired perfectly with them. Although it was merely ordinary ham, it imbued the noodles with an essence that seemed to bring them to life. Without hesitation, Yang Xiaotao redeemed 100 sausages. Were it not for the preciousness of academic credits, he would have redeemed even more. This week, aside from the ham, there were eggs and toothbrushes available for redemption. Yang Xiaotao did not choose to redeem the eggs, as they were inexpensive and he did not wish to squander his credits. After enjoying a delightful breakfast and tidying up swiftly, he slung the redeemed water bottle over his shoulder and stepped out of his room, heading toward the factory. In the courtyard, as Yang Xiaotao departed, a pair of eyes in the Jia household glinted with malice. "Curse that wretched little beast, eating eggs in the morning. May it meet its end." Jia Zhangshi sniffed the thin aroma wafting through the air, her stomach grumbling. Yang Xiaotao had underestimated the keen senses of people in this era. Even though Xiaowei controlled the release of scents, it could not escape the noses of those who lacked sustenance. However, Yang Xiaotao was oblivious to this, continuing his routine of work, meals, reading, and returning home, spending extra time after work to explain matters to those in need. The subsequent days followed a similar pattern. Each evening, he would linger a while longer, After several days of targeted instruction, certain apprentices and first-level workers made remarkable progress, allowing other teams to reap the benefits. With even some team leaders coming forward to express their gratitude, much to the delight of Wang Fa and his colleagues. As word of this success spread, a gathering of individuals formed around Yang Xiaotao Station after work each day. While some viewed this phenomenon positively, others voiced their dissent. The dissenters could be divided into two groups. One faction merely felt that Yang Xiaotao was too young and feared he might inadequately guide his students. The other group was driven by pure jealousy. These individuals, perhaps capable in their own right, were reluctant to allow others to learn, and some, lacking in skill themselves, showed no desire for self-improvement nor for the advancement of others. Among them were figures from the Sihiyuan, such as Jia Dongxiu and Lu Haizhou. In summary, the majority remained skeptical of Yang Xiaotao, and whispers of discontent began to circulate within the workshop. Nevertheless, Yang Xiaotao remained unfazed, approaching his work with a calm demeanor. When questioned, he would candidly admit to any knowledge gaps, stating outright when he did not know the answer. This straightforward and forthright approach earned him the respect of many. One day, after completing his tasks and adjusting the machinery, Yang Xiaotao noticed a few individuals had gathered around his workstation. At the forefront was Zhou Peng, who felt that his skills had improved significantly over the past few days. Tasks that once required considerable effort to polish were now easily managed. This newfound confidence filled him with optimism for this year's assessments, believing that if he closely followed Brother Xiaotao, he could also attempt the second-level evaluation. True to form, Yang Xiaotao encouraged those with questions to speak up, and the others understood the routine, presenting the day's workpieces for his critique. As Yang Xiaotao held the workpiece and pointed out several processing errors, two individuals approached from the periphery of the crowd. One was Director Wang of the workshop, accompanied by an elderly man with graying hair. This man was Lu Daming, an 8th-level fitter from Workshop 3. Though advanced in age, his prominence within the establishment was undeniable, and he was commonly referred to as Lu Gong by his peers. Due to his age, he had seldom engaged in hands-on work in recent years, stepping in only for critical components, thus primarily serving in a supervisory and advisory capacity. With age came a decline in vigor, leading Lu Gong to pay little attention to the junior workstations. His visit today was at the behest of the workshop director, aimed at listening and observing. The two stood at the edge of the crowd for a while before Director Wang glanced at Lu Gong, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the explanations being provided. Subsequently, the two departed, unnoticed by the engrossed audience captivated by Yang Xiaotao's discourse. The following day, upon arriving at the workshop, Yang Xiaotao heard some news from Wang Fa. Xiaotao, did you know? Lu Gong from our workshop praised you. Lu Gong. Yes, Lu Daming, the 8th-level fitter. Wang Fa then elaborated on Lu Daming's background, allowing Yang Xiaotao to grasp the situation. Lu Daming's stature and influence surpassed that of Yi Zhonghai, and even compared to Yi. He had spent a longer tenure at the steel mill. However, due to his age, he was rarely seen in the workshop. Unlike Yi, who took on only a few apprentices, Lu Daming had an extensive network of disciples not only within the steel mill, but also at other associated factories. He was indeed a figure of great respect and admiration. It is likely that recent events have reached his ears, prompting him to come and observe quietly. Subsequently, there arose what one might call commendations. Yang Xiaotao understood the reason behind Wang Fa's elation. Within this workshop, a single word from engineer Lu carries more weight than the director's, and even the factory manager must concede to him. With Lu's endorsement, idle gossip has lost its traction. And even if it persists, no one dares to brazenly incite discord. One must recognize that to offend Engineer Lu is to invite the collective ire of the entire factory. Yang Xiaotao felt a surge of gratitude. Although he did not perceive any personal injustice, it was only fitting to express appreciation for the support he received. Thus, buoyed by this affirmation, he noticed an increasing number of individuals visiting him after work each day, including even those of the 3rd and 4th tiers inquiring about his insights. This left him somewhat bewildered, yet undeniably proud. It was inevitable. The knowledge instilled by the system provided him with the confidence to instruct on matters within the 1st and 2nd tiers, and even to contribute to discussions concerning 3rd-tier issues. As time flowed like water, the weather warmed, and the heavy winter coats were shed in favor of lighter garments. After a long winter's confinement, people could finally move freely, escaping the stifling quarters that felt almost moldy, basking in the warmth of the sun. They roamed about like mice awakening from hibernation, seeking sustenance for their lives. Yang Xiaotao had experienced a rather fulfilling winter, though he had only been in this world for a little over 6 months. The events of these past months acted as a catalyst, facilitating his swift integration into this realm. He now began to relish the unique essence of this remarkable era. Unlike the other families in the courtyard, Yang Xiaotao's home is graced by the presence of the sprite, Xiao Wei, which lends an air of cleanliness and freshness to the abode. The wooden elements, having been tended to by Xiao Wei, exude a subtle aroma, devoid of the musty scent of decaying timber. It is the weekend. After a hearty breakfast, Yang Xiaotao chose not to visit the library, instead opting to prepare for the cultivation of the yard. He had been waiting for favorable weather to plant the seeds he had purchased previously, and now the moment had finally arrived. Old Man Chun, residing next door, had long been aware of this endeavor. The cultivation of vegetables and fruits in the courtyard was not overseen by anyone, but among the families within the courtyard. Only they and the vacant plot outside the front gate, adorned with flowers by Yin Fugue, could boast of such a privilege. When Yang Xiaotao announced his intention to grow vegetables, Old Man Chun was skeptical. He understood well that gardening was no simple task. It required diligent care and fertile soil. Given the quality of the soil in their courtyard, he was certain it was ill-suited for planting. Old Man Chun had previously cautioned Yang Xiaotao, yet the latter remained undeterred. Resolute in his decision. "Let me lend a hand," he offered. "I have seeds for cabbage, tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, and leeks. How would you like to arrange them?" As Yang Xiaotao presented the packets of seeds, all meticulously sorted by Xiao Wei, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite the high viability of the seeds, the fact remained that he lacked experience in agriculture. While Old Man Chen's concerns were valid, he had a distinct advantage. He was accompanied by the sprite, Xiao Wei. Once the seeds were sown, he would not need to worry, and he could even anticipate a bountiful harvest. However, cultivating this land is no small feat, fortunately. With the assistance of Elder Chun in planning, otherwise, it would have been a haphazard endeavor. Elder Chun surveyed Yang Xiaotao's courtyard, which was approximately the same size as his own, separated by a half-meter wide stone path. This modest courtyard spanned roughly 11 to 12 square meters, narrower from north to south, yet broader from east to west. At the front stood the northern wall of the west wing, which had once served as the quarters for maidservants in affluent households. Presently, it housed a local family of 3 who maintained amicable relations. To the west resided the Jia family. Although they occupied merely a single room, it was comparable to Yang Xiaotao's too, as they had partitioned their space into 2 bedrooms. Thus, Yang Xiaotao's agricultural pursuits bore no relevance to the occupants of the west wing, especially since the northern wall lacked a window. Furthermore, since Yang Xiaotao was cultivating his own garden, the residents of the courtyard had no authority over his endeavors, apart from perhaps expressing some disdainful remarks about the folly of youth. "Here, against the wall, you may plant cucumbers. In due time, erect a wooden trellis for them to climb," Elder Chin suggested, pointing to the area adjacent to the western wall, which, due to the obstruction, received scant sunlight in the afternoon. Yang Xiaotao marked the distance with a stone, allocating space for the plants. "This section shall be for chili peppers. Let us designate this area for tomatoes. They are not excessively tall and will not overshadow the leeks. The remaining space can accommodate leeks and cabbages. It would be prudent to plant more cabbages. By the time we harvest, we can sow another batch to sustain us through the winter. As for the leeks, it is still the end of March. 2 rows will suffice for consumption until autumn." As Elder Chin walked, he continued to devise his plan. Yang Xiaotao listened attentively from behind, noting the varying time requirements for planting these crops. Only those who had resided in this bustling city for an extended period could discern the patterns, allowing them to schedule appropriately and cultivate suitable vegetables. Yang Xiaotao committed these insights to memory and prepared to take action. Many in the courtyard were aware of Yang Xiaotao's intentions, and a few idlers gathered nearby to watch the spectacle, while Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu sat at a distance, their eyes brimming with envy. Humph! They truly believed themselves to be noteworthy individuals. In this city, with its multitude of courtyard houses, it was unheard of for anyone to grow vegetables in their yard. Such an act would bring disgrace. Clearly, he was a rustic from the countryside, still clinging to outdated notions about agriculture. Jia Zhang's words were unkind, and Qin Huairu, who also hailed from a rural background, felt a pang of bitterness. If only her family had a small courtyard, she too would wish to plant something. The elder and the second elder had heard of the situation and shook their heads with derision, eagerly awaiting Yang Xiaotao's inevitable misfortune. "Shaju, hands behind his back and exuding an air of wisdom, remarked to those in the courtyard that farming was no simple endeavor. At that moment, Zhou Kuei and Zhou Peng approached the front yard and encountered Yin Fuguei, who was heading out to fish. Familiar with the inhabitants of the courtyard, the two briefly explained the situation before making their way to the central courtyard. Yin Fuguei had also heard about Yang Xiaotao's endeavor, and the thought of growing vegetables began to take root in his mind. If Yang Xiaotao succeeded, what was the point of cultivating flowers? This matter required re-evaluation. At the very least, he needed to secure the land in front of his house. With little enthusiasm left for fishing, Yin Fuguei set aside his fishing rod and sought out Third Ant for a discussion. As they arrived in the central courtyard, they spotted Yang Xiaotao from a distance. "What brings you two here? Brother Tao, let us lend a hand." Zhou Peng rolled up his sleeves, ready to move things. The yard was cluttered with various items that needed reorganizing. "That's splendid. I have been quite overwhelmed," Yang Xiaotao remarked, glancing at the individuals in the yard who had been idly watching for most of the morning without offering assistance. Their behavior was indeed rather beastly. With the addition of two more people, particularly Zhou Kuei and Yang Xiaotao's considerable strength, they effortlessly tossed the refuse out to the street. Eventually, the remaining items in the yard, such as water jars and clothes racks, were neatly arranged to one side. Next came the formal planting. Sensing Xiao Wei's excitement in his chest, Yang Xiaotao and the others pressed on, diving directly into their work. Armed with a hoe, Yang Xiaotao, guided by Grandpa Chun, meticulously dug the soil. Grandma Chun followed closely behind, scattering vegetable seeds into the trenches. Zhou Peng then carried a bucket of water, pouring it in measured scoops, while Zhou Kuei used a shovel to cover the trenches with soil. Grandpa Chun, barefoot, compacted the earth, leaving a trail of footprints. As they busied themselves with fervor, Grandma Chun remarked on the nostalgic feeling of farming in her youth. Even Grandpa Chun felt significantly more invigorated. While explaining the planting process, he recounted amusing anecdotes from the past. This endeavor continued until noon before they finally finished. Grandma Chin had already gone home to prepare lunch. This time, Yang Xiaotao did not allow the Zhou brothers to leave. He instructed them to head over first while he returned to his house to fetch a few items. Grandpa Chun led the two brothers home, while Yang Xiaotao contemplated what he should take with him. Finally, 10 packets of packaged braised beef noodles were brought, with the seasonings contained in a single bottle, which was quite acceptable. 2 pieces of aged ham were also included, of course unwrapped. This item, lacking packaging, was somewhat akin to the red sausage of the present time, albeit coarser, yet others paid it no mind. Upon entering Old Man Chen's home with these provisions, there was no room for discussion, as Aunt Chen was promptly instructed to prepare the noodles. While other families had already dined, the Chen family's meal was just beginning. The entire courtyard became enveloped in a delightful aroma, the scent of beef mingling with the fragrance of aged ham, stirring the appetites of everyone present. Jia Zhangshi once again erupted in complaints, and even the elderly gentleman and his companions could not suppress their disdainful grunts. In the backyard, the deaf old woman cast a glance at Old Man Chen's family, who were of a similar age to her, and a pang of sorrow washed over her. Where was her grandson, Silly Zhu, to bring her a meal? Old Man Chun and his guests were equally entranced by the instant noodles before them, the tantalizing aroma urging them to indulge immediately. In no time, the 10 packets of noodles were devoured, while only half of the aged ham remained. Aunt Chen intended to send it back with Yang Xiaotao, who declined, stating there was more at home. Instead, she offered a piece to the Zhou brothers, keeping half at Old Man Chen's residence. After the meal, Yang Xiaotao escorted the Zhou brothers home, while Old Man Chen, having indulged in some liquor, fell asleep. Returning home, Yang Xiaotao gazed at the well-tended courtyard, anticipating that in a few days, it would transform into a lush green paradise. His spirits soared, and Little Wei emerged, chirping excitedly. The weather was splendid, reminiscent of a holiday. Today was a day for rest. Yang Xiaotao reclined on his bed, squinting as he contemplated what to do in the afternoon. He recalled he had acquired the fishing skill. Perhaps he should go fishing? In this era of material scarcity, the stringent crackdown on speculation is palpable. A slip could easily lead to unjust accusations and confinement. However, fishing remains an unregulated pursuit. Moreover, one cannot perpetually indulge in clandestine consumption. Thus, fishing emerges as an optimal long-term strategy to conceal the reality. Glancing at his academic credits, Yang Xiaotao pondered whether his fishing skills could also be enhanced through them. Surprised, he observed that his fishing skill remained unranked, prompting him to invest in its advancement. After expending 20 academic credits, his fishing skills swiftly ascended to level 1. A notification chimed, congratulating him on the elevation of his fishing skill, accompanied by the reward of a golden fishing rod and a monthly allocation of 10 national food coupons. What? Yang Xiaotao abruptly sat up in bed, scrutinizing the alert. Indeed, it confirmed a monthly reward. Unbelievable, he exclaimed, realizing the magnitude of this boon. As a level 2 machinist, his monthly ration from the factory amounted to a mere 24 pounds of food coupons, of which only 7 or 8 were premium grains. Yet now, with the addition of these 10 national food coupons, he not only gained 10 pounds of white flour, but could also exchange it for over 20 pounds of coarse grains. More significantly, these national food coupons could be traded for cooking oil, a highly sought-after commodity. Ecstatic, Yang Xiaotao reflected on the fishing skill. Initially perceived as a mere auxiliary ability for leisure, he had not anticipated such delightful surprises. Observing the fishing rod materializing in his possession, he noted that it was not golden, but rather a verdant hue reminiscent of bamboo, cool to the touch, yet exquisitely comfortable to grip. Golden Fishing Rod, a premium fishing tool from the deep-sea angling game. It not only boasts remarkable resilience and resistance to damage, but also possesses a certain probability of attracting schools of fish, thereby enhancing the likelihood of success. Indeed, it is a splendid item. However, this is only at level 1. What awaits at level 2? With this thought in mind, I glanced at my credits. Over 200 should suffice. In an instant, I expended 50 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your fishing skill has advanced to level 2. Monthly rewards include 10 Jin of national food vouchers and 10 yuan. Truly, it is as expected. Holding the unexpectedly acquired 20 Jin of national food vouchers and 10 yuan, I felt an inexplicable thrill. Although it is merely an increase of 10 yuan, it accumulates monthly. Moreover, this is merely level 2. Could level 3 be even better? If I were to elevate to level 7 or 8, would I not be able to enjoy ample sustenance without the need to work? Indeed, education is the key to alleviating hunger, haha. Seeing the efficacy of my fishing skills, Yang Xiaotao was disinclined to remain idle at home any longer. He rose with composure, taking Xiao Wei along as they ventured outside. Since it was on the way, Yang Xiaotao decided to visit the recycling station to find Huang Daniu. He first inquired whether any books had been received, but alas, there were no fruitful results. This made Yang Xiaotao realize that, in the future, he would have to rely on the library for his reading. He produced a box of spring plowing seeds, which he had specifically purchased last time to facilitate certain matters. He allocated one to Huang Daniu. As it was essential to maintain this connection, one never knows when valuable items might come into play. Departing from the recycling station, he found a secluded spot, retrieved his fishing rod, and after a brief examination, he continued on swiftly, soon arriving at the West Sea. In the entirety of the city, there exist 6 seas. And among them, the Western Sea is the closest to their courtyard, which is precisely why Yin Fugue and his companions frequent this location after work. Upon arriving at the back sea, Yang Xiaotao noticed a considerable number of individuals already seated, engaged in the art of fishing. Observing the array of fishing rods set up, he realized that he had come rather unprepared. With only a single fishing rod in hand, he had forgotten to bring a fish bucket or any bait. Not to mention, he lacked a proper seat and couldn't possibly squat on the ground. Glancing around, he noticed nearby fishermen well equipped for the endeavor. He had to devise a solution. The absence of a fish bucket was easily rectified. In the past, while catching fish, he would simply find a branch to string them upon. As for bait, that too was uncomplicated. He could venture to the edge of the trees and lift stones to surely uncover some earthworms. Regarding seating, Yang Xiaotao scanned his surroundings and spotted a sizable rock, reminiscent of a rural stone mill. Perhaps it was too heavy for anyone to move, as it remained undisturbed. He decided to relocate it for his use. Thus, beneath a grand willow tree, Yang Xiaotao moved the stone, tore the earthworms into shorter segments, and affixed them to the fishing hook. Standing at the water's edge, he grasped the rod with both hands, memories of casting from his past flooding his mind. Following his instincts, he exerted force with his arms, sending the float and hook soaring through the air with a satisfying splash as they landed in the water. Subsequently, he perched upon the stone, leaning the rod beside him, and began to observe the float dancing upon the surface of the water. Through the fishing line, Yang Xiaotao could sense the bait being tugged at, the float trembling slightly, sending ripples across the water's surface. His modest fishing experience informed him that the fish had yet to bite. He remained patiently vigilant, but soon the float ceased its movement altogether. With a swift motion, he lifted his rod, only to find the fishing hook bare, the worm long gone. These fish had gained wisdom from previous encounters. Yang Xiaotao meticulously prepared the bait once more and cast it into the water. My rudimentary fishing skills were certainly not to be underestimated. Observing the bobber nodding again. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Xiaotao yanked the line with vigor. A resistance surged through the line, yet in the next instant, the fish leapt from the water, leaving the hook still empty. Clearly, he had hooked a fish, but failed to secure it. Again, he repeated the process of baiting and reeling in. After more than 10 attempts, his arms felt fine, but his spirit was weary. Indeed, his fishing skills were still quite basic. Yang Xiaotao realized that his technique was insufficient. He had sensed bites multiple times, yet remained unable to land a fish. Fishing, it seemed, was a true test of patience. The weather was pleasant, the afternoon sun gentle. Originally intending to take a break, Yang Xiaotao decided to persist. In a moment of boredom, he watched the bobber nodding once more and casually tugged the line. Once again, it was empty. This simply would not do. With his first fishing expedition proving fruitless, how could he maintain his enthusiasm? Yang Xiaotao felt a pang of frustration. After all, he had reached level 2 in fishing skills yet still couldn't catch a fish. No wonder they offered a meager monthly stipend. Relying on such fishing skills for sustenance seemed a recipe for starvation. Yang Xiaotao's thoughts drifted uncharitably as his gaze fell upon the green water plants, swaying rhythmically with the current. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Xiaowei. In the depths of his heart, he softly called out. And from beneath the sprawling willow tree emerged a small head, which promptly vanished again under Yang Xiaotao's direction. A wave of delight surged within him through his inquiries. He had discovered that Xiaowei could manipulate the aquatic plants, yet due to her diminutive size and the uncertainty of the underwater situation, Yang Xiaotao had declined her request to enter the water. Instead, he instructed her to control the roots of the grass along the shore, guiding the fish towards their vicinity. This was, in essence, a clever ruse to attract the fish. While he might not hook one or two, surely a group of fish would eventually stumble upon the bait. Before long, Yang Xiaotao observed the aquatic vegetation swaying in an orderly fashion, and he caught a glimpse of a sizable fish being driven from its hiding place, darting about in a state of panic. These creatures had yet to fully recover from the harshness of winter, and now they were being compelled to seek sustenance. Yang Xiaotao fixed his gaze on the bobber, his hands gripping the fishing rod, poised to exert force at any moment. Suddenly, with a swift plop, the bobber plunged beneath the surface. At last, he had caught one. The tension transmitted through the rod assured him that this time the fish was firmly hooked. He immediately lifted the rod, tightening the line, which responded with considerable strength. With no excess line to spare, Yang Xiaotao could only entice the fish with vigor. Fortunately, the bamboo rod, reinforced by Xiaowei, bent under the strain but did not break. This was no small fish. He watched as it thrashed in the water, darting east and west, occasionally breaking the surface. Were it not for the durability of the fishing line, Yang Xiaotao would have felt a twinge of anxiety. Meanwhile, several nearby anglers noticed the commotion but chose to remain silent, continuing with their own endeavors. Previously, they observed Yang Xiaotao continuously casting his line, and most of the individuals present were familiar faces. As a newcomer, Yang Xiaotao was regarded as a mere novice, amusingly engaged in fishing. When they noticed this inexperienced angler had hooked a fish, they didn't approach but cast sidelong glances, curious to see if this young lad could land his catch. Yang Xiaotao, however, was wholly focused, employing his experience to tease the fish. He intermittently tugged the line, ensuring the fish had no respite, thus exhausting its strength. In less than 5 minutes, sensing the struggles on the line had diminished significantly, he cautiously began to reel it in. The professional fishing rod made the task effortless. To his astonishment, he finally drew the fish from the water, its body measuring nearly a foot in length. Elation washed over him. "Come to me." Seizing the moment, Yang Xiaotao raised his arm, and with a swift motion, he flung the sizable fish onto the shore. Its considerable mass and weight caused it to bounce twice on the ground, its tail still thrashing. Yang Xiaotao discarded the fishing rod and promptly pressed down on the fish. Goodness, this must weigh at least 3 or 4 pounds. He mused, estimating it to be a minimum of 4 pounds, and it was a silver carp, a rare find in these times. As he stunned the fish and prepared to secure it with a stick through its gills, several elderly men nearby stood in awe, equally impressed by the catch. "What remarkable luck for the young man," one remarked. Acknowledging that such a novice angler could land such a sizable fish was purely a stroke of fortune. Yang Xiaotao carefully placed the fish aside and smiled at the onlookers before returning to his fishing. One fish was sufficient for sustenance. But in an era where meat was scarce, wouldn't more fish be even better? A few elderly gentlemen glanced at the scene before departing, each harboring a desire to catch a sizable fish, lest they be looked down upon by the younger generation. Yang Xiaotao continued to cast his line, while Xiao Wei, positioned by the riverbank, skillfully manipulated the vegetation, this time expanding her reach. After half an hour, Yang Xiaotao successfully reeled in a carp, albeit weighing just over 3 pounds. Moments later, he caught a larger silver carp, which put up a vigorous struggle beneath the surface for more than half an hour before he managed to pull it up with considerable effort. Upon inspection, it exceeded half a meter in length and weighed at least 10 pounds. With deftness, he threaded the 3 fish together using a branch, then tidied his fishing rod and, accompanied by Xiao Wei, made his way to the water's edge to wash his hands. He then carried the trio of substantial fish towards the courtyard. The surrounding elders were left in awe, their expressions frozen in disbelief at such extraordinary fortune. To catch fish weighing over 10 pounds was truly remarkable. It underscored the adage that appearances can be deceiving. As soon as Yang Xiaotao departed, a bespectacled elder promptly claimed the vacant boulder. Not far off, Yang Xiaotao faintly heard the commotion behind him, but paid it little mind. As dusk settled, it was time to return home for a fish feast. In the evening, Yang Xiaotao, bearing his fishing rod and the catch of the day, strolled along the street, becoming the focal point of attention. The air was still somewhat chilly, and with dinner preparations underway, foot traffic was sparse. Yet, anyone who laid eyes on Yang Xiaotao could not divert their gaze. The 3 fish, particularly the largest one, measuring half a meter in length, nearly brushed the ground with its tail. Such substantial fish were a treasure. Even if they were fish, they constituted meat. With such a bounty, there was bound to be a good amount of fat, and if rationed wisely, it could sustain a family for several days. More importantly, this young man was carrying 3 magnificent fish. Upon observing Yang Xiaotao's attire, it was evident that he had just returned from fishing. At that moment, many individuals began to contemplate their own fishing plans for the following day. As Yang Xiaotao entered the alley, he lifted his gaze to see Uncle San diligently tending to the flower bed. Today, upon hearing that Yang Xiaotao had planted vegetables in his front yard, Uncle San was inspired by the idea of cultivating a garden right at his doorstep. After discussing it with Aunt San, both were filled with delight, envisioning a future where they could grow their own vegetables and perhaps even exchange some for a bit of cash at the pigeon market. With a heart full of excitement, Uncle San approached Yi Zhonghai to discuss this matter, though he refrained from explicitly mentioning the vegetable gardening. He merely expressed his desire to utilize the space in front of his house. Being seasoned in the ways of the world, Yi Zhonghai was well aware of Yin Fugui's intentions. Reflecting on the situation in front of Yang Xiaotao's home earlier that day, he immediately grasped Yin Fugui's plan. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Yin Fugui, stating that the area in front of the courtyard represented the dignity of the residents. Moreover, that particular plot did not technically belong to the courtyard but was under the jurisdiction of the street office. Should one wish to utilize it, they ought to seek permission from the street office. Upon hearing this, Yin Fugui felt his hopes dashed. To be directed to the street office would surely result in a reprimand. Consequently, the matter was left unresolved, and he returned his attention to the flowers, loosening the soil and pruning the branches. Only then did Yin Fugui stand up to stretch his limbs. Adjusting his glasses, he was instantly taken aback. Xiaotao, you've returned. As Yang Xiaotao approached, Yin Fugui fixated on the fish in his hands, swallowing hard as his empty stomach protested more vigorously. Glancing at Yin Fugui, Yang Xiaotao suddenly recalled a moment in the front yard when Aunt San had spoken a word of fairness, prompting him to soften his expression. Uncle San, are you tidying up the garden? Yes. Yin Fugui responded with a couple of murmurs, yet his gaze remained fixated on the fish in his hands. This fish. It was caught today. Fishing. Oh dear, I was supposed to go today, but I got held up by other matters. Sigh. Yin Fugui observed Yang Xiaotao, who was shouldering a fishing rod, and a wave of regret washed over him. If only he had gone fishing himself. At least half of these 3 fish would belong to him. He was confident in his angling skills, unaware that someone else was merely fortunate, with skill having no bearing. He chuckled to himself, thinking that tomorrow would still be a good opportunity to fish. Yang Xiaotao sensed Uncle San's thoughts, but chose not to voice his understanding. After all, there were few successful catches among the elderly still fishing. If Yin Fugui had gone, it was likely he would have caught nothing but solitude. Ignoring Yin Fugui, Yang Xiaodao prepared to enter the house. Observing this, Yin Fugui quickly stepped forward to block his path, wearing a broad smile. "Uncle San, what is this?" Yang Xiaodao inquired. Frowning, he harbored no fondness for Yin Fugui's penny-pinching ways, yet he held no objections. In this era, one could not survive without being frugal and meticulous. Yin Fugui's thriftiness was acceptable, provided it did not encroach upon him. "Well, Xiaodao," he began, "with such a large fish and considering your lack of culinary skills, isn't this a waste? The nation is still in its development phase, and wastefulness is unacceptable. We are educated individuals. We cannot engage in such behavior. How about this? Come to my house, and let my wife assist you in preparing it, just in time for Uncle San to share a bottle of wine. We can enjoy a drink together." After Yin Fugui finished speaking, he attempted to pull Yang Xiaodao towards his home. Yang Xiaodao sidestepped, evading the enthusiastic hands, leaving Sandage grasping at air. Upon hearing these words, it became apparent to him what Yan's intentions were. If he were to go to Yan's house, it was likely that the three fish would all bear the Yin surname. Moreover, as a solitary individual, he could hardly compete with Sandage's entire family when it came to feasting. "I am merely lending a hand to Uncle Chen's family. There is no need to trouble Aunt San," Yang Xiaodao replied with a cheerful smile, though he did not completely dismiss the conversation, turning instead to walk inside. Yin Fugui, watching Yang Xiaodao retreat, stomped his feet in frustration. "My family also requires assistance," he lamented. "That heartless rascal, consuming such large fish piece by piece. How many meals would that yield?" As Yin Fugui stomped in urgency, the family of Aunt San, who had been observing from within, felt their hopes shatter. Yang Xiaodao is utterly lacking in tact. Failing to unite with the residents of the courtyard will eventually lead to misfortune, Yin Jieqing expressed indignantly. While Yin Jiefeng turned his gaze towards Yin Fugui. "Father, what do you need the fishing rod for?" Yin Fugui, feeling the pang of regret for not having gone fishing today, akin to losing 100 yuan, resolutely decided to set out for fishing. "I shall go fishing," he declared, leaving behind his silhouette as he briskly disappeared through the doorway. "Father, you should go after dinner," Aunt Sin called out, but by then, Yin Fugui was already out of sight. Yang Xiaodao, carrying the fish, made his way towards the central courtyard. At that moment, everyone in the courtyard was busy preparing meals, and upon seeing the large fish Yang Xiaodao was carrying, they were filled with envy. Waves of people approached to greet him, each harboring various thoughts and intentions. Shaju was busily stir-frying cabbage, with a piece of pork beside him, which he had deliberately purchased from the market earlier that day. He intended to invite Uncle Da and the Jia family over for a celebratory dinner in honor of his successful completion of the 8th level assessment. Inside the house, He Yushui was savoring the delightful aroma when she suddenly spotted Yang Xiaotao outside, holding a remarkably large fish. "Brother, that fish Yang Xiaotao is carrying is enormous," He Yushui exclaimed. Shaju looked up and was equally astonished by the size of the fish. "Good heavens, what a colossal fish," he exclaimed before rushing into the yard to inspect it closely. The fish's head could be prepared as a spicy fish head dish, while the flesh could be stir-fried. Such a sizable fish could also yield flavorful broth from its bones. However, the meat was quite tough and would require vigorous cooking to soften. Shaju instinctively embraced his role as a chef, continuously discussing the magnificent fish, treating Yang Xiaodao more like a mere prop than a person. "Shaju, you're blocking my way," Yang Xiaodao commented, somewhat dismissively, as he observed Shaju, who was bustling around with a spatula, muttering to himself. There are those who mispronounce names, yet never misname nicknames. Just days earlier, Yang Xiaodao had left Shaju sprawled on the ground after a scuffle, and now, instead of feeling embarrassed, Shaju appeared completely unfazed. Perhaps this was simply a reflection of Shaju's character. Indeed, Shaju was refreshingly straightforward, possessing a thick skin. As he would put it, the past is but a chapter turned. "Brother, did you catch this fish?" he inquired, looking at Yang Xiaodao, feeling a twist of discomfort in his stomach. Having been bested in their previous encounters, he understood that Yang Xiaodao was a formidable opponent, and he knew he could not match him in strength. In the presence of someone stronger, it was only natural to adopt a more humble demeanor. Onlookers chuckled and pointed, amused by Shaju's humble posture, as he lowered his head in deference. "Silly Zhu, have you forgotten the pain of being beaten? Have you so quickly shed your former self? You must be quite thick-skinned." It is evident that Silly Zhu is a dog at heart. A few individuals, feeling quite at ease, spoke loudly nearby. Silly Zhu lifted his head and retorted. What are you all chattering about? Is there nothing to do? Are you foregoing your meals? The imposing aura of the courtyard's warriors silenced them instantly, and they turned to head home. Humph. Silly Zhu huffed, his demeanor proud. None of these people were worthy of his blows. Hey, step aside. Just as he was basking in his own grandeur, Yang Xiaotao, in a foul mood, uttered these words and delivered a light kick to Silly Zhu's abdomen. Silly Zhu felt his body sway and instinctively stepped aside. Although Yang Xiaotao did not exert much force, the mere push startled Silly Zhu, awakening deep-seated memories that prompted him to evade. He then watched as Yang Xiaotao slowly walked away, not sparing him a glance. Hey, don't waste that fish. I'll make you a feast. Just give me one fish, even a small one will do. After jumping aside, Silly Zhu quickly regained his composure and shamelessly approached to plead for a catch. He dared not dream of a large fish, but even a smaller one would weigh 3 or 4 pounds. Yet, Yang Xiaotao utterly ignored him, making his way into the courtyard, exchanging a few words with Aunt Chen before retreating indoors. Dejected, Silly Zhu returned home, his heart heavy with regret. In the west wing, Jia Zhangshi had been peering out the window, awaiting Silly Zhu's return. She had hoped he would manage to catch a fish, so they could enjoy a sumptuous dinner at his place that evening. However, to her dismay, Silly Zhu returned empty-handed. As Yang Xiaotao approached the house, Jia Zhangshi could no longer contain her anger. This wretched little creature, she exclaimed, doesn't he know to respect the elderly and cherish the young? It has been ages since I had fish, and he shows no filial piety towards this old woman. Such a large fish, how could one person possibly finish it? There is not a shred of compassion in him. How has he wasted so many years? Jia Zhangshi returned to her seat, while Qin Huairu, who was washing vegetables nearby, pondered silently. Are you unaware of our family's relationship with Yang Xiaotao? Expecting him to show respect is rather foolish. Yet, Qin Huairu couldn't help but covet the large fish, especially since she was pregnant and felt a need for nourishment. The village elders had said that consuming fish during pregnancy would lead to a clever child, intensifying her desire for the fish. Silly Zhu is truly dim-witted. If he won't give it, he should just take it. What a coward. Jia Dongshu lay on the bed, rambling. He had just returned from a day of leisure with friends and found no pleasure in it, so he came home seeking food. Upon seeing Yang Xiaotao, his frustration boiled over. Qin Huairu remained silent, scrubbing the cabbage as she prepared dinner, feeling exasperated with her husband. At that moment, He Yushui rushed in energetically. Aunt Zhang, Brother Dongshu, Sister Qin, my brother has cooked a meal to celebrate his successful assessment and invites you to join us. He Yushui exclaimed as she approached Qin Huairu. Yushui, your brother has had his struggles, so we will not attend. Not go. Why not? Jia Zhangshi immediately sprang up, and Jia Dongshu, with a face full of displeasure, climbed out of bed, and the two of them headed towards the door. Qin Huairu's cheeks flushed, while He Yushui beside her set down the cabbage in her hands. Sister Qin, let us hurry. My brother has bought some meat. Tonight, we shall feast on braised pork. Qin Huairu smiled shyly, caressing her belly, and quickly fell in step with her. At Grandpa Chen's house, he skillfully prepared a large fish, imparting wisdom to Yang Xiaotao. This fish, so grand in size. How did you manage to catch it? I've never seen such a specimen from anyone else's line. Yang Xiaotao wore a grin, responding, indeed, it was merely good fortune. Haha, you lucky lad, you are in for a treat. The braised silver carp that your aunt makes is renowned for miles around. Meanwhile, Aunt Chin began placing the fish into the pot. The entire fish nearly filled half of it. Knowing how to cook fish is one thing, but one must first have the fish to cook. You spend your days idling at home. From now on, you shall fish for me. Grandpa Chin's expression soured. He was not one accustomed to remaining idle, and fishing proved to be more challenging than working in the factory. Aunt, I shall fish, and if Grandpa catches anything, you can prepare it. Haha, that I would gladly do. Before long, the last 2 fish were cleaned and ready. Grandpa Chin tied them with 2 ropes. We shall hang these up at home, and in a few days, they will become dried fish, ready to satisfy our cravings. Yang Xiaotao took them with a grin. All right. I shall return then. You little rascal, always thinking of your own pleasure. Quickly find yourself a wife, so your aunt's culinary skills can be passed down. I shall do my best. In the stillness of the night, the entire courtyard was enveloped in the delectable aroma of fish and meat wafting from the central courtyard. Those who had dined were content, patting their bellies as they resigned themselves to slumber. However, for those who had not eaten, the tantalizing scent rendered their humble meal of steamed bread and pickles utterly unappetizing. Tonight was destined to be a restless night. Within the home of the foolish pillar, a gathering comprised of an elderly couple, the Jia family of 3, and the deaf old woman surrounded the table, laden with steaming dishes emerging from the kitchen. Although the dishes were uniform across the households, the sole distinction lay in the variety of seasonings employed. In most homes, oil was used sparingly, and seasoning was limited to salt. Yet, the foolish pillar, being a chef, was fortunate enough to have an abundance of spices at his disposal. He often brought home remnants from the kitchen, sufficient for his family's needs. This was a hallmark of the era. During times of famine, chefs were seldom left to starve. In preparation for this meal, the foolish pillar had spared no expense, unleashing his culinary prowess to make the aromas within the room all the more inviting. "Elder uncle, do try this braised pork," he said, presenting a glistening piece of the dish before Yi Zhonghai as he took a seat beside him. Yi Zhonghai, visibly delighted, wore a paternal smile and nodded in appreciation. However, rather than reaching for his chopsticks, he turned to the deaf old woman beside him and remarked, "Pillar, as this elder is of advanced age, we should show respect for our elders by allowing her to eat first." The foolish pillar, realizing his oversight, gently tapped his cheek and exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could I forget? Elder, please, do take a taste." The old woman, no longer appearing deaf, beamed with joy, her face radiant like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Very well, very well. The pillar is indeed benevolent, and he remembers me, this old and unyielding soul, truly a filial child." Silly Zhu, overwhelmed by the flattery, wore a radiant smile upon his face. The elderly lady, savoring a piece of fatty meat, displayed a contented grin. Observing this, the old gentleman could no longer resist the enticing aroma of the braised pork, promptly exclaiming to those around him, "Please, help yourselves." Before he could finish his sentence, Jia Zhang had already seized her chopsticks, deftly capturing 2 generous pieces of fatty meat and swiftly devouring them. With unrelenting fervor, she continued her quest for more. Jia Doshi was not far behind, stuffing his mouth with meat as well. Qin Huairu, though slightly more reserved, realized that if she did not act soon, there would be nothing left to savor. In no time, the small plate of braised pork was nearly empty. Jia Zhang, with her cheeks puffed, chewed vigorously, fearful that even a drop of grease might escape her lips. Qin Huairu took her bites methodically, ensuring that the meat found its way into her belly. He Yushui, having only consumed a single piece, noticed that merely one morsel remained, while the old gentleman and silly Zhu had yet to partake. The onlookers cast uneasy glances toward the Jia family, their discomfort palpable. Finally swallowing her morsel, Jia Zhang was about to reach for the last piece when a voice interrupted her. Noticing the furious expressions surrounding her, she awkwardly Shaju, "Your braised pork is simply exquisite. Our family has been lacking in richness, and just now, the child in my belly began to stir. After indulging in your meat, it has now settled down." Upon hearing this, Shaju beamed with joy. "I am glad you like it, my dear nephew. It's just a piece of meat. If there is more in the future, do come again." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Qin Huairu, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart. If Yang Xiaodao were here to hear Qin Huairu's words, he would surely inform her that the stirrings were merely due to her cravings, not the unborn child. "Dear elder, you should have this piece of meat," Shaju said, placing it before the elder. Meanwhile, Jia Dongxiu seized the opportunity to speak. "Indeed, master. You are the most respected person in our courtyard and are cherished by all. This meat rightfully belongs to you." Jia Dongxiu, generous with others' offerings, showed no concern, having already savored several pieces himself. Yi Zhonghai felt a sense of contentment, remarking, "It is indeed heartening to see so many thoughtful individuals in our courtyard. By helping one another, our lives will surely improve." Clap, clap, clap. He Yushui and Qin Huairu spontaneously broke into applause, while Aunt Zhang looked on with satisfaction at Jia Dongxiu and Shaju, contemplating ways to strengthen their relationships in the future. Just then, Jia Zhangshi suddenly wrinkled her nose, attempting to inhale deeply. The deaf old lady frowned, ready to admonish the inconsiderate Zhang Ernie, when an enticing aroma of fish wafted into her nostrils. This ungrateful wretch, this disrespectful child, has no regard for the elderly and the young, indulging in fish at home without considering others. Truly, it is utterly disgraceful. Upon the passing of his father, indulging in wine and meat, one must address this troubling behavior. Jia Zhashur glanced towards the inner chamber, aware that the fish was caught by Yang Xiaodao. The aroma and quantity surely surpassed that of the braised pork, a feast in itself. "Indeed, master, Yang Xiaodao exhibits a profound selfishness. devoid of any sense of humanity. I propose we convene a meeting to expel him altogether. A sinister gleam flickered in Jia Dongshu's eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai lowered his head to finish his drink, fully aware of Yang Xiaotao's circumstances, yet he was reluctant to provoke him further. Each party living their own lives, without interference, seemed rather agreeable. The entire room was captivated by the enticing scent of the fish. Shaju closed his eyes, savoring the aroma. Star anise, cinnamon, and the addition of white wine. Oh, if only there were some pepper, it would be even more delightful. In the backyard, Su Domao tossed a duck leg bone onto the plate, scoffing. Isn't it just a fish? Can it compare to the delectable roast duck from Quanjude? He lamented, always showing off, only to incite resentment. Su Dama grumbled, while his parents, Su father and Su mother, remained expressionless, yet they were perplexed by Yang Xiaotao's recent transformation. This lad has matured significantly since his father's demise. Su father sighed and turned to Su Damao, shaking his head in resignation. Next door, the Lu brothers, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, were salivating, their eyes nearly bulging. Lu Guangqi sat on the stool, somewhat lost in thought, yet the movement of his Adam's apple revealed his yearning for delicacies. Lu Haizhong suddenly found the egg in his hand lacking in allure. Originally, Sha Zhu's invitation, which excluded him, ignited a fire of resentment within him. Now, as Yang Xiaotao indulges in a sumptuous fish feast, reportedly a magnificent specimen weighing over 10 pounds, his exclusion only deepens his discomfort. Lu Haizhong feels increasingly disrespected by the inhabitants of this courtyard. You little rascal, if you're not going to eat, then just skedaddle. Observing the trio's demeanor, Lu Haizhong's frustration boiled over. He grabbed a nearby feather duster and unleashed his ire upon his 3 sons. This time, Lu Guangqi was not spared either. Enier, watching from the sidelines, remained indifferent. The cries of Lu Guangqi and his brothers echoed from the backyard, adding a lively atmosphere to the courtyard. In the front yard, Yin Fugui, empty-handed, wore a mournful expression as he sat at the table, where the entire family awaited his cue to commence the meal. Put those peanuts away. We'll have them tomorrow. Glancing at the table adorned with steamed cornbread and peanuts, Yin Fugui counted and ultimately selected 3 peanuts for each person, reserving the remainder for later. Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefang had no objections to this arrangement, nor did they dare to voice any dissent. As for the youngest, Yin Jiequang, his wide eyes fixed on the peanuts, he feared his share might be diminished. At Grandpa Chen's home, the aroma of the freshly cooked catfish captivated those seated at the table. At this moment, Wang Dashan, summoned by Yang Xiaotao, joined the gathering. The adage one hero is supported by 3 helpers resonated here. As a newcomer, Yang Xiaotao understood the secret to overcoming adversaries, to adeptly wield the weapon of a united front, uniting all possible forces and seeking every potential ally. This strategy could even withstand the might of imperialism. Dealing with the ruffians of the courtyard would be effortlessly manageable. In this courtyard, those who exhibit kindness toward Yang Xiaotao, yet possess a certain ruggedness, become comrades worth cultivating. Over time, they instruct those in need within the factory, gradually forming a close-knit circle. Uncle Chun and Auntie's fish dishes surpass those prepared by my spouse by leaps and bounds. Wang Dashan, with his honest visage and robust physique, speaks with a forthrightness befitting his character. This time, Wang Dashan did not arrive empty-handed. He brought along 2 substantial sausages, crafted from surplus meat from the processing plant. A true delicacy in this era. The large fish on the table was divided into 2 generous platters, with the guests eagerly consuming the fish heads, while the remaining portions remained untouched. This is a customary practice when dining at someone else's home. The more visually appealing dishes often remain unconsumed by the hosts, allowing them to be saved for the next occasion. However, in this setting, there were no strict protocols, apart from a plate of pickled vegetables. The table was adorned with 2 platters of fish, and Yang Xiaotao and his companions busily wielded their chopsticks, relishing the meal. The fish was substantial, nearly filling the platter, with tender flesh and skin rendered even more delectable through the simmering broth. The silver carp bore few bones, making it a delight to consume. Yang Xiaotao remarked in admiration that this fish was far more flavorful than those raised in later times, an entirely natural, organic fare, devoid of pollution and additives, with notably less earthy taste. Your aunt was even more formidable in her youth. Her reputation stretched across 10 miles, he chuckled, after a couple of drinks. Grandpa Chen's face flushed, and his speech became slightly slurred. Meanwhile, Wang Dashan clinked glasses with Yang Xiaotao. Despite his youth, Yang Xiaotao possessed a commendable capacity for liquor. After a few drinks, the bond between the two men continued to deepen. Yang Xiaotao affectionately referred to Wang Dashan as uncle, and Wang Dashan reciprocated by acknowledging him as a brother. Amidst the tangled web of relationships, they remained unconcerned. Xiaotao, you're not a child anymore. It's time for you to find a wife. I can introduce you to a girl from the factory. Rest assured, she will be a good mother, Wang Dashan said. His face flushed from the alcohol as he pounded the table in joviality. Yang Xiaotao recalled the robust figure of Aunt Wang and found it hard to accept the prevailing aesthetic standards of the era. Otherwise, how could Shaju be so infatuated with Qin Huairu, who had borne 3 children? Was it merely her ample figure and prominent bosom that captivated him? The notion that a larger posterior signifies fertility and that a sturdy physique bears strong offspring was indeed a prevailing belief of this time. While he could tolerate a larger rear, he had a preference for a more graceful silhouette. However, he could not abide by a rugged appearance. Ultimately, personal tastes vary, yet one can maintain their convictions. Uncle Dashan, my father has only been gone for less than a year. This matter is not urgent, Yang Xiaotao attempted to defer, invoking the customary mourning period. Little did he know that Grandpa Chun, overhearing, widened his eyes in disbelief. Xiaotao, don't be ridiculous. What era is this? The state encourages widows to remarry and promotes childbirth. We cannot adhere to feudal customs. After Grandpa Chen spoke, Grandma Chen promptly kicked him, scolding him for his drunken folly, asserting that it was about filial piety, a matter of moral obligation. Realizing he had spoken too harshly, Grandpa Chen was aware that such words could lead to trouble for Yang Xiaotao if they were to spread. Following Grandma Chen's retort, she turned to Yang Xiaotao, affirming, "Your uncle is right. In this day and age, even widows are encouraged to remarry, contributing to the nation. Xiaotao, I believe you must give this serious consideration. It cannot be that the Yang family faces extinction." Yang Xiaotao nodded. It was not that he was unwilling to seek companionship, but rather that the denizens of this courtyard were too unruly. If these ruffians were not subdued, any bride brought into the household would undoubtedly suffer daily indignities. Unless he were to find a woman who already resided in the courtyard. Upon returning home, Yang Xiaotao reclined on his bed, gazing at the beams above, while Xiao Wei frolicked joyfully upon the back of his hand. Spring had arrived, imbuing everything with vitality, which rendered Xiao Wei particularly spirited. As he contemplated the women of the courtyard, several names floated to the forefront of his mind: Lu Xiaoyi, Yu Li, Qin Jingru, and Yu Haidai. It seemed that these few managed to endure within the confines of this courtyard. Yet, they were not without their own complexities. Perhaps, a trial might be worth considering. With his arm serving as a pillow, the effects of the wine began to envelop him, and his eyes grew hazy. In a fleeting reverie, an enchanting figure appeared before him, delicately loosening her garment to reveal her porcelain skin. Yang Xiaotao felt a stirring within, only to witness the woman morphing into a round-faced girl, then a rural maiden with braids, and subsequently a girl with a ponytail. This woman, after all, was Qin Huairu. He abruptly opened his eyes, shivering at the thought. It was best to keep a distance from her. The following morning, Yang Xiaotao hung 2 fish outside his room. The chill in the air was perfect for drying them into fish jerky. Instant noodles with eggs and ham. A simple breakfast consumed, I filled the kettle with water, grabbed a book and tucked it into my bag, then exchanged a brief greeting with Old Man Shun before heading towards the steel mill. Upon exiting the gate, I happened to spot Uncle Shaju and Jia Dongshu along with another companion. The 3 of them frequently commuted together, their camaraderie evident. Yang Xiaotao felt no inclination to greet them, quickening his pace to pass by. Pa, pretending to be a scholar. The sound of Shaju's loud voice echoed behind him, but Yang Xiaotao paid it no mind. Approaching the steel mill, the streets bustled with pedestrians. Familiar faces exchanged greetings while strangers hurried along, heads bowed. Upon reaching his workstation, he tidied up his belongings and then embarked on a busy and fulfilling day. In the courtyard, just as Yang Xiaotao departed, Jia Zhongshu's gaze remained fixed on the window of the Jia household in the central courtyard. "Mom, what are you looking at?" Qin Huairu inquired after tidying the table and washing the dishes, noticing her mother-in-law perched at the window. Jia Zhongshu glanced back at her, irritation evident in her voice. "Nothing in particular. If you have nothing to do, go buy some food. We don't have much flour left." Qin Huairu's expression turned sorrowful upon hearing this. Jia Dongshu's monthly salary of 27.5 yuan was first given to Jia Zhongshu as a form of retirement fund, leaving Qin Huairu with only 10 yuan for household expenses, while the remainder remained with Jia Dongshu. Over the past few months, she had not witnessed him purchasing anything. Yet whenever the end of the month arrived and food ran low, he would claim he had no money. When pressed, he would resort to physical reprimands. And after several instances, she no longer dared to ask. Whatever social obligations he had eluded her understanding, but surely it could not continue like this every month. Mom, this month Dongshu didn't give much money. Qin Huairu clutched the last remaining 30 cents in her pocket, casting a glance at Jia Zhangshi. Is that all? Qin Huairu. How do you manage the household? We still have 7 or 8 days until payday. How will the family eat? Are you trying to starve me? Is this how a daughter-in-law should behave? Jia Zhangshi turned, hands on her hips, her face a mask of fury. Qin Huairu felt a deep bitterness. What kind of mother-in-law was this? Yet, she wished to save a bit of that money, for when the child arrived, she would need something for the baby. With this thought, she spoke with a sense of grievance. Mother, you know our situation. We have only a little cornmeal left, which you cannot eat. And I am out of money. Jia Zhangshi recalled the unpalatable steamed cornbread. Having just indulged in braised pork the night before, she had no desire to eat that again. And her expression softened slightly. Seeing this, Qin Huairu hastily added, Mother, Dongshu gives you every month. Shut your mouth. Before she could finish, Jia Zhangshi erupted, leaping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her slanted eyes widened, and her mouth curled to reveal jagged teeth. Qin Huairu, let me tell you, do not touch my pension. That is what Dongshu provides for my old age. If you dare to have any ulterior motives, you can pack your bags and leave this house. Qin Huairu felt a sudden pang in her heart, quickly clutching her chest as she sank onto a stool. The silence enveloped the room, with neither woman speaking. After a moment, Jia Zhangshi, realizing she had perhaps spoken too harshly, observed that Qin Huairu continued to ignore her. But she also acknowledged that the child within her was still a part of the Jia family. Huairu. Jia Zhangshi spoke in a gentle tone, moving aside to express the family's difficulties. Indeed, times are hard for everyone. At my age, with only a few years of life left, I must save some money for my old age. Throughout my life, I have faced solitude. Dongshu's father passed away early, and I have single-handedly raised him. Now that he has a wife, how difficult it has been for me. Jia Zhangshi's words were imbued with warmth and sincerity, revealing the depths of her feelings. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu felt a stirring in her heart, her earlier thoughts dissipating. She looked up at Jia Zhangshi, saying, Mother, I understand our family struggles. But I only have 1 yuan left now. This month's food budget has been exhausted, and I cannot buy much even for vegetables and flour. As she spoke, she took out the money from her pocket, feeling quite helpless. Jia Zhangshi's eyes shifted as she gazed outside and said to Qin Huairu, You should learn to be more resourceful. With so many people in our courtyard, including kind souls like Uncle Da and Shaju, and the support of our neighbors, isn't it only natural to borrow some food when times are tough? Qin Huairu, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, Last month, our family borrowed 20 pounds of cornmeal from Uncle Da, and we have yet to return it. How can we borrow again? Jia Zhangshi, with a playful gesture, tapped her forehead and said, Oh, my dear girl, have you been dulled by country life? We borrowed based on our own merit, so why should we repay? You may as well borrow, see if they dare to ask. What sort of days are we living in at the Jia household? They feast with their mouths dripping. And do they still have the audacity to request? This assertion is made with such conviction. What should be borrowed, by merit, is in fact taken. The Jiazhong family, with an air of entitlement, instilled confidence in Qin Huairu. Perhaps, life in the city is indeed distinct from that in the countryside. Go on. And if you cannot procure it, do not return. Noticing Qin Huairu's hesitation, Jiazhong immediately adopted a stern expression, leaving Qin Huairu no choice but to depart towards Uncle Chen's home. The house was empty, and Jiazhong once again leaned against the windowsill, peering outside. Before long, Uncle Chen emerged with a stool, making his way to the front yard. A smile graced Jiazhang's face as she stretched her slightly aching calves and continued to watch. Finally, after a considerable amount of time had passed, Aunt Chen stepped out, holding a winnowing basket filled with rice, placing it in the sun to dry before heading to the back courtyard for a visit. The opportunity had arrived. At that moment, Jiazhang's face was alight with excitement as she swiftly opened the door, her sturdy little legs leaving a flurry of footprints on the ground. And she hurried to the outside of Yang Xiaodao's yard. Cautiously glancing around, she noted that most of the people in the courtyard were at work, and the few remaining women were preoccupied with their own tasks, leaving no one to observe her. With a few quick strides, she stepped into the yard, and looked up to see two fish hanging from the eaves. Those wretched creatures, so large, do they not know how to honor me? Left to the mercy of the wind and rain, how unfortunate it would be if they spoiled. It would be far better for us to take care of them ourselves. Jia Zhangshi spoke with her lips, yet her eyes darted around in search of a means to bring the fish down. At that moment, Yang Xiaodao had hung the fish quite high, and given Jia Zhangshi's short stature and her somewhat distorted physique, she could not reach it even with a jump. After searching for a while, she found no suitable object to stand on. Why on earth does that little rascal cultivate a vegetable garden? Jia Zhangshi lamented, her frustration palpable. Although she contemplated uprooting the soil for him, she feared leaving traces of evidence and felt a certain trepidation towards Yang Xiaodao, who was known for his propensity to unleash violence on the likes of Shaju. Putting aside her musings, Jia Zhangshi eventually stumbled upon a tool, an axe from the neighboring Mr. Chen's house. With no time to spare, she scanned her surroundings for onlookers and dashed over to seize the axe. She approached the suspended fish and aimed for the largest one. Swinging the axe down with her arm raised, she took a brief glance before hurling the axe from her hand. Her expression twisted in a grimace of rage that seemed capable of shattering her teeth. The axe flew through the air, crashing through the glass with a resounding smash, sending shards cascading into the room. The sound of breaking glass was painfully sharp, echoing throughout the courtyard. Ignoring the fate of the fish, she felt a surge of adrenaline and swiftly retreated to her home. The door swung open and shut with remarkable speed. Leaning against the door, she gasped for breath, only regaining her composure when footsteps could be heard outside. She peered through the crack of the door. The commotion had indeed startled the residents, prompting an elderly lady and Qin Huairu to emerge first. The sound was alarmingly jarring even within the central courtyard. Qin Huairu had been engrossed in conversation with the elderly lady about their household struggles, who had promised to bring some cornmeal upon her return. Their discussion was interrupted by the noise, compelling them to investigate. Soon, several others from the courtyard rushed over, including Aunt Chun, who arrived to witness the scene in front of Yang Xiaodao's house. What has happened? Who did this? Aunt Chun exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. It hadn't been long since her husband was playing chess in the front yard, and outsiders would scarcely dare to intrude. It was undoubtedly someone from within the courtyard. The elderly lady approached to assess the situation, particularly noting the fish and the broken window, realizing this was an act of deliberate vandalism. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Jia Zhangshi stood as if unaffected by the chaos, but her silence only heightened the suspicion against her. However, she contemplated evading suspicion, yet forgot the blood and flesh that had splattered upon her. The surrounding aunties and young wives also directed their attention forward, oblivious to the scene. Aunt Chun, filled with indignation, exclaimed that thieves had brazenly infiltrated their courtyard. Such individuals, if identified, must be delivered to the authorities. In her youth, Aunt Chun was no stranger to mischief, but age had tempered her, leading her to avoid unnecessary trouble, thus presenting an appearance of meekness. At this moment, one of the aunties, uncertain of what to say, recalled the delicate balance maintained by her late husband within the compound. She stepped forward and suggested, Aunt Chun, since this incident has occurred, we women are at a loss on how to handle it. Perhaps we should wait for the gentleman and Yang Xiaodao to return before taking any action. Indeed, Aunt Chun, what she says is right. We are not directly involved. Let us wait for the men to return, another chimed in. Nearby, Qin Huairu, who had been searching for Jia Zhangshi amidst the chaos, felt a sense of dread. She knew well the gluttonous and indolent nature of her mother-in-law, which made her wonder if this incident was indeed connected to her. Sure enough, she spotted Jia Zhangshi in the crowd. Observing the bloodstains on her clothing, Qin Huairu could only inwardly berate her for her foolishness. How could one commit such acts and not clean up after themselves? Yes, we are uncertain about how to proceed. Let us wait for Yang Xiaodao's return, she reiterated. Yes, the uncles will be able to handle it. The suggestion from one aunt quickly garnered support, and Aunt Shin found herself unable to oppose it. Consequently, the crowd dispersed, agreeing to reconvene in the evening to discuss the matter further. As the crowd began to disperse, Aunt Shin scanned the gathering, searching for the figures of Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi. Suddenly, her gaze landed on the unsightly stains on Jia Zhangshi's back, igniting her fury. Zhang Ernyo, Aunt Shin exclaimed loudly. Jia Zhangshi, who was being urged by Qin Huairu, hastily retreated into the house, her nerves palpable. At that moment, upon hearing Aunt Shin's call, Jia Zhangshi paused, while those around her turned their attention toward the commotion. Mother, we must leave, Qin Huairu urged in a hushed tone, fearing the repercussions of being caught. An elder woman walking ahead turned at the sound and immediately recognized the stains on Jia Zhangshi's clothing, understanding the situation. However, Jia Zhangshi quickly fled inside, not pausing to offer any explanations. Witnessing this, Aunt Chen stepped into the courtyard and shouted, "Zhang Erniu, come out. Do not assume that hiding will absolve you of your actions. With that filthy fish residue on you, do you think the people in this courtyard are blind? Come forth. If you dare to act, then dare to face the consequences. Do you truly believe no one here can hold you accountable?" Aunt Chen's voice erupted with anger, prompting Uncle Chun from the alley to approach and inquire about the disturbance. What? That wretched woman. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chun raised a stool, preparing to smash the door. In that moment, an elder woman rushed forward to intervene. "Old Chen, what are you doing? We are neighbors. Surely there is no need for such hostility?" Others joined in to placate the situation, while Qin Huairu, clutching her stomach, approached the door and added, "Aunt Chen and Uncle Chen, my mother-in-law is unwell and has gone to lie down. Is there something you wish to convey to me?" Elder Chen grasped the ever-communicative elder Madam Chen, glancing at Qin Huairu and then at the Jia family. "Let us return home. This matter shall await Xiao Tao's return for a resolution." The couple turned and departed, leaving Elder Madam and Qin Huairu exchanging perplexed glances. Given Yang Xiaodao's temperament, what decision could he possibly make? Elder Chen spoke a few words before settling onto a stool at the entrance, evidently awaiting someone. Elder Madam Chen, opting for silence, moved aside to retrieve another stool and sat at the doorstep, observing the scene. The couple's demeanor suggested that this issue was far from resolved. "Mother, what exactly is your intention?" Qin Huairu queried sharply, eyeing Jia Zhangshi. Several individuals in the courtyard had already witnessed the scandalous situation she found herself in. There was no way to conceal it. Once Yang Xiaotao returned, this affair would undoubtedly escalate. Jia Zhangshi, having been exposed, felt a surge of panic within her. Lacking the courage to be defiant, she looked to Qin Huairu, silently pleading for assistance. However, at this moment, Qin Huairu was hardly in a more favorable position than Jia Zhangshi. Particularly in the face of Yang Xiaodao, she was inherently at a disadvantage. If only he could be reasonable, matters could be resolved within the courtyard. Yet, this individual was notorious for amplifying issues, bypassing the elders of the courtyard to seek intervention from the street office or the police. Such a disruptive approach rendered the elders powerless. Initially, everyone had intended to disregard Yang Xiaodao, maintaining a distance to avoid his troubles. Who could have anticipated that this foolish old woman would dare to steal fish? After the incident, they also shattered someone's window. If no one had witnessed it, perhaps they could have concealed the matter, but now many in the courtyard have noticed. How shall they account for this? Observing Qin Huairu's silence, Jia Zhangshi appeared visibly flustered. "Huairu, what shall we do about this?" Qin Huairu's mind was in disarray as she sat thoughtfully contemplating a strategy. "Mother, you must either apologize and offer compensation." Upon hearing the words apologize and compensation, Jia Zhangshi sprang to her feet, her fingernails poised to strike towards Qin Huairu. "You little hussy, I knew you still harbor feelings for that wretch. Apologize to him? Absolutely not. There's no money to be had, and if it comes to it, he must pay with his life." Qin Huairu regarded her obstinate mother-in-law, undeterred by her menacing gestures, and replied coolly, "Then perhaps you should consider residing in the shed for a few days." This situation was neither trivial nor monumental. Theft coupled with property damage warranted sufficient repercussions. In an instant, Jia Zhangshi froze, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as her breath quickened. No, I can't go. I refuse to. Huairu, think of another solution. Mother is of advanced age. If I were to be imprisoned, it could be the end for me. I cannot endure such hardship." Jia Zhangshi, ever the fickle one, now displayed a pleading demeanor that was a stark contrast to her earlier bravado. Qin Huairu inwardly scorned her foolish mother-in-law, but recognized the necessity of considering the Jia family's reputation. If they were to be imprisoned, the family's name would be irreparably tarnished. For the sake of their future children, she must devise a plan. "Mother, I have another idea. Please lend me some money, and I shall." As Qin Huairu spoke, Jia Zhang's previously contorted face gradually relaxed, and with a pained expression, she retrieved 2 coins from within the room. "Huairu, do hurry along, don't delay." Qin Huairu nodded, casting a glance at the courtyard before hastily departing. In the afternoon, after Yang Xiaotao had delivered his customary lecture, he walked back with his fellow workers. Upon returning to the alley, he spotted Old Chen seated at the entrance, accompanied by Uncle San and Su Demao. Upon seeing Yang Xiaotao's return, Old Chen immediately approached him. followed closely by the other two, as if fearing he might escape. "Old Chen, why are you still out so late?" Yang Xiaotao remarked, oblivious to Su Damao's schadenfreude. However, Old Chen's demeanor was grim as he pulled Yang Xiaotao aside. "What's the matter? Has something happened?" Noticing the serious expression, Yang Xiaotao sensed that trouble had once again arisen in the courtyard, and he was certain it was somehow connected to him. Old Chen then quietly apprised Yang Xiaotao of the situation. Upon hearing, Yang Xiaotao without a moment's hesitation turned and made his way towards the alley's exit. "Xiaotao, wait. Don't go." Uncle San, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly rushed to stop Yang Xiaotao. He had been instructed by Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong that such matters were to be resolved within the courtyard. The previous year's accolades were now lost. If this year ended similarly, he would no longer hold any authority as a steward in the yard. Without the power of stewardship, Uncle Sam would find himself without respect, making it impossible for him to secure any benefits. Su Damao also hurried over, though his motives were not influenced by anyone's directive. He obstructed Yang Xiaotao purely out of a desire to witness the spectacle. Seeking the police? Where is the thrill in watching Yang Xiaotao confront the courtyard? Third uncle. What do you mean? Yin Fuguei remained silent. Can you take charge of this matter? Yin Fuguei continued to hold his tongue. If you can, I shall place my trust in you for once. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding your esteemed position. Yin Fuguei wore a countenance of discomfort. He was merely a messenger, unable to take command in this situation. However, given the circumstances, if Yang Xiaotao were to escalate matters, it would not bode well for him either. Moreover, prior to arriving here, Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong had already devised a strategy, and should he falter, how would he navigate the future in the courtyard? Xiaotao, would you heed third uncle's advice? You have yet to even step inside the courtyard, at the very least. You should come in and see what is unfolding before making any decisions. Yin Fuguei earnestly urged, as Su Dama approached, adding, "Indeed, brother Xiaotao. Everyone in the courtyard is watching. If you were to leave like this, would it not mean that you must avoid any future matters within the courtyard?" Elder Chen also stepped forward with a few words of persuasion. Only then did Yang Xiaotao manage to suppress the anger boiling within him. "Very well. I am indeed curious to see how our courtyard will address this situation." With that, he strode toward the courtyard. Yin Fuguei let out a sigh of relief, yet inwardly regretted his agreement with Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong. After all, Yang Xiaotao was notoriously obstinate. Su Damao, meanwhile, wore a look of anticipation. As they arrived in the central courtyard, where a throng had gathered, either standing, sitting, or leaning against the pillars, all eyes fixed upon the unfolding drama. In this era, radios have become rare treasures, and witnessing human squabbles has transformed into a rather entertaining spectacle. As the saying goes, one never tires of watching a commotion. Upon the return of Yang Xiaotao, the onlookers widened their eyes, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Upon entering the courtyard, Yang Xiaotao's gaze was immediately drawn to Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, who were seated prominently at the center. The two exchanged a glance, and Lu Haizhong rose to his feet. "Dear neighbors, today the three of us elders have convened this meeting to discuss." Lu Haizhong began to assert his authority, but before he could articulate much, he noticed Yang Xiaotao striding directly into his own yard. Upon observing the scattered remnants of meat, the fragmented fish beneath the house, and the shattered glass at the entrance, Yang Xiaotao's fury ignited. Such blatant disrespect. In broad daylight, they dared to commit such acts. Truly believing him to be an easy target, Yang Xiaotao turned and approached the gathering in the courtyard. Lu Haizhong, interrupted by Yang Xiaotao's bold entrance, felt an unsettling pressure build within him. With his notoriously fiery temperament, he immediately began to bellow, "Yang Xiaotao, we are in the midst of a meeting here. What do you mean by this? Do you not acknowledge me, the second elder, or the presence of the others in the courtyard?" His fingers pounded emphatically on the table, as if on the verge of an explosion. Witnessing their father's outburst, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu instinctively shuddered, unconsciously stepping back a couple of paces, while the eldest, Lu Guangxi, looked on with disdain. Lu Haizhong roared, while Yang Xiaotao maintained a stoic demeanor, not even casting a glance in his direction. He casually retorted, "You're right. In my eyes, you're truly nothing but a second-rate figure. When did you become a first-rate one? Step forward again, and perhaps you'll manage to look somewhat respectable." Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong felt a surge of irritation swell within his chest. "You little beast, today I shall teach you how to show respect to your elders," he declared, attempting to maneuver around the table to deliver a blow to Yang Xiaotao. Observing this, Yin Fuguei immediately intervened, saying, "Old Lu, calm down. Let's resolve this matter first." Everyone is watching. Lu Haizhong, still pointing at Yang Xiaotao, retorted, "You little brat, just wait. This isn't over." With that, he returned to his seat. However, Yang Xiaotao was not one to back down. He strode to the front of the table, towering over them, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Old beast, no need to wait. Come at me." His fierce demeanor was a stark challenge to the three older men at the table, who had never encountered someone so dismissive of their authority. Yi Zhonghai opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Haizhong's temper flared. In his household, he was accustomed to disciplining children, firmly believing that no one dared to defy his authority. He raised his hand to deliver a slap, but in the next moment, Yang Xiaotao seized his wrist. Despite his age as a blacksmith, he possessed a strength that far surpassed that of younger men, which was why Lu Guangqi and the others had never been able to resist him. To Lu Haizhong's astonishment, he found his hand easily captured by Yang Xiaotao. The very next second, he felt a forceful push that sent him staggering backward. As he stumbled, the stool toppled over, causing him to fall unceremoniously to the ground. "You." Lu Haizhong, feeling the sting of pain, was about to speak, but met the icy gaze of Yang Xiaotao. The ache in his wrist jolted him back to reality. This fellow truly dared to strike. At that moment, Chun Dai and Wang Dashan, who had been observing Yang Xiaotao, hurried over to intervene, preventing him from escalating the situation further. "What do you mean, you? I am standing right here. Weren't you planning to teach me a lesson? Come on," Yang Xiao bellowed. Undeterred by the potential for chaos, Lu Haizhong sat on the ground, his face a mottled palette of blue and red. He had initiated the altercation, and news of this would only bring him disgrace. Glancing around, he noticed Yi Zhonghai calmly sipping from his cup, while Yan Fuguei focused intently on the table, seemingly trying to decipher its patterns. The surrounding onlookers began to take notice as well. Regardless of the circumstances, he knew he must endure this humiliation. With a dismissive snort, he turned to the two brothers, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangqi, who were watching the spectacle with amused expressions. "What are you two rascals still doing there? Hurry up and help me back." The brothers were taken aback for a moment but quickly composed themselves, assisting Lu Haizhong as they made their way to the backyard. Following closely behind were Aunt Air and Lu Guangqi. As the crowd in the courtyard began to register what had transpired, they realized that Air Day had already vanished through the moon gate. The events unfolded with such rapidity that it left everyone bewildered. While they were still processing Yang Xiaotao's advance toward the table, they witnessed Air Day reach out, only to be knocked backward. Subsequently, Air Day's furious shouts echoed as he was helped to his feet, and the family retreated to the backyard. By the time the onlookers grasped the situation, Air Day had completely disappeared, leaving their attention solely on Yang Xiaotao. At the table, Uncle Yan Fugua appeared visibly anxious, regretting his decision to wade into this murky situation. "Xiaotao, do not rush. Refrain from acting out. Let us discuss matters calmly. We are in the right, so let us avoid violence," Elder Chen interjected, fully aware that he was looking out for Xiaotao's best interests. In this era, reputation holds significant weight, which explains why he could mercilessly exploit the beasts within the courtyard while extending kindness to others. He was a man of clear distinctions between gratitude and grievance. Those who wronged him would face retaliation tenfold, while those who treated him well could expect his genuine friendship. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened. He had previously conspired with Lu Haizhong to ensure that Yang Xiaotao would suffer this indignity, but he did not anticipate that the esteemed Lu Haizhong would retreat in such a cowardly manner. Truly, fleeting enthusiasm does not foster lasting influence. Cursing Lu Haizhong's incompetence inwardly, he cast a glance at Yan Fugua, who remained aloof and uninterested in intervening. Among the onlookers, many were present to witness the spectacle. Yet only the Jia family and Shaju could be counted on for support. The rest were merely fair-weather friends. Catching sight of Shaju, Yi Zhonghai exchanged a meaningful glance that Shaju understood all too well. Approaching the crowd, Shaju held a poor impression of Yang Xiaotao, having been kicked by him just days prior, which had left him the target of Su Damao's ridicule for several days. Even the so-called war god of the courtyard felt his reputation waning. "Yang Xiaotao, you resort to violence. Is there no law left to uphold?" Shaju proclaimed earnestly. Yet, before Yang Xiaotao could retort, his lifelong adversary, Su Damao, leapt into the fray. "Oh look, Shaju is now invoking the law. In the ordinary course of your days, while you were engaged in physical altercations in the yard, I did not hear you utter a word about the law. Sunjai, you foolish Mau Mau. It seems you cannot refrain from mischief for even a single day. Everyone has heard it. He is threatening me." "Threatening you? I shall beat you to a pulp. You wretched creature." Naturally, faced with Su Damao, Shaju resorted to his fists, charging forward without hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Su Damao had no choice but to flee. Shaju, you just spoke of the law. What nonsense are you spouting now? Humph. Shaju remained silent, relentlessly pursuing, as the two dashed around the courtyard. The residents of the courtyard were accustomed to such antics. Even Su's father and mother merely offered a few words of advice, not taking the matter seriously at all. All right, stop the commotion. An elder banged on the table, and the surrounding crowd fell silent, bringing the two to a halt. Su Damao, clutching his backside, approached his mother, while Shaju stood there, brimming with joy and defiance. Shaju, behave yourself. Old Su, keep a close eye on your Damao. Both families exchanged words and then turned their attention to Yang Xiaotao. In the midst of the scene, Yang Xiaotao stood aside, observing the farce, his mind gradually calming. The events of today had unfolded, yet if it escalated, they would surely involve the police. However, resorting to the police for every little trouble would eventually diminish their authority among such ruffians, and even the police would grow weary. At this moment, observing Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family, he wished to discern what moral precepts this gentleman could possibly articulate. The happenings of today had already reached the ears of those in the courtyard. For those who were unaware, I shall reiterate. Yi Zhonghai's countenance was grave, and his voice resonated with authority. Having dispensed with the repetitive dialogue of Lu Hai, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Ahem, this morning, at Yang Xiaotao's residence in our courtyard, the glass was shattered, and the fish hanging in the room were also torn apart. That is the crux of the matter. Yi Zhonghai succinctly recounted the situation, leaving Yang Xiaotao in a state of bewilderment. How could this old fellow fail to soften the blow? However, before Yi Zhonghai could elaborate further, Yang Xiaotao hesitated to inquire more. Upon our return, we soon caught wind of the news. Following the investigation carried out by the three of us, clarity emerged regarding the incident. Upon concluding his account, Yi Zhonghai observed the astonishment etched on Yang Xiaotao's face, a smirk forming within as he reflected on the simplicity of the incident. It transpired that Jia Zhangshi, a resident of our courtyard, had spotted a cat on the roof of Xiaotao's house, presumably attracted by the two fish. In a moment of impulsive action, upon witnessing the cat pilfering the fish, Jia Zhangshi seized a nearby axe and hurled it. Unintentionally, he shattered the glass but succeeded in driving away the two cats. In essence, Jia Zhangshi acted with the best of intentions for Yang Xiaotao, albeit rather hastily, not foreseeing the repercussions. Overall, it stemmed from goodwill. As members of a communal courtyard and neighbors, we have always upheld the values of respecting elders and cherishing the young. Thus, Xiaotao, you ought to let this matter slide. As Yi Zhonghai concluded, a hush fell over the crowd, soon followed by a crescendo of discontented murmurs, with some present quietly cursing, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Yang Xiaotao, upon hearing this, burst into an abrupt laughter. Yi Zhonghai was spinning tales, treating everyone like fools. Beside him, old Master Chun, his face flushed, immediately stood up upon hearing such a ludicrous explanation. Though he and Yi Zhonghai were of the same generation, he was not intimidated by him. Yi Zhonghai, do you truly believe what you just uttered? Your words are less credible than claiming that an axe flew itself over. I, too, am one of the elders in our community. I do not wish to dwell on your past actions over these years, but your behavior today has crossed the line. No one should treat an elder in such a manner, especially at your age. Do not tarnish your reputation. Upon finishing his admonition, old Master Chen's face was also flushed with anger, prompting Yang Xiaotao to hurriedly pat his back in support. This was the first time Yi Zhonghai had been confronted so directly by a peer, leaving him visibly mortified, his lips tightly sealed, unable to muster a reply. With old Master Chen standing up for what was right, a wave of murmurs rippled through the courtyard. This elder is clearly biased in favor of the Jia family. My spouse witnessed Jia Zhangshi covered in fish fillets, clearly intending to steal the fish. Indeed, that old hag doesn't seem trustworthy. Her harsh tongue reveals her ill intentions. Yang Xiaotao too flaunts himself there, only to suffer the consequences. In no time, the onlookers in the courtyard began to voice their opinions. Yi Zhonghai felt the heat rising to his cheeks, yet had no choice but to press on. When he returned from work, an elder woman recounted the events, and he recognized the difficulties in addressing the situation involving Yang Xiaotao. However, if he turned a blind eye, how would the Jia family secure their standing in the community? Thankfully, not all members of the Jia family were inept. At least they had conjured a somewhat plausible excuse, albeit flimsy. Yet, his actions would undoubtedly inflict a significant blow to his own reputation. The murmurs of discontent grew louder, and Yi Zhonghai felt uncomfortable under the accusing gazes of the crowd. Were it not for Jia Dongxiu, would he even have to endure this? However, it was imperative that the situation not continue in this manner. He picked up an enamel mug and tapped it on the table, instantly silencing the surroundings. With the crowd now quiet, they allowed Jia Zhongshi to speak. Eager to retort, Jia Zhongshi had been waiting impatiently for her moment. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, she stepped forward and addressed the assembly. What are you all chattering about? Have you all forgotten the words of elderly? Do you not possess even a modicum of respect for our elders? Her barrage of questions elicited bemused expressions from the onlookers. Yi Zhonghai cleared his throat, asserting, let us discuss the matter at hand without diverging into unrelated topics. Jia Zhongshi flashed a smile at Elder Yi before raising her chin defiantly to face Yang Xiaodao. With the support of Elder Yi, a swell of courage surged within her. The matter is quite simple. I saw that cat attempting to steal your fish, and I chased it away. You ought to be grateful to me. Had it not been for my intervention, those 2 fish would have surely fallen victim to that feline menace. As for gratitude, I do not require your thanks. $2 will suffice. Jia Zhongshi spoke with audacity, leaving the crowd astonished. How shameless she was, demanding $2. Why not just resort to robbery? It was far easier to swindle than to confront. Henceforth, they resolved to keep their distance from her. She could twist the truth with such ease, truly a woman devoid of shame. Elder Yi and Elder Sin were no better, both equally unworthy. A chorus of sighs arose once more, and Yi Zhonghai, his expression darkened, summoned Jia Zhongshi to explain the matter at hand, yet refrained from addressing the issue of money. Jia Zhongshi had acted unilaterally, causing him considerable distress. Upon hearing his name mentioned, third uncle immediately grew anxious. Ladies and gentlemen, this matter was discussed solely between first uncle and second uncle. It has nothing to do with me. As for Jia Zhongshi's request for money, I was unaware of it beforehand. If you have inquiries, direct them to first uncle. Upon hearing Yin Fugui's words, Yi Zhonghai was further incensed. This fellow washed his hands of the matter while dragging him into the mire. Cursed be that old miser, Yin. Jia Zhongshi, what money do you seek? Should neighbors not assist one another without expecting recompense? Realizing her indiscretion had incited hostility, Jia Zhongshi quickly donned a smile, exclaiming, indeed, I speak too candidly, it was unintentional. Entirely unintentional. With a glance at Yang Xiaotao, her eyes gleamed with self-satisfaction. What could you possibly do to me? Yang Xiaotao, observing Jia Zhongshi's smug demeanor, turned to Yi Zhonghai, unable to suppress his indignation any longer. First uncle, might I pose a question? This afternoon, several aunties in the courtyard witnessed Jia Zhongshi covered in fish remnants. How shall we explain this? Did a cat scatter the fish upon you? Or do you possess feline traits? Laughter erupted throughout the courtyard, many casting amused glances at Jia Zhongshi, their expressions rife with mockery. Yet, Jia Zhongshi maintained her composure. While Qin Huairu, who had been lingering in the background, stepped forward, the crowd turned to her, and with a face full of regret, she addressed Yang Xiaodao, saying, Xiaodao, I believe this is all a misunderstanding. The bloodstains you saw on my mother-in-law were simply because we were also preparing fish at home. A few splashes landed on my mother-in-law, which led to misunderstandings among everyone. If you do not believe me, I still have some leftover fish at home. I shall bring it out for you to see. As she spoke, she was about to return indoors to fetch the remnants of the fish. Qin Huairu spoke earnestly, and those who were uninformed were indeed convinced, causing Aunt Chen beside her to become infuriated. No need to look. Yang Xiaodao could hardly suppress a laugh. Mocking the shamelessness of these individuals, their clumsy performance, and his own naivety in believing this was a place for reason. This was the domain of beasts. Engaging in discourse with beasts was tantamount to relinquishing one's advantage to partake in an unequal battle. How could one possibly prevail? In that moment, Yang Xiaodao completely unshackled his heart. With my abilities as a time traveler equipped with the system, should I fear you? Previously, I refrained from using the system out of concern for your feelings, but since you have willingly sought trouble, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Enough with your theatrics. Yang Xiaotao approached Yi Zhonghai, casting not a glance at Qin Huairu. Since you have orchestrated everything and put on such a performance, I cannot appear disrespectful. The show? I have seen it all. However, I do regretting that I considered our communal ties and wished to avoid escalating matters too severely. Which is why I did not report this to the authorities directly. As Yang Xiaodao spoke, a hint of self-deprecation emerged, leaving those around him somewhat ashamed. Yet, Yang Xiaodao soon spoke again, for the final time, chuckling. I declare, this is the last time. Do not provoke me again, for should you do so, The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Yang Xiaodao fixed his gaze upon Yi Zhonghai, the icy glint in his eyes sending a chill down Yi's spine. He understood that the rift had been irrevocably torn, leaving no room for reconciliation. After uttering his words, Yang Xiaodao strode into the house alongside Elder Chun. It was not until they neared the courtyard that a voice drifted back, languid and detached. Spring has arrived, and even the cat has entered its season. Everyone, keep a watchful eye on your homes. Do not let the wild cats wreak havoc. Revenge is not to be postponed. Do not provoke me further, for should you do so, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. As the words hung in the air, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Yi Zhonghai felt an inexplicable chill, one that arose unbidden from the depths of his heart, rendering him oblivious to Yang Xiaodao's final remark. This time, it surely cannot be overlooked. He pondered inwardly, his tumultuous emotions carefully concealed. Nearby, third uncle discerned the underlying implication in Yang Xiaodao's sentiments. Was this not a blatant declaration of impending retribution? Would they truly provoke a harbinger of doom? Caution was warranted henceforth. Yin Fuguei wished to depart without delay, vowing never to return to the courtyard uninvited. The place felt ominously charged, rife with unsettling occurrences. As a humble educator, he merely aspired to lead a simple life, devoid of entanglements with those who might harbor grievances. He summoned third aunt, and the family hastily exited, neglecting even to bid farewell to Yi Zhonghai as they passed through the flower-laden gate back to the front courtyard. One by one, others began to leave the yard, each enveloped in a heavy silence, silently contemplating the weight of that final statement. In that moment, the courtyard lost its former vibrancy, stripped of the usual gaiety that once characterized it. Everything seemed to have descended into a peculiar tranquility. Su Domao trailed behind his parents on their way home, muttering to himself about how cowardly Yang Xiaodao was. Even after being bullied to such an extent, he could still endure it. If it were him, he would have long since confronted them. Engrossed in his thoughts, he failed to notice second uncle Lu Haizhong seated at the doorway. Upon returning, Lu Haizhong's anger festered, and after overhearing Su Damao's incessant chatter, he concluded that the boy was mocking him. At that moment, his cheeks flushed crimson, and his resentment towards Yang Xiaodao surged like the unrelenting waters of the Yellow River. Meanwhile, Shaju waited alongside the Jia family for the arrival of elder uncle. Yang Xiaodao's last words had sent a shiver down Qin Huairu's spine. Shaju, why haven't you laid a hand on him? You seem quite capable on most days. Why the sudden reluctance today? Don't let a mouse wield a gun in its own den. What good is it if you only bring disgrace? Jia Zhangshi unleashed a torrent of criticism upon Shaju. The group had initially agreed on a strategy. Elder uncle would provide a diplomatic approach, while Shaju would take a more forceful stance. With the Jia family's preparations, they were confident that they would present irrefutable evidence to ensure Yang Xiaodao would face the consequences of his arrogance. Now that their objective had been achieved, Jia Zhangshi could not tolerate Yang Xiaodao's inso, "Let me suffer in vain. Do you take me for a fool?" At this moment, Yi Zhonghai had no other thoughts. Today, in the matter concerning the Jia family, he had nearly jeopardized the bulk of his life's endeavors. If he did not swiftly recover from this setback, the future would be even more arduous. With this in mind, he turned to Shaju and said, "Shaju, pay close attention to any unusual movements tonight. I fear that fellow may act without regard for the rules. You and the Jia family should be cautious as well." Yi Zhonghai's warnings were met with indifference from both the Jia family and Shaju, as they did not believe that Yang Xiaodao would dare to act brazenly. "If he were to break our windows, we could easily catch him in the act and give him a good thrashing before sending him to the neighborhood office," Shaju remarked with a hint of excitement. If they could apprehend Yang Xiaodao with evidence of his wrongdoing, it would serve as a satisfying retribution. Jia Dongshu also dismissed the notion, as did the rest of the courtyard's residents. After all, at this juncture, regardless of which family encountered trouble, Yang Xiaodao was the prime suspect. "Very well, just be careful," said Yi Zhonghai as he and his wife strolled back home, leaving the courtyard eerily quiet. As Yang Xiaodao approached his house, Grandpa Chun and Grandma were concerned he might be disheartened. "Xiaodao, we are aware of today's events. You have been wronged. However, at this critical moment, you must remain calm. Everyone in this courtyard knows of your grievances with the Jia family. To speak frankly, if something goes awry with the Jia family, you will be the first to be suspected. Do not act impulsively. You are still young, and there will be ample opportunities for you to reclaim your honor in the future." Elder Chun spoke earnestly, yet Yang Xiaodao did not exhibit any signs of hatred. Instead, he smiled and assured Elder Chun and his wife, "Rest assured, my dear elders, I understand the adage that a gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after a decade. Trust me, I shall not act foolishly. After Yang Xiaotao reassured them repeatedly, the couple returned home as darkness enveloped the sky. Once inside, Yang Xiaotao tidied up the house and found an old newspaper to cover the window, planning to purchase a new pane of glass the following day. Dinner was a hasty affair, and he found himself unable to concentrate on his studies. The memories of the despicable faces of Yi Zhonghai and his companions from the afternoon weighed heavily on his heart, filling him with a sense of gloom. A gentleman's revenge is not delayed, but am I truly a gentleman? Yang Xiaotao suddenly burst into laughter. The courtyard was a den of beasts, and living among them. How could he remain unaffected? One who associates with the dark becomes tainted, and one who mingles with the red becomes soiled. Sometimes, it is not merely a matter of aspiration. One may unwittingly become part of the very fabric they wish to distance themselves from. Rising from his bed, Yang Xiaotao approached the window, gazing into the courtyard. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the March moon appeared veiled, its light intermittently obscured by the passing clouds, casting the earth in fleeting shadows and brightness, a dance of ambiguity. Shattering the glass? Such a petty act would only instill a sense of caution and a vengeful impression among the inhabitants of the courtyard. Moreover, it would hardly showcase his true capabilities. Yang Xiaotao murmured to himself, contemplating how to deal with this pack of beasts. He was no gentleman, thus. He adhered to the principle of not letting revenge linger beyond a night. This was his style. However, base methods only serve to reveal one's inadequacies. Sophisticated vengeance must remain undetected, untraceable, or even if one is aware of the perpetrator, there should be no tangible evidence. Such retribution not only yields remarkable results, but also instills a profound, visceral fear. It is the unknown that cloaks itself in mystery, and it is this very mystery that breeds trepidation. Genuine fear, emanating from the depths of one's being, etches itself into the very marrow. Yang Xiaotao pondered how to leverage existing conditions to achieve the effect of elevated revenge. In the courtyard, at Shaju's residence, Shaju pinched a peanut, slurped a sip of liquor, and rubbed his palm against his thigh, the touch of his well-worn trousers eliciting a silky sensation that brought a familiar smile to his face. After swallowing, his eyes instinctively darted through the door crack towards the Jia family. The alluring silhouette resurfaced in his mind, igniting a yearning deep within him. It had been quite some time, and nothing had transpired. Perhaps it was best to rest. After all, work awaited him in the morning. Shaju finished his drink, opting not to change his attire, and collapsed onto the bed. He was alone in the house, as He Yushui was boarding at school, which further unraveled his composure. At Uncle Da's home, the elderly couple had retired early, their age dictating such a routine. Even though Uncle Da had considered being cautious tonight, it was merely a passing thought. In his mind, even revenge would not arrive so swiftly. Meanwhile, the Jia household was already enveloped in the thunderous sounds of slumber, with Jia Zhanshe grinding her teeth, the noise akin to that of a rodent. In the dead of night, Yang Xiaotao, listening to the sounds of spring outside, suddenly broke into a wicked grin. Did you not declare your intent to drive away the cat? Then let the cat seek justice on its own behalf. Yang Xiaotao rose and made his way to the door, whispering, Xiao Wei. With a sudden thought, Xiao Wei emerged from the window frame. In a swift motion, Yang Xiaotao pointed at the two fish swaying on the roof. Moments later, the fish leaped through the window and into the room. Yang Xiaotao glanced at the broken fish flesh, lamenting the loss, yet he felt it was worth it to ensnare these beasts. As he spoke, he inserted a chopstick into the belly of one fish and then tossed both fish into the courtyard at the door. Before long, a faint tapping sound could be heard from the roof, followed by the sight of two small black cats leaping into the courtyard, their eyes warily fixed on the fish below. In these times of scarcity, even the feral cats had little sustenance to be found. Both were mere skin and bones. A pitiful sight. The cats had long caught the scent of the fish, but it had been suspended from the eaves, and during the day, they had tried to retrieve it. However, how could they pry down something that Xiao Wei had hung herself? At last, they had their opportunity. With gem-like eyes glistening with greed, they gazed hungrily at the delectable morsels, wary of possible traps. The two cats circled the vicinity a couple of times, ultimately succumbing to temptation, cautiously advancing to poke at the fish with their paws. Soon, one began to feast, and the other followed suit, tearing into the fish flesh with fervor. Seeing this, Yang Xiaotao realized that if these little creatures were to indulge in his fish, they must earn their keep. Inside the house, he watched as they relished their meal, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Yet he knew that a measure of cruelty was necessary to teach these beasts a lesson. Xiaowei, act now. With a flicker of thought, Xiaowei deftly manipulated two chopsticks, which swiftly bent from their originally straight form. Fine threads emerged from either side, rapidly darting towards the bewildered kittens. The two kittens, blissfully indulging in their meal, were suddenly startled by the chopsticks lodged in their bellies, instinctively attempting to leap away, yet were firmly ensnared. Bound and entangled, they lay helplessly on the ground, their mouths intertwined, unable to move. Fear permeated their feline consciousness, leaving them perplexed as to why the innocuous wooden utensils had turned so bizarre and irrational. However, the world was rife with irrationality, overwhelming their limited understanding. Under Yang Xiaotao's guidance, Xiaowei levitated the two kittens and gradually directed them towards the Jia household. The kittens gazed in astonishment and trepidation at their ascending bodies. With an effortless creak, Xiaowei opened the tightly shut window of the Jia residence, allowing the kittens to glide into the room. The Jia family occupied a single spacious room, which had been partitioned into two sections, with a living area equipped for culinary endeavors. At that moment, the kittens entered the chamber where Jia Zhangshi was asleep. In the dimly lit room, the sound of teeth grinding echoed, prompting the kittens to instinctively arch their bodies in vigilance against the unfamiliar surroundings. Yet, ensnared and suspended in midair, they could emit no sound. Just then, following Yang Xiaotao's instruction, Xiaowei placed the kittens beside Jia Zhangshi and released their bindings. In the stillness of the night, a sense of unease enveloped the room. Old Jia, finally, some retribution has been served today. In slumber, the decrepit matriarch, Jia Zhangshi, confided in a gaunt, wizened old man who regarded her with a serene smile. Grandmother, grandmother. The scene shifted, and a throng of young boys raced towards her from afar, followed by a gaggle of children, all clamoring for her attention. Jia Zhangshi attempted to embrace them, but their numbers were too great. My cherished grandsons, my precious grandsons. When you come of age, remember to honor your grandmother and not emulate your mother. Old Jia, we have so many grandsons, it will be the death of that heirless Yi Zhonghai. And when our grandsons are grown, they shall thrash that beast Yang Xiaotao, as well as Sha Zhu, Su Damao, and everyone else in the courtyard. Ha! Jia Zhangshi envisioned the day when the Jia family would reign supreme in the courtyard, and she was filled with utter bliss. Grandmother, Yang Xiaotao refuses to share his food. Suddenly, a child spoke, followed by a chorus of clamorous voices. Grandmother, I don't want to live in a small house. Grandmother, I want money to buy meat. Wah, grandmother. Yang Xiaotao hit me. In an instant, all the children collapsed to the ground, clutching their bellies, their faces bloodied, crying out in agony. My precious grandsons, what has befallen you? Old Jia, Dongxiu, Huairu, come quickly, my precious grandsons are in need. Jia Zhangshi scanned her surroundings, but aside from the children wailing on the ground, there was no one else to be seen. Tap, tap. At that moment, a figure emerged, wielding an axe in their hand. Jia Zhangshi, you filched my fish, therefore, I shall extirpate your grandson, ensuring the utter extinction of the Jia lineage. Ha ha ha. As Jia Zhangshi beheld Yang Xiaotao's contorted visage advancing towards her, a wave of terror washed over her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Nay, I beseech thee, desist. Within the tenebrous confines of the room, Jia Zhangshi flailed her arms erratically, her voice involuntarily uttering pleas of desperation. Consciousness gradually returned, and she awoke from the phantasmal dream. Jia Zhangshi abruptly opened her eyes, her triangular orbs filled with trepidation. A mere dream, thank heavens, a mere dream. That accursed whelp, destined to die without progeny. Jia Zhangshi heaved a sigh of relief, but as her arm descended, she inadvertently encountered a hirsute object. She knew it was not a feather duster, for the fur was somewhat erect and prickly. Instinctively, she sought to pinch it with considerable force. In the ensuing moment, the kitten was freed from its confinement, and two chopsticks fell to the side, blending into the wooden bed frame. Driven by terror and instinct, the pinched kitten mustered all its might, opening its jaws and biting down with full force on the old, dark, stubby hand with its long fingernails. Meow. A feline shriek echoed alongside Jia Zhangshi's agonizing and terrified wail. The sound reverberated throughout the room and then throughout the courtyard. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Xiaotao, lying in his bed, smiled. Now, it is up to the kitten. Jia Zhangshi cried out in agony, instinctively flailing her arm. In its terror, the kitten clamped its teeth down, and the flailing motion tore away a piece of flesh. Jia Zhangshi emitted another piercing scream. Seizing the opportunity, the kitten sprang away, landing on a nearby cabinet, its body low, back arched, and claws firmly embedded in the wooden box. As the anguished cries of Jia Zhang resounded, another kitten, liberated from its bindings, sprang into action. Its form morphed into a shadowy silhouette, racing through the room in search of an escape. At that moment, Jia Dongxiu and Qin Huairu, startled awake by Jia Zhang's shrieks, hastily rose to their feet. Upon pushing aside the curtain, they were met by a darting shadow. Caught completely off guard, Jia Dongxiu stumbled back in fright, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" He instinctively recoiled, paying no heed to the terrified Qin Huairu beside him. The frightened kitten, undeterred by its own fear, was solely focused on fleeing, and it dashed straight towards Qin Huairu amidst the darkness. As the shadow lunged forward, she instinctively attempted to evade it. However, Jia Dongxiu's sudden retreat left her no time to react. The kitten's claws tore through her trousers, leaving 2 gashes on her thigh. Fortunately, the cold weather had prompted her to wear multiple layers, preventing any serious injury. Yet, this unexpected assault, particularly in the face of an unknown threat, caused Qin Huairu to instinctively collapse and cry out in terror. A shrill scream erupted from her lips, more piercing than before, instantly sweeping through the courtyard like a tempest. At that moment, Jia Dongxiu regained his composure, rushing forward to shield Qin Huairu. Grabbing a nearby broom, he swung it at the frantic kitten. The creature, in a state of panic, sought desperately for an exit, darting chaotically around the room. Jia Dongxiu, intent on dispatching the troublesome intruder, relentlessly wielded the broom, creating a cacophony of crashing sounds as cups, thermoses, and furniture bore the brunt of the chaos. "Dongxiu, save me. Please, save me." Jia Zhangshi clutched her bleeding wrist, her body collapsing with a thud onto the floor as she crawled towards Jia Dongxiu, crying out. At that moment, another kitten began to dart about, the 2 cats swirling like gusts of wind throughout the room. Jia Dongxiu hurriedly shielded Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu behind him. Wielding a broom that had already lost part of its bristles, his face tense in the dim light. Suddenly, lights began to flicker on in the courtyard, shattering the tranquility of the courtyard with the sounds echoing from the Jia household. Many were startled awake, and soon the thudding noises from the central courtyard could be heard. The first to react was the elder Jia, whose age had already diminished his sleep, and with matters weighing on his mind, he had not been in a deep slumber. He awoke at Jia Zhangshi's agonized cries, uncertain of their authenticity. However, upon hearing Qin Huairu's piercing voice, he hastily donned an outer garment, slipped on his shoes, and rushed outside. As he entered the courtyard, he found Shaju anxiously emerging, joined by several neighbors who had gathered. "Elder Jia, something has happened at the Jia residence. Elder Jia, do hurry and check inside," Shaju urged, listening intently to the thudding sounds emanating from the Jia home. "Shuju, go open the door and see what's going on." Yi Zhonghai maintained his composure, first glancing towards Yang Xiaotao's room, where a light had just been lit, indicating that Yang Xiaotao was home. Hearing this, Shaju quickly advanced, kicking open the door with one swift movement, his body poised to enter. Yi Zhonghai promptly followed suit. However, just as Shaju stepped inside, 2 shadowy figures lunged from either side, startling him into a leap to the side, leaving the entrance open for Yi Zhonghai, who was caught unawares. 2 kittens, having discovered an escape route, dashed away in a frenzy. The night's experiences had profoundly shaken them, leading them to resolve that they would never return to this place again. The courtyard was far too sinister and terrifying. Yang Xiaotao was unaware that his mischievous intentions towards the Jia family had left a lingering shadow in the hearts of the 2 kittens. He was merely enjoying a performance with Elder Qin in front of his home. At that moment, a crowd had gathered in both the front and backyards, all inquiring about the situation. Then, they witnessed Shaj opening the main gate, allowing the 2 kittens to leap onto Yi Zhonghai. In an instant, Yi Zhonghai was startled and stumbled backward, landing on the ground. The kittens then proceeded to create a ruckus on him, and by the time Shaju realized what was happening, one of the kittens had already leapt over the wall, meowing as it vanished into the darkness. Seeing this, Yang Xiaotao finally breathed a sigh of relief. If those 2 kittens had fallen into the hands of those beasts, it would have troubled him deeply. Now, he need not worry about their safety, and could simply relax and enjoy the spectacle. "Elder, quick! Someone help him up." In the front yard, Yan Fugui rushed over, draped in a coat, while Lu Haizhong remained at home, still lying down. After Yan Fugui spoke, Shaju immediately stepped forward to assist the elder. Once Yi Zhonghai was upright, Shaju noticed a gash on Yi Zhonghai's right arm, fortunately not deep. However, his chest and forehead were also lacerated, and blood was already seeping from the wounds. Elder has been injured. Quick, someone take him to the hospital. Shaju exclaimed, particularly alarmed by the gash on his forehead, which had smeared blood across his face, making the scene all the more terrifying. Yet, Yi Zhonghai gestured towards the Jia family, urging, "Don't mind me for now. Go inside and see what happened." Yen Fugue understood the situation and picked up the kerosene lamp before stepping inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the chaotic sight of scattered belongings throughout the Jia household. As he ventured further, he spotted Jia Dongshu supporting Jia Zhangshi, who sat beside him, illuminated by the flickering light, a picture of despair, with crimson stains marking the floor. The moment Jia Dongshu noticed the arrival, he exclaimed, "Third uncle, my mother has been bitten by a cat. We must rush her to the hospital." As Yen Fugue illuminated the scene, he beheld Jia Zhangshi, barely clinging to life, slumped in Jia Dongshu's embrace, one hand clutching her wrist. Nearby, Qin Huairu sat against the wall, her face a portrait of panic. Shaju rushed in as well, glanced at the disarray within the Jia residence, and then positioned himself beside the third uncle, his gaze fixated intently on Qin Huairu's legs, which were partially exposed. The sight of her fair legs, albeit glimpsed through a narrow opening, sent a flush of warmth through his body, and he found his breath quickening. Fortunately, it was night, and everyone's attention was consumed by the plight of the Jia family, leaving Shaju's unusual behavior unnoticed. "Quick, lend a hand." The third uncle approached Jia Dongshu, and together they attempted to lift Jia Zhangshi. At that moment, she was in such agony that she seemed reluctant to move, compelling the third uncle to exert every ounce of strength to assist her. "Shaju, why are you just standing there? Hurry and help." The third uncle called out as he noticed Shaju's stupor, bending at the waist in urgency. "All right." Shaju snapped back to reality and promptly stepped in to assist. Qin Huairu, regaining some composure, reflected on her rural upbringing. Animals like cats and dogs were no strangers to her, yet the suddenness of this incident had left her somewhat shaken. Meanwhile, the others in the courtyard began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Observing the condition of Jia Zhangshi and the first uncle, murmurs of concern rippled through the gathering. The Jia family is truly enigmatic. Such occurrences are unprecedented, and to be bitten by a cat, no less. Indeed, this wild cat is afflicted with illness, which is truly unfortunate. Do you think this may be related to today's events? A young woman, shrouded in mystery, approached and glanced at Yang Xiaodao, only to discover that he bore no expression, further solidifying her suspicions. "What do you think?" an eager bystander inquired. The young woman surveyed the Jia family and, unperturbed by the gazes of others, voiced her conjecture. "You may be unaware of today's happenings, but I witnessed it firsthand." Jia Zhangshi wielded an axe for a considerable duration. "Oh, you actually saw it? Then why didn't you speak up?" The young woman cast the person a disdainful glance, her meaning clear. "Do you take me for a fool?" Those present, understanding the unspoken tension, chuckled awkwardly, and then listened as the young woman continued. "Do you suppose this cat has come to the Jia family to seek retribution for being wronged?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. In this era, certain rural legends still hold considerable sway, particularly in the countryside, where many find credence in such tales. Are you suggesting that this cat seeks vengeance against the Jia family? It is indeed possible. These days, cats possess an uncanny intelligence. Precisely, a clever